This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Highland Captive by Hannah Howell, narrated by Ruth Urquhart. Chapter 1. Scotland, 1500. Astonishment froze the handsome young man's face when the sturdy horse he had mounted buckled beneath him, collapsing and sending him tumbling to the ground. For a moment he simply stared at the white stallion nimbly rising. Brushing himself off as he too rose, he glared at the small figure, who sat not far away, laughing helplessly. "Brat," he said affectionately, a grin beginning to shape his mouth. "When did you teach the beast that trick?"
"While ye were tasting the wicked life in Aberdeen, Leith."
Leith grinned as he lay down next to his sister, his arms crossed beneath his head. "Aye, and a hearty taste I had too."
"Wicked, wicked."
Aimil sighed, but her aquamarine eyes sparkled with laughter.
"What would Aunt Morag say?"
"Please, Lord, that I will never ken," Leith remarked feelingly as he sat up. "We had best be headed back. The day wanes."
"Och, must we? I have seen naught but the inside of that place for the past month."
"'Tis safer, what with the MacGuins riding again. I shouldn't have let you persuade me on this jaunt, not even when you do look like a wee beggar boy. We might pass unseen, but that stallion of yours would surely catch the eye." He clasped her hand in his and led her toward their horses. "Now, tell me about this wedding that all talk about." He saw her pale. "Oh, is that the way of it then?"
"Aye, I ken I must, but I canna abide the thought of it. I didn't even like Rory Ferguson."
Neither did Leith, but he refrained from saying it. "I shall talk to father."
"I don't think it will do any good. This marriage has been set since the cradle. I may be his kin, but he is so anxious to be rid of me."
There was little to deny, for Leith knew it was sadly true. Since the day Aimil had begun to look more like a woman than a child, their father had ignored her. Not only was Leith confused by their father's attitude, but his 2 elder sisters and 2 younger brothers also were, as was most everyone else in the clan. Any attempt to broach the subject with their father, however, met with silence or fury. Now he was about to give Aimil in marriage to a man about whom some very unsavoury things were said. "I will still talk to him. Has he given you any reason for the marriage?"
"Aye, 'tis time I wed," she replied somewhat bitterly, "and that it was a promise to an old friend."
"That isn't good enough. If you must wed a man you dinna want, father can give you a damn good reason why, even if it was set while you rocked in the cradle." Aimil smiled at her brother's anger. Leith was much like their father. He could bark orders and expect immediate obedience. Unlike their sire, however, he felt a reason should be given if it was asked for. She knew his anger and determination did not mean that she would be released from marrying Rory Ferguson, but it was comforting to have an ally. At least he might force their father to better explain the why of it all. An alliance had been her first thought, for though they were far from poor, the Mengues were a small clan and were often targeted by the MacGuins. That theory had been dispelled, for an alliance already existed as far as she knew. Her sisters Geirsil's and Janet's marriages already attached the Mengues to the MacVerns and the Broths, which had greatly added to the Mengues' strength. She did not believe that marrying Rory Ferguson would make any difference at all, except to make her life miserable. Leith felt an urgency to get home, and not because it was growing late. He knew that their father was well aware of the man Rory had become. Just as Leith could not understand his father's attitude toward Aimil, the prettiest and most personable of his daughters, so too was he unable to understand how their father could think of marrying her off to such a man. The more Leith thought of his favourite sibling in the hands of Rory Ferguson, the more determined he became to put a stop to the marriage. Whatever plans Leith may have begun were lost, as horsemen bearing the MacGuin colours burst upon the quiet glade. Young Arstead MacGuin wondered what young fools had so unwittingly placed themselves in the path of his raiding party's return to its lair. Recognising the Mengue colours, he thought to impress his elder brother with some captives for ransom. The excellent horseflesh the pair of lads had with them was a prize worth taking as well. His brother had not sanctified Ashted's raids, but Ashtед felt sure that such gain would ease whatever anger was aroused by them. Drawing his sword, Leith stood firmly between Aimil and the MacGuin raiders, pushing her toward her horse. "Flee while you can. I will try to hold them." The instant's pause Aimil took while pondering the desertion of her brother cost her dearly. She had barely vaulted onto the back of her steed when a MacGuin was there, trying to seize her reins. He received a small booted foot in the face which sent him flying. She realised it was only a temporary victory, for she was surrounded by MacGuins and prevented from making a run for safety. She and her horse put up a valiant battle nonetheless, leaving many a MacGuin and his mount with bruises to remember. The melee seemed to last for hours, but Aimil knew it was only of a few minutes' duration. A scowling man ended it swiftly by the judicious wielding of the flat of his sword against her head. As she slumped into unconsciousness, she saw her brother fall beneath a half-dozen MacGuins. The last sound she made was a terrifying scream that Leith was about to be murdered. The strong smell of horseflesh was her first sensation as she edged back into awareness. She then realised that she was tied to the back of her horse, her face pressed against his sweat-dampened coat. They moved at a ground-covering pace, but her body seemed numb to the abuse. All except her head, she mused with regret, which throbbed with each hoof-beat. She could not see Leith, so she could only assume that he was in a similar ignominious position just out of view. The thought that he might be dead was one she forcibly rejected. The strong keep of the MacGuins came into her limited range of vision, and the horses slowed their pace. Her heart sank, for once inside the gates it would be nearly impossible to escape. Though no soldier, she easily recognised the strength of the place as a fortress and a prison. There was no doubt in her mind that she and Leith would be ransomed, but even the shortest term of imprisonment made her quake. Was her disguise still intact, she fretted, and if it was, how long would it remain? She had heard enough to know how she would be treated if these fierce Highland raiders discovered that one of the lads they held was really a lass.
"So, ye be awake? Well, I will wager all the fight has been ridden out of you, laddie."
Her eyes closed briefly in relief, then she glared at the burly dark man who was untying her bonds. He looked nothing like a man who would cut a man's heart out without a blink, but she was wiser now. She did not trust so easily, especially not in her own opinions. After all, she had felt that her father's love was secure, and she had been proven painfully wrong.
"Here now, there isn't any use in your looking like that, me wee gilly,"
the man scolded jovially, as he released the last bond holding Aimil, then caught her as she slid helplessly from the broad back of Elf King.
"Ye are in no state to carry out the threat in them eyes."
"Put them in the dungeon, Malcolm," Ashted ordered coldly. Still supporting the weakened Aimil, Malcolm frowned.
"They be only a pair of lads, and nae too healthy ones at the moment."
Ashted scowled. "Those lads have sore bruised half my men, aye, and several good mounts. In the dungeon with them. Leastwise there I will only have to worry about a close guard until Parlan returns and decides what is to be done with them. Best if he decides the ransom to be asked." Malcolm continued to frown as he picked Aimil up in his arms, since the lad seemed too groggy to walk. He noted that the other young man needed carrying as well. To put two young boys into the pit, as the dungeon was aptly called, seemed cruel. They were in no condition to be a threat. Prisoners they might be, but Malcolm felt sure the laird would not treat them so callously. He was at the steps of the keep before he realised the huge white stallion was following at his heels, treating any who tried to stop him with lethal viciousness. Malcolm eyed the horse with an astonishment tinged with fear.
"Put me down!"
"You can't even stand upright,"
Malcolm grumbled, uneasily eyeing the huge horse that faced him.
"Then hold me upright. I must speak to Elf King, or he will kill to stay with me."
Steadying Aimil, Malcolm was not the only one who watched in near awe as the small boy caressed the stallion's head, crooning,
"Nay, Elf King, you cannae follow. Stay with the men. Stay. We will be here but a wee while. Stay with the men.
Aimil felt the thick fog of unconsciousness claiming her again.
I think you must carry me again, Master Malcolm. If you would, please.
It isn't right,
Malcolm grumbled a bit later, as he watched the door secured over the unconscious prisoners.
You've ever been soft of heart, Malcolm,
one of the other men said, with no real condemnation.
Aye, but he is right this time,
remarked Lachlan Dunmore, a cousin to the laird who often visited with the MacGuins.
Right or wrong, Ashted's the laird while Parlan is away. He said to put the lads in here, so here they be staying.
Lachlan exchanged a helpless look with Malcolm, then sighed.
Well then, let us pray that Parlan returns soon, or there will be naught for ransoming. Aye, only for the burying,
Malcolm said heavily, before stalking away. Darkness greeted Aimil when she woke. As she lay trying to come to her senses, she became more aware of her surroundings. There was a pervasive damp, and beneath her hands was cold, moist earth. By the time she spotted the grate over her head, she knew she was in a dungeon, perhaps even an oubliette. She fought the urge to scream, for she knew it would be fruitless, and she did not want to expose her terror. Blocking out the feel and knowledge of the myriad of small creatures that no doubt shared the pit, she groped around for Leith. In so small an area, it was easy to find him. He was still unconscious, so she settled his head upon her lap, her hands gently searching his form for serious wounds.
Aimil,
Leith groaned, as he tried to sit up, only to fall back with an oath.
I am right here, Leith. Where are you hurt? I cannae tell by feeling ye, and 'tis too dark to see, she muttered. 'Tis all right. A few scratches and more bruises than I care to count. Dinna fash yourself.
She frowned, for his voice was weak and strained, but without any light, she could not tell if he was lying.
We have been tossed in a ground dungeon.
He searched out her hand to clasp it comfortingly.
It will nae be for long. We are for ransoming. Father will be quick to buy us free.
A shaky laugh escaped him.
They must have been sore impressed with us to lock us up so tightly, we being but a pair of lads.
Knowing that he sought confirmation that her disguise still held, she replied,
Aye. What should I tell them when they ask my name? Tell them ye are Shane. Father will ken what is about, and will follow through with the subterfuge. Aye, he will be glad of it. He must wonder where we are even now.
She sighed, knowing that her father would be sorely worried, if only for Leith. Just as Parlan MacGuin had noticed the absence of his two offspring, word had come that the MacGuins had raided the Fergusons. He began to fear the worst as the searchers he had hastily dispatched continued to find no sign of Leith or Aimil. Instinct told him that they had been caught. Several places they often rode to could have been in the path of the retreating MacGuin raiding party, a prize easily snatched up. Only a fool would miss seeing what an easy chance for ransom they presented, and Parlan MacGuin was no fool. As night faded into another day, Lachlan sat drinking and praying for some word, any word. His heir and his youngest daughter were a loss he was not sure he could bear, despite 4 other children who could have consoled him. In anticipation of a ransom demand, he began to review his purse and his options for supplementing it. Even as yet another day passed with no word, he clung to the thought that they were prisoners. Anyone who even looked as if he might think differently suffered the heat of Lachlan's impressive temper. His children were alive, and he refused to consider anything else unless their lifeless bodies were brought to him to be seen with his own eyes. Aimil very much feared for her brother's life. His injuries may have been slight, but they had been untended. 2 days and nights in the cold, damp hole had sapped his strength. He was unconscious more than he was conscious. She was also certain that he was feverish. Meagre food once a day and a thin blanket had not helped at all. She could not believe the callousness of the guards who ignored her increasing pleas. 2 men had shown some pity, but they were gone. The less compassionate men who had taken their place hinted that consideration had been the reason the other 2 were gone from Dugalen. By the time a man arrived with the daily ration of food late on the 4th day, there was no longer any question in Aimil's mind that her brother was feverish. She held him as he ranted, weeping over her inability even to bathe his face. She had slept little during the night, dozing only during the few times her brother was quiet. Her dirty face streaked with tears, she glared at the man who peered down at them.
"Will you not take him from this rat-hole now?"
"I cannae, laddie,"
the man said with sympathy for the tear-streaked child who stared up at him.
"The laird hasna returned yet. His brother holds this place and he will nae free ye."
"Then he is a fool. He will have naught for ransoming. Even a blind man can see that my brother is feverish. He could easily die."
The man did not have the heart to tell how Arsted was indeed blind drunk, and that he had been since the successful raid. There was no hope of reaching the man, of getting him to understand the plight of his captives. None dared to act without word from Arsted. To remind him of Parlin's fury if he should return to find a dead youth only gained a beating. There was nothing that could be done until Parlan returned. With a sigh, the man closed the grate, wincing at the stream of abuse that came from the hole. The small boy had a vicious, colourful tongue. The man felt no urge to retaliate, however. He only wished that Arsted was there to be verbally lashed, for he deserved it.
"How is Arsted this eve?"
he asked the guard at the head of the stairs that led to the dungeons, emboldened enough by pity for the two boys to consider approaching Arsted.
"Sore-headed and drinking to cure it. How fared the lads? If the laird doesna return in a day or twa, there will be but one laddie in that hole, and him with a rightful vengeance to take."
Aimil was a little startled at how vengeful she could feel as she held her brother and wept with frustration and grief. In all the time they had been in the pit, no one had even asked their names, so she knew that ransoming was no hope to cling to yet. From things said, she knew her only chance for Leith was if Black Parlan, the much-feared laird of the MacGuins, returned in time. It struck her as funny that she should wish for the return of a man often used by nursemaids as a bogey to scare their charges into obedience. Her laugh had an hysterical note to it, however, so she abruptly stopped. Clutching Leith, whose breathing grew more terrifyingly rasping, she began a slow rocking motion. It was vital that she retain her wits, but she feared that they were beginning to slip. Being held captive in a damp black hole that was far from fresh of smell was hard to endure. To be kept there to watch her brother slowly die was a torture beyond bearing. At this point, she mused, she would willingly sell her soul to Satan to gain some care for Leith. As she began to pray for the Black Parlan's return, she wondered if she was doing just that. Catherine Dunmore stretched very much like a contented cat. It had taken a lot of time and work to get the Black Parlan into her bed, but it had been worth it. He made all of her other lovers seem like fumbling boys or eunuchs. Watching him as he stood staring out the window, she let her gaze greedily roam over his large, muscular frame. She had him now, and he would not slip away. A well-earned confidence in her ability led her to believe that one night in her bed would be enough to secure him.
"Come back to bed, Parlan,"
she purred, licking her lips when he turned, giving her a full view of his endowments. Eyes so dark brown they were nearly black studied the woman on the bed with little expression. Parlan did not like Catherine, but could not deny that she had serviced him very well indeed. There was, however, something repulsive about her insatiable appetite. He cared less about the state of her emotions, but he did not particularly care to be seen as little more than a well-proportioned staff that happened to have a man attached. She could no doubt have done as well with some inanimate object shaped appropriately. Inwardly he sighed as he moved toward the bed where she wantonly displayed her indisputable charms. They did nothing for him now that his need had been dulled. Noting the anger that settled upon her lovely face as he reached for his clothes, he began to form his farewell. It had to be phrased carefully, for she was attached to his family. If he insulted her in any way, her anger would be formidable, and he did not want to be troubled with it. Her kin were anxious to get her wed, and that made her a little dangerous. As he pulled on his trunk hose, he watched her sardonically. She would probably accept an offer to leave his pintle behind, he mused bitterly, After her avaricious attentions, the poor abused fellow would likely be useless for a few days anyway. He smiled to himself at the track his thoughts had taken. Parlan knew he could not really complain. He had succumbed to her invitation solely because he wished use of the skill for which she was so well noted. Even 6 months ago he would have climbed back into her bed, ready for more. Lately, however, he suffered from a malaise of dissatisfaction. Once his initial lust was sated, he lost interest in the woman. At but 8 and 20, he felt sure his virility was not waning. The problem was not how much he wanted, but what he wanted. It was plainly not to be found in the arms of Catherine Dunmore.
"You cannae mean to leave now. The night is still young."
"Aye, but the dawn comes early, and I begin the long trek back to Duglen then," he murmured, without glancing her way.
"You truly are leaving?"
It was difficult, but she managed to keep from screaming the words in anger and frustration. "I must. I have been gone near to a month, and 'tis folly to leave Arstead in charge for so long." He frowned, caught up in thoughts of all his brother could do wrong in his absence.
"Surely you need not fear that he would try to usurp your place."
"Nay, but he plays the role too seriously and with little thought. I have plans afoot, and I cannae risk his ruining them." She knew better than to ask what those plans were. Sitting up, she adjusted her hair so that it did not hide the full curves she knew were attractive to men. It was ending far too soon. She needed more time to entrap him completely. Her family was urging her to take another husband. Parlan MacGuin would suit her fine. She could not catch him by crying over lost virtue or seduction, for her lack of celibacy since her husband's untimely death 2 years ago was far too well known. There were, however, a number of routes to the marriage bed, yet each one required time. She could not allow this chance to slip away. Unfortunately, it looked very much as if Parlan was going to yank it away.
"Come, Parlan,"
she crooned, reaching out to caress his manhood and hiding her anger over his evident disinclination.
"What is one more night?"
"Too long," he replied succinctly, as he put on his paw-point and stepped out of her reach. "All is readied for the journey. I cannae forestall it." Gritting her teeth against the curses she wished to hurl at him, she queried,
"When do you plan to return this way?"
Parlan wondered if the woman knew how obvious she was in her ploys. "I cannae say. 'Tis a busy time of the year."
"I must return home soon myself,"
she lied smoothly.
"Mayhaps I could stop at Duglen on my way."
"If you like." He hoped fervently that she would not, as he gave her a light kiss. "Take care, Catherine." As soon as he was gone, Catherine gave vent to her fury, demolishing her quarters, then keeping her servants busy most of the night restoring it to order. Parlan would not get away so easily with using her like some tavern wench, she vowed. She would give him time to settle his business, then go to stay at his keep. Once there, and in his bed, she was certain she would win the game. Dawn found Parlan on the road and riding hard for Duglen, his keep. Although he partook of the delights of town, he did not like being away from his home. If Arstead was older and less rash, he would be sent on some of the necessary trips to town. Unfortunately, Parlan knew Arstead would either spend his time soaked in drink and wenching, or make them new enemies they did not need. It saddened him, but Arstead's unreliability was why Lachlan Dunmore was the man most often at Parlan's side. He could only hope that during his absence Arstead had done nothing too terrible. When Parlan finally reached Duglen 2 days later, he knew immediately upon riding into the bailey that something was not right. The people he met greeted him jovially, but with a poorly disguised air of relief. There was also that air of someone waiting to speak but not wishing to be the one to carry tales. Parlan was about to demand explanations when he espied the horse. Speechless with admiration, he did not even inquire about where the animal had come from, but merely spent long moments studying the fine points of the stallion. The animal was at least a hand taller than his own very impressive mount. The horse's lines indicated strength as well as speed. The white coat of the beast was startling in its purity. Parlan was ready to test how far the stallion's tense, aggressive stance could be tried when Malcolm and Lachan returned to Dew Glen. They wasted no time in moving to speak to Parlan.
"Have you seen this magnificent animal?"
enthused Parlan, slowly becoming aware of the men's tension.
"Aye, I have seen him."
Malcolm turned to one of the men lurking nearby.
"How fare the laddies?" "Nae too well. The older one be sickening something fierce, and the wee one has condemned the lot of us to 7 kinds of hell." "And will we deserve them?" cried Lachan, who got no argument. "Has not been done? Has no one tended to them?"
"Aye, they be fed and watered regular,"
protested another man, but weakly.
"I gave them extra blankets last eve, but I fear the wee one be right when he says they will only be used as a shroud,"
added the first man.
"Hold!"
The silence that immediately met Parlan's bellow was a tense one.
"What lads?"
he snarled.
"Arsted raided the Fergusons,"
Lachan explained, knowing that would displease Parlan because it was done without his consent.
"As we rode back to Dew Glen, we chanced upon 2 laddies in Mengue colours and seized them." "How wee are the laddies?" "One must be nearing 20, mayhaps a year or 2 less," replied Malcolm. "A man by some's reckoning, but still a laddie by mine. The other can't be more than 12. "What ransom has been asked?" "None," Lachan answered reluctantly. "They rot in the pit, awaiting your return so that ye can decide upon it."
Malcolm and Lachan followed Parlan as he strode into the keep. Several other men followed hesitantly. When Parlan's request for Arsted met with the word that the young man was sleeping off yet another long night of whisky and women, Parlan's fury was a glory to behold. Usually brave men scattered before him as he made his way to the dungeons, where the sound of a soft keening greeted his ears. The grate was speedily opened, and Parlan looked into the hole, a lantern held inside its depths. He saw a small, slightly built boy, holding a larger one, rocking and weeping softly. The elder boy was evidently dangerously ill. Suddenly the small lad became aware of the intruders and looked up. Even streaked with filth and tears, the small face had a delicate beauty that seemed strange for a boy. It was not even marred when that face was contorted into a snarl of hate and rage. Parlan noted all of that as he struggled to control his ever-growing anger with his brother. At any other time, the dark, imposing face peering down at her would have made Aimil at least hesitant, but she had no thought of caution when she held her dying brother in her arms.
"Carrion! Filthy corbies! You have come too early to pick at this flesh."
"Get them out of there, now!"
Parlan snarled as he moved back from the pit's opening, his voice clipped with fury. Chapter 2. For a moment, Aimil doubted that she had heard right. It quickly became apparent that the Black Parlan himself was there, biting out commands in a deep voice that barely escaped being a very feral snarl. With her brother's vital needs at the fore of her thoughts, she neither asked nor cared if they meant to free her too. Once Letha was lifted out, she started to sit down again.
"Ye is weel, laddie,"
Parlan called, failing to keep all his fury at Arsted out of his voice, despite his efforts to stay calm so as not to frighten the boy. She slapped away the hands that were offered to assist her, scrambling up the rope by herself. The time spent in a pit in which she could barely lie down had sapped her strength, but she refused to reveal that. In fact, she had practiced some odd exercises several times a day to keep her strength up for Leith's sake. It had served its purpose, for she was able to stand without wavering badly. The last thing she wanted was for these men to espy any weakness in her.
"Dinna touch me, swine!"
she hissed when, as they began to leave the dungeons, a hand moved to assist her. Parlan was unused to being spoken to like that, but he quelled an instinctive burst of anger. Later, he would even find amusement in the thought of the seething, somewhat filthy boy. For now, he only wanted to ease the dangerous situation Arsted had created. Despite the dirt, there was no mistaking the richness of the boy's attire, which meant that they were of a high standing within the Mengue clan. An incident such as this could easily provoke a blood feud that could last for generations. That was the very last thing Parlan wanted or needed. When they reached a room that could be secured from the outside, The MacGuins hastily attended to Leith, who was for the most part unconscious. Aimil stood out of the way, but watched their every move. Even though the tending was late in coming, she could appreciate the speed with which the men stripped Leith, bathed him, and lay him on a clean bed to nurse his wounds. By some miracle the wounds had not yet festered, even though they had not healed as much as they should have. There was yet some danger for Leith.
"Your names,"
Parlan rapped out, no longer worried that his anger would frighten the boy. Aimil did not quail beneath the man's penetrating dark gaze.
"Shane and Leith Mengue. 'Tis Leith ye have almost murdered."
Swearing colourfully and with admirable diversity, Parlan continued to help in tending young Leith Mengue's wounds. He too saw it as a miracle that the boy's wounds had not festered, filling his blood with a deadly poison. Even if the boy lived, which seemed imminently possible now, such harsh treatment of the Mengue heir could provoke the very feud Parlan hoped to avoid. The little Mengue boy certainly looked eager to begin one, he mused. A man of his times, Parlan did in truth like a good battle or the thrill of a raid. It was the blood feuds he detested. Feuds where hate passed from generation to generation, with the initial cause for the feuds becoming distorted, even forgotten. More often than not, the cause was one where, if it had occurred within the clan, a settlement would have come about quickly between the original antagonists. Instead, whole clans tore at each other, killing each other wherever and whenever they were able, using up their resources in a long, bloody, seemingly unending feud. What truly annoyed him was how those feuds so often interfered at a time when unity was desperately needed, such as against an enemy like the English. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt when Arsted stumbled into the room, but Parlan's fury had to wait to be vented. Aimil recognised the man who had ordered that she and Leith be put into the hole, knew from things said that it was this man who had kept them there, who had drunk and wenched while her brother slowly died. Her delicate hands curled into claws, and she lunged at Arsted. Arsted saved his eyes only by a quick raising of his arms. Two men grabbed Aimil before she was able to inflict much damage, but it was a few moments before she stopped hurling curses and threats at Arsted and was calm enough to be released. In the confusion, the feminine manner of her attack went unnoticed. When she moved to stand by the head of the bed where Leith rested, she was not ready to forgive any MacGuin, but she did know that Arsted was getting anything but praise for his actions from Black Parlan. It was clear that he had acted completely of his own accord, something that was clearly an old bone of contention between the two men.
"I see you've found the prisoners,"
Arsted began weakly, for Parlan's face was dark with rage.
"I nearly had naught but corpses. Did you never think that they might be worth more alive?" "No one told me."
Arsted's excuses were abruptly cut off by a sound blow from Parlan's broad hand that sent Arsted slamming into a wall.
"You were already too drunk to heed a word said, fool. You have done your best to kill Lachlan Mengue's heir. Do you ken what that would have meant? Do you ken what that would have brought down about our heads?" "The Mengues aren't strong enough to beat us,"
cried Arsted, only to suffer another blow from his enraged brother.
"Nay, mayhaps not, but they have ties to the MacVarns and the Broths. Aye, and those bastards the Fergusons."
Pinning Arsted to the wall, he snarled,
"They also have power in court, and could easily bring the king's wrath upon our heads."
He released his hold so abruptly that Arsted fell to the floor.
"Murder it would have been called, and murder it would have been. If the king didn't put us to the horn, declare us outlaws, we would still have to deal with 4 clans at our throats, plus God alone kens how many others, for 'twould be a righteous vengeance." "I dinna ken what ye are so angry about," sputtered Arsted. "The lad still lives, and he will bring a fine ransom." "Get out!" bellowed Parlan. "Get out before I stuff ye in that accursed hole and forget ye for a week."
There was no hesitation in Arsted's obedience to that command. When Parlan was in such a fury, retreat was the better part of valour. After seeing Leith Mengue's precarious state of health, Arsted was guiltily aware of his culpability. Parlan turned his attention to the delicate boy called Shane.
"Now, we shall get ye cleaned up."
"I dinna need your help. I can weel clean myself,"
Aimil snapped.
"Aye, and I will do so once I ken that Leith fares weel."
"He will nae fare weel if he is forced to smell ye all the while,"
growled Parlan. then ordered his men to fetch some fresh bath water. Aimil started to tell the big man just where he could put his bath water when Leith weakly touched her arm and rasped,
"Clean up, brat, before ye fall ill as well. You do stink a bit."
Clasping his hand briefly, she teased in a shaky voice,
"Ye were no rose yourself until a wee bit ago."
"I can't believe I stank quite so foul."
His smile faded as he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, ending their banter. Lachan moved to aid Leith in the drinking of a hot, strong broth that had been delivered. Aimil watched her bath prepared and hoped that the MacGuins would accede to her demand for privacy. There was no need of a guard within the room, and the very thought of what could happen if they discovered she was female sent chills up her spine.
"Here be some clean things for ye to don,"
said Malcolm, as he set some clothes upon the bed.
"These should fit. I even brought a new bonnet for ye, as ye seem right fond of the things."
He frowned at the dirty, bedraggled bonnet that sat firmly upon her head.
"Do you never take it off?"
She ignored the question, feeling certain that he did not really expect an answer.
"Thank ye. How fares Elf King?"
"Well, oh, the white devil lets few near him, unfriendly beast," Malcolm grumbled. "That white stallion was yours?"
Parlan could not hide his amazement, thinking it far too much horse for a beardless boy.
"Is mine, aye. I raised him from a colt."
She could not repress the note of pride in her voice.
"Well, you didn't do so well in curbing his bad tempers. I shall have to work upon that."
"You only have any time. My father will ransom us soon."
Yet again she felt fear, the fear of losing something very dear to her.
"Aye, he will. But the horse stays here. I have taken a fancy to him."
"I doubt he will take a fancy to ye. He is a very discerning animal. You cannae keep him here,"
she said sharply. Parlan's brows quickly rose.
"Child, no one tells me what I can or cannae do."
"I am telling ye not, merely stating a fact. He will need take to a new master."
"We shall see. Into the bath."
"Aye, when you leave. I wish some privacy for my ablutions,"
she said haughtily, even though her heart pounded so fiercely that it hurt. His thin lips twitching as he repressed a grin, Parlan drawled,
"Your wish is my command."
He started toward the door, the other men moving with him.
"While my lord bathes, I shall busy myself by putting my new horse through his paces."
"Going to ride him, are ye?"
She made no effort to hide her slow grin, knowing the comeuppance he would soon face.
"Aye."
Parlan's gaze narrowed as he paused in the doorway.
"I will tell ye how well we suit."
"Ye do that."
A frown touched Parlan's face as he shut and bolted the door, hearing a soft laugh.
"A strange boy."
Even stranger than he could ever imagine, thought Aimil, when she overheard the muttered remark. Once free of prying eyes, she wasted no time in pulling off her soiled clothes. She ached to rid herself of the dirt and stink of her imprisonment. Leith watched her, amazed at how womanly she had grown since the last time he had seen her naked, which, he realised, would have been when she'd been only about 14, and they had gone for a swim together. Using the eyes of a man viewing a woman, and not those of a brother seeing his sister, Leith carefully studied Aimil. She was small and lithe, but did not lack for curves. Full, high breasts offered all a man could want. A tiny waist led to gently rounded hips and slim legs that appeared longer than what was accounted for in her height. Her skin had a light honey tone and was without mar. As if that was not enough to stir any man, her every movement was graceful, unknowingly sensual. He was surprised that the MacGuins still thought her a lad.
"Lass, if your ruse is discovered, dinna fash yourself over me, just run,"
he said sternly, his order given strength by his fear for her. Pausing and drying herself, Aimil looked at her brother in surprise.
"All right, Leith, if you think it's best."
"Aye, trust me, 'tis best."
He smiled weakly, knowing she was unaware of her draw for a man, something he knew would only make her appeal stronger.
"I wonder if I can see the stable from here,"
she mused aloud, and moved toward the window while donning the shirt that had been set out for her.
"Where now? Dinna let them see ye. That hair can be like a beacon at times.
Aimil scowled at the calf-length hair she was rubbing dry.
Aye, cursed mane. Never fear, I can stay to the shadows here.
Weel? Leith asked, when she sat grinning for a moment but did not say a word. Can you see anything? Hardly able to talk because of her laughter, Aimil gasped.
Aye, Elf King performed very well.
God's tears! The black Parlan tipped out of the saddle. Oh, I wish I could have seen that, but I am so weak I can't even scratch my own arse, he muttered, disgusted with his weakness.
Well, didn't expect me to do it for ye.
Leith's chuckle turned into a cough. Aimil dropped the cloth she had been drying her hair with and fetched him a drink of mead. She was helping him to drink it, easing the rasp that forced the cough, when a young brawny man entered with a meal for the prisoners. Stunned into immobility, Aimil gaped at the young man who stared at her. She was unaware of her allure as she stood with her damp hair tousled from its drying and her slim shapely figure only barely covered by her shirt. His gaze was fixed upon the full curve of breasts, barely restrained by the unlaced shirt, and he did the first thing that came to mind. He set down the tray and lunged. A soft expulsion of breath was all the noise Aimil made as she was slammed up against a broad chest. Leith struggled to rise, but she heard him fall back onto the bed, too weak to aid her. Aimil struggled in panic for a moment as her captor ground his mouth onto hers and mauled her body. Then she calmed as she manoeuvred her knee between his legs and raised it with as much force as she could. The young man yelled a deafening howl, released her, and bent over to clutch at his abused groin. Aimil made a two-handed fist and brought it down hard on his head, watching in amazement as he crumpled unconscious at her feet. It was the first time she had used the trick and had not expected it to work. She sank down onto the bed to catch her breath.
I was wondering when you would recall what I had taught ye,
Leith said, in a voice that was little more than a hoarse whisper.
You must go.
How can I leave you when you are so ill?
They will nae harm me. You heard how they spoke. They didn't want a corpse. Try to flee.
Hesitant, Aimil quickly dressed and covered her hair with her bonnet. She crept to the door and opened it a crack. Not peering out, she heard the sounds of voices and footsteps and knew there was little chance of escape that way. She was lucky that the man's hollering had not been heard. As she closed the door and turned to tell Leith that no escape seemed possible, her gaze fell upon the extra linen left to change Leith's bed. Dashing to the window, she thoughtfully measured the distance to the ground, then made her decision.
I will make a linen rope and go out the window.
The men in the bailey,
Leith ventured, fighting to keep his mind clear.
They will only be looking to the walls. Rest, Leith. This short time of sanity and strength show that you can beat this illness, but only if you rest.
She sat on the bed and began to knot her makeshift rope.
We have done such a height before, and this should be strong enough to hold me.
Aye, you cannae be above 100 weight.
I would rather stay here with ye.
You cannae. That mon showed you what can happen.
Black Parlan seems to want no trouble, though.
He thought us both lads. Aye, that man will nae doubt be punished, but only because he tried to take what should be offered to the laird first. Trust me, your only chance lies in escape.
He closed his eyes against a wave of weakness.
Are ye nae afraid of rape?
Aimil shrugged.
'Tis hard to say. I'm afraid of being hurt. 'Twas that which made me panic when this man leapt upon me. I look at rape much as I look at death. There is little I can do about either. Both are somewhat commonplace. I will not go in search of either, nor will I go down without a fight, she said firmly, knowing that her character would make her fight either fate with any means at hand. Leith grinned weakly as, when the man at her feet began to stir, Aimil calmly knocked him on the head with a heavy candlestick, set the makeshift weapon back by the bed, and returned to knotting the linen, all without a pause in her speech. 'Tis wretched that men must take their pleasure of unwilling women, but they do. 'Tis a fact of life. I cannae fash myself to the bone over facts of life. She tied her rope to the end of the bed and tested its hold. That should do. Are you sure I will nae be safe here?
Aye, I am sure. The Black Parlan is weel kent for his healthy appetite for the lasses.
Oh, well, Wish me luck, she murmured, and sighed, reluctant to leave him, but feeling he was wiser in such matters.
What will you do when you reach the bailey?
Whistle for Elf King.
She grinned.
If I get down this wall unseen and onto Elf King's back before the men down there move, I will have a very good chance.
There was no disputing that. Leith knew that few horses existed which could match Elf King for speed. He felt a slight hope rise. She might have a chance of succeeding if all went as she so blithely planned. If Aimil dropped onto Elf King's back and cleared the gates, she had a very good chance indeed. Another advantage would be that Elf King would be carrying a far lighter burden than any steed pursuing him. Taking a deep breath to steady her sudden flurry of nerves, Aimil lowered herself out of the window. She was not afraid of the descent, for she and Leith had come down as great, if not greater, heights. They had, however, used a proper rope. They had also not been trying to escape an enemy. She saw now that it had proven good practice. Steadily and slowly she went down the wall, using her feet against the stone. There was a strong wind, and she grit her teeth as she fought its jostling. Although the wind failed to dislodge her as she neared the end of her descent, it did succeed in stealing the bonnet, which she had forgotten to secure as strongly as she had her first one. To further aggravate her, she discovered she was short of rope. A measuring glance told her she could easily fall onto Elf King's back, however, and readying herself, she whistled for her mount. Parlan glared at the horse that had unseated him again. He tried to ignore the badly stifled laughter of the men as he watched the horse rise gracefully and shake the dust from his fine coat. Slowly getting to his feet, Parlan brushed himself off and finally gave a reluctant grin.
Now I ken what the laddie found so funny.
He walked around the animal and studied him as the adversary he was.
The question is how to break him of the trick, or at least of playing it on me. Aye, 'tis a useful trick. You would never have to worry about the beast being stolen, jested Larkin.
A soft laugh escaped Parlan as he took Elf King's reins.
Mayhaps if I tempt him with a good run. It has been a long time since he has had one.
Larkin followed Parlan and the horse, as did Malcolm and several other curious men. Elf King went along calmly until Parlan tried to lead him through the gates. The horse then stood firmly, refusing to leave the keep, no matter how much he was pulled, pushed or cursed.
Curse this stubborn beast of Hades! What ails the fool animal?
Mayhaps a touch of the whip will move the beast, suggested one man.
Nay, I'll only take a whip to the beast and chance marring this fine coat.
Malcolm moved closer to his exasperated laird's side.
I ken the beast be following the laddie's orders.
How so?
The lad isn't here to give any. Nay, but when we brought the lads in, the horse tried to follow me and the wee laddie into the keep. The wee laddie told him to stay.
Shaking his head, Parlan laughed.
And staying is just what he is doing, curse his fine hide. Mayhaps you ought to give up on trying to keep the horse. Nay, Lagan, I must think of a way to win the beast to my hand. I may have to get the lad to help.
Parlan mused aloud.
He will nae. 'Twas plain to see the lad's fond of his horse, protested Malcolm. You ask the right way and the lad will do it, Parlan said grimly. He is fond of his brother too. Aye, but he will nae do aught to the lad. We ken that, Lagan, but I suspicion the wee laddie will nae be too sure of it. 'Tis no secret that many a dark tale is told about me. Dinna ye ken that I roast and eat bairns and pick my teeth with their wee bones?
He grinned fleetingly over such nonsense, long since inured to any sting it might have inflicted.
Aye, I will nae do aught to the lad, but that wee laddie can be made to believe that I will. Seems cruel to deprive a wee lad of his horse, muttered Malcolm. In this instance I will gladly live up to my sordid reputation. Malcolm, how can ye ask me to release such a prize? I can sense that the beast has speed and strength. Aye, he has wit as weel. If naught else, think of the stock he will breed. I have several mares already in mind for him to jump. Aye.
Malcolm moved to take the saddle off the horse's back.
I cannae help but feel for the laddie's loss, though. That I can understand, for I would feel the loss of such a beast sorely myself. 'Tis a guilt I am willing to live with, he drawled.
Malcolm lifted the saddle from Elf King's back and raised his gaze to the walls of the keep.
Jesu!
he breathed, his eyes widening with disbelief.
God's teeth, Malcolm!
Parlan snapped, when the saddle fell from Malcolm's hands and barely missed Parlan's foot.
What ails ye? You near to broke my foot.
The wee laddie,
Malcolm croaked.
up there, on the walls.
All eyes followed Malcolm's stunned gaze. The slight figure looked even smaller as it skillfully descended the wall of the keep. There was admiration mixed with the shock, for if asked, several of the men watching would have admitted that they would have not dared such a thing. It was not thought cowardly if a man preferred to keep his feet on or very near to good solid ground.
Is he mad?
Ground out Parlan, after a heavy bout of cursing.
I will nae argue the lad's sanity with ye, but I will say 'tis skill that he uses in his lunacy.
Larkin nodded when Parlan shot him a brief, piercing look.
Aye, skill. That is no scrambling descent. I have seen the trick of it before. He kens weel how to use both rope and body.
Aye, Parlan agreed slowly.
That he does. But to escape into a crowded bailey, 'tis madness. We wouldn't have seen him had Malcolm not chanced to look up.
Larkin chuckled.
'Tis really quite clever. If he doesn't end up splattered upon the ground,
Parlan growled.
This is a cursed annoying business. I have one boy sick and near to death, and the other trying to kill himself. Mengue will pay dearly for raising such brats.
Larkin laughed.
Well, we should wander over there to greet the lad when he reaches the ground. Oh, aye, I will greet him.
His fear for the dangling boy turned to anger as Parlan strode toward the wall.
It may be the tales you just mentioned that drive him to such an act,
Malcolm suggested quickly, as he hurried to keep pace. Struggling against his anger, Parlan finally nodded as he glanced at Malcolm.
'Tis true. I will keep that in mind whilst I am beating the brat.
He looked back toward the small figure gingerly descending the wall just as the wind stole the bonnet the lad wore.
Jesus wept.
Parlan's soft curse was repeated by all around him. In her haste, Aimil had not only failed to secure her bonnet, but her hair as well. It tumbled free in glorious thick waves, the wind catching it and tossing its beauty with abandon. The predominant colour was a blonde so fair it was silver in colour, but streaked with shades of gold and red that caught and held every beam of light. What Aimil thought a bane, an unruly mass that could not decide upon a colour, Parlan and those with him thought beauty itself. After shock had released its hold, the first thought that entered Parlan's mind was that he would like to wrap himself up in that hair which was like silken sunlight. He then wondered if she was old enough to be used in the ways he was thinking of. Her small stature might yet indicate youth. Few mature women he knew could so easily and successfully disguise themselves so. The disappointment he felt when that possibility occurred to him surprised him some. Suddenly he recalled the lad's delicate features and swore at himself.
I should have seen it,
he snapped, as he again moved toward where Aimil was now hanging some feet short of the ground.
The lass has come up short. We best hasten before she tries to drop to the ground, suggested Larkin. She could land a foul and break a bone. I am sorely tempted to break a few of her bones. 'Twas a foolish move for a laddie to make, for a wee lass.
He shook his head, stunned by the daring of the girl, even as he guiltily admitted that his reputation, which he had done little to clear, might have driven her to the rash act. The advance of the men halted as abruptly as Aimil's whistle pierced the air. Parlan sensed what was about to happen, but his shout of warning barely came in time. Men hurled themselves out of the way of an onrushing elf king, who stopped directly beneath the dangling girl. They watched in astonishment while they rose, dusting themselves off, as she neatly lowered herself onto the stallion's back. Her plan of escape was clear to all now. Aimil recovered quickly from the jolt of dropping onto Elf King's back and grasped the reins. Riding bareback did not trouble her. She did, in fact, prefer it. Exhilaration filled her, though she tried to quell it. Freedom was so close, she could taste its nectar. Chapter 3.
Close the gates! Get my cursed horse! Fools! Dinna bother with the saddle. She'll be sitting at Mengue's table before I have even mounted.
If Aimil had not been so afraid that she could yet fail, she would have laughed at the sight of the much-feared Black Parlan bellowing orders and his men scrambling to obey. She knew, however, that what looked like confusion was not. It was only haste, a haste that could rob her of her goal when she was so close to it. With a yell that rivaled any battle cry, she urged Elf King toward the gates that were already being shut against her escape. Men threw themselves clear of the horse, but there was barely enough space to get through when she reached the gates, and the men closing them were hurrying to take even that away. She urged Elf King to rear, and as she had expected, the men instinctively shied away from the flailing hooves, allowing her to break clear of the bailey into open ground. The delay had caused Elf King to break stride, and she feared it would cost her dearly, for she could hear that pursuit had already begun in earnest. Although he cursed the men at the gate, Parlan did not blame them for dodging the white stallion. They did at least have the sense to start reopening the gates, even as Parlan thundered past them on his black stallion, the purity of the animal's coat marred only by a small patch of white on his nose, and a circle of it round his left rear hoof. His horse, Raven, was as yet unmatched in speed, but Parlan sensed he would be pressed to keep pace several lengths behind his quarry. Elf King, with his far lighter burden, fairly flew over the ground. Watching the horse run only increased Parlan's desire to have the mount. As he watched the girl ride, he recognised her skill, a skill increased by the obvious rapport between rider and horse. With her hair unbound, her lithe shape nearly one with her animal of such grace and speed, there was an air of otherworldliness to the pair. Parlan decided that Elf King was a suitable name for the milk-white stallion. So thought Malcolm and Larkin, who followed with a small group of men. They crested a small rise to see Parlan and the girl galloping over an open field. The sight of the black horse with its large dark rider pursuing the white horse with its small fair rider conjured up a vast number of fanciful images. To see two such magnificent animals racing was spellbinding. It would be a close-run race, and both men agreed that they and their horses would not even be in the running.
We will ne'er catch them.
Nay, Malcolm, but ye ken that we must follow. Parlan may need aid if he catches her. 'Tis also unwise for him to be abroad alone.
Malcolm followed as Larkin urged the group to ride on, but he grumbled,
"Nae sure I want to be about if Parlan loses the race."
Parlan was determined to win, but he knew it would be the most difficult race he had ever been involved in. Despite appearances, the girl did not hold all the advantages. The ground was unfamiliar to her, and had already stolen some of her lead. He grimly followed and awaited his chance. Aimil clearly recognised her weaknesses. She had watched her lead eaten away as she faltered to avoid an obstruction, one her pursuer had already adjusted for. One look at him had been all she had needed, as it made her think that Satan himself was at her heels, and if rumours about Black Parlan could be believed, he was, or at least one of his henchmen. It was not speed, skill, knowledge nor terrain that ended the race, but something so insignificant that Aimil wondered if fate was playing games with her. She felt the subtle change in Elf King's gait and knew she was lost. Elf King would run until his heart stopped if she asked it of him, but she never would. Neither could she cripple him, perhaps to the point where he had to be destroyed. None of the fears that had prompted her attempt to escape were strong enough to make her do that. Weeping silently with frustration, she halted him and dismounted to look at his leg. The change in Elf King's gait had quickly been seen by Parlan. He cursed, feeling certain that a female would continue to ride an injured animal until the injury was past fixing. Because of that cynical view, he was unprepared for her halt and overshot his quarry. By the time he got his steed under control and turned round, she was sitting on the ground, staring at something in her hand. He dismounted and quietly moved to where she sat by Elf King, who appeared to be suffering only a tender hoof.
"A pebble,"
she remarked dejectedly.
"I would have made it save for this."
"Aye, I think you might have."
He signalled the newly arrived men to keep her from Elf King.
"'Tis all your fault,"
she snapped, as she surged to her feet and flung the pebble at him. Flinching as it struck his cheek, he growled,
"What in the devil's name are you on about? I had naught to do with this."
In too high a temper to care who she was yelling at, Aimil gladly replied.
"Men," she said in a voice heavy with disgust. "Aye, and ye most of all. I could have stayed with Leaf if it weren't for men, animals that ye are. Aye, ye and your damnable appetites. That is why I had to climb down the keep wall and near crippled Elf King."
"My appetites?" Parlan asked, laughing, his gaze flicking from her face to her finger prodding his chest to punctuate her remarks. The way she stood berating him amused him as well as stirred his admiration. He could snap her slim, lovely neck with one good blow, yet she faced him squarely. Her delicate face, with its wide, slightly tilted aquamarine eyes, drew his appreciation even when it was flushed with anger. Again, he wondered how old she was, for there was the promise of passion already visible in her full mouth. Her age suddenly became a question of immediate importance to him. His gaze fell to the paw point she wore, but it hid any curves she might have.
"Take your doublet off,"
he ordered, not giving any thought to how that might sound, but only concerned with discovering her true age. Aimil gaped, then grew even more furious.
"Go to hell!"
Parlan's amusement fled, for he was not accustomed to such resistance or having his wishes denied.
"You will do as I say, wench."
Being called a wench only increased her fury.
"When cows grow wings, I will,"
she swore when he began to see to her compliance himself.
"Get your paws off me, you great hairy brute!"
Trying to hold her steady as he unlaced her doublet, and wondering crossly how she could be so slippery, he snapped,
"I mean to see how old ye are, brat. Ye needn't take my clothes off for that."
"How old are you then?"
His eyes narrowed with suspicion as he watched her face. She suddenly realised her age could determine how she was treated and why it was of interest to him.
12.
He grinned, catching her flailing hands by the wrists and securing them behind her with one large hand.
"Then you only care about the loss of this,"
he finished unlacing her doublet,
"for there will be naught to see."
He held her close to stop her squirming as he worked. Alex, the young man Aimil had knocked out, suddenly came upon the scene. He had come to inside Leith's room when the lass had whistled for Elf King. Although somewhat groggy and loath to ride a horse, Alex had followed the riders. Guilt over his part in her escape drove him.
"Watch out for the wench's knee,"
he called out as he dismounted somewhat gingerly. Aimil squirmed not only to try to escape, but to position herself for attack. Much to her annoyance, her previous victim's warning came just in time to save Parlan from the full force of her knee, but he still loosed his grip on her, bending over in an instinctive gesture. But when she swung her two-handed fist toward his head, he caught her by the wrists before the blow could connect. She suddenly found herself on her back, staring up into a dark face, made all the darker by fury. Fleetingly, she noticed that he had positioned himself so that her knee was no longer a viable weapon. He had, in fact, rendered her almost immobile. When he pulled out his knife, she tensed. There were two things he could do with it. She actually found herself hoping that he meant to cut off the short padded tunic she had refused to remove, and sighed almost with relief when he did. An affront to her modesty was far easier to bear than a cut throat or pierced heart. The chastity she was struggling to protect seemed minor compared to keeping her life. She did think, however, that he could cease staring so hard. Parlan was struggling hard not to stare, but most of his will had gone to quelling the strong desire to take her there and then. Since she had put the doublet on over her shirt, she had not bothered to lace the shirt, thus giving him an almost unobstructed view. His hands itched to flick the shirt open, to reveal what he judged might be the most exquisite breasts he had ever seen. One of the things that stopped him was that he had no wish for the men encircling them to share that sight. He intended to be the only one to enjoy the pleasure of viewing her beauty.
"You're a weel-formed 12, lass."
He finally tore his gaze from her breasts and looked at her face.
"Oh, very weel. I was 17 last Michaelmas. Satisfied?"
she snapped. He leaned down until their faces were very close.
"'Twill take more than a peek to satisfy my damnable appetites."
She flushed, then scowled at his amusement at his barb. What truly bothered her was her awareness of him as a man. His dark good looks and strong well-formed body were arousing an uncomfortable interest. There was fear stirred by his suggestion, but she suspected it was no more than any virgin would feel when faced with her first bedding. Her body's indiscriminate desires annoyed her. After all, she had been wooed and left unmoved by many a handsome lowland gentleman, and yet her body had the gall to warm to a barbarous Highlander. If one overlooked that he was a MacGuin, she mused, as well as the unsavoury tales told about him, and studied him simply as a man, there was no denying that he was very fine indeed. His face, with its high, wide cheekbones, and the modest aquiline cut of his nose, gave him a fierce, hawkish look, which was far from unattractive. Black brows, gently winged, rose above surprisingly heavily lashed eyes, giving him a saturnine air, an air increased by the darkness of his skin and the midnight black of his long hair. He had to be one of the tallest men she had ever seen, possibly even topping 6 foot, and was muscular without the lumps or ridges some men developed. The partially opened shirt and the lack of hose with his kilt let her see that he had a fine layer of hair on his broad chest and a light coat on his long, muscular legs. He was big and, she grudgingly admitted, beautiful, but she would not let that sway her. Black Parlan was a MacGuin, the laird of that thieving clan, and a Highlander. She knew rumour and tale should not condemn a man, that in the newly marked century of 1500 men did not, could not, do such things as roast babies and dine upon them, but it could not all be discounted. Beyond all gossip and rumour there was usually some hint of truth. There was little doubt in her mind that he certainly did take his pleasure of women freely and with great gusto. It was not all that, however, which would make her fight if he sought to possess her. Instinct told her that she could lose more than her chastity, and that terrified her. But she had no intention of revealing her terror.
"Now that you ken what you wish to, will you get off me, you great ox?" she snapped. "I cannae feel my legs any more."
"I would be quite glad to feel them for ye."
He met her glare with a grin, and his men laughed.
"How very amusing."
His cockiness replaced her fear with annoyance.
"Will you remove your great hulking self before I am crippled for life?" "What is it?"
Her last question was asked softly and somewhat anxiously, for his face had suddenly darkened with anger. Her gaze followed his to her breasts again, but she could see nothing worth such fury, only a few bruises from the young man's attack. That the bruises enraged him was made suddenly very clear, and it took Aimil a moment to get over her surprise. Parlan surged to his feet and softly, too softly, asked her young attacker,
"How did you ken the way the lass would protect herself?"
Clearly, if a little shakily, the young man replied,
"She used it on me when I attacked her."
His words had barely cleared his lips when a blow from Parlan sent him reeling. Scrambling to her feet and clutching her shirt closed, Aimil gasped as the laird of the MacGuins sentenced her would-be ravisher to an alarming number of lashes. Although the young man paled, he made no protest, nor did any of the others look surprised. It was evident that the notorious Black Parlan did not tolerate the abuse of women, and did, in fact, consider it a crime worthy of harsh punishment. Aimil decided she would wonder later how that contradicted the image painted of the man. Right now, she felt she had to intervene, for it was too harsh a punishment. She had to let it be known how little the man had accomplished.
"Nay, nay,"
she cried, clutching Parlan's tensed arm.
"It wasnae so bad."
"Enjoyed it, did ye?"
purred Parlan, angered by her defence of the young man.
"Dinna be an idiot,"
she snapped, causing several of Parlan's men to gasp.
"I didn't mean that. I meant 'twas not but a kiss and a wee grapple."
"A kiss and a wee grapple wouldn't leave such marks."
"Aye, they would, and even so 'twasn't all his fault. I was wearing naught but this shirt and that undone. Aye, and my hair was loose. He was expecting twa lads, not what he found. 'Twas but a brief tussle before I knocked him out, and 'tis true I bruise easily."
She saw the doubt in his eyes and asked,
"Did you mean to mark me just now?"
"Nay,"
he replied, stiffening with outrage.
"I dinna hold with the rough handling of women. And ye being so wee, I thought ye may be but a child."
She bit back an angry retort for his reference to her lack of size and held out her wrists. The marks his hands had left were already livid and clearly delineated. She smiled slightly at his shock.
As I said, I bruise most easily. 'Tis a fault of the skin. They will fade as quickly and they dinna hurt. Truth tell, I think the bruises I gifted him with are far worse, she murmured, a faint colour tinting her cheeks. Looking at the awkward stance of the young man, Parlan bit back a grin.
I will let it pass this time, Alex. But if I hear even a whisper of the like occurring again, you will suffer twofold. I ken you will be weel reminded for a day or twa of your error. Aye, and for far longer will you be hearing the jests of the men concerning your defeat at the hands of such a wee lass. 'Twill do as punishment.
He grasped Aimil by the arm.
We will return to the keep now. Malcolm, you will lead her stallion.
He sighed when Malcolm reached for Elf King, only to be greeted by a horsey snarl.
My lady, wouldst ye be so kind as to direct your beast to follow Malcolm?
He asked, with exaggerated politeness. She obeyed with an equally false politeness, then stood embarrassed and angry as he laced her shirt much as if she were a child. On the ride back to the MacGuin keep, she sat before him on Raven and said nothing, disappointed by her failure to escape. But she was also fighting the way her body was reacting to the closeness of his, to his strength and his maleness. When they reached the keep, she dutifully told Elf King to stay and set off to see Leith, but was steered into the hall, sat down and given some ale.
"You're plainly not Shane Mengue, so who are ye?"
Parlan asked, when they were all seated at a table with food and drink set before them.
"I'm Siobhan O'Connell Mengue, Lachlan Mengue's youngest daughter."
"Then you will still fetch a fine ransom. I had feared you were not but the lad's woman, thus not worth a groat."
He did not have the slightest inclination of letting anyone know there was more to it than economics. Parlan suspected that the restlessness and dissatisfaction he had suffered of late would soon end. It had bothered him to think that this tiny woman was no more than Leith Mingue's whore. Her youth, lack of wedding ring, and the position indicated that she was very probably a virgin, which also pleased him. For once, he not only wanted to be the first, he avidly desired it. The problem, he mused, would be in getting her into his bed. She was small and delicate, but recent incidents had clearly revealed her strength and courage. Seduction might take a long time, for he sensed that she had the wit to see through such a ploy, and he could not trust his patience. Not only the rules he enforced on his men stopped him from taking her, but an absolute loathing of forcing an unwilling woman. To get her into his bed, he needed something to bargain with, a choice to give her that would, hopefully, cause her to come to him with at least a token willingness. Studying her, he tried to find one particular attribute of hers that could account for his strong desire. Her figure was not without draw, especially her exquisite breasts, yet he had always preferred a fuller shape. Her face was lovely, but he had known many as lovely, even lovelier, although her eyes, with their extremely long and dark lashes, he deemed peerless. Delicately arched brows, a small straight nose, and the way her small oval face tapered into a stubborn chin had their appeal, but should not cause a man to ache with need as he was. Suddenly he smiled to himself. He was searching for what could not be seen with the eyes. Although no romantic, he knew it was neither face nor form that caused a man to forsake all other women for one woman, or stirred a desire that demanded satisfaction. In the short time he had known her, Aimil Mengue had revealed several characteristics he had begun to think women no longer possessed. Skill in riding and consideration for her mount came to mind, for he was first and foremost a knight, a man of battle who knew how valuable a good horse could be. She had courage amply displayed by her attempt to escape and her refusal to quail before him. He had felt her strength when he had wrestled with her. Her intervention in Alex's case had shown she had a sense of justice. He was eager to discover other facets to her character.
"Will you send my father the ransom demands now, Sir MacGuin?" she asked, breaking into his musings. "He must be sore worried by now."
"Aye, it must seem as if you've been swallowed up by the earth itself. My brother should have at least sent your father word that ye were held here. I must assess your value, however," he added. Then he watched her intently as he said, "There will be enough time before the ransoming is done for ye to turn your horse to my hand."
"Nay, there will never be enough time for that."
"Lass, I intend to have that horse."
Well, ye just try, but ye will gain no aid from me. Elf King is mine. He was born second in a twin birth and was weak and looked runty. He would have been left to die as such beasts are, but I took him. I hand-fed him the mare's milk his stronger sibling denied him, and I raised him. He is mine, and there is naught that will change that, not even the great black Parlan himself, she sneered.
You have a knack for trying a man's patience.
So it has been said. She watched him as she ate some of her food.
Parlan leaned back in his chair. So you will nae help me to win the stallion's favour?
Nay, I will nae help you to steal my horse.
She thought the way he quirked his brow over one eye an impressive gesture, then blushed and stared at her ale when barely stifled laughter and Parlan's grin told her she had spoken her thoughts aloud.
Thank you, mistress.
Ye are very welcome,
she grumbled, with a distinct lack of grace, while wondering if she would ever learn to control her tongue.
You do ken that I can keep the beast whether you do as I ask or not.
Aye, but 'twill gain ye naught. He will come to me as soon as he is able.
There are ways to secure even that brute.
But well secured he will do ye little good as a mount.
Mayhaps, but he could still be put to stud. I would wager he has well proven himself in that area.
She thought about lying, but knew the man would simply test the truth for himself.
Aye, he hasn't had a miss yet.
She could not restrain the impish twinkle that entered her eyes.
Another year or twar of letting Elf King do what comes naturally, and I will be a rich woman.
Ye claim a fee?
Parlan asked in mild surprise.
Do ye not if a man uses raven for stud?
Aye, but...
He frowned.
Payment went to Lachlan, did it not?
Nay, Elf King is mine. I take money or one of his offspring. The horse Leith was on is one of Elf King's spawn.
Whose mare?
One of Alistair McVern's.
Parlan gave a soft whistle, for the man was well known to have prime horseflesh. Then he chuckled to himself. It must have been a sore trial for the stiff-necked Alistair to deal with a slip of a girl. That he did at all only verified Elf King's worth.
Then he could wheel rich in my purse,
Parlan observed, and met her glare with a smile.
Aye, that he could, but 'twould be a waste to use such a fine horse for naught but that.
True, but who is to say he will never turn to me? Given long enough away from ye, and good care at my hands, and the bond that ties him to ye could slowly weaken, even break.
He took careful note of the fear that briefly flashed in her eyes.
'Tis worth a chance.
He let her think on his words for a moment before drawling,
I may be willing to bargain.
Her impulsive start of hope was quelled briefly by the strange glint in his eyes.
What sort of bargain?
Leaning forward, he murmured,
Ye or your horse.
Aimil frowned in confusion, wondering why the other men at the table were suddenly so quiet.
I didn't understand.
A slow smile touched his face as he traced the gentle curve of her face with one long finger.
Nay, ye truly dinna. 'Tis astounding. I want your horse. I also want ye.
He smiled a little more when she blushed.
I will nae steal your horse if you come to my bed.
The outraged refusal she knew she should make immediately did not come forth.
I must speak to Leith.
He sat back with a nod and signalled Malcolm to take her to her brother.
I will have my answer this night, Aimil.
She paused in the doorway to look back at him with all the icy hauteur of a duchess, despite her tangled hair and odd attire.
Sir, I didn't recall giving you leave to address me so familiarly.
She turned sharply on her heel and left before he could reply. When Parlan had stopped chuckling, Lagan ventured,
So you ask her to choose one stallion or another?
Parlan frowned, wondering why being turned a stallion should bother him.
Aye, in a manner of speaking. Why dinna you just seduce her? For such a stud as ye, 'twould be easy, or so says your reputation with the ladies.
I dinna think she would be an easy one to seduce, and I haven't the patience to wait long for her.
Lagan's brows rose sharply in a gesture of surprise.
If ye are that hungry for a wench. I am not that hungry for a wench,
Leastways I shouldn't be after Catherine wrung me dry but 2 days past. He grinned when Lagan laughed. Nay, I am hungry for Aimil Mengue, and I mean to have her. Even if she doesn't come to your bed this night. Aye, I will simply find another way. I think you also mean to try for the stallion as well. Aye, I said I wouldn't steal it. I didn't say I wouldn't try to win the beast over. Parlan, you are surely destined for hell. Aye, no doubt, but I mean to have a taste of heaven first. Chapter 4.
He said what?
Aimil looked at her brother, thinking how much a warm, dry bed and food had restored him. He was as weak as a baby, and the fever still lurked in his blood, but she no longer feared he would die. She did think, however, that he was close to bursting a blood vessel in reaction to the bargain Parlan had offered her. Leith seemed ready to start spouting all sorts of male nonsense about honour and duty to name. It was going to be very difficult to tell him her decision.
If I come to his bed, he will nie steal Elf King from me. 'Tis his ransom for the horse.
Leith noticed the way she could not meet his eyes, busying herself with disrobing to her shift and performing her ablutions.
You mean to meet his price?
She began to brush her hair.
Answer me, Aimil.
Aye, I mean to meet his price.
You would sell yourself to him for the sake of a horse?
I would sell myself for Elf King. He isn't just a horse to me. Please, try to understand.
She wondered if he would guess that it was not for Elf King alone that she had decided to accept Parlan's deal. He sighed, regretting his harsh words.
I do understand. I ken weel what Elf King means to ye. But what of honour?
Honour?
She set down the brush and turned to look at her brother.
Honour says I should cling to my chastity, save it for my husband, who will be Rory Ferguson, a man I didn't even like. Elf King is but a horse, yet he is worth 10 of Rory. Where is the honour in losing the best while clinging to something for the worst?
If 'twas for my sake, 'twould be understood, but not to save a horse.
Those who ken me will ken that there is a difference between ye and my heart. To save ye, I would give up Elf King. To save something Rory Ferguson will tear from me in but a blinking, and with nary a thought to me, I will nae do. I cannae. I dinna want to.
He closed his eyes, for he knew there was no argument to sway her. Having made it clear he did not want murder on his hands, Parlan MacGuin had searched and found the only other weakness Aimil really had. When Leith opened his eyes, Aimil had donned her shirt and stood by his bed, looking at him anxiously, tears streaking her pale face.
Will ye turn from me, Leith?
Lifting the bed covers slightly, he patted the space beside him. She hastily filled it, huddling next to him and resting her cheek upon his chest. When his arm, heavy with weakness, curled around her shoulders, she closed her eyes with relief. Although she had no intention of turning from her decision, she had feared what it would cost her in her relationship with her brother.
Brat, I think you could whore yourself bow-legged and I would still love ye.
He smiled weakly when she gave a watery giggle.
God, if only I wasn't so weak, he cursed. I have been a poor protector for ye.
Nay, odds have been against us from the start. You cannae fight a whole clan. Even if you were in full health, you wouldn't be able to help me, Leith. If you tried to put a stop to things, they would simply lock ye out of the way.
Aye, I fear what ye say is true. Are ye afraid, sweeting? He is a man about whom many a dark tale is told.
'Tis odd, but nay.
She told him of the incident concerning Alex.
You see, the fearsome Black Parlan doesn't hold with the abuse of women. I cannae say the same for Rory Ferguson.
She noticed that Leith could not either, but was not really surprised.
What is the worst that can happen to me?
Why, you will be dishonoured and...
Leith paused, blinked, and continued slowly.
Possibly unweddable.
That isn't a very great loss to my mind.
She decided to be honest.
I hope for that. Pray for it. I act partly with that firmly in mind. You never can tell. I may even enjoy myself. 'Tis said he is a great lover.
'Tis hard to ken if they mean his skill or the size of his staff, Leith muttered. I heard some ladies, if you can term them such, their morals being loose, speaking about the Black Parlan last time I was in court. He frowned as he recalled that conversation.
What did they say about him?
She pressed, when he had been quiet long enough to try her curiosity. That he is very well built. The wenches put it a wee bit less delicately. Called him quite the stallion.
Oh.
Aimil frowned.
Do you mean that he could hurt me? I mean, hurt me simply by doing what is natural?
Nay, lass. If what you said is true, that he doesn't hold with the abuse of women, then he will be careful with you, for he will ken that ye are untouched. A woman's body can shape itself to fit most any man. 'Tis not the size of the horse that matters, but the ride it gives.
I think, nay, I truly feel that it will nae be so bad. In truth,
she took a deep breath to brace herself for her confession.
My body has already taken notice of his good looks and fine form. To be plain, I desire him greatly. Would it be so very bad if I took the pleasure with him that I ken weel Rory Ferguson will nae give me? Is it wrong to do something to please myself before I must sacrifice so much to please others?
Nay, he replied. You deserve some pleasure, and I fear you have the right of it when you say Rory will give you none. I only wish it could be done without shaming ye. The rules are set firm, and the Black Parlan kens weel that he forces you to shame yourself by making this bargain. For that, I will kill the man when I get the chance.
Aimil shivered. She hated the coldness in her brother's voice. Nevertheless, she offered no argument. Parlan MacGuin would have dishonoured her whether she had been given a choice or not. She did not see it as a dishonour, but others would. Because of that, Leith would feel he was honour-bound to make the man pay dearly. That she chose to go to Parlan made no difference. Malcolm entered at that instant, after a soft rap upon the door.
The laird wants his answer now, lass.
She sat up slowly. Does he now? Well, mayhaps he can wait a bit more. Could give the big ox some much-needed humility.
It isn't wise to make the laird wait, Malcolm said, as he barely restrained a grin. Nor to try his patience.
He sore tries mine,
she grumbled, rising to don her hose.
I dinna ken what he needs me for. Surely a lusty wench with more flesh upon her bones would serve him better. I think the fool's great size doesn't extend to his brain.
The last thing she wished to reveal was how Parlan's desire for her thrilled her, even as it puzzled her. Looking at Leith, Malcolm received only a crooked grin. The girl plainly did not see how appealing she was to a man. Malcolm wondered if her total lack of vanity was part of her draw for Parlan. The laird had certainly known his fair share of vain women. Answering Leith's signal, Malcolm edged closer to the bed while Aimil continued to ready herself. Can you nae talk the man out of this? She is a maid of good birth, and doesn't he deserve the shame he will bring her? While Leith sympathised with Aimil's reasons, he could not resist trying to stop her, even if obtusely. I tried, but 'tisn't any use. The laird has the heat on him. Aye, I've ne'er seen it so strong. He will have her before she leaves here. This bargain is only to make the having come sooner, for he feels she wouldn't be very easy to seduce, though 'tis a skill he has refined weel. Nay, she would laugh at sweet words and warm looks. She sees them as foolishness and falseness. So the oft times are. He will nae hurt her. Even though he sometimes doesn't like the woman, he treats her gently. He doesn't hold with treating the lasses rough. Ye ken as weel as I do that many another man would have tossed her down and had at her before now, hostage for ransom or not. 'Tis seen as a right won by capture. Aye, 'tis true, but I will still kill Parlan for the shame he deals her. You can try.
He kens ye well when ye get all your strength back. It matters not. As I said, he has the heat upon him.
Deciding she had dawdled enough, Aimil moved to take her leave of her brother. Malcolm went to wait by the door, allowing the siblings a moment of privacy. She bent to kiss Leith on the cheek, glad to feel that, although still a touch warm, he had already lost most of the searing heat of fever.
"Dinna fash yourself," she murmured. "If it is too big, I will lop a bit off."
She smiled with relief when he chuckled softly.
I will nae worry. My mind is set upon making him pay for this. 'Tis all I can do for now. I am not one to fret over that which cannae be changed.
He patted her hand.
Have no hesitation about coming to me to talk if you feel the need to. Ye ken that there is little ye cannae talk of with me.
Leith watched her go with Malcolm and sighed. He had meant what he had said. To lie there seething would be an exercise in futility, and he was not a man to indulge in that. He would save his anger for when he was well and free. Then he would put his anger into action. Although he was sure he would be awake all night, wondering how Aimil fared in the hands of their captor, if she would find the pleasure she sought or only abuse and shame, his body ruled, forcing him into the healing folds of a deep sleep. It was not easy for Aimil to quell her nervousness when Malcolm left her alone with Parlan. She may have chosen to come to him, but now what she faced was new, unknown, therefore frightening. As she sought to restore her calm, she studied his quarters. Heavy drapes kept out the chill, and a large fire aided, while also controlling the damp that too often plagued a keep. The furnishings were simple but strongly hewn. Rich carpets kept the cold from one's feet. The focal point of the room was the massive oak bed, high and enclosed with rich velvet hangings, drawn back at the moment. It was somewhat barbaric in appearance. Quickly she turned her gaze to the man who leaned against a bedpost with an indolence she knew was false. He wore a heavy robe and, she suspected, little else. The lingering wetness of his long hair told her he had recently bathed. She did not know whether to be flattered by his efforts on her behalf, or piqued that he was so confident that she would come to him.
I had begun to wonder if ye had decided to gift me with your horse.
"When pigs crow the coming day,"
he grinned.
Have ye made a close study of all that is impossible?
Shrugging, she eyed him intently.
"I dinna suppose ye may have changed your mind?"
Nay, I was determined to have ye as soon as I kenned ye werena a child too young for the having.
Inwardly she sighed with relief.
"Leith will kill ye for this."
I would think less of him if he didn't try. 'Tis the reason I will not try to kill him when he makes the attempt.
Even though she suspected his confidence in his ability was well-founded, his arrogance annoyed her.
"He could weel kill ye."
That is a chance. A slim one, though.
"I think you have far too high an opinion of yourself."
Her last word ended on a squeak as he scooped her up in his arms and gently deposited her on the bed. It astounded her that such a large man could move with such silent speed. When he partially covered her body with his own, she shivered slightly. His large, strong body made her feel very small and very fragile, yet she was not really afraid. Instead, she felt the desire she craved to taste eke into her veins.
Dinna be afeard of me, sweeting. I mean only to pleasure ye,
he whispered, brushing soft kisses over her cheeks.
"Pleasure yourself, you mean,"
she grumbled, but felt an odd tingling where his lips touched her skin.
Aye, but ye as weel, Aimil. Just relax and give yourself over to me.
"I will give you naught."
She hoped he believed her protests, for she had no wish to let him know she was there for reasons other than his bargain.
Oh, ye will, Aimil Mengue.
He trailed kisses down her nose to her mouth.
Aye, ye will.
When his lips brushed and nibbled at hers, she almost sighed. It was very nice, conjuring up a pleasant warmth within her. Soon her mouth itched for something more, and she felt her hands creeping to his broad shoulders. When his tongue probed for entry, her eyes flew open in surprise, for she was unsure of what he was doing.
Part your lips for me, sweeting. I crave the honey of your mouth.
There is none there. My teeth are rotted and oozing.
Parlan laughed softly.
Such a liar ye are, Aimil Mengue. Part your lips.
Another shiver tore through her when his tongue eased between her lips to caress the inside of her mouth. Each kiss grew hungrier. He paused briefly between each, letting her catch her breath while teasing her slim throat with gentle kisses. She burrowed her hands into his thick hair, even as her body arched, seeking his. The slow warmth that had begun in her started to grow. Tender noises of pleasure escaped her as she succumbed to the heady persuasion of his kisses. The sudden removal of her shift broke through the fog he had created in her mind.
Nay,
she protested in a soft, husky voice, trying to cover her breasts with her oddly limp arms, embarrassment dimming her growing passion.
Aye,
he growled, as he gently tugged her arms away to gaze at her breasts with ill-concealed hunger.
So lovely.
Her body bucked slightly when his tongue flicked over each taut nipple. Pure white heat shot straight to her loins. As his hands cupped and fondled the soft flesh, his kisses touching their every curve, she returned her hands to his hair. She pressed his head closer when his mouth closed over one hard, aching tip to draw upon it slowly. A litany of pleasure's sounds escaped her throat, but she was too caught up in delight to restrain them. She ran her hands over the warm skin of his back. The way he groaned and trembled slightly only heightened her pleasure. She was glad when he tore off his robe, for now she could touch even more of him. As he heatedly spread kisses over her satiny midriff, Parlan revelled in her response. She was fire beneath his hands, far more than he had dared hope for. When he began to remove her hose, his hands touched the warm, silken skin of her thighs, and before he bent to kiss her there, he found that he had barely skimmed the surface of her passion. Aimil nearly flew off the bed when he touched her bare legs. Parlan took quick advantage of her sensitivity there, his hands and lips moving over her greedily, leaving no spot upon her long, slim legs untouched. The pleasure grew so intense, Aimil thought he would kill her with it. His large, calloused hands both caressed her legs and held them steady so that he could kiss her, lick her, and nibble her. When he finally made his slow way up her body, his hands slipping between her thighs, Aimil was too frenzied to do more than twitch when he touched her so intimately. Feeling that faint sign of rejection, Parlan lifted his head from her breasts, only to hear her make a sound much like a purr, and to see her open for his touch.
God, so lovely. You're melting for me.
He moved his mouth greedily over her breasts as he stroked her and probed her secrets.
Aye, lass, he groaned against her throat. Let your sweetness flow. I mean to taste it soon. Nae this night, but soon.
Please, please,
she moaned, having no idea for what she begged, but only certain that he could give her what her body now craved.
I must hurt ye the first time, but 'twill pass, he rasped as he readied himself to possess her.
She did not really hear him, but moved her hips against his in a way that made him shudder. He took her with one hard thrust in the hope that quicker was better. Feeling the shield of her innocence rend before his charge, he savoured the proof that he was the first, even as he flinched in sympathy with the pain he had caused her. Aimil shuddered beneath the onslaught, but the sharp pain was gone as quickly as it had come. All she could think of was that there was more. She moved her hands to his taut buttocks as her legs clasped him tightly, urging him to move with both actions.
"Oh!"
she sighed, her whole body shuddering with delight as he moved with slow, measured strokes.
"So fine! 'Tis so nice!"
"Nice! Sweet Mary, 'tis heaven! Move with me, sweeting! Aye!"
he gasped when she parried his next thrust.
"That is the way of it."
He encircled her hips with his arm to press her closer as he brushed fevered kisses over her face.
"Aye, take it all. Take me in deep, lassie. God, 'tis sweet."
After kissing her hungrily, he watched her as his motions grew fiercer. He was barely able to appreciate the way her body convulsed with her release when his own seized him. A hoarse cry of exultation escaped him as he drove deeply within her to spill his seed, a gift of passion that her body accepted with trembling greed. She continued to shake and to squirm slightly with lingering pleasure after he collapsed upon her. Parlan found her subtle movements arousing, despite how sated he felt. Aimil felt as if she drifted down from the clouds slowly and was amazed that she was still alive. That something extraordinary had happened was evident by her furious heartbeat and her gasping breaths. Her whole body tingled, yet she felt heavy and languorous. It had been all she had hoped for, and more. She realised once was not enough. Since her maidenhead was now lost, she decided it would matter little if he did it again. She found herself hoping that he would. Easing himself away from her slightly, Parlan grinned at her.
"There now, didn't I say I would give you pleasure?"
It struck her that he looked very much like a small boy who had found the bean in the 12th night cake. She felt sure that his experience with women allowed him to know exactly what he had stirred in her. Aimil sincerely doubted she was the only one to gain such pleasure in his arms. There was no way she was going to pronounce him Bean King and add to his already lofty opinion of himself, not when he was supposed to think her there solely because of their bargain. She gazed at her fingernails with an air of boredom.
"I have never suffered such a lack of entertainment in all my short life," she drawled.
Parlan roared with laughter, not in the least insulted, for he knew of the pleasure he had given her. He held her close as he laughed, and she soon joined in, for it was a contagious sound. Aimil also knew that she had not fooled him. As their laughter died away, she was seized by a feeling of deep exhaustion. A great deal had happened to her in the past 24 hours, indeed in the last week. Her body had clearly decided that if she did not have enough sense to rest, it would take the decision out of her hands. Parlan sensed the sudden laxness in her and raised himself up on his elbows to look at her with a crooked grin, knowing she needed to rest, but wanting her again.
"Are you betrothed, Aimil?"
he asked, feeling a strong need to know if some man had a claim to her. She tried to open her eyes to look at him, but gave up.
"Since the cradle, I am to be wed at summer's end."
"To whom?"
"To Rory Ferguson. I am going to sleep now."
The quickness with which she fell asleep momentarily surprised Parlan out of his reaction to the name of her betrothed. He nudged her, but got no reaction. She lay sprawled on her back, much as if she had been felled by a blow. Shaking his head and grinning, he lay back down to think about her betrothal for a moment, the feelings his surprise had briefly quelled rushing to the fore. If there was one man in the world he could truly say he hated, it was Rory Ferguson. The man had no redeeming qualities at all. He had no proof, but he was sure that Rory was responsible for the brutal way Parlan's cousin Morna had died. Rory Ferguson was vicious, sly, a liar and a cheat. Each time the MacGuins had raided the Fergusons, Parlan had hoped to find Rory within his sword's reach, but the man had always eluded him. Fondling the lush hair tangled around Aimil's face, Parlan knew he could not let her fall into that man's hands. Getting up, he donned his robe and strode off to Leith Mengue's chambers. Leith glared at the man who had awakened him and had just come from taking Aimil's virtue.
"What do ye want?" "Is Aimil betrothed to Rory Ferguson?" "Aye, since the cradle,"
Leith answered, curious over the agitation he sensed in the larger man.
"Though I had forgotten the matter until the day we were captured. The wedding plans were being set, and that caused me to recall the arrangement. Doesn't Lachlan ken the sort of man Rory Ferguson is? I cannae think he hasn't heard the rumours. 'Tis an old arrangement that cannae be broken because of rumour. Of course," he added coldly, "Rory might well break the betrothal now that ye have stolen Aimil's honour. Few men want to wed another's leavings." "Stolen her honour I may have, laddie, but I haven't hurt her in the doing of it." Rory Ferguson will kill her.
The charge was made with such conviction that all of Leith's thoughts of Parlan's crimes fled.
Do you have proof to back your charge? Nay, curse it. 5 years back he and my cousin Morna were lovers. She thought he would wed her, told me of her hopes, for she had been a virgin when he had taken her. Then her hopes changed. She became afeard of the man, though she wouldn't tell me why. When she told me she was ending the affair, I was pleased, for I had never liked it. But she wasn't a very comely lass, and I felt she ought to have her moment.
What happened? Leith prodded, when Parlan fell into a brooding silence.
The next morn, she was found dead. If it wasn't for the ring and dress she wore, we wouldn't have kenned who she was beaten so badly. She had been used so harshly, the women who treated her said she was torn up inside. I have no proof, but each thing I have learned of the man since then tells me 'twas him, and I have studied him very closely. The man has left a long, bloody trail of women who are too afraid to speak against him, or who are dead, leaving no proof 'tis Rory doing the killing. The beast covers his tracks weel. I must have proof, and then I can cut him down wherever and whenever I find him.
Leith did not question Parlan's conviction of Rory's guilt.
All I can do is speak to my father. He is the law. It isn't enough. What you have done this night just might be.
Leith did not really want to think that Parlan might have done Aimil a favour.
Nay, 'twill depend upon how badly Rory wants her, or what is to be gained through the marriage. I can't give you an answer to either of those.
Parlan swore and ran his hand through his hair, unable to conceal his agitation.
I can't allow this marriage. You can't allow it?
Leith glared at the man.
You're a MacGuin, nae a Mengue. 'Tisn't your place to allow or to disallow. Aye, but 'tis I who hold her now. She is to be ransomed. 'Twas said you would send word to my father on the morrow.
Ransoming can be a difficult business, Parlan drawled, quickly putting together a plan.
A lot of haggling may need doing. Could take a very long time. Rory may wait.
Leith found himself uncomfortably allied with Parlan to stop Aimil's marriage to Rory.
Aye, and he might well expose himself as the depraved bastard he is. Surely your father would stop the marriage then. I can't say, Leith reluctantly admitted. Since she first showed signs of womanhood, he has been blind to her existence. I was meaning to speak to him on the marriage, but your brother captured Aimil and me. Rory's Uncle James and my father were like brothers. They both wanted the families joined in marriage. James died 2 years back, naming Rory as his heir. That could make my father all the firmer in his decision. God, a promise to a dear friend now dead. They are the hardest to change. Does Aimil favour Rory? Parlan asked. Nay, she says she doesn't even like him. 'Twas why I meant to speak to my father. The way things stand between Aimil and my father, however, it could make him push all the harder for the marriage.
Leith spoke with weariness, weighting his voice, for he did not have the strength to wrestle with such problems.
Why? What did the girl do to turn Lachlan against her? She grew up. Aye, he may well look puzzled, but there isn't any other explanation. She was his favourite. He took the pair of us everywhere. Then, one night, she wore a new gown that revealed her budding woman's figure, and he has turned a cold side to her ever since. None of us kens why, and my father offers no answers. There must be a way, Parlan growled, as he started toward the door. Well, I will be very glad to hear of it if you find it. If there isn't another way, I will wed the cursed wench myself, he snapped, and left abruptly, leaving Leith staring after him in stunned surprise.
Chapter 5. Lachlan entered Parlan's chambers after a terse "Enter" had answered his knock. He shut the door and looked at the bed with raised brows, for Aimil still slept there. It was rare that a woman was in Parlan's bed come the morning. Parlan would take his fill of the woman and then sleep alone.
It was a habit Larkin could not recall the man breaking before without having had too much drink. Larkin leaned against the bedpost and eyed Parlan, who was shaving.
Shouldn't he at least give the poor lass a pillow for her head?
Drying off his face, Parlan strode to the side of the bed.
I have put her head on a pillow 3 times, but she moves off it. Strange she didn't wake when you did so.
I think the bed would collapse about her and she would sleep through it. I even put her shirt on after I awoke and she never even blinked.
Sure she still lives?
Lagan teased.
Parlan grinned. My, though I did wonder at first. Never seen a person sleep so sound, only able to rouse her once during the night.
He ignored Larkin's mockingly sympathetic noise,
and she was certainly with me in body, but after she fell asleep again so quickly and so deeply, I began to think she never really woke up. I will be curious to see if she remembers the incident. You dinna think something ails her, do ye? I never thought on that. I will ask her brother,
Parlan said, even as he strode from the room. While he was gone, Larkin studied the girl. She was flat on her back with her legs and arms flung out. Her long fingers were lightly curled toward her upturned palms in a soft, childlike gesture. Nearly obscured by her mass of hair, which seemed to fill each empty space on the bed, her face was turned sideways. Larkin had reached the decision that she really was quite lovely when Parlan returned.
When he could stop laughing, Leith said she does this when she has overworked herself. Ah, well, she certainly had a busy day yesterday. I have never seen a woman sleep in such a position.
Nay? Parlan frowned in thought.
I have never noticed. You need to sleep with them to notice how they sleep, Larkin drawled. Once ye are done, you send them on their way.
Not really sure why he had not done the same with Aimil, Parlan made no comment.
Well, what is odd about the way she sleeps? Aside from the fact that she looks as if she was dealt a sound blow to the jaw, women tend to sleep on their sides, curled up a wee bit.
Shrugging, Parlan began to dress, murmuring,
She is betrothed. I am little surprised by that news. Are you saying there will be an enraged fiancé coming to face you? Nay, I doubt this man will come to face me, though I would sore like it if he did. She is to wed Rory Ferguson at summer's end.
Larkin whistled softly, aware of Parlan's hatred for the man.
Pity. He will break the spirit of the lass. That bastard will break more than that. He will kill her in the end. I cannae let that happen. Aye.
He held up a hand when Larkin began to speak.
I ken the problems. Her brother and I chewed them over very weel last night. I would have thought all that lad would wish to say to ye is how and when he is going to kill ye. Aye, but he is a practical lad and nae hot-headed. He also cares for his sister and doesn't want this marriage. For that goal we have formed an alliance. I have given much thought on how to make the ransoming take a long time. I shall ask for coin, only coin, and a lot of it. There is a fair shortage of that. Aye, it could take a long time, a very long time for it to be gathered, during which time I cannae be sure. 'Twill give the lad time to speak with his father, and Rory Ferguson time to expose himself for the beast that he is. Depending on how strongly he wants the girl or the marriage, he could come after ye. God's teeth, I hope he does. But the man is a low coward. He scampers into a hole at the first scent of danger. He kens that I will nae risk outlawry by killing him without just cause.
He looked down at the sleeping Aimil.
I cannae knowingly hand him a lass, not when I ken what he does to them. I feel the same, Parlan, but ye aren't her laird, and ye cannae hold her forever. She is a Mengue. I have no real quarrel with the Mengues. Well, not until now.
He flashed a grin at Larkin, who laughed and shook his head.
I could mend that and keep her from Rory Ferguson at the same time, he continued slowly. I could wed the lass. Dinna tell me ye love the lass. Nay, but at least thus far I like her,
and there hasn't been a woman I could say that about for more years than I care to ponder. She is of good family, and nae hard to look upon. She was a virgin. I will have old Meg take note of it before I decide to take that route. I will have none question it. It seems a drastic step to take. I must wed some day, and I have met no other I even wanted to consider. I am 28, and many another my age has been wed a few years with a family started. In truth, the decision may already be made, for I may have already begun my family.
Jesu, Larkin whispered, shocked, for Parlan had always been as careful as a man could be in preventing such a thing.
I am not sure that was very wise, he ventured after a moment. I wasn't concerned with wisdom. Nay, I didn't have a thought in my head save to go the full length. 'Tis another reason the idea of wedding her came into my head. For months now I have found little pleasure with the ladies and wenches. But you've found it here? Aye, tenfold. I will wait though to see if it wanes. It could be that she was untouched. Being the first can make a man feel very possessive. I ken that. 'Tis another reason I will wait to see. I am not so old I must rush to wed, and I will nae tie myself to a lass who neither interests me nor pleasures me. I will suffer no empty marriage. Have you seen Erstead? He asked, abruptly changing the subject. Aye, I saw his back as he rode out of the gates with 3 men for escort. Do you ken where he hies to? Aberdeen. I think he means to hole up there until he feels your temper is cooled. 'Tis best. Curse it, I have failed with that lad. Nay, he has failed by his own doing. He is but 20. He may yet get set upon a straighter course. Many a youth has seemed lost only to turn to the better as age sharpens their wits. The lady stirs.
Aimil's eyes opened suddenly, giving both men a start. She was not awake yet, however. The heaviness of her exhaustion still clouded her mind and weighted her limbs. She looked about in sleepy confusion.
"What are you doing in my chambers?"
she demanded, in a voice husky with sleep.
These are my chambers,
Parlan corrected with a soft laugh. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes in a childlike gesture, she looked around again.
"Oh, what am I doing in your chambers?"
Ah, how quickly they forget, Parlan moaned, casting a laughing glance at a grinning Larkin.
Bright colour flooded her cheeks as memories of the night rushed into her mind.
"'Tis easy to forget the little things in life."
Larkin clamped a hand over his mouth, but it did not stifle all of his laughter, and Parlan sighed.
You wound me sorely, mistress.
"I doubt much can pierce that thick hide,"
she grumbled, then grimaced over the small discomfort her introduction to passion had left her with.
"'Twould be possible for me to have a bath."
Parlan astutely guessed the cause of her grimace.
Aye, I will have old Meg see to it and to restoking the fire in here.
"There is no need of a fire here. I will be in Leith's chambers."
If ye are, I will drag ye, tub and all, right back here. These are your chambers now.
He started out the door.
"Ye ask a high price for my horse."
"'Tis a fine steed."
He saw her open her mouth to speak.
"I wouldn't if I were ye. I haven't broken my fast yet, and ye must ken how short a man's temper can be when his belly is empty." "She has a quick and sharp tongue,"
observed Larkin, as he followed Parlan to the hall where they would find some hearty fare.
"That is a lass who will do little stroking of a man's vanity." "Aye, I wouldn't like to feel the lash of that tongue when it is unleashed by anger or hate." "You dinna think she feels either now? She has a very good reason to feel both." "True, but she doesna. I offered her a choice in all this. She canna blame me for the choice she took."
To give herself to save her horse. Larkin shook his head.
"'Tis an odd thing for a woman to do. Grown men have wept like bairns over their steeds. We never find that a puzzle. She raised that brute by hand. There isn't any denying the bond between them. And I ken there is none who claims her heart, so there was little to hold her back in that way, no man she feared to hurt or to lose. Howbeit, I do have a strong feeling that there was far more behind her decision. In truth, I cannae help but wonder how much this betrothal prompted her choice. As Aimil watched her bath being prepared, she thought about her betrothal to Rory Ferguson and the duty she owed him. She wondered where her guilt was, as well as her shame. Being a fallen woman was not affecting her very much. She knew the reason for that was her betrothal. Although the chance that it might be ended because of what she had done was slim, it was something to be considered. Then, too, she had honestly enjoyed herself, and she knew she never would with Rory.
"Wheel, are you going to use it or stare at it?"
Grinning, Aimil got into the bath. Old Meg reminded her of Annie at home. Both, rail-thin and sharp of tongue, were past their prime, although it was difficult to guess how far past. She wondered if such women were common features of keeps.
"Ah, so you were a virgin,"
muttered old Meg, as she and two young maids took the linen from the bed. Concentrating on washing her legs and cursing her blushes, Aimil snapped,
"What matter if I was?
You never can tell. Nay, you never can tell, lassie.
You remember to do as I told ye,"
old Meg growled at the maids. The younger, less comely of the two maids looked at Aimil.
"Did you really do this to keep a horse?" "Some men have killed for less,"
Aimil replied, determined to cling to that story, even if people did think her mad.
"I simply lay back, closed my eyes and thought on king and country."
She had to choke down a giggle over the astounded looks upon the maids' faces. Old Meg eyed her narrowly, and Aimil suspected there was as little chance of fooling the woman as there was Annie. Suddenly, the buxom, pretty maid flounced to the edge of the tub, her hands on her well-rounded hips, and her eyes glinting with maliciousness. Aimil wondered idly how many times Parlan had used the maid.
"Are ye expecting us to believe that ye lay with the Black Parlan and thought on the king?"
she sneered.
"There are one or twa of us that can keep more than one thought in her head at a time."
Aimil smiled sweetly at the woman.
"Let us get out of here, Jean,"
urged the other maid, when Jean swelled with fury. Old Meg cackled merrily and made no attempt to interfere. She had been Parlan's nurse and was interested in the girl. Only the finest would do for the man she still called her lad. He could not be happy with any weak-willed girl.
"Mayhaps 'tis best if ye keep your mind on the king. 'Twould never do for ye to take a fancy to the Black Parlan. He has no use for some lowland slut, and will send you off as soon as your cur of a father begs the ransom."
Aimil moved so quickly that Jean had no chance to avoid retribution. Aimil might have ignored the slur upon herself, but she would not allow an insult to her father to go unreprimanded. Jean's screeches were cut off by the water when Aimil pushed the girl's head under. Parlan stopped abruptly in his advance toward Leith's chambers when he heard a scream come from his own chambers. It ended quickly, but he still decided it warranted checking. Parlan burst into the room, gaped at the sight of the well-endowed Jean bent over the tub, arms and legs flailing, and then hastily yanked her free of Aimil's hold. With equal haste, Aimil covered her breasts with her arms and sank a little deeper into the soapy water. Old Meg tittered over the sight of a gasping, dripping Jean, as did Larkin, who hovered inside the door. The other little maid clearly wished she was someplace else. Aimil sympathised, for she found herself wishing the same, but decided to hide her embarrassment with haughty bravado. "What the devil is going on here?" Parlan demanded, cursing softly when he saw that he was now wet.
"I lost my soap and she was helping me find it."
Aimil tried to ignore Larkin, who fell into a fit of laughter.
"She tried to drown me,"
screeched Jean.
"Nonsense," snapped Aimil. "If you had kept your big mouth shut when you went under, you wouldn't be in such a state."
"Aimil." Parlan's voice was a growl of warning as he restrained the furious Jean and with a firm grip held the other maid's arm. "Ilka, tell me what happened here." Reluctantly, Ilka obeyed the command, shrinking a little when Parlan's face darkened with anger.
"Then ye came in."
"Since you can't keep a civil tongue around your betters, Jean, I suggest you keep to the kitchens."
He spoke coldly to the maid, then turned to Aimil as Jean stormed away.
Ye must learn to hold your temper.
Coming from ye, that advice lacks a wee bit, she drawled. Now, may I have some privacy for my bath?
But of course, my lady.
He bowed mockingly.
Just try to restrain the urge to drown my serving wenches.
If I must, I must,
she sighed, and waited for the door to close after him before she began to bathe again.
Milka, ye make the bed afresh.
Old Meg looked at Aimil.
I cannae think of what to get you for clothes. There hasnae been a lady here save serving wenchers and crofters' wives for a score of years. They wouldn't have anything to suit ye, even if they had it to spare.
It doesn't matter. Most all here have seen me dressed as a lad. It will only shock them if I continue so.
Aye, 'tis how it must be for now, but I may yet come round with an idea. 'Twould be best if you were dressed as the lass ye are.
Shrugging, Aimil continued to bathe. When her father had started to ignore her existence, she had done as she had pleased. One of the things that had pleased her was to ride dressed as a lad. She did in truth find it far more comfortable than female attire. To have to wear it was no hardship in her mind. She only hoped that Leith did not see it as a further insult that needed avenging. Leith feared his family was facing dire hardship as he reacted in horror over Parlan's exorbitant ransom demands.
"'Twill leave us naught. Do you think your father will pay it? He will try to whittle ye down, as he should. This demand is far beyond reason." "Aye, I thought so, but nae too far beyond, so it should be taken seriously."
Frowning in confusion, Leith muttered,
"I dinna ken what ye are about. I dinna want this much. 'Tis not my way to leave a man in rags. I expect him to haggle, and I will be stubborn, slow to come down. If he accepts it, or a still too high cost, 'twill take him a fair while to raise it in coin. Time is what this is all about. I but try to buy time. A man should pay a goodly fee when he was foolish to let his kin be caught."
He ignored Leith's scowl.
"Howbeit, I wouldn't pay this much for my own mother."
A reluctant laugh escaped Leith, but then he grew serious.
"I hope that time will solve the problem. It has to. Time is important no matter what, and this game will buy that. I but hope that your father doesn't see that we play a game, or we shall quickly be robbed of that time."
Parlan MacGuin felt that time weighed far too heavily upon his hands. Even his ability to believe that his children still lived had begun to waver. No word and no sighting of them had weakened his confidence in their continued existence. His family had gathered close to him to lend their quiet strength. Both married daughters, their husbands at their sides, had come home to be with him. All they could do was wait with him for either a ransom demand or, as they all silently feared, the discovery of the bodies. Waiting put a strain on the nerves, however, and the arrival of Rory Ferguson helped little. Tall, strong, and almost too handsome, Rory Ferguson had little taste for waiting. When it concerned the possible loss of Aimil Mengue, he had no taste for it at all. It was not only her handsome dowry he saw slipping away, but the chance to possess Aimil, to dominate her, and to avenge an old slight that had festered for many years. He faced Lachlan, trying to force the older man to act.
"Cursed man, the only solution is to ride against the MacGuins. 'Tis past time that thieving clan was put to the sword." "We aren't sure they have the pair," Lachlan reminded the man. "No word or ransom demand has come." "They make ye wait so ye will pay quicker and without question. 'Tis an old game, and one I haven't heard of the Black Parlan playing," the red-headed Ian McVern growled. "The man is the devil himself, and we all ken it. He would play any game if it suited him. He raided me the very day Aimil and Leith disappeared. What more proof is needed?" "'Twas Ashted who raided you, from what I heard," James Broth drawled in his deep, gravelly voice. "The Black Parlan was away."
"Aye,"
agreed Janet Mengue Broth, her light blue eyes shining with the sudden hope she felt.
"that may be why we have heard naught. Arstead could await his brother and Laird's return before any ransom is asked. Could that not be the how of it, father?
Lachlan nodded slowly.
Aye, that could be the way of it. He may fear to ask the wrong amount, and so leaves it for Parlan to decide.
Janet watched how Rory Ferguson reacted and felt certain that the man was grinding his teeth.
His call to ride against the MacGuins would carry more force if he were to ride at the fore of the force,
she murmured to her husband James. James hid a smile over the dry sarcasm in his wife's voice. Rory Ferguson was well known never to leave himself open to charges of cowardice, yet he was overly fond of his own skin, never really turning from a fight, but keeping himself well out of any danger. If there was an attack made on the MacGuin, Rory would be there, but well to the rear until the worst was over. Gearsel, Lachlan's firstborn, also watched Rory. He repelled her, despite his beauty of face and form. She was not very close to her youngest sister, but the thought of Aimil wed to such a man brought tears to her eyes. If that was to be Aimil's fate, then it might be best if the girl was dead. Gearsel suddenly clasped Ian's hand, fervently glad that such a good man had been chosen for her. For all her sulkiness when the match had been set, and her disappointment in his ruddy plain looks and gruff character, he was good to her and the 2 children they had been blessed with. She looked back over nearly 5 years of a peaceful, secure home life with a faithful, kind man, and suddenly realised she had been a shrew. Sweet words and fine looks mattered little. She had what was important.
Here now,
Ian blustered, blushing fiercely when his usually undemonstrative wife kissed his cheek, slipped her arms around his waist, and hugged him.
Are you ailing?
He whispered, his hazel eyes moving nervously as he assured himself that they were unnoticed for now. Nay, I just felt I must let you ken how very glad I am that you were chosen for me, she replied as she pulled away.
Humph, well, 'tis about time you kenned how lucky you are,
he mumbled, but the light that flared in his eyes told her that he was more than pleased with her words.
Here, you best heed this. Rory makes another try. The man is hot for us to spill blood for him.
She nodded, but her gaze rested upon the hand Ian still held close to his thigh. Gently she placed her other hand on top of their clasped ones, and then turned her mind to Rory and his ranting. Ian's reaction to her words had told her how willingly he would accept such displays. She realised that she had never really given him any soft words, and had expected them from him with no promise of return. For 5 years she had given him little more than congenial indifference. She hoped it was not too late to change all that.
I am to judge from that exchange that you will nae ride against the MacGuins. Nay, Rory, I will nae. If they have Leith and Aimil, I cannae risk their lives, and if they dinna, I will nae attack without cause. And what do you think is happening while ye sit and wait? Growled Rory. We cannae guess what Leith may be suffering, but I think we all ken how the Black Parlan will treat a comely female captive. If you are concerned about the chastity of your bride, you can be released from the betrothal, Rory,
Lachlan said, stiffening with anger. Grabbing his cloak and striding to the door, Rory snapped,
Nay, I will nae withdraw, but if she is a maiden no longer, someone will pay.
As soon as he had left, Janet stumbled to her feet.
I hope the Black Parlan does take Aimil to his bed.
Janet,
her husband snapped, in an attempt to halt her reckless words.
Nay, I will say it. From what I have heard said, the Black Parlan kens weel how to please a woman, something Rory Ferguson doesn't even care to do. If the Black Parlan has bedded Aimil, at least she will have had a taste of what could be between a man and a woman before she is consigned to a life of hell on earth.
Janet hurried from the room, followed quickly by an apologetic James. Later, as Gearsel lay in her husband's bed, trying not to giggle over his hesitation in undressing, she said, I agree with Janet.
Aye?
Ian was far more concerned with why his wife had suddenly decided to share a chamber. Aye, Rory will bring Aimil only pain. She hid a grin at the cautious way he slid into bed, an expression that grew more difficult to hide when she snuggled up to him, and he blushed.
There are some very dark things said of the man. I have tried to speak to father of them, but he says he will only listen to rumour. Mayhaps Rory will yet back out of the betrothal.
'Tis possible. A man doesn't want to wed a woman dishonoured.
He tentatively moved his hands over her well-rounded backside.
There is something in Rory Ferguson that frightens me. Aye, makes me shudder until my teeth click. It was when I realised that poor Aimil would be a wife to that man that I finally opened my eyes and looked at ye, Ian. I have been a cold, heartless shrew, the greatest of blind fools. Nay, I ken how I have been, she cried when he murmured a protest, and she pressed her face against his hairy chest. I will make it up to you, Ian.
Over his repentant wife's head, Ian grinned. He had no intention of telling her that he had no real complaint, had only occasionally wished for a little more fire in her and a return of the love he had always felt for her. As he put her new softness to a very practical use, he found the fire and new hope for the love he wanted. With her heart and mind free of regrets and self-pity, Gearsel responded to his love-making in a way that left them both dazed. As he fell asleep with a complacent smile upon his face, Ian wondered fleetingly if all the sisters held such passion. If they did, he doubted the Black Parlan would be in any rush to release Aimil. Parlan MacGuin yawned and rested his head comfortably upon the breasts of the small woman sprawled in sleep at his side. He hoped that what flared between them would not fade. It was much too good to lose. As sleep took him, he acknowledged to himself that he was also determined that Rory Ferguson would die before he ever touched Aimil. Chapter 6. Lachlan Mengue read the words before him yet again, unable to shake free of his disbelief. After his first elated relief over the proof that his children were alive, he had begun to comprehend the outrageous demand for their safe return. It would impoverish him. He doubted that even a king could meet such a ransom. Furthermore, it would take weeks to raise only half of it. To his way of thinking, it was thievery of the lowest sort.
"The man must be mad,"
he roared, not for the first time.
"I can't meet this." "Will you send an offer by messenger?"
asked Ian.
"Nay, I will go to the rogue myself. I can't believe that this is any more than a cruel joke."
At least we ken now that Leith and Aimil are alive and weel,
said Janet, as she eased her very pregnant body into a seat.
"I will see the proof of that with my own eyes before I even begin to bargain."
The messenger from Dew Glen found himself leading a sizable party back to his laird. Gearsel rode beside her husband, having insisted on going along with an uncharacteristic stubbornness. Since the party travelled under a flag of truce, the men had finally, if grudgingly, complied. Rory Ferguson was noticeably absent, although, as Aimil's betrothed, he had been informed of the venture. Gearsel was glad of it, for she did not trust Rory to follow the rules of bloodless negotiation. Due to a slow start, and having waited fruitlessly for Aimil's betrothed, they had to camp out. Gearsel found the whole matter adventurous, and cheerfully readied the interior of her husband's tent, but Ian was not particularly cheerful when he joined her.
"What troubles ye, Ian?"
she asked, as she folded the clothes he shed.
"'Tis no problem, really. A puzzle. Love, 'tis a puzzle."
He failed to notice her start of surprise over his casual endearment.
"What is a puzzle?"
she asked, as he joined her in the bed she had made upon the ground, leaving the two small cots in case it rained.
"For the last 4 or 5 years, your father has been cold to Aimil, his heart hardening to the girl who had been his favourite."
"Aye, 'twas very odd. We have ne'er kenned why."
She let her hand wander over the well-muscled frame of her husband, a body she now took the time to discover and to appreciate.
She was sore hurt by his defection, especially when there seemed to be no reason for it. Leith is closest to her now.
"Well, I can't say why, but I think the man's a fraud. I think Aimil is still very dear to his heart."
"Then why turn from her? It doesn't make any sense."
Tentatively, she moved her hand where it had never been before. All thought fled from Ian's mind, save for the intimate touch of his wife's hand, and, hoping it was the right reply, he gasped, "Nay?" Stifling a giggle that was more from delight than amusement over her husband's reaction to her touch, she bent her head to kiss his chest.
"I believe I must look into the situation more closely."
"Gearsel, have you been drinking?"
Ian asked as he pushed her onto her back, but he did not bother to wait for an answer. Parlan did not even ask Aimil if she had been imbibing. He could tell that she had already had more than enough to drink from the moment he had entered the room. She, Larkin and Leith were playing a rowdy game of dice, betting vast sums of non-existent money and drinking freely. It was evident that neither her brother nor Larkin, who was supposed to be her guard, were paying much heed to how much she drank. He grinned as he sat down next to Aimil on Leith's bed, for Larkin had just wagered Stirling Castle and lost it to Aimil.
"You make a poor guard, Larkin. Letting the wench drink and indulge in gambling."
Parlan shook his head with a false air of dismay.
"Did you nae think to watch how much she drank?" "Aye,"
Larkin grinned,
"but it hasna dimmed her luck at all."
He laughed along with the others.
"She has the devil's own luck."
"'Tis an easy game,"
Aimil remarked, and reached for the ale, only to have Parlan intercept her.
"I wasna done."
Setting her tankard on the table near Leith's bed, Parlan used the hold he had on her wrist to tug her to her feet.
"Aye, you were."
"Has anyone ever told ye that ye are a tyrant, Parlan MacGuin?"
she inquired, with a false sweetness as he towed her to the door.
"Aye, say good sleep to your brother."
He paused in the doorway.
"I wasna ready to say good sleep, but if I must—"
"Ye must."
He started to draw her out of the room.
"Good sleep, Leith, and ye, Larkin,"
she cried, as Parlan shut the door after them, muffling the replies sent her way.
"Ye are a very rude man, uncivilised,"
she grumbled, as she was hastened toward his chambers.
"I am nae feeling very polite just now."
He shut and bolted the door to his chambers.
"Why not?"
she asked, as she sat in his bed, finding her boots harder to remove than they had ever been before. Already stripped to his braes, a short undergarment, Parlan moved to help her undress.
"Ye are fou, lass. Very drunk indeed."
"Nay. Well, mayhaps a wee bit. I am not very good with the drink, though I have never got ill with it."
She made a noise much like a deep-throated purr when his mouth covered hers, the swift deep probes of his tongue hinting at his hunger for her. It was a hunger she readily returned, the drink making her bold in her passion. The way her small hands caressed him drove Parlan beyond control. He was barely able to finish undressing them without tearing their clothes. His possession of her was swift, but she met and returned his ferocity. The culmination of their desire left them both somnolent, unable to move, except for Parlan's pulling the covers over them. It was a while before he even had the strength to talk, and by then Aimil was half asleep.
"Lass, are you wanting to wed Rory Ferguson?"
He felt himself tense, waiting for her reply. Aimil was past any subterfuge, and opened her eyes to gaze at him sleepily.
"Nay, he is too pretty."
"Too pretty? 'Tis a strange thing to say. A lass often wishes a husband who is fair to look upon."
"Nay, he is too pretty. He is so perfect in face and form that he nearly frightens me. Then there are his eyes."
"What about his eyes?"
"They are like a snake's. When I meet his gaze, I feel as if an adder watches me, waiting for the right moment to strike. The colour is a very pale one and flat, and he doesn't blink very much, which only makes it worse."
Rolling onto his back, Parlan pulled her against his chest.
"Aye, I think you have the truth of it. Like a snake's."
Her eyes closing as sleep overtook her, Aimil said,
"It will be hard to be a wife to a man I didn't even like."
"I promise you, lass, you will nae have to,"
he swore, as he looked down upon her sleeping face. That small, lovely face was still tucked nicely against his broad chest when Parlan woke in the morning. Her arm encircled his trim waist, and one of her legs was flung over his. Parlan decided that she was a very nice little bundle to wake up to. Alternating his gaze between her face and his hand, he stroked her soft curves, enjoying the way her passion slowly grew. He traced the gentle curve of her backside and the slim line of her leg, feeling her squirm slightly as she and her passion awoke together. He had always at least tried to give the women he had used some pleasure, but never had their enjoyment been such a source of pleasure for him. His actions had been prompted by courtesy and a need to be sure his lust meant more than tolerance. It intoxicated him to feel and to see Aimil's body come alive for him.
"Oh, Parlan,"
she whispered as he turned them onto their sides and slid his hand between her thighs. "Such a lovely, warm, good morn," he growled against her breast before greedily taking a hard tip into his mouth.
"'Tis morning,"
she gasped, shocked despite her intensifying passion.
"We cannae do this now."
"Nay."
He grinned at her as he positioned her leg over his waist and swiftly entered her.
"It seems we are."
It was a moment before she could find the breath to speak.
"'Tis light. You're supposed to do this in the dark."
"Ah, lass, there is a lot you have to learn," he murmured before he stopped any further talk with a kiss. The culmination of their passion came swiftly and simultaneously. Still caught in the lingering tremors, Parlan rolled onto his back, holding them snugly joined. He still did not release her when they had regained their senses.
"I think you have forgotten something,"
she murmured suddenly, realising that they were staying joined for a long time.
"Nay, I hav'nae,"
he replied, holding her firmly when she moved to separate them.
"Stay a wee bit, lass."
Rubbing her cheek against the crisp hair on his chest, she murmured, "What does it feel like?" He was not sure of how to answer her, not only because her question startled him, but he had never spoken of his feelings and had no ready words to describe them. His policy had always been one of a polite but hasty exit after taking his pleasure.
"'Tis hard to say, lass. Lovely doesn't say enough."
He gave a soft growl when she moved sensuously.
"You shouldn't do that."
"I think I can tell why."
She was surprised to feel him becoming aroused.
"Oh, God's tears,"
he cursed when a rap came at the door.
"Nay, dinna move."
He held her close as he called,
"What is it?" "'Tis Parlan MacGuin,"
Lachin replied.
"The man has set up camp outside the gates and is demanding to speak with you."
"My father,"
Aimil muttered in shock and tried to wriggle free of Parlan's hold, but only succeeded in arousing them both.
"Tell him I must break my fast first. If he has not yet done so, he is welcome to join me,"
Parlan bellowed to Lachin.
"Leave go,"
hissed Aimil as she tried to ignore her desire to stay where she was.
"Lachin's gone,"
he growled, neatly rolling over so that she was pinned beneath him.
"I cannae carry on like this with my father so close at hand,"
she whispered, even as she was stirred by his gentle rhythm.
"I will muffle your cries."
He grinned over her look of outrage, then bent his head, his mouth moving eagerly to her breasts. The tart rejoinder she intended to make never emerged. Her nails dug into his hips as she tried to urge him on. He soon gave her what she cried for, bringing their union to a swift yet highly satisfying conclusion. She scowled at his broad back as he rose to dress. He had every right to look the contented male. She never put up much resistance. In fact, she enjoyed herself so much that she never felt any inclination to say no. What truly bothered her was the problem of facing her father without looking like she had done exactly what she had just finished doing. She was sure she radiated sexual satisfaction. Something that gave one such pleasure had to leave its mark. She may have chosen to be where she was, but she did not want her father guessing that.
"Out of the bed, wench. There is your father to face this fine morn."
"Nay, I cannae."
She rolled over and buried her face in a pillow. Yanking the covers off her, He resisted the temptation to show his appreciation of her lovely back and give her a sharp slap on her pretty backside.
You can, and you will. I wish to show him clearly that at least one of his offspring is hale and hearty.
Gathering the covers around her, she sat up and glared at him.
You dinna understand.
Aye, I do. But you're wrong, lassie. He will nae guess. He may wonder, but he will never ken for certain unless you tell him.
His words still ran through her head after he had left, making it clear that she had better appear in the hall before too long. If she did not look guilty, she suspected her father would not be able to tell that she had lost her innocence, or worse, had enjoyed losing it. After all, she mused, as she took one last look at herself in the mirror, there was no evident outward change in her appearance. As she headed down to the hall, she shook her head. It was foolish to worry. There was no retrieving what had been lost. In truth, her father took so little notice of her that she doubted he would notice the change in her, even if it was branded on her forehead. When she heard her father's deep voice, she edged into the hall, standing by the door to look at him. A large man, he was nearly as tall as the black Parlan and broad of shoulder. There was white mixed with his thick blonde hair, but he was still youthful of figure and face, despite his 44 years. The signs that life had dealt a little harshly with him were on his face. His well-cut, handsome features were drawn with lines that nothing could erase, and a sadness lingered in his blue eyes. She adored her father, and the ache of his rejection never left her. Not only fear of his discovering she had shared Parlan's bed had made her want to avoid him. She avoided him as a matter of course, for it hurt too much when he ignored her. The pain was less if she stayed out of his way. Unfortunately, that was something she could not explain to Parlan. Parlan watched her as she stared at her father. She reminded him of a starving child viewing a feast being devoured by others who offered not even the scraps. It was a situation that escaped his understanding. Too often a parent was burdened with an unloving child, yet this man turned his back on one who adored him. Parlan grimaced over the twinge of jealousy that assailed him. He watched Highland Mengue closely when Aimil approached the table, reluctantly obeying his signal to join them. When she came into Highland's view, there was an instant brightening in the man's blue eyes, but it was quickly veiled. A man did not try to bury his affection for his child unless there was a good reason. Parlan was determined to discover that reason.
"Hello, father,"
Aimil whispered as she sat down next to Parlan.
"I am sorry for this trouble."
So you should be. I am told that Leith heals weel.
He seemed blind to the colour that surged into her cheeks.
"Aye."
She swallowed her hurt over his attitude.
"He nears full health with admirable speed. He is well cared for."
After those few words, Highland proceeded to ignore her. She struggled to eat, to act as if it did not matter. A glimpse of a fleeting look of pity in Highland's brown eyes told her that she was not fooling anybody, and her food was hard to swallow. A few minutes later, she could stand it no longer, and rose to leave, wincing when everyone's attention turned to her. Parlan eased the moment some by nodding slightly and signalling Highland to go with her. Without a glance at her father, she hurried out of the hall.
He ask far too large a ransom,
Highland said, as soon as the last bite of food had been swallowed.
You dinna hold the king, ye ken.
I hold your heir and youngest daughter, Parlan reminded him, his voice soft but firm.
I have other sons, too. I wouldn't be left without an heir. Rory Ferguson can find himself another bride as weel.
Parlan ached to speak on that marriage, but knew that the time was not right. He and Highland dickered over the price, Parlan staying icily calm, and Highland fighting to keep his temper. Even though Parlan sympathised, he did not ease his stance. He had to drag the business out for as long as possible.
At such a cost I can only buy one of my bairns back. I will only have the coin for the other for months.
Then ye best choose which one ye mean to leave in my care. Parlan intended to erect another obstacle if the man chose to free Aimil.
'Twill be my firstborn, my heir. He must take precedence. I will need some time to gather the coin. 'Tis as well. The boy is best off where he is for a while longer. I dinna like leaving my daughter in your hands. She is a fair wee lass. Your daughter will suffer no hurt at my hands or my men's. Do you wish to see your son?
As Parlan had hoped, Lachlan did not press the issue of Aimil. The man was in a precarious position. No matter what Lachlan suspected, he could not make accusations. If he offended Parlan, he lost too much. Parlan could see that the situation sorely annoyed the man, annoyed him to the point of fury.
Didn't you have any gowns for the lass to wear?
Lachlan burst out as they left the hall.
Nay, she was found in lad's clothes. Aye, we thought her a lad, your son Shane, until she was climbing down my walls and her cap was taken by the wind. We dressed her in the best we had. Feel welcome to send clothes for her of your own choosing. All she owns now is her trousseau, grumbled Lachlan. I cannae send that. 'Tis held for her marriage.
When they entered Leith's chambers, Parlan was not surprised to find Aimil there. He had guessed that she would seek out one who loved her to ease the sting of her father's apparent indifference. The warmth with which Lachlan greeted his son was salt in Aimil's wound that even Parlan felt. He was sorely tempted to strike the older man. All that stayed his hand was a sure feeling that Lachlan did not feel as he acted, that some deep reason drove him to act as he did. Aimil tried to lose herself in the shadows of the room. Slowly she edged toward the door. That her actions were not unseen was attested to by Larkin being only a step away, no matter how many steps she took toward the door. So too did she sense Parlan watching her. Neither mattered to her. All she was interested in was getting away from her father's coldness.
You will be coming home soon,
remarked Lachlan, his gaze assuring him that the youth was regaining his health.
The ransom is too high,
Leith protested, wondering if Parlan's plan had failed, or worse, if he had been a fool to listen to Parlan and to trust him.
Aye, but I have talked him down a bit.
Lachlan moved to look out the window.
I am also paying only part of it.
Which part? Leith whispered, yet dreading the answer, for he suspected it would hurt Aimil.
Yours.
For a moment Aimil did not believe what she had heard.
Am I not to be ransomed?
Not now. The cost is too high.
Lachlan kept his back to her.
When?
She asked in a small voice, not afraid to stay with Parlan, but deeply hurt by her father's actions.
I dinna ken.
Knowing she was going to cry, she bolted from the room. Blinded to the startled looks that came her way, she raced through the keep and headed for the stables. She collapsed on the hay near Elfking and wept. Her father had ignored her for years, but this was worse. To leave her in the hands of her captors was a blatant indication of how little she mattered to him. He could not know how she was treated. Even if he did, he was not so blind that he did not see the threat to her chastity, to the honour of the Mengue name. It was plain to see that he cared nothing for her, not even that she carried his name.
Ye are a hard bastard,
Lagan growled, before the door had even shut behind Aimil.
Enough, Lagan. Follow the girl. Be sure she is all right.
Parlan stared at Lachlan after Lagan had left.
He is right for all that. I haven't the funds to ransom both of them. The heir is more important than the youngest daughter.
Lachlan eyed the black Parlan with little friendliness.
You wouldn't take my word that the money will come and let me take both away now. There is no doubt in my mind that your word is good, but I want the coin in my hand before I release either of them. Aye, so I thought. I will bring the money for the lad in a fortnight. I can't say yet when I will buy back the girl.
He paused at the door.
I trust her in your care. She must not come to harm. I have said that the girl will not be hurt while she is in my care.
Curse his eyes,
Leith hissed after his father had left.
All is not as it seems, Parlan said. The man does care for the girl.
Leith stared at Parlan as if he had lost all his senses.
How can you think that after what he has just done? The choice to be made was not the heir over the maid, but the maid first, for she is most at risk.
I saw his face when she first came into his sight. Something else holds him back from revealing his love. There is a reason for the way he acts. I intend to find out what it is. I ken it isn't a simple one. Rest, Leith, he said, as he too left the room.
Parlan found Lagan and Malcolm lurking outside the stables.
Where has the lass fled to?
She is inside with that beast of hers,
replied Malcolm.
We weren't sure whether to leave her be.
I will see to her. See if our guests have any needs. They intend to leave come the dawn. Also, see that I am left alone with her.
Aimil knew he was there even before he sat down and took her into his arms. It did not seem strange to seek comfort in the arms of the Black Parlan, who was her captor and should have been her enemy. He was a strong, solid haven, one that she needed. Parlan lay back on the straw with her held firmly in his arms. It puzzled him that he should feel such a strong need to ease her pain. Even stranger was that her pain seemed to be his. He was sharing it whether he wanted to or not.
"Ye are fair close to drowning me, lassie," he grumbled,
hoping that he could tease her out of her grief.
"I dinna cry very much,"
she sniffed loudly as she fought to control her tears.
"'Tis a weak thing to do."
"Och, weel, ye have a good reason for them. There isn't any faulting ye for this. Are ye afraid to stay here?" he murmured.
"Nay, not now, that is. That could change if you start roaring and stomping about,"
she said, and smiled against his chest. Rolling so that she was beneath him, he feigned a glare when he saw her impish, if trembling, grin. She was the first woman to indulge in teasing with him, and it delighted him. He was not sure why, but many assumed his nature to be as dark as his visage.
"Roaring and stomping, is it, wench?"
he growled, and nuzzled her neck in a way that made her giggle. Suddenly she grew serious.
"You would think that he would fret over the honour of his name. He doesn't seem to worry about what ye might do, which ye have already done, but he doesn't ken that ye have. But he doesn't seem to care that ye might do what ye have already done."
It was difficult, but Parlan managed to keep from laughing.
"Am I to understand that great jumble of words?"
He did laugh when she frowned, rethought her words, and then laughed.
"He does care, lass. He had me give my word that I wouldn't hurt ye."
For a moment she looked at him, frowning slightly, as she thought over his words. Then she shook her head.
"That was very sneaky of you, Parlan MacGuin."
"Aye, it was."
He grinned when she laughed at his air of immense satisfaction.
"Have I hurt you, little one?"
"Nay, not in body, though I ought to be sick with shame for becoming your whore."
"You're not my whore. You're my lover. Dinna frown. 'Tisn't the same at all."
He unlaced her jerkin, then began on her shirt.
"I dinna understand how ye can think that, but it matters not. If I must lay beneath a man, I would far rather it was ye than Rory."
He pushed open her shirt, finding the tips of her full high breasts already taut, and calling for his touch.
"You will never lie beneath Rory Ferguson."
"I must. I am to be his wife. Oh,"
she sighed with pleasure, when his mouth latched hungrily onto her breast.
"We canna do this here."
"You're always saying we canna, and I must show you that we can."
He lifted his head to stare at her.
"You willna be wed to Rory."
"How can you stop it?"
"I can and I will. Now hush, and let me show you what else we can do, though you will say we canna."
Chapter 7.
"I canna believe it,"
gasped Giselle, her gaze fixed with disbelieving accusation upon her father.
"How could you do it?"
"The ransom is high, lass. I canna pay it all. Not now. 'Tis necessary to make a choice. My heir takes precedence."
"But to leave her in that man's hands for so long. You ken what could happen, if not by force, then by seduction."
"Aye, I ken,"
Lachlan growled, the long day and trying decisions taking their toll on his patience.
"I ken that he will bed her. She is a comely wee lass that many a man has ached for.
Mayhaps he will even fill her belly with his bairn. I wonder how fair Rory will like that. There is nothing I can do about it, Gearsel. Not. So leave it be for sweet Mary's sake. Leave me be. 'Tis done, and can he be changed? Aye,
he muttered, his gaze looking distant and unfocused.
It canny be changed, but mayhaps what was to be will be.
Gearsel left, confused and angry. Her father's claim that his heir was more important in this instance did not ring true. She sought out her husband to complain, even though she knew he could do little to change matters. Just as she found him, her attention was suddenly diverted, for the Black Parlan himself strode into their camp. She could only stare in awe at the tall, dark man, flanked by 4 men who would have been equally impressive on their own, but were overshadowed by the Black Parlan. Magnificent was a word that sprang quickly to mind. So did large and overpowering, and Gearsel felt afraid for her little sister. Such a man could crush the small Aimil with no effort at all. When his obsidian gaze settled upon her, she shivered, but not only with fear for Aimil. Even she, so newly awakened to the delights of the marriage bed, felt the man's sensual draw. Gearsel doubted that, even if her strong-willed young sister wanted to, Aimil could resist that pull for very long. Recognising Aimil MacGuin from one meeting at court a few years ago, Parlan greeted him with reserved cordiality. He noticed the look that came from the well-rounded blonde woman's eyes, but did not respond with his usual calculated flirtation. With Aimil in his bed, he found that he had little interest in other women. He was doubly glad for that, when she was introduced as Aimil's sister, Gearsel. Lachlan appeared, even as the pleasantries were ending, and Parlan was about to ask for him.
What do you want now?
I have come to invite ye and your family to dine at my table this eve, Parlan replied quite pleasantly, unperturbed by Lachlan's crossness. Will Aimil be there? Asked Gearsel, thinking that the man's voice was as dangerous to a woman as his looks. Aye, Aimil isn't confined very tightly. She has free access to all within the walls of Dew Glen. Do you join me or nay?
Aye, we will be there.
Lachlan then bid Parlan a curt farewell and strode back to his tent.
The man is oppressed by many worries, as ye ken weel,
Ian offered, in apology for Lachlan's rudeness.
He must be excused.
For this, aye. Thinking of Aimil's pain, Parlan's expression hardened slightly. For other things, nay, not until I ken the reasons.
What did he mean by that?
Gearsel asked, after Parlan had left.
I can't be sure. I think he refers to Lachlan's coldness to his daughter. Aimil may have revealed how it pains her.
He should think more on how he could hurt Aimil. She is such a wee lass, and he is...
Such a great lad,
Ian finished with a grin, which widened when Gearsel blushed.
'Tisn't a matter of jest. 'Tisn't just his size I speak of either, but him. I mean, he is so much a man. Even I kenned it.
I noticed,
Ian drawled.
Dinna scowl. I ken what ye mean, but I think ye are as fooled as many by Aimil's delicacy of looks. Aye, she is a wee lass and comely enough even for the likes of the Black Parlan. She is also made of steel. She can be as tough as Lachlan. The Black Parlan will nae find her bending to his will easily. Nay, nor petting his vanity as so many women have done.
Although Parlan enjoyed the way Aimil did not quail before him, at the moment he was viewing her with a distinct lack of amusement. He saw her refusal to dine with her father as pig-headedness. Parlan did not feel that avoiding unpleasantness was the way to solve anything. Despite that, he did admire the way she met his growing annoyance squarely. Too few did.
You will come down, lassie, even if I must drag you down by the hair and tie you to a seat.
Aimil glared at him, unaware that she was doing anything unusual by not cowering before his displeasure.
You wouldn't dare.
Try me,
he purred. She did not think that would be a very good idea, but refused to go down without a fight.
I can't sit before my family and act as if naught has changed. That is a lie too large for me to play out. Someone will say something that will set me to blushing, and they will ken weel what has happened.
You worry over naught. He started out of the door. You best be at that table when the serving begins.
She stuck her tongue out as the door shut behind him. It was an ill-timed gesture, for he quickly reopened the door to look at her again, catching her childish response to his command. Hastily, she drew her face into the lines of sweet innocence, refusing to be embarrassed.
You have 10 minutes,
he growled, but lost his stern expression as soon as he was out of her sight.
Little witch,
he murmured, laughing as he started down to the hall where his guests were gathering. Cross, but resigned to her fate, Aimil finished getting ready. She still wore boys' clothing, but she had an extensive wardrobe of them. The red and black outfit she wore suited her very well, she decided, smiling faintly over her touch of vanity. Brushing her hair and securing it with a red ribbon, she squared her slim shoulders and started toward the hall. She was determined not to reveal anything to anyone. If her family discovered that she was no longer a maid, it would not be from her. Taking a deep breath, in a last effort to strengthen her resolve, she marched into the hall.
She looks quite elegant,
murmured Ian, as Aimil approached them. Even though she agreed, Giselle made a scolding noise. "'Tis not right for her to dress so. There is no need to make a scandal of her." She moved to greet Aimil, giving her a hug and a kiss. "How fare ye, sister? Is all weel? You have come to no harm?" Pleased with her calm, Aimil smiled. "I am very fine. I am always watched, but not too obtrusively. I have stayed at far worse places. The Black Parlan hasna hurt ye?" Meeting her sister's worried gaze directly and proud of her control, Aimil replied, "Nay, not at all." She then scowled at Parlan, who met her look with a smile. "Although he is an arrogant, impossible man who thinks far too much of himself," she said, loudly enough for him to hear. Giselle's eyes widened at this daring, and widened even more when Parlan stepped closer, kissed Aimil's hand, and murmured,
"Such a tart tongue for such a honeyed mouth. The sweetness of your face is indeed deceptive, love. Come and sit down."
Ignoring that the seating might have been arranged, Giselle hastily took the seat next to Aimil, who was placed upon Parlan's left and across from their father. There was an air between Aimil and Parlan that disturbed Giselle. She hoped that by being near them during the meal, she could dispel that uneasiness, perhaps see that she had misread matters. Shrugging, Ian sat at her side across from Larkin, who was placed between Lachlan at Parlan's right and James Broth.
"I think ye have mucked about with the seating arrangements, dearling,"
he remarked calmly. "I dinna care. I intend to watch this pair very closely. They dinna act as captor and captive should. She talks to him much as she does to Leith, Callum or Shane," Giselle whispered in awe. Ian chuckled.
"Aye, Aimil always did have spirit. Always faced a man square no matter how he blustered and roared."
"I think they are lovers already."
"'Twouldna surprise me, love. The Black Parlan is weel kenned to have a healthy appetite for a comely lass, and Aimil is that."
"How can you be so calm? Ye are her kin through marriage, and I ken weel that ye have always been fond of her."
"Love, look about you. This is a male household. Aimil is a captive, clear and simple. Mayhaps she already occupies Parlan's bed, and if 'tis so, I sorely feel for her loss of honour. But better than that to be left unprotected. If she is his lover, none will touch her. She could weel be safer in the Black Parlan's bed than out of it. She shows no sign of being ill-treated, and that is what matters most. Leave it be for now. Her honour, if lost, can be avenged later."
"Aye," she agreed, but hating it. "Does my father nae see it, or is he holding his tongue because he thinks as ye do?" For a moment Ian studied Lachlan.
"I canna say. 'Tis odd, but I get the feeling he plays a deep game. Dinna ask me what, though."
As the meal dragged on, Giselle began to share her husband's feeling. Even Lachlan could not ignore the attitude that existed between Parlan and Aimil, yet he seemed to be doing just that. Parlan made no attempt to act coolly toward Aimil, to disguise the heat of his glances, and Aimil simply did not know how to.
"And why is Aimil's husband-to-be not amongst your numbers?"
Parlan asked, as soon as the covers on the dishes of food were removed and more drink set out.
"He was very busy," Lachlan replied offhandedly. "As you ken weel, there was some recent damage to be repaired."
"What happens if you dinna ransom Aimil by summer's end, the time set for the wedding?"
"Then 'twill be set for another time. The man will wait for his bride. He has waited years. A few added months will nae matter."
As Rory Ferguson watched his man carry out a young maid who had suffered badly at his hands, Rory thought of Aimil. The way matters were being handled, it could be months before she was freed. Thinking of Aimil with the black Parlan had made his lust even crueler than usual. The young maid would be a long time recovering from her spell in his bed.
"You near killed that lass,"
groused Geordie, a burly, sour-faced man who was the closest thing Rory had to a friend.
"What care I?"
snarled Rory, as he flung himself into a chair and snatched at the drink Geordie held out to him.
"You will care weel enough if word of how you treat the lasses reaches Parlan Mengue's sharp ears."
"Do you think he is deaf to what is already whispered about me?"
"Nay, but 'tis rumours yet. If ye keep cluttering up Scotland with dead and battered lasses, he may soon have fact."
"Aye, ye are right. I must tread warily. I lost my head. I must not supply the rumour-mongers with fact. All I could think on was Aimil in the black Parlan's hands."
Geordie hid a grimace. He had no doubts about how Parlan MacGuin would use such a fair captive. The bride Rory had waited so long for would not come to her marriage bed a virgin. Even though Rory only meant to use the girl for vengeance, he had wanted her to be untouched. When Rory suddenly demanded another wench, Geordie protested. Rory had spent all his time drinking and wenching since Aimil's capture. Geordie knew that Rory hung upon the very brink of madness, and began to fear that thoughts of the black Parlan enjoying Aimil would push him over the edge. Only when Rory promised that Geordie could stay to ensure that Rory was in control of himself did Geordie fetch a girl. He came back with a lusty wench, buxom and full of avarice, who was quite capable of handling 2 men. Rory lay sprawled on the bed, drinking and watching Geordie gain his pleasure, even as the whore pleasured Rory. Though his body reacted in all the appropriate ways, his mind was on Aimil. He would have her, share her with Geordie, and humiliate her. He would break her in spirit, mind and body before he took her life. Thinking on how he would abuse her increased his current pleasure. Aimil Mengue would crawl and beg for an end to her life before he was through with her. Aimil suddenly shivered. She tried to tell herself that it was cold in the hall, but she knew she lied. The chill had come from deep within her. All she could think, despite her efforts to shake the image, to resist superstitious fancy, was that some dark foreboding shadow had briefly covered her soul, that some evil had reached out to touch her with its icy fingers. It took all her willpower not to cry out her fear. "Are ye ailing, Aimil?" Gisel murmured. "You have gone very white." "A goose walked over my grave, 'tis all." "Dinna say such things." Gisel shivered. "Come, let us go for a walk outside, away from all this talk of old battles. 'Tis most likely the tales of blood and death that have turned your humour dark." Lagan trailed them as they went out into the bailey. He did not stay on their heels, for there were many eyes to watch them besides his own. Gisel was glad that she and Aimil would be able to talk freely as they strolled arm in arm. "How fares Janet? She must be far along with child now." "Aye, Aimil." "The bairn should make his or her appearance at any time. She fares weel, though 'tis tired she is." She looked closely at Aimil. "I will ask it again. How fare ye, Aimil? Ye cannae tell me the man's nae touched ye. I have eyes." "Do you think Papa has seen it?" Aimil asked in sudden panic, not even attempting to deny anything to Gisel. "Nay, it seems not. I think I would nae have seen aught save that, well,
Gaisel blushed. Ian and I are much closer now. Oh? How did this come about?
You mean you kenned there was a fault in my marriage?
Nay, not a fault, just nae a loving or a close bond.
And that is nae a fault, Gaisel drawled. I didn't want to wed Ian. I thought him a plain, rough man. I held that feeling since the day we were wed. Now, I didn't deny him or betray him, but I gave him little. 'Twas after ye were taken. I took a close look at the man you were going to have to wed, and I opened my eyes and looked at my own man. 'Tis a fool I have been. For all my coolness, the man has never strayed, and for all he is rough, he has never been cruel. Weel, I said a few sweet words and put myself in his bed where I belonged, instead of making the man come asking, and 'tis love I have found now.
'Twas there all the time, Gaisel.
I ken that now, but my eyes were long turned inward, seeing only my disappointment, and that the choice wasn't my own. Aimil hugged his sister.
I am very happy for you. Aye, and for Ian. He is a good man. A lot of his roughness is only shyness.
Aye, I see that now. 'Tis to my shame that my wee sister saw it before I did. Now, tell me of ye and the Black Parlan. Are you going to insist upon it?
Aimil discovered that she really did wish to discuss Parlan with her sister.
Aye, very firmly. He hasn't hurt you, has he?
Nay, he hasna.
He wanted Elf King and gave me a choice. If I came to his bed, he wouldn't take my horse. I have shocked you.
A bit. She shook her head. To do thus for a horse.
'Tis not a thing I can understand, but I am little surprised that ye did it.
Well, I think the rogue tricked me, but it matters little. I will shock ye more by saying I enjoy being in his bed, that I didn't put myself there for Elf King alone. I tried, but I couldn't feel guilty or ashamed. All I could think on was that I am to be wed to Rory Ferguson. So why not take pleasure while you can, where you can? Aye, I grasped it with both hands. Of course, Parlan says I will nae wed Rory, though he doesn't say why he's so against it, or how he could stop the marriage. If he does, you must tell me. 'Tis so eager I would be to hear it. He is such a big man, she added, frowning. Oh, aye, he is, Aimil agreed meaningfully, then giggled when Gaisel gasped and blushed. Wretched, wretched girl, I didn't mean that. She frowned. I cannae fault ye for what ye do, but tread warily, Aimil. The Black Parlan looks to be a man to make a lass lose her head. Ye cannae have any more than ye have right now, and to long for more will bring ye naught but pain. I ken that weel, Gaisel. Dinna fash yourself. Aimil wished she could put more confidence into her words. You said you think he tricked you. How so? He has been wooing Elf King, winning the stallion's favour. He doesn't even try to hide it, the rogue. But he said he wouldn't take your horse. I cannae believe he is a man who would break his word. That is one thing he has never been accused of. He isna. He said he wouldn't steal my horse.
He never promised not to try and coax Elf King into his stables.
Sneaky man. I suspicioned what was afoot fairly quickly, but I kenned it for sure this morn. I feared Papa didn't care about my honour when he said my ransom must wait, but Parlan said the man had cared. He said Papa had made him swear not to hurt me, which Parlan did, so Papa's suspicions were lulled. A sneaky man is Parlan MacGuin, and fair proud of it he is too. Wiping tears of laughter from her eyes, Gaisel said, He doesn't sound the bloodthirsty beast he is rumoured to be. Och, he isna. She told Gaisel the tale of her near escape. He does have a sore hot temper, though 'tis mostly roar and stomp. For the remainder of their walk, Gaisel prompted Aimil to talk of Parlan. Aimil left her sister, thinking she had eased all of Gaisel's qualms. But, in truth, she had increased them. When leaving for their camp, Gaisel found herself alone with Parlan for a brief moment. She glared up at the large man, clearly startling him with her ferocity. Dinna ye hurt, Aimil, she hissed. As I told your father, he began. I ken what you told Papa, you sneaky man. Dinna play that game with me. I am little concerned with her virtue or her body. 'Tis her heart that I speak of. And if ye leave a bruise there, 'tis fair sorry ye will be, Parlan MacGuin.
What was all that about?
Larkin asked, as the Mengue party left.
The lady's motherly instincts have been roused by the plight of her wee sister. She has warned me nae to hurt Aimil. Och, he would never hurt a woman. She wasnae meaning in body, but in heart. She fears I may win the lass's love with my charming manner.
Larkin chuckled as they headed back into the hall, but then he grew serious.
And what have you did?
Did what? Parlan asked absently, his mind on bed and Aimil's lithe body.
Win her love. You have had many a lass's heart tossed at your feet. Aimil Mengue might do the same. Nay, Aimil will never toss her heart at my feet for me to kick about as I please. She would place it in my hands and expect fair treatment. And what if she does just that? If I marry her, 'twould be a very good thing, would it not? A marriage goes smoother if the lass gives her heart with her vows. Still thinking on marrying her, are ye?
Aye, as I have said, I am of an age to wed, to get on with the business of a family, and she still looks the best choice. He grinned at Larkin as he started toward his chambers.
That would do to soothe Aimil McVern's ruffled feathers.
Aimil was still fretting over the state of Aimil's heart when Ian entered their tent and prepared for bed. She briefly contemplated the possibility that Parlan meant to wed Aimil, but decided that that was the last thing that would happen. Parlan MacGuin did not look like a man who would choose marriage over the freedom of a bachelor. As Ian undressed, he watched his wife pace the tent until his curiosity became too strong to contain.
What has ye in such a state, loving?
They are lovers, Ian.
Aye, you had already guessed that. I thought you had decided not to let it wear upon your mind.
Aye, I had, but that was before I had discovered how she feels about the man. If she doesn't love him now, she is very close to it.
Ah.
Ian removed his shirt to wash up. Ah, is that all you have to say about it? She demanded, even as she fetched him a cloth to dry off with.
Sweeting, you can't do anything about it. There is no directing the heart. It will go where it pleases.
Aimil lay down, burying her face in her arms. She will be sore hurt, and she will still have to wed Rory Ferguson.
Aye.
He lay down on his side and rubbed his hand soothingly over her back.
Still, the lass'll have kenned the sweetness of love and carry some very fine memories. I think if you set the problem before her, she wouldn't alter the direction she has chosen to walk. She is a practical lass, and she will not let herself forget she is tied to Rory. 'Tis possible she is trying for all she can get before she must wed.
'Tis what she said. Aimil turned her head to look at her husband. She also said that Parlan says she will nae wed Rory Ferguson.
Oh? Does he say how he hopes to stop the wedding, or why?
Nay, he will nae give her reasons for wanting it stopped, nor say how he will stop it. He just says she will nae wed Rory, that he will nae let it happen.
Well, for all the trouble he has caused us, I respect the man. I think that if anyone can stop it, he can, and I think too that if he will nae say why, he has a very good reason for that as well.
Parlan felt the reason he kept silent about his dislike for Rory Ferguson was justified later that night, when Aimil woke from a nightmare, trembling with fear. Reluctantly, she told him what had caused her terror, and Ferguson had played a major role in her dreams. To tell her all he knew of the man her father had promised her to would only add to the fear she already had of Ferguson. If she knew the truth about Ferguson, she would probably never sleep peacefully again. I wonder if it started with that chill I felt, she mused, as she clung to Parlan's solid warmth.
What chill, little one?
He fought down a rising passion, for he knew it was a time to soothe, not to seduce. At the meal's end, I felt a chill seep through me, go straight to the bone. Such strange thoughts entered my head. Holding her tighter,
he asked. What thoughts, Aimil? Come, talking of them could ease your fears.
I kept thinking that some foreboding shadow had briefly blocked my sun. So too did I think that something evil had reached out to touch me with its cruel, icy fingers.
She shivered and pressed her face against his chest.
I cannae shake the feeling that something bad awaits me, that out there is something or someone who seeks to hurt me. I saw my mother in my dreams.
Aye?
He tried to shake the feeling that she was suffering some premonition and had not merely had a bad dream.
Aimil nodded.
She was all bloody, Parlan, and she was pointing at Rory. I cannae think why I should dream such a thing.
There isn't any explaining a night's terror, lass. You're safe here. Think only on that. I will nae let harm come to ye, and I mean to keep ye out of Rory Ferguson's hands. Remember that. He will nae get ye. I mean to stop the marriage.
She peeked up at his face. Why are ye so set against this marriage? I am naught to ye.
She found that it hurt to admit to it. Weel, he kissed her forehead. I wouldnae say naught. Dinna ask me to explain, lass. Just trust me. Trust me.
Snuggling up to him, she sighed sleepily and closed her eyes. I do that, Parlan. Aye, I trust ye.
He smiled down at her and wondered why her words should make him burst with pride and happiness. Chapter 8.
You cannae mean it.
I do. I am staying here. Lackland scowled at his eldest son's determined face. This was something he had not foreseen. Leith had always been close to Aimil. It was evident that that feeling still existed, was now driving him to remain in the enemy's camp. Lackland could see no reason for it, however.
The lass will come to no harm. I have the Black Parlan's word on it.
So have I, but stay I will. She may have need of someone who isn't a MacGuin at some time, and I mean to be here if she does.
'Tis good of you to think on her needs, but the Black Parlan may have an objection or twa.
He wouldn't send a sick lad out into nature's cruelty. Leith lay back in his bed, looking suitably frail.
He do that very weel,
Lackland drawled, pulling a grin from Leith.
But I wouldn't hope on it fooling the Black Parlan.
The Mengue heir's performance did not fool Parlan for a moment, but he let Leith think that it had. He understood Leith's motives and had no objections to the youth's staying. That Leith might still wish to kill him did not trouble him at all. Leith would not stoop to murder, but demand a fair fight, face to face with witnesses. Parlan even suspected that Leith was not so hot upon avenging his sister's honour as he had been, although he made no attempt to guess the youth's reasons for his change of heart. Leith was relieved that he could stay. He suspected that to hurt Parlan MacGuin would be to hurt Aimil. If nothing else, she was far too happy for a woman who was supposedly being used and plunged into shame, even for one who had chosen such a course. So too did he sense something in her looks and actions when Parlan was around. He dared not guess at Parlan's feelings, except that the man did not treat Aimil as if she were naught but a convenience for the relief of his lusts. The whole matter needed a great deal more observation, which was one of the main reasons he wished to stay at Dew Glen.
Well, ye got your way. You're staying. I dinna believe you really fooled him, though,
Lackland said, after Parlan had left them alone again. It matters not. As you say, I got what I wanted.
If ye are thinking to slip free with Aimil and save me coin, I wouldn't hope too strongly for success.
I wouldn't. He keeps a subtle but close and effective guard.
Y'arna thinking on killing him, are ye?
Why should I be? Leith briefly feared that his father had guessed what was between Aimil and Parlan, which could lead to more trouble than any of them needed at the moment.
I dinna ken. He may have a reason or twa, or think ye do. Dinna try it.
'Tis not without some skill I am.
Och, I ken it. Ye are a fine swordsman. Unless luck rides with ye, however, I dinna think you would win in a fight with him.
Thank you for your confidence in me. Dinna get stiff on me. 'Tis a wise man who kens his opponent's skill, whether it be equal, more, or less. And ye feel that Parlan's skill is greater than mine. Aye, 'tis, I think, or so rumour tells me. 'Tis the best in the kingdom. He also has 9 years on ye, more strength and more practice. Ye think hard on the worth of your grievance before ye take up sword against him. It should be nothing less than something you're willing to die for. Fair enough.
Leith finally recognised that his father was not belittling his skill, merely recognising the greatness of Parlan's.
Well, I think ye are mad to stay, but Aimil will most like be pleased.
When Aimil heard that Leith was remaining at Dew Glen, she was ecstatic. As soon as her father had left, she raced to Leith's chambers. He laughed and scolded as she smothered him with grateful kisses. She felt there would come a time when she had need of someone who was not a MacGuin. Even though he was voluntarily staying in the midst of the enemy camp, so to speak, she had no fears for his safety.
"You are still a prisoner in a way."
I ken it. They will watch me closely and never harm me, for I may, nay, must try to take you from here when the chance for it comes.
Aye, Parlan will think on what he would do if he were ye, and act accordingly.
Have you never wondered why we have seen naught of the man ye are to wed?
Nay, not much. Did our father give any reason for Rory's absence?
Nary a one. They have told him of each move, but he fails to journey here. It would seem your betrothed is loath to face the Black Parlan.
Parlan hates him. He would like to see him dead. I'm certain of it. Rory mayhaps kens that, and he has always been fond of his own skin.
You feel sure Parlan hates Rory? Very sure?
Aye. 'Tis there to hear in the way he speaks the man's name. I dinna ken why, though. Do ye?
Leith shook his head. He hated to lie to Aimil, but he did not want to reveal to her just how black Rory was. At the moment, she only objected to the marriage intended for her. He did not wish to give her reason to be terrified. So, too, he still hoped to stop the wedding, and there was no sense in frightening her over a thing that was not to be. Neither could he tell her that to stop the marriage was one reason he lingered at Dew Glen. Meeting her smile, he silently hoped Parlan could prevent it as he had stated he would. Leith's ransom had been easier for Lachlan to get than Parlan had hoped. He now feared that the time he needed to end the marriage plans for Aimil was not to be given to him. Rory continued to be careful, and a careful man took time to catch. Frowning over that problem, Parlan let Lagin into his chambers.
Arsted's back. Where? In his chambers, readying himself to dine. Hoping to slip past me and avoid my anger. Still angry with him? Nay, 'struth I am more weary of him and his ways. That may be for the best. A man with his ways canna be shouted or coaxed out of them. He can only pull himself out. So you think I should leave him in his mire and let him crawl out on his own, if and when he has a mind to? Aye, though it sounds hard, he being your brother and only near kin. Howbeit, you cannae tell how such a one thinks. If you coddle them, they may think you are weak and flaunt their vices. If you scold and bellow, they may grow to resent ye, even hate ye. Seems to me that the safest course to follow is to leave him be. He kens weel that ye disapprove. Leave it at that, then he can only blame himself for what he is. Or blame me for not caring.
Lachlan grimaced.
Aye, there is that chance. Sometimes such ones blame others no matter what. Well, 'tis a thought. I haven't got anywhere with him with any other ploy. He wallows in drink and tempts the pox at every turn.
Parlan suddenly smiled slightly.
Will he be surprised to see how the wee lad he caught has changed? Now why do you frown? Arsted caught the pair.
Aye, Parlan murmured, then asked carefully,
What matter that? They were his booty. He may feel he has a right to the enjoying of it. Then he will be quickly enlightened.
In fact, let us search him out and see that he is told how matters stand here before he even meets Aimil.
Aimil made her way to the hall from the lower floor's privies, glad that Larkin was not about. He was a nice man, but it got tiresome to have him forever at her heels, infringing upon her privacy. As she neared the end of a dim hallway, she came face to face with the man who had captured her and Leith. Suddenly she found herself wishing that Larkin was dogging her heels. Arsted made her very nervous.
"Weel, where have ye come from, my pretty? Now dinna run away. Why the lad's clothes?"
To her dismay, Arsted was not as drunk as she had first thought. He nimbly caught her when she tried to dash past him. With equal agility, he pinned her against the wall in such a way that she feared it would be impossible to use the means of defence Leith had taught her. She wondered if Arsted had met with that trick before. She noted that he was much akin to Parlan in looks, being tall, darkly handsome and well-built, but that was his only resemblance. Aimil was amazed at how clearly his features were stamped with his weaknesses. Even as she thought on that, she frantically sought a way out of her dilemma, finally grabbing at the one thing she felt sure would work to stop him.
"I belong to Parlan,"
she cried, as she tried to twist away from the hand that traced her curves.
"Aho, do ye now? Where did he find you?"
His eyes suddenly widened, then narrowed as he looked her over.
"By God, Santy," he breathed. "You're the Mengue lad. I must have been wheeling my cups that day not to see it."
He took off her bonnet and roughly mussed her neatly tied back hair.
"Well, you're my prize then. Parlan will see that."
"Nay," she gasped, trying to avoid the kiss he tried to press upon her mouth.
"I am Parlan's."
She could not believe that assertion was not enough to stop Arsted. He ignored her, his gaze fixed upon the thick waves of bright hair he had freed.
"Begad, that is lovely. Be still, wench," he growled. "I brought ye here so ye are my prize. I will nae trouble or waste time asking Parlan about it."
A soft cry escaped her when he roughly grabbed her by the throat, his fingers gripping her jaw so that she could not turn her head. Her stomach rolled when he slammed his mouth against hers. Try as she would, she could not get her leg between his to cripple him briefly with a blow to the groin and then, hopefully, escape. Instead, she sank her teeth through his lip, filling her mouth with the warm, salty taste of his blood and nearly making herself ill. He jerked away from her with a bellow of pain, blood streaming down his chin. Even as she broke free of his loosened grip, he grasped her by the arm and backhanded her across the face, hard enough to send her sprawling. She tried to gather her dazed wits to scramble out of his reach, but he caught her up by the front of her paw-point and slapped her again. Aimil thought, a little wildly, that Arsted clearly did not adhere to his brother's ways. Groggily, she lay watching as he reached for her a third time, spitting curses her ringing ears could not understand, only to hear a roar of fury and see Arsted flung aside like a bundle of rags. She was not really surprised to see Parlan. She had recognised the roar. What did surprise her was the extent of the fury her pain-blurred gaze could see in him. That Arsted could see it too was revealed by the stark terror on his face. The only clear thought in her head was to stop something terrible from occurring between the brothers. If Parlan only meant to beat Arsted, she would not care. However, Parlan's blind rage did not make her confident that he would know when to stop. With a cry, she forced her aching body to move and flung herself at him, clasping her arms tightly around his neck and wrapping her legs around his waist. She hoped that, if only because of the time it would take him to dislodge her, a little sanity would soon prevail. Parlan instinctively put his arms around her, but it was a while before he could unclench his fists. His breath came in harsh gasps, and he briefly squeezed his eyes shut as he fought the red haze that had encircled his mind the instant he had seen Arsted strike Aimil. The first clear thought he had was that he had come very close to trying to kill his own brother. In a cold, flat voice, he ordered 20 lashes for Arsted.
"Parlan!"
gasped Arsted as Larkin grabbed him by the arms and pinned them behind him.
"Now,
quickly, before I change my mind and banish him instead.
Peering at Arsted, Aimil noticed that he was ghost white as Lagan dragged him away.
Parlan,
Say nothing.
She pressed her lips together and buried her face in his neck as he strode to their chambers. She stayed silent as cold cloths were applied to her face in hopes of keeping the swelling down and lessening the bruises. Even through the meal they ate in their chambers, she said not a word. Plenty of words swirled in her mind, but she bit them back. Not only was she unsure of what to say, but Parlan looked too cold and too remote to make her brave speech. She feared she had failed miserably in stopping something terrible from happening between the brothers. Along with that fear was the deeper one that he would blame her for the trouble. It would be unfair, for she had done nothing to tempt Arsted, but that did not mean that Parlan might not think she had, or that Arsted might not claim she had. When Larkin arrived, she retreated to the bed to sit huddled amongst the pillows. He sent her a brief look of sympathy, and her fears eased a little. If he did not blame her for what had occurred, then perhaps Parlan would not either.
Is it done? Aye, Parlan. Old Meg's tending him.
Parlan nodded curtly, then moved to stare out the window into the moonlit bailey. Lagan gave Aimil an encouraging smile. He thought that she looked very much like a frightened child, awaiting punishment. With one last glance at Parlan's stiff back, he slipped from the room and headed straight for Arsted's chambers.
Where's Parlan? Doesn't he mean to come and gloat?
Arsted rasped when Lagan strode in. Glancing at the marks upon Arsted's back, Lagan realised that Malcolm had not held back at all.
You're a fool, Arsted. What did I do save to try for a wee bit of pleasure?
It looked to me as if you were planning to beat her senseless.
Is that your idea of pleasure? Nay.
Arsted's gaze flinched away from Lagan's, for he was ashamed of his lack of control.
She bit clean through my lip.
Your mouth shouldn't have been anywhere near hers. She is Parlan's.
Isn't she one of the Mengue pair? I caught them. By right, she should be my prize.
She is in Parlan's bed. That gives him rights. She isn't there as a prize either. They made a bargain.
Well, what matter that? He had no right to have this done to me.
Arsted sounded very much like a sulky little boy, and Lagan shook his head in a gesture of disgust. He got the same he would have given anyone else who tried to do what you did.
I am not just anyone else. I am his brother, his heir.
Ye are a drunkard and a foolish boy. Nay, dinna whine and act wounded or insulted. Ye should be at his side, not me.
He doesn't want me there,
Arsted groused, with a whine to his voice, despite Lagan's warning. Nay, he doesn't, for he can't trust you to do as you should, or even to be sober enough to try. There isn't room for tolerance or second chances when lives are at stake, as they so often are. He can't risk it.
He never gave me a chance.
By the time you were old enough to be of any use, ye had tasted the pleasures of flesh and drink and were wallowing in them.
What has that to do with all this?
More than I dare to hope you would understand. If you weren't so sodden with drink, or trying to avoid the scold ye ken ye deserve by running to the flesh pots, you would ken what goes on here. You would ken that lass is Highland Mengue's youngest daughter, not some low-born wench or whore. You would ken what it would mean if she was hurt. You would ken she was to be wed to Rory Ferguson, and you would ken how hard your brother is trying to stop that and why. Larkin strode to the door, fed up with trying to talk sense into his young cousin. You would ken as weel that, with each passing day, the wee lass you are slapping about and planning to rape draws nearer to becoming the mistress of Dew Glen. He slammed the door after him, leaving Arsted stunned and full of questions. Larkin found Malcolm in the hall. Getting a tankard of ale, he sat down opposite the man. He recalled that he had nothing to eat yet, but at that moment was not particularly hungry.
You didn't hold back on the lash? Nay, I didn't. He deserved every stroke, and nae just for trying to hurt that poor wee lass.
Malcolm shook his head.
I must say,
I am surprised that the laird ordered it done. I have often thought him too soft on Arstead. You wouldn't if you had been there. He was close to killing the boy. What stayed his hand? 'Tis hard to beat a man to death when there is a woman clinging to ye. It was enough to make him pause and clear his head some. I ken that is why Aimil did it. Then he offered Arstead the lashes or banishment. Jesu, whispered Malcolm. 'Tis not just a lusting he suffers then. Nay, God alone kens what it is he does feel, especially right now. He hasn't said a word. The poor lass sits there wondering if she will be blamed, but doesn't speak. 'Tis a strange mood gripping him. I left him staring out the window. Heart sore most like, Arstead being a brother to bring it on. I fear Parlan blames himself for what his brother is.
Searching his memory, Parlan could not find where he had gone wrong with Arstead. Neither could he see where he would have or could have acted differently. Yet, somehow, he had to have stepped wrong, he was sure of it. He did not want to believe that it was bad blood. Then there would be no change in Arstead, perhaps only a worsening of his character. It would mean Arstead was doomed, and that saddened him. He was sure that he could no longer effect a change in his brother. The events of the night had surely marked an end to what meagre relationship had existed between them. It would be a long time before he could view his brother without anger. He knew it was not only because Arstead had abused a woman, something Parlan loathed, but that he had done it to Aimil. Slowly, he turned to look at Aimil, then smiled faintly. She sat huddled against the pillows, fighting sleep. He realised that his actions since the incident might have left her worried, even afraid, for she could easily think that he blamed her. Moving to the bed, he gently laid her down and began to remove her boots.
Time you were abed, sweeting.
He frowned when she just stared at him. Aimil tried to read his cool expression. He did not appear to be angry with her, even though anger still lurked in him. Unable to discern his mood or his thoughts, she decided to keep quiet as he had ordered her to do earlier. She wanted nothing she said or did to exacerbate the situation, to increase his anger at his brother or at herself.
You can talk now,
he murmured in an attempt to tease her, an attempt weakened by his troubled mood. I am so very sorry, she whispered, immobilised by weariness and nerves as he finished undressing her. Prompting her beneath the covers, he sat at her side and traced the bruises forming on her neck and face with his finger.
You have naught to be sorry for, little one.
He stood up and undressed.
You had naught to do with it. I saw that. I but wish that I had arrived sooner.
He was angry, Parlan. I bit clean through his lip. It must have hurt some.
I suspicion it did.
Parlan smiled slightly as he slid into bed beside her.
One knock would have answered for that, dearling. He was set to beat ye senseless, and will ye ken it. There is no excuse for that. So too does he ken my ruling on such matters.
Shouldn't ye go and see him now?
She ventured, as he tugged her into his arms, and she cuddled up to him.
Nay, there is still an anger in me, a violence. I might well do what ye stopped me from doing earlier. Kill him.
Nay, ye would nae. He is your brother.
Nay? Then why did ye stop me?
Well, I feared you might come close to it, so angry you are. I didn't want you to do something you would sore regret later when the anger had left you and your senses had returned.
I didn't think the anger will ever leave. Inside I rage at Arstead and at myself.
Why at yourself?
I have failed with him.
Tightening her hold on him, she shook her head. Parlan smiled faintly and ran his hands through her hair. It was comforting in a way to have someone believe in his abilities. With this problem, however, there was a spot that no comforting could reach. It touched him too deeply.
Some people are just weak, Parlan. There is naught anyone can do. A person cannae always ken what prods them to act as they do. They can only help themselves, for only they ken the why of it, if there is any why at all.
So Larkin claims.
Well, he is right.
As he was about to give his opinion on that, a rap came at the door. He smiled when Aimil dove beneath the covers as he bade the visitor to enter. It did not surprise him to see Leith enter.
Should ye be out of bed, sickly as ye are and all? He drawled.
Ignoring that, Leith asked,
How is Aimil?
I am fine,
she replied, her voice muffled by the covers she hid beneath.
Shy before me?
Easing out from the covers, she murmured,
Well, you have never seen me abed with a man before.
Seeing his fleeting grin fade as he saw her bruised face, she hurriedly said,
It looks worse than it feels.
I wish ye didn't bruise so badly, so easily. 'Tis hard to ken how sorely ye are hurt. He slapped her but twice before I stopped him.
Nodding, for he had heard of the punishment Parlan had meted out to his brother, Leith said,
Well, I but wished to see how ye fared, Aimil. I best be back to my bed.
He looked appropriately languid as he withdrew, saying,
I still tire so very easily.
When his chuckling ceased, Parlan sighed.
That is what I wished Arstead to be.
He is still young. He could change.
The way he goes on, he could die before he alters. Ah, well, 'tis out of my hands. Go to sleep, loving. Ye need to rest your bruises, and I hold too much anger to try loving ye. I daren't try. I might hurt ye myself.
She cuddled close to him and let sleep grasp hold of her. There was nothing she could do. If the trouble was to be sorted out at all, it had to be done between Arstead and Parlan. For long hours into the night, Parlan stroked her hair and stared at the ceiling. Failure and disappointment left a bitter taste in his mouth. He also found them hard things to accept. Resting his cheek against Aimil's hair, he fleetingly acknowledged that his reaction to what Arstead had done had been extreme because of who Arstead had done it to. He decided to wait a few days before attempting to see Arstead, and with that decision made, he finally went to sleep. Chapter 9.
What do you think, Leith?
Leith studied his sister carefully. The outfit she wore was odd, but not unattractive. Someone's tartan supplied a slim skirt. She still wore a man's shirt, but that was partially hidden by a sleeveless jerkin, laced tightly in place to make a fitted bodice. Her figure was almost as nicely displayed as it had been in the boys' attire, more so in fact, for her full breasts were delineated.
'Tis oddly pretty, if that makes sense. 'Twill do very well until father sends some gowns for ye. Ready then?
What about my hair? I couldn't find anyone to help me put it up.
She frowned into the mirror, noting with relief that her bruises were completely gone at last.
I can do it. Tinny looks so doubtful. I used to play with our mothers, aye, and our sisters even, and I'm a fair hand at it.
When he was done, she was suitably impressed. It was nothing elaborate, but was well done and neat. The sedate style managed to make her outfit a bit more respectful than the ragamuffin air she had carried. She smiled her gratitude at Leith as he took her by the arm, and they started on their way to the hall. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, there was sudden confusion. As Parlan spotted Aimil, smiled and headed toward her, a woman strode into the hall. She was lovely, and carried herself with the dignity of visiting royalty. All complimentary thoughts concerning the woman fled Aimil's mind an instant later. The woman became the lowest of creatures when she stopped Parlan's move toward the stairs by hurling herself into his arms and giving him a lengthy kiss that went far beyond a polite greeting. Aimil had to summon all of her willpower not to fly at the woman and tear her from Parlan. It was then that she had a revelation that caused her to pale. She was in love with the Black Parlan. That was the only explanation for the white-hot fury she felt toward a woman she did not know, and for the agony it caused Aimil to watch Parlan embrace the woman. Suddenly, she wanted to run away. It would be hell to face everyone so soon after such a discovery. She feared it would be read in her every look and gesture, and it was the last thing she wished Parlan to know. Parlan gently, but firmly, released himself from Katerine's grip. She was the last person he wanted to see. He had hoped that she would not honour her threat to visit. It was a bit late to wish he had not succumbed to her wiles that once, but wish it he did, wholeheartedly, especially when he glanced up to see Aimil looking at him in cold-eyed dislike. Holding out a hand to Aimil and keeping his gaze fixed upon her, he said, "I would like you to meet a guest of mine, Catherine." Reluctantly, and prodded by Leith, Aimil went to Parlan, letting him take her by the hand. The woman obviously felt she had a right to arrive unannounced at Parlan's doorstep and to kiss him so intimately. Aimil was anxious not to get mixed up with this. She wished she was back at Leith's side. Leith watched his sister closely. He did not like flinging her into the reach of the she-wolf clinging to Parlan, especially when he had a good idea of the revelation that had sapped all the colour from Aimil's face. Nevertheless, it would not be wise for Aimil to back away. Not only should she fight for the man she loved, but to allow herself to be nudged aside too easily would cause her to lose her protected place within the MacGuin keep. She was, after all, only a captive, one whose ransom was slow in coming. "Catherine, I would like you to meet Aimil Mengue and her brother Leith. Catherine Dunmore, Lagan's cousin."
"Surely I am more than that,"
she purred, although her gaze was fixed coldly upon Aimil.
"Are you?"
Parlan hooked Aimil's arm through his.
"We prepare to dine. Do you wish to clean up first, Catherine?"
Aimil could see that the subtle snub enraged the woman. When Catherine allowed herself to be escorted to a room, Aimil was sure it was more to cool down and replan her strategy than to wash. As she let Parlan lead her to a seat next to him, Aimil also felt sure that it would prove to be a long, tense evening. She wished fervently that she could find a good excuse to leave. Despite his best efforts, Parlan got little more than monosyllabic replies from Aimil. He wanted to talk to her about Catherine, even if he was unsure of what to say, but the time and place were all wrong. On the other hand, it delighted him to have this indication that her feelings might consist of far more than passion. He realised suddenly how much he wanted that to be true. When Catherine entered, she was less than pleased to find that Malcolm sat on one side of Parlan and Aimil on the other. While she washed, she had questioned the maid assigned to her, and found out exactly what Aimil Mengue's position was. She had every intention of altering it. The girl could remain a captive treated as a guest, but she would do it out of Parlan's bed. The moment Parlan was distracted, deep in discussion with Malcolm, Catherine looked at Aimil.
"Is it truly a lack of ransom that keeps you here, Mistress Mengue?"
She felt Leith tense at her side, saw Lagan do likewise, and felt she had aimed her dart well.
"My father has paid Leith's ransom. It was very large. He needs time to raise mine,"
Aimil replied coolly.
"Of course. And does your father ken how weel ye are enjoying your stay?" "He kens that I have come to no harm."
Aimil struggled to keep a firm hold upon her rising temper.
"The MacGuin hospitality is unsurpassed." "Definitely unsurpassed."
Catherine cast an easily read glance at Parlan.
"Tell me, are the men so large in the lowlands?"
The way in which Catherine said the word large told all at the table that she preferred to one particular part of Parlan's anatomy. Parlan was not deaf to the conversation around him, although he had let it be thought he was. Yet again he resented the referral to him as a stud. He waited for Aimil's reply. Aimil sensed that Catherine meant far more than she said, but was not sure what. One possibility came to mind, but it was beyond her comprehension that anyone would speak so over a meal, and within the hearing of the very one referred to. It also seemed to her that women would be drawn to Parlan as a total man. His attraction was as much in his character as in his appearance.
"Well, aye, he is very tall,"
she replied in all innocence, frowning when there was a sudden epidemic of coughing. Catherine stared at Aimil as if she were dim-witted.
"Ye are either very innocent or very dim of mind. I wasna referring to his height."
Frowning even more, Aimil said,
"He isna too broad. I have seen men wider of shoulder."
This time the laughter was not suppressed, and Aimil realised that she had missed something. After a moment's thought, she hit upon the only other thing the woman could possibly mean, the very insinuation she had discarded earlier. She gaped and blushed deep red.
"Ye cannae mean that. We are having our meal. 'Tisn't any time to speak of such things."
Catherine thought that highlighting Aimil's naivety would lessen the girl's attraction for Parlan, who was a man of the world, one who would undoubtedly find such sweet innocence tedious.
"I think 'tis a most suitable time,"
she purred, running her tongue over her lips with a lewd meaning that all the men gathered understood. That Catherine's meaning was lost on Aimil was clear to Parlan. His love-making had been varied, but not as much as it could have been. He had curbed several inclinations out of respect for her innocence. This time, Aimil quickly guessed that the woman was playing games with her words. Using the pouring of a fresh tankard of wine as a cover, she leaned closer to Larkin. Before she made any response, she wished to be sure she understood.
"My mind has come up with a very unsuitable meaning for her words. Can I be right?"
"I dinna doubt it. Catherine is a whore, Aimil, and doesn't seem to ken any manners. Pay her no heed."
He glared at his cousin.
"Ye grow crude, cousin."
"And ye suddenly grow righteous, cousin. 'Tis late in life for the child to be so protected."
Aimil grit her teeth and said softly to Larkin,
"If she calls me a child again, I will only be responsible for my actions."
Parlan gave up the pretence of talking to Malcolm. He knew all too well how sensitive Aimil was about her stature, about being seen as a child. Seeing the glint in her eyes, he waited with ill-disguised glee for Catherine to prod that sore once again. It was the one thing certain to make Aimil lose control.
"I ken that Parlan favours youth, but he is near to robbing from the cradle with a wee lass such as ye are." "That does it!"
Aimil hissed as she surged to her feet. She picked up the nearest plate of a sweet made of fruit and cream. Before Catherine guessed what was happening, Aimil tossed it at the woman. Her aim was true, and Catherine's screech was well smothered by the sugary concoction. The curses the woman spat were covered by the laughter that roared around the table. It was not so amusing to Aimil, even when Larkin dragged his sputtering cousin off to be cleaned up. She had been insulted by being called a child, and she had reacted to that insult as a child would have. Embarrassed by her behaviour, she hastily sat down.
"Oh, Classy, that showed a very fine aim,"
Malcolm said with a big grin.
"Tisk, tisk,"
clucked Parlan, his eyes alight with laughter.
"You must learn to control that temper."
Her embarrassment fled, and she glared at Parlan.
"Ye aren't able to say a great deal about that."
"You haven't seen me hurling the food about."
Deciding it was not safe to banter words with him, Aimil lapsed into silence. She had to give Catherine credit for not giving up easily when the woman returned attired in an even fancier gown. Aimil decided that she would not let her temper slip again, no matter how the woman pressed her. She would bear all with the dignity of an adult and a lady. It was not an easy vow to keep. Catherine seemed bent on becoming permanently attached to Parlan, even though she had to reach across Malcolm to touch him. When Malcolm excused himself to take his turn at guard, Catherine quickly took his place at the table. After that, it was all Aimil could do to stop herself from lopping off the woman's hands with the carving knife. The constant touching quickly became subtle, then not so subtle groping. Aimil's jealousy ate away at her, exasperating the temper she sought to control. When Catherine's hand disappeared beneath the table, Aimil's patience gave out, even though she restrained the urge to inflict extreme violence on the woman.
"Lost something, have you?"
she asked brightly, and peered under the table to see Catherine moving her hand between Parlan's legs.
"Allow me to help you,"
she purred, and reached for Parlan. As he was extracting Catherine's hand, Parlan felt Aimil's slim fingers give him a painful pinch. Leaping back with a shouted curse, he nearly unseated himself. Rubbing his abused parts, he glared at her.
"What the devil did you do that for?"
he growled over the badly stifled laughter of the men at the table.
"Oh, I do beg your pardon,"
Aimil said primly.
"I thought it was her finger."
Catherine gasped in horror, her wide eyes fixed upon Parlan, awaiting a show of his legendary temper. Parlan sat torn between amusement and anger. The realization that Aimil was showing definite signs of jealousy pushed amusement to the fore by increasing his good humour in one sudden leap. He burst out laughing, freeing his men's laughter. Catherine sat silent, detesting Aimil Mengue. A few moments later, Aimil decided she had had enough of both wine and company. She quietly excused herself and headed to bed. When she hesitated outside of Parlan's chambers and glanced toward Leith's, she knew Lagan was near. She hesitantly took one step toward Leith's chambers, and Lagan matched it.
"I wouldn't if I were ye," he drawled.
"Well, I have no wish to find myself with three in a bed."
"You will nae. He has no desire for the woman."
"He did once. I may not catch all that is said, but I am nae blind," she groused.
"Aye, once. He is sore regretting that now. Catherine is after a husband, and she isn't one for a man to wed. She is a whore."
He opened the door to Parlan's chambers and gently pushed her inside.
"Get in where ye belong, lassie. I am of no mind to hunt ye down later, and 'tis certain that I will be made to if ye are nae in that bed."
She did not argue any further. Stripping off her clothes, she washed and then brushed out her hair. Crawling into the huge bed she had shared with Parlan for all these weeks, she wished she felt as sure as Lagan that she belonged there. All she could do was wait for Parlan and pray that he arrived alone. Parlan found it difficult to extract himself from Catherine with any amount of politeness. Even when he excused himself to retire for the night, she stayed close to him. Exasperated, he stopped before his chamber door to scowl at her.
"You were shown your chambers, Catherine. Mine are quite full at the moment."
"How can you speak to me so after all we shared?"
Catherine cried and flung her arms around his neck. Aimil tensed for his answer, her body leaning toward the door.
"We shared an hour or two of hearty lust, something you have shared with many. There wasn't any more than that."
"Mayhaps, but you can't even share that with that child you cater to now."
Giving in to an indisputably childish impulse, Aimil stuck her tongue out at the door.
"Let me show ye, remind ye of how a woman can please ye."
From the sounds coming through the door, Aimil decided it was best that she could not see what was going on. She held a pillow over her head so she could not hear it either. Stoutly, she told herself that it was not worth crying about.
"I have tried to be polite, but ye can push a man too far, Catherine,"
Parlan growled as he pushed her away.
"There is naught ye can do to turn me away from what waits in my bed. Find yourself some other man to feast upon."
After she had flounced away, Parlan entered his chambers.
"Why have you got that over your head?"
"So I canna hear ye and Catherine Dunmore slobbering over each other,"
Aimil snapped. He grinned as he strode to the bed and peeked under the pillow.
"I will wash off the slobber, shall I?"
"Humph! Can you wash away the paw marks as well?"
She knew she sounded like a jealous shrew, but could not help it. A soft laugh escaped him as he stripped off his clothes, the signs of her jealousy putting him into a very good humour.
"'Tis the pinch mark that has me sore worried."
"Being such a large man, I am surprised ye felt it."
She cursed softly when he only laughed again. After a moment of sulking, she tossed aside the pillow and sat up. He stood naked before the washbowl, drying himself after his brief scrubbing. He really was a remarkably fine-looking man, and Aimil could understand what drove Catherine. What troubled her, what truly worried her, was what had driven Parlan to Catherine.
"Parlan?"
she asked tentatively, as he extinguished the candles save the one by their bed.
"Aye, lass."
He slid beneath the covers and pulled her into his arms. Glad for the dim light, for she was already blushing fiercely, Aimil asked,
"When she said that dinner was a very suitable time for talking about, well, that, did she mean what I think she meant? Did she really, well, with her mouth?"
"Aye, 'tis why I went to her."
"Oh, you like to be kissed there?"
"Aye,
I ken that she had a talent for it and sought her out, or rather gave in to her ploys. It wasn't very good. Catherine leaves a man feeling as if he has been eaten alive, as if he is naught but a staff. She served me weel the once, but I wasn't eager for more. Suddenly, Catherine was no longer a threat. He talked of her as if she were no more than some utensil. Aimil knew that he always seemed to want more from her. That was one thing she was certain of. What Catherine had shared with Parlan had been brief and unimportant.
"Do you really like to be kissed there?" she whispered, as his mouth touched her throat.
His hands cupped her breasts, and he felt his usual delight in her nipples that needed no prompting to harden.
Aye, what man wouldn't he?
"Then why haven't ye asked it of me? Is it a whore's trick?"
"Nay," he replied slowly, "though 'tis often only a whore a man can get to do it for him."
"I will do it if you wish."
She felt a shudder tear through him.
"Why?"
he rasped, his body already taut from aching with anticipation.
"Well, ye do so much to me, 'tis only fair to do something to ye. Ye give me pleasure, I should give ye some."
It was not exactly what he had hoped to hear her say, but he was in no state to argue.
"Then kiss me, little one."
When he turned onto his back, she hesitantly began her journey. Instinct told her that a slow approach would please him more. She edged her way down his body, letting her lips and tongue caress the taut flesh of his chest and abdomen. His body trembled slightly, and that sign of his pleasure increased her own. So too did his husky words of approval and verbal exclamations of his delight. Upon reaching her final goal, the cry that broke from his lips at her mere touch emboldened her. She tried many ways to increase his very evident pleasure, using her lips, tongue, and hands. When his hips rose up slightly off the bed, instinct told her how to answer his silent plea, and his reactions told her that her instinct had again been right.
"Oh, my God,"
he groaned, when the moist heat of her mouth surrounded him.
"Aye, loving, that be the way of it. 'Tis so good. Sweet heaven, but 'tis good. 'Tis a sweet, sweet pleasure you give me, little one."
He writhed beneath her ministrations until he knew his control was slipping. Grasping her beneath her arms, he pulled her up his body and set her upon him. After but an instant, she was in control, his prompting no longer needed. The fact that she had been readied for him, that pleasuring him had evidently aroused her own passions, sent his desire to new heights. The shivers of her release had barely begun when he held her snug against him, his hips bucking with the force of his own. When she nestled against him with delight, he pulled her tightly into his arms. For a long time they clung to each other, trembling from the force of their passions and weak from the sating of them. Although he finally eased the embrace slightly, he still held her against him. He had never experienced such pleasure. Even the way she could stir him past control was a sort of pleasure. With each night he spent in her arms, even when they had not made love, he became more certain that he would be a fool to let her go. His happiness with her, both in and out of bed, had not faded. The boredom he had so often experienced was not there, not even envisionable. Even when she infuriated him, he never thought of being rid of her. The same things that could set his temper off were part of what fascinated him. It was undoubtedly time to stop playing games with ransom demands. Not being of a romantic turn of mind, love did not enter his calculations, although he sorely wanted her to love him. He liked her, and he trusted her. There was no doubt in his mind that he could be happy with her and proud of her. He wanted her to bear his children and to be at his side to see them grow and have their own families. That, in his mind, settled the matter.
"Aimil,"
he asked softly, even as he wondered what prompted him to.
"What is it that you like about me?"
"Assuming that I did like ye," she teased.
"Aye, assuming that. What is it about my looks that you like the most?"
Although he silently scolded himself for his foolishness, he tensed for her reply.
"Well,"
She frowned in thought as she lifted her head to look at him and tried to think of an answer that would not expose her feelings for him.
Your eyes. I like your eyes. I never kenned that black could have so many shades, one for each emotion when you aren't making them flat and unreadable. Aye, you have very fine eyes.
Why, thank you, Aimil.
He felt genuinely flattered.
Anything else?
Pleading for compliments, are ye? Well, your hands. I like your hands.
She lifted one of his hands to her mouth and kissed his palm.
They are strong, calloused from work and holding a sword, but can be very gentle. They could crush me, but they never even try to.
She noted that, although he looked pleased, he also looked quizzical.
What did you think I would say?
My staff.
He grimaced slightly when she looked at him as if his wits had gone begging.
Why should I choose that? Every mon has one of those. As Leith says, 'tis not the steed but the ride that matters. A large horse doesn't always give a good ride. When you asked me to say what I liked, I looked for what made you different from other men.
She suddenly grinned at him.
Mayhaps if you had smiled more, the women would have looked at your face and not your breeches.
Laughing quietly, he rolled them over so that she was beneath him.
Are you saying that ye care not about my endowments?
Nay, I dare say this wouldn't be quite so much fun without it.
She laughed with him as her hand slid down to discover him ready and eager again.
Though I must say, your appetite threatens to wear it down to a stub.
I will take my chances, witch,
he growled against her breast.
I think I must raise your ransom.
If it goes any higher, my father will not be able to pay it and take me home,
she pointed out in an increasingly husky voice.
Exactly.
He slowly drew the hard tip of her breast into his mouth, delighting in her soft cry of pleasure. When their passion had spent itself, he lay with his head against her breast. Aimil smoothed her hand over his broad back, and her cheek rested against his thick hair. It was hard for her to recall a time when she had not shared his bed. She did not even try to. Now she began to mull over her recent revelation. It brought her both happiness and sorrow. There was an indisputable pleasure in loving someone. She did not need experience to know that was why their love-making was so good, that she loved the man who held her and possessed her and helped her reach those high levels of desire and satisfaction. Aimil was confident of that. It also kept her wanting more. She wondered if love was what had kept guilt and shame away. It had been there from the start, had simply been too new to recognise. She had so easily accepted his absurd bargain because the seed of love had already been planted and had begun to grow within her. The sadness came from the fact that he did not share her love. He desired her, and she did not think it was vanity that made her so certain that he liked her as a person. It was not love, however. He gave passion and friendship, while she gave him her soul. It was not the fairest of trades, and not one to make any woman happy. Unrequited love was all the poets claimed it was, she decided. Her real pain stemmed from the knowledge that it must end. Once her ransom was paid, she would be sent home to marry Rory Ferguson. She could not believe that Parlan could stop that as he claimed he could. Holding Parlan a little tighter, and smiling when he murmured her name in his sleep, she stoutly vowed not to think of what was to be, but only of what she was enjoying at the moment. She would wallow in her love, without a thought to the morrow. Chapter 10.
Elf King is a very smart horse.
He is a very contrary beast.
Parlan, leaning against the fence watching Aimil feed the stallion an apple, fought a smile as he added provocatively,
Just like his mistress.
Because he will not let you woo him doesn't he mean he is contrary.
Ah, ye have caught me.
He made no attempt to deny her accusation, saw no reason to do so.
Aye, though I was slow to do so. I said, nay, Parlan wouldn't be so sly. Then you said that sly thing to my father.
Sly am I?
Aye, a bit. Very clever with words ye are. What you say is the truth and lulls a person, stopping their questions, but 'tis not the whole truth.
Here I am, thinking I am being charming and gallant, wooing ye and your beast, and ye call me sly." She sent him a mock glare, struggling not to laugh at his crestfallen expression.
Give it up. Dinna you have aught to do this day aside from pestering me?
Aye, actually I do. I must leave for the Dunmore Keep soon.
You are taking Catherine home? She tried hard to appear casually interested.
Nay, she claims she needs time to ready herself before she travels to the court at Stirling.
He could not hide his smile at the annoyed expression Aimil could not disguise. It pleased him to see the hint of jealousy and possessiveness in her. He knew there was more to it than that, however. Catherine was annoying. If she was any but a Dunmore, and his sense of hospitality any less, she would have been tossed out on her ear a long time ago. Instead, she lingered, accosting him at every turn, and filling Aimil's ears with poison, making far too much out of one evening of lust. It was fortunate that Aimil did not let jealousy turn her shrewish. He hoped it would not take Catherine much longer to realise that she could not gain her obvious objective of replacing Aimil in his bed, and to see that he had absolutely no interest in her. Aimil might have the strength to tolerate the woman, but he was rapidly losing all patience.
"I will be gone 2 days, mayhaps 3.
Pleased by the expression of distress that fleetingly passed over Aimil's face, he idly wondered if she knew how easily red she was. She could shutter her expression, but more often than not fast enough. He had quickly learned to keep his gaze trained upon her face when he said anything, for in that first brief instant was the chance to glimpse her real reaction to whatever he had said.
I see.
She told herself that she was glad he would be gone for a while, and did not believe a word of it. Quietly drawing nearer to her, he mused,
"Aye, they will be talking, dealing, drinking."
"Wenching,"
she muttered.
"Nay,"
he said softly, and kissed her ear, meeting her start of surprise and resultant scowl with a smile.
"None for me. I must give the poor wee fellow a rest. Ye are so greedy."
He sighed.
"I fear 'twill be worn out before its time."
"I am greedy,"
she squawked, turning to look at him in outrage. Moving so that she was caught between him and Elf King, who now tolerated Parlan completely, even if the horse still did not let Parlan ride him, he drawled,
"Well, mayhaps I am nae so temperate myself. Of course, you being such a comely lass."
"What are ye after?"
"Now, lass, just because I try to speak sweet words to ye, and to cuddle some."
"It isn't that exactly, but there is an air of wheedling about ye."
He grinned, not the least bit disturbed by her suspicions, but then said quietly,
"I have a fierce desire to ride Elf King to the Dunmores. I am thinking I would look very fine and impressive arriving on such a mount."
"You look very fine and impressive riding on Raven."
"Aye, but they are used to the sight."
She rolled her eyes in disgust over his lack of modesty, but he grinned. Even while indulging in that nonsense, she was thinking hard. He would look impressive upon Elf King, his darkness a perfect foil for Elf King's pure white form. It would be a sight the Dunmores would not soon forget. Unfortunately, despite her efforts not to be suspicious, she could not believe that his only motive.
"Is that your only reason?"
"You wound me with your mistrust."
"I doubt that. You have been working very hard to woo Elf King away from me. Dinna try to deny it. This may be but another ploy."
"Nay, 'tis not that."
"You really wish to be grand-looking before the Dunmores?"
"Aye, it never hurts to have your allies see ye as a wee bit bigger than life."
He watched her frown in thought as she stroked Elf King's neck. A twinge of guilt assailed him, for, although he had not lied, he had not been completely truthful, just as she had accused him. Advancing his cause to win the horse was ever there, but did not prompt his request. He would be gone, out of her bed. Without the bonds of passion holding her, she could well try to slip away. There was a far less chance of her attempting escape if she would have to do it without her precious horse. Inwardly, he grimaced, recognising that increasingly he found himself jealous of the animal's place in her affections. Aimil stroked her mount and tried to order her thoughts. No matter what Parlan's reason for wanting to ride Elf King, once he was on the mount's back, she suspected it would be hard to remove him. She was sure he knew that once Elf King was made to accept him as a rider, there could be no going back. The horse could not be made to understand that something was only temporary. To let Parlan ride Elf King could well be the first and irrevocable step to giving him the horse. She realised suddenly that that no longer troubled her. Elf King was important, but no longer all important. What would make Parlan happy was dear to her. As she turned to look at Parlan, she wondered a little nervously if he would read all that was behind her gesture. He would know as well as she did that once she bade Elf King to let him ride, she was, in most respects, giving him her horse, her most prized possession. It was a gesture that could mean a lot, or could be rash. Although she did not want him to think her foolish, she decided that, under the circumstances, it would be better to have him guess the state of her heart.
Aye, you can ride Elf King to the Dunmores.
Parlan struggled not to embrace her heartily, so exultant did her gesture make him feel. She might be unaware of what lay behind her act. Too exuberant a reaction could be seen as a triumphant display for getting nearer to possessing the horse, not her heart. That was not an impression he wished to give her, so he simply smiled.
"How do we go about this, then?"
"We must ride together first."
Tossing her up on the horse's back, he said,
"Let us be off, then."
"Ye are very eager,"
she drawled, as he carefully mounted behind her.
"What man wouldn't he be over the chance to ride such a magnificent beast and—"
He nuzzled her neck, making her giggle,
"with such a bonny lass to wrap his arms about."
"Ye are very sweet of tongue when ye get your way."
As they rode out of the gate, she cast him a sly glance.
"I may be luring you to a lonely spot where I plan to stick a dirk between your ribs and then be off."
"Malcolm wouldn't stand for it."
Looking in the direction he indicated, she saw Malcolm and Lagan trailing a discreet distance behind.
"They truly didn't think I would ever do such a thing, do they?"
She was a little offended at that sign of mistrust.
"Nay, but there are some about who would sore like to."
"Husbands, most like."
"You do see me as a rogue."
"Are you not, then?"
"Nae as great a one as ye think, I am certain. Are we on an old woman's ride then, little one?"
"Ah, you want some speed, do ye? Then ye shall have it."
He laughed as she spurred Elf King into a gallop. As he rode with her, he was acutely aware of her skill, of how at one she was with her mount. He doubted that there were many other women who could ride as well as she. It was something he deeply admired. So too did he deeply admire the horse they rode. His guilt over his ploys to gain her stallion would have been greater, except that he grew more certain each day that Aimil would remain at Dew Glen. It would be a sharing of her horse that he acquired, not full possession. He grew as eager to make Aimil a permanent part of Dew Glen as he had been to make Elf King a permanent part of his stables. The ride was short, for she did not want to tire Elf King. It was a relatively long ride to the Dunmores. So too was she certain that Parlan would wish to experience Elf King's full potential while he held the reins. She reined in at a small clearing.
"Here is as good as a place as any for your maiden ride."
"Are you sure he will nae toss me to the ground?"
he asked, as she slowly dismounted.
"Nay, this is how I got him to allow Leith upon his back. To get him to toss Leith, I must order him to do it. 'Tis a way to discourage strangers. If ye had mounted alone, ye would have found yourself sprawled in the dirt, but because I have let ye on with me, then left ye on, Elf King will nae object to ye. Well, go on then. Ride away."
Hearing the reluctance in her voice, he smiled. He bent down, grasped her chin, and pressed a brief kiss to her slightly pouting mouth. Then, because he could no longer wait to take his first ride, he spurred Elf King on, leaving Aimil behind. Aimil stood watching them disappear, and sighed. He did look magnificent upon Elf King. They were two strong yet graceful male animals. She simply wished she did not feel as if she was always giving but never gaining. Forcing away such depressing thoughts, she smiled at Larkin and Malcolm as they rode up to her. She wished that they did not look so sympathetic. It made her fear that her feelings were all too easily read.
We will only have to go and find where your beast has tossed him, will we?
Nay, Malcolm.
She smiled a little.
You may have to search him out to remind him that he has work to do, though.
Parlan had to remind himself sharply of the plans he had made. Reluctantly, he reined in, sitting and gazing around at his lands briefly before returning. He also savoured the feeling of sitting astride one of the finest pieces of horseflesh he had ever seen.
She isnae slow of wit, Elf King. She kens what she has done. I just wonder if she kens the why of it.
He continued to think about that as he returned to collect her. They rode back to Dew Glen in relative silence. He then shooed her away so that he could see to Elf King's rub-down and order the preparations for his journey. It did not really surprise him to see Malcolm lingering, for the man had never approved of his plans to gain the stallion.
So, you finally got your arse on the back of her horse.
Aye, Malcolm. I mean to ride him to the Dunmores.
You will make a fine show.
We will that.
She has given you a very fine gift.
She has. 'Tisn't a gift, though, but a sharing.
You didn't mean to keep the beast in your own stables?
Aye, I do, but I mean to keep his mistress in my own private stable as well.
So you have decided that, have you?
I think I would be a great fool to let this one slip away.
Well, I wouldn't be saying so,
Malcolm drawled, slowly grinning. Mayhaps not, but you have been thinking on it. Nay, the thought entered my head that first night and hasnae faded, only grown to a conviction. She will make a fine lady of Dew Glen. I will see to that when I return from the Dunmores.
Are you taking that bitch Catherine with you?
She will nae go. She claims she prepares to return to Stirling. Malcolm made a sound of scornful disbelief.
She means to fill the wee lass's head with poison about you.
Aye, I ken it. She's been trying that since she got here. I cannae toss her out, though. 'Tis my hope that Aimil will trust in all I have said on the matter, and recall where I have spent all my nights despite Catherine's lavish invitations. 'Twill come to a test of trust. Keep a close eye upon the Mengues.
I cannae stop twa lassies from fighting.
Parlan laughed. Nay, my thoughts veered without warning. Watch for an attempt to escape.
You think she will try?
On her own, mayhaps not. I should like to think she would be reluctant to leave me. So too will I have her prized Elf King. Howbeit, her brother lingers here and may spur her on. He cannae ken what I have decided. The plan he and I first talked of has taken too long to work, and I cannae blame him if he thinks I play him for a fool.
To take her home is to take her to Rory Ferguson. He will nae do that.
He will no doubt have many a plan to keep her out of Rory's grasp. He may even think to bestir me in some way.
So why dinna you tell him how you be thinking?
I have no time to do it right now. Just keep a very close eye on the pair. They are canny brats, he muttered, as he strode out of the stables and headed for his chambers within the keep. Aimil watched Parlan pack and tried to act as if she did not care that he was leaving. It was not an easy pose to hold. The only good she could find in it all was that Catherine was not going with him, but then she wished heartily that Catherine was going somewhere. He had jested about having no need for wenching, but that was no calming vow of fidelity. There was no reason for him to give her such a thing, as she was but a captive for ransom who was convenient to serve his needs. Since she doubted that the Dunmore keep was without women, there would assuredly be ones there offering to warm his bed. There were no doubt past lovers there, eagerly awaiting his return. She could not confidently envision him refusing a willing woman, and that hurt.
You're looking a wee bit doughy. Going to miss me?
Parlan sat down on the bed at her side.
I am merely fretting over Elf King. He has never gone anywhere without me, she huffed.
Well?
He grinned as he pushed her down onto the bed, gently pinning her beneath him.
I think I best leave you something to remember me by.
You cannae mean to do that now.
Och, lassie, you're always saying I cannae,
and I must show ye that I can."
Aimil forced a scowl to her face as she struggled back into her clothes.
"Ye are a rogue, Parlan MacGuin."
"Aye, I ken it."
He laughed and neatly avoided her attempt to hit him.
"Thought ye ought to have a proper farewell."
"That was far from proper. Who goes with ye?"
she asked, not truly interested, but feeling a need to keep talking. They kept talking until he was mounted upon Elf King and ready to ride out. Parlan knew it would have soothed her troubled feelings a great deal if he would tell her how tempted he was to take her with him. He resisted the temptation, however, for that could easily cause more trouble than it solved. Until he openly declared otherwise, she was a prisoner for ransom and should stay at Dew Glen. Before all, he gently kissed her farewell. He knew she would not understand what the gesture meant to the ones watching. If there was a man at Dew Glen who thought to take advantage of Parlan's absence, he would now think again. Parlan would not take such a public and fond farewell of a woman who was no more to him than a prisoner for ransom and a convenient vessel for his lusts. As he rode away, he told himself not to take it to heart if she did try to escape. She had no reason to believe that she was anything more than a prisoner, no matter how well treated she was. Even Leith, despite the discussions they had had, could not be sure that Parlan could, or even would do as he had said he would. Leith could well think it his duty to free Aimil and end any further extortion of his father. It would be easy enough for Leith to make Aimil see it as her duty too. Until she was offered more than a place in his bed, it was her duty, for she certainly had no cause to feel that she owed him any fealty, or even that he wished it of her. Suddenly, he wished he was back at Dew Glen and not forced to visit the Dunmores. Parlan saw that he might well have erred in waiting so long to decide what he wished to do about Aimil. For once he might have been too cautious. Although he tried not to recognise that there was a chance that she and Leith could escape, he knew they were clever enough to succeed in such a venture. He would then have to find a way to get her back. A direct approach would gain him nothing, for she was still promised to Rory Ferguson until that man either revealed his true self to Highland Mengue or repudiated Aimil. Parlan realised that by being so wary, he could well have let himself in for a great deal of trouble. He also recognised that he could do nothing about it until he returned from the Dunmores, a visit he was now intending to make as short as possible. It was suddenly imperative to settle things between himself and Aimil. As soon as he returned to Dew Glen, he would arrange an appropriate setting and let her know that she was no longer simply his prisoner and lover. An uncustomary sense of nervousness, almost uncertainty, came over him. Even the fact that he was riding to the Dunmores on Elf King did not banish the unease he felt. For the first time in his life, he was planning to offer a woman more than a brief time of pleasure. Parlan wryly admitted that it was not going to be as cut and dried a matter as he had thought. Now that he had made the decision, he easily foresaw complications. Telling himself not to look for trouble did not really stop him from doing it. Riding into the Dunmore Keep on Elf King caused all the excitement he could have wished for. He found himself wishing that Aimil was at his side, she on Elf King and he on Raven. There was no doubt in his mind that such a sight would have impressed the Dunmores as much, if not more. He was determined to show them such a sight on his next visit, a visit to introduce the mistress of Dew Glen. Being careful not to cause offence, Parlan nonetheless made it clear that he was making only a short stop. He used the situation concerning the Mengues as a reason for the haste he displayed. Since the value of such captives was recognised without explanation, the excuse served him well. Several women made it clear that they would be more than willing to fill his bed, but he paid them no heed, even though a few of them had pleasured him well enough during past visits. He found himself feeling slightly ashamed of his past. It occurred to him that he had been greedy and without restraint. Wincing inwardly, he wondered if there would be any place he could take Aimil where there would not be some woman or women whom he had bedded. He had enjoyed far more than his share, and was suddenly not very proud of it. Lying in his bed, he found that he missed Aimil. For nearly 4 months they had shared a bed. He now found that he hated sleeping alone. Even when they had slept back to back, not wrapped in each other's arms, it had been comforting to know that he had only to turn over and to reach out, to find warmth, loving, or simply someone to talk to. He decided a bed without Aimil was something he would do his best to avoid in the future. He wondered, even hoped it was so, if Aimil found an empty bed as distressing as he did. Aimil sighed with heartfelt despair as she crawled into Parlan's large bed. Even if she did not love him, it would have been nearly impossible to find someone able to fill his place. The absence of a man like Parlan made for a very empty bed. She could not help but wonder if the bed he now slept in was as empty as hers. It was hard to think he would refuse a bed partner, and she had no doubt that there would be some available. His appetite was far too large to go hungry voluntarily. Cursing, she turned onto her stomach and forced her eyes shut. It might have been easier to fool herself into thinking that he would be faithful if she did not have Katerine's poison seared into her mind. What confidence she had gained was consistently eroded by Katerine's venomous words, despite all her efforts to ignore the woman. A little spitefully, she wished Katerine joy of her own empty bed. The woman seemed to be the sort who would find an empty bed too much of a deprivation to endure for long.
"He hasn't been to see me since he ordered the flogging,"
Arsted groused, as he watched the scantily clad Katerine move to the window.
"Ye erred in touching his precious Aimil,"
Katerine snarled.
"The gad, I am fair sick of that child. 'Tis her innocence he likes, that is all."
Arsted did not think so, but was wise enough not to say it. He was healed enough to be eager for a woman, and Katerine's presence in his chambers, plus her alluring attire, indicated she would be willing to accommodate him. It would not be wise to raise her ire. Her particular skills in bed were well known, and he intended to do nothing that would stop her from giving him a sample. In Katerine's case, he knew that Parlan would not have any objections to Arsted's tasting what Parlan had already enjoyed and had so firmly and clearly set aside.
"Well, she will soon be back with her kin and wed to Rory Ferguson. They are betrothed."
"Parlan means to stop that wedding."
"So I heard, but I cannae see how he means to do it. She isna a MacGuin he can rule and order about,"
Arsted countered.
"Nay, but neither is she kept under lock and key,"
Katerine said slowly, her look thoughtful as she turned to face Arsted. Distracted by his own inner discord, Arsted was not at first aware of the air of plotting Katerine exuded.
"Nay, she isna. In a lot of ways she is as near to a guest."
"That could be ended any time,"
she mused aloud. Nearing the bed and thinking that, although he was young and not the man his brother was, Arsted was not one to be tossed aside, especially when she was so hungry for a man.
"What do you mean?"
"Just that Parlan has never been one for constancy,"
she said as she sat on the bed. He did not believe her. Even as she leaned toward him and he eagerly met her kiss, he finally sensed her plotting. Her animosity toward Aimil was no secret. That she would plot against the girl was entirely possible. Despite his own troubled and confused feelings concerning Parlan, Arsted could not shake his loyalty to Parlan, who was not only his brother, but his laird. It was now painfully clear to him that Aimil Mengue was more to Parlan than a wench to tussle with. As he debated whether he should speak of his suspicions to Parlan upon his return, Katerine's skilled hand reached between his thighs and put the matter out of his head. Chapter 11.
"Loving, I can understand why you would like to stay."
Leith looked at his crestfallen sister with honest sympathy.
"Aye, there are the reasons ye are thinking on, but there is also Rory."
Leith sighed and sat down beside Aimil on Parlan's bed. He was torn two ways. Parlan was a man of his word, yet nothing seemed to be getting done. Time passed without sight or word of Rory, while his father struggled to fulfill ransom demands that Parlan swore had only been made to gain time. And Aimil was falling more in love with a man who made no visible effort to make her any more than his bed warmer. If nothing else, perhaps if Aimil was taken from him, Parlan would decide he wanted her back, as his wife.
It was past time to make some decisive move, and escape was all Leith could think of. I will do all I can to keep you from being wed to him.
But is all ye can enough?
That I do not ken, but I swear upon our mother's grave he will never have ye, Aimil. I will help you flee and hide ye if all else fails. I will try all else first, but I will do even that if I must.
Oh, Leith, that would put ye against our father.
And this I am already set against him. 'Tis time to cease being silent about it and take action.
Parlan said he would stop the wedding.
Aye, and I want to believe him. I do believe that he means to, but what can he do? What has he done? Each day that passes brings the ransom closer to being paid in full. He swore to me that the ransom was made so weighty so that he could have time to stop the marriage. Although that surprised her, Aimil added softly,
Yet the marriage is still planned, and the ransom gathered.
She shook her head.
Nay, I cannae believe that he plays us for fools. He is an honest man.
So I believe, dearling. Yet I cannae let father hand the man a purse that will leave us paupers because I cannae face the fact that I could be wrong. There are times, Aimil, when trust becomes a risk too great to take, and I begin to think 'tis one of those times. You could be wrong. Feelings for the man could blind ye, he added softly. She rose from where she sat on the bed and agitatedly paced the room.
Aye, they could. I think ye have guessed more than I wish ye to. Yet as those feelings may blind me, they also make me sicken at the thought of wedding Rory Ferguson.
I swear to you, sweeting, you will never wed Rory.
'Tis our duty to try to escape,
she murmured, hoping that by repeating that she could convince herself of it. Aye, because of the ransom and because of what he is doing to ye. There is no honour for ye in this arrangement. If he would but offer to wed ye, he began.
I will wed no man for honour's sake.
Ah, loving, many is the man that speaks of honour but is wedding a woman because he wishes to.
Mayhaps,
she sighed.
I cannae stay only because I wish to.
Nay, because ye are his captive, there are many who will pay little heed to the bedding of ye. If ye stay of your own will, ye are agreeing to the arrangement, and that is when all will think ye but a whore, or most all.
I ken it.
Her mind cringed at the very thought of it.
When do we leave?
This night. I wished to go last eve, but I needed to be certain of the best place to slip away through. It took longer than I had thought. 'Tis a well-guarded place. Even the place I have found is watched, but nae as keenly as others. Also, less time is needed to go from one place of cover to another than out beyond the walls.
What time do we try this, then?
After the evening meal. We will retire as always, and, as soon as the place quiets for the night, we will be gone. She smiled when he kissed her cheek, but her smile faded quickly when he left. Leaving was the very last thing she wanted to do. All of Leith's reasoning was perfectly sound. There was no arguing with it, yet she desperately wished that there was. Once she was back home, Parlan would never get near her again. She could not even feel sure that he would try. There was also the possibility that, if he did hold some feelings for her escape would hurt him. He would probably understand what drove her to it, but emotions could be irrational things. She knew that all too well. No matter how solid her reasoning, there was no ignoring the fact that she was escaping not only Dew Glen, but his bed. She did not relish delivering that dart. She could almost wish that he held no more feelings for her than a healthy lust. Shaking her head, she sought to disperse such thoughts. She needed to convince herself of the need to escape, of the rightness of the action. To view the unpleasant, even painful side of it all would weaken her, and she needed strength. It proved difficult to keep up a facade of normality during the evening meal. Aimil found herself almost glad of Catherine's presence and her continued acrimonious talk. It kept her thoughts from dwelling on how soon she would be gone from Dew Glen and Parlan. So too did it give others a reason for her less than cheerful mood. They no doubt felt that she was simply angry with or tired of Catherine.
As she waited for Leith in Parlan's room after they had retired, Aimil thought on Catherine and wished she had not. The woman would heartily welcome a vacancy in Parlan's bed. Aimil did not feel confident that since she had left him of her own free will, Parlan would suffer an empty bed. She felt sick over the thought of him with other women, especially Catherine. It was enough to make her determination waver, but then Leith arrived.
"Ready, love?"
he murmured, his gaze soft with understanding as he recognised her distress.
"If we must,"
she sighed. Grasping her gently by the shoulders, he said,
"We must try, Aimil. If the man cares for ye, he will come for ye."
"I am betrothed to Rory."
She did not really want to cherish too many hopes concerning Parlan, for it would only hurt her more when they came to nothing.
"Then Parlan will end that betrothal, as he said he would. He can do that be we at Dew Glen or at home."
She nodded and allowed herself to be led from the room. It was tempting to look back, but she resisted. Now was the time to look ahead and to concentrate upon the business of escaping. Memories and regrets could come later. She was sure that she would find herself heavily laden with both when she finally gave them free rein. Moving through the shadowed halls of Dew Glen, she was a little surprised at the laxity of the guard. Soon after that, she grew insulted. It appeared that the men felt Parlan had her well and firmly shackled to the bed. That a woman would try to escape the Black Parlan's arms was a possibility they plainly considered a remote one. In what she knew was a rather contrary and perverse way, she decided she was going to enjoy proving them all wrong. Slipping out of a little used door into the bailey, she and Leith pressed their backs to the wall, taking full advantage of the shadows while they surveyed the strength of the guard. Here she noted that it was far more in evidence, even though the men's attentions were mostly turned away from the keep. She realised that slipping through the keep had been the easy part of their plan.
"Where do we head, Leith?"
"To the stables, loving. Between the wall of the stables and the curtain wall is a small space, barely enough for us to slide into. There is a small door in the curtain wall there. Getting to the stables from here will be difficult, but it can be done. When I cry, 'Now,' you are to bolt over the open ground toward the curtain wall. Flat against it, you will see the space."
Aimil felt her heart quicken with tense excitement. She held no fear, for she felt sure that Parlan's men would not harm her or Leith, although there could be a few bruises forthcoming in their recapture. Despite her regrets and her desire to stay, there was a thrill in the thought of eluding Parlan's men and escaping such a well-secured keep as Dew Glen. She wished a successful escape did not mean an end to all she had shared with Parlan. When Leith hissed the signal, she moved with no hesitation. She had seen that he watched for that brief moment when the two guards who could have spotted them had their attention elsewhere. That meant not only stealth was needed of her, but speed, and she produced all she could as she silently raced across the open space to the stables. Upon reaching the high stone wall beyond the stables, she clung to the cool stone and the safety of its shadows. It took a moment for her to espy the space Leith had spoken of. The shadows and its narrowness made it nearly invisible. Still clinging to the wall, she slid into the space, releasing her breath in a soft expulsion of relief when no outcry was made. She had made it without being discovered. Now she tensely waited for Leith to do the same. Her tension, accumulating as she waited for her brother, was released in a soft squeak when he finally reached her side. There had been no warning of his approach by sight or by sound. 1 minute she had been alone, in the next he was there. It took her several deep breaths before she quieted the furious pounding of her heart. Despite that, she felt proud of his skill.
"Where is this doorway, Leith?"
she hissed, eager to continue now that she had committed herself to the plan.
"Slide along some, and you shall feel it."
It was several feet before her hand left stone and touched wood.
"A bolt hole, do you think?"
"Aye. 'Twas weel concealed with debris, and there is but a wee walkway of rock between it and the loch that guards this side of Dew Glen. A boat may have been tethered below or near. There is none now, but I cannae think any who fled by this route meant to swim the loch. It has been long forgotten, I believe."
"It could be a weak spot if 'tis forgotten.
a way for enemies to gain Dew Glen.
We will send your love word of it when we are safe away. I have no plans to make use of such a thing. Open the door, sweeting. By staying close to the wall, we can work our way round to the front, whence comes another difficult part. There is a large open space between the walls of Dew Glen and any cover. We shall have to bolt across and hope that some clouds arise to dim what light there is.
She forced herself to open the door. It required all her strength, and she pressed her body against it. Leith kept a grip on her in case she stumbled, for there was no room for a misstep outside the door. She could easily be plunged into the loch. As she slowly worked the door open, she fought the urge to end the escape, to give in to the temptation to return to Parlan's bed and await his return. Parlan scowled when Elf King hesitated in his steady pace toward Dew Glen's gates. He had little patience for dealing with the spirited animal's vagaries. Although he could not stop himself, he felt foolish for driving his men so hard just so that he could reach Dew Glen and a tiny lady one night earlier than planned. That the men suspected what pushed him only annoyed him more. Cursing when Elf King sought to turn toward the loch, he struggled to keep the horse on the road. Finally, he decided that he would waste less time if he allowed the animal his way for the moment.
"Ride on ahead," he ordered his men. "This fool beast has a fancy to see the loch and will me be dissuaded. I have decided that this time 'twill be easier to let him have his way."
"I will ride with you,"
murmured one burly man as he moved out of the group to ride at Parlan's side. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Parlan nodded curtly. It would be unfair to take his ill temper out on the man. Ian felt that he was only doing his duty in ensuring that his laird was well guarded, even so close to Dew Glen's walls. Although Parlan did his best not to gather too many enemies, he had enough to warrant the concern. A frown touched Parlan's face as he allowed Elf King the freedom to go where he wished. The animal's ears twitched, and his nose worked much as if he were a hound on the scent. Parlan's curiosity began to outweigh his annoyance. He thought now that the horse was not simply being contrary. As the horse picked his way over the increasingly rocky ground, Parlan mused upon what had brought him hieing back to Dew Glen. He honestly admitted that it was not only physical need. There was no doubt about his eagerness to bed Aimil again, but he was also eager to see her. He wanted to hear her laugh, to see her smile, and simply to talk to her. It was a source of some wonder to him to discover how thoroughly he missed her as a person, and not just as a body that gave him pleasure. When Elf King's steps faltered, Parlan dismounted. Something drew the horse to a place the animal would not usually go, and Parlan wanted to see what it was. He drew his sword, and heard Ian do likewise. Although he could not fathom why the animal would approach danger so doggedly, there was always a chance that it was a threat the horse had scented, and it would be wise to be prepared for it.
"We run out of land,"
Ian muttered when they reached the edge of the loch. "Aye, but the beast wishes to move on, yet even he balks at trying to walk the wee spit of land between the walls of Dew Glen and the waters of the loch." Handing Elf King's reins to Ian, Parlan ordered, "Hold him here. I will go along and see what draws the fool animal." He smiled grimly as he heard Ian's soft mutter. The man did not like being left behind where his sword could prove useless. Parlan knew that Malcolm would have been far less reticent in his disapproval. Parlan also decided that he had better speak to Aimil about what tricks she had taught her mount, so that he would not be caught by surprise by the horse's actions again.
"Did you think to try this door?"
panted Aimil, as she struggled in her battle to open the thick oaken portal.
"I nudged it, and it gave. Do you wish me to take a turn?"
"Nay, for if you stumbled I would never be able to hold ye, and you would end in the loch. I am near to having it open enough."
"We need but a space to slip through, and we being so slim it doesn't have to be a very big space. 'Tis not enough as yet."
"Nay, an inch or twa more will do it though. 'Tis noisy,"
she hissed when the hinges groaned, strained by use after so long.
"I should have thought to grease them."
He waited with her to see if any alarm was raised.
"'Tis not as loud as we think,"
he murmured a few moments later.
"Try again. Mayhaps the noise doesn't carry beyond this spot." "Come, loving,"
he urged, when she continued to hesitate. "There is always the chance that someone may look into our chambers and see that we are gone. We cannae hesitate now." When she pushed the door, and again the screech of little used hinges rent the air, he cursed softly, then said, "Ignore it and continue." "But Leith," she protested, sure that the noise would be audible to a guard. "There is no other way, nor is there any other time for us. If we are caught now rather than later, so be it, but let us not hesitate simply because of the risk of capture. Push!" Parlan pressed himself against the cold stone wall. He was not sure what he had heard, but something had alerted him. Listening tensely, he waited for either a movement or a sound. A soft whicker from Elf King told him that whatever had drawn the horse to the spot was still there. His searching gaze suddenly fixed upon an irregularity in the line of the wall. Although he was not well acquainted with this side of Dew Glen, he felt sure that there should not be a length equal to a man's height jutting out from the wall. Even as he stared at it, a soft noise reached his ears, and he was certain it had come from that spot. Carefully he edged toward it. As he watched, he detected a faint movement accompanied by the faint squeak of something akin to rusted hinges. Suddenly he knew what he saw. Some long-forgotten exit was there, and someone was trying to open it. Someone had found an old doorway in the walls of Dew Glen and was struggling to put it to use. He was assailed with an odd mixture of emotion as he moved even nearer. There were only 2 people in Dew Glen who would need to leave it so stealthily. Angrily, he wondered how they had managed to get so close to succeeding. They were supposed to be closely watched, yet no one had apparently noticed their absence. Catherine hesitated as she passed Leith's chambers. The youth had been cold to her, quite insulting in his attitude. That stirred her to fury, but she suddenly recognised his possible usefulness. He was very close to Aimil. The girl listened to him, and he had a great deal of influence with her. Catherine realised that she could find the way to drive Aimil away, either by using him directly, or by the use of some information she managed to glean from him. That he had shown her little warmth was something she felt sure she could change. Opening his door, she slipped inside only to halt and stare blankly at the empty bed. It took her a moment to realise what had happened. Hurrying down the hall, she flung open the door to Parlan's chambers. When she saw that bed was also empty, she began to smile. Leith had convinced his sister to escape. Considering the time that had passed since the pair had retired and the lack of any outcry, there was a very good chance that they had succeeded, and Catherine's smile widened. A sudden stir in the keep prompted her to leave Parlan's room quickly and shut the door. If she was caught there, she would be asked why she had raised no alarm. She listened tensely, but there was no outcry, simply a sudden bustling, an increase in activity. Her smile widened again as she understood the meaning of it. Parlan was returning. Laughing softly, she hurried to greet him, planning to let him see that she held no grudge, and was more than willing to assuage whatever sense of insult Aimil's flight had inflicted. "'Tis nearly open enough, Leith," Aimil gasped, as she paused to rest a moment.
"I should have tested it more. We waste precious time struggling here."
"Are we to give up, then?"
she asked with weak hopefulness. A light smile touched Parlan's face. He stood near enough to hear the faint whispers and knew his suspicions were correct. Aimil and Leith were attempting to escape Dew Glen. Reluctantly, he admitted that it hurt to think she would wish to leave, though he understood the reasons behind the escape did not need to be personal ones. The reluctance he heard in her voice was some balm to that hurt. She did what she felt she had to, not necessarily as she wished to.
"Aimil," Leith sighed. "Now isn't the time to argue that again. We must do as we must."
Aimil pondered crossly that duty was a tiresome thing. She would much rather follow her heart, which told her to stop breaking her back on the door and go back to Parlan's chambers. Her heart did not care what people thought if she chose to stay in Parlan's bed, or if he did impoverish her father with his demands for ransoms. Unfortunately, the demands of pride and duty were proving as strong as her heart's desires.
"'Tis that I dinna like losing Elf King,"
she muttered, and was disgusted with herself for mouthing such a lie, one that was so easy to see through.
"Of course," drawled Leith.
I aren't thinking 'tis the other stallion you crave to see return.
Dinna call him a stallion.
The twinge Parlan had felt when she had spoken of Elf King passed. He knew she loved her horse and that she would feel regret for having to leave him behind. Her defence of Parlan, however, indicated otherwise. It at least revealed that she was not without some feeling, enough to make her object when she thought a slur had been made about him.
Many call him so. 'Tisn't an insult for a man.
I shouldn't like to be compared to a beast, not even one as fine as Elf King,
she gritted as she pushed against the door.
There is more to the man than that. I thought you kenned it.
I do.
Yet we try to flee.
She knew the length of time it was taking to break free of Duglen was why she faltered.
I told you the why of it.
Even if we dinna succeed, mayhaps 'twill spur him to confide the plans he speaks of, or to show us some results.
Leith released his hold upon her to test the opening of the door.
Nearly there.
At that instant, Aimil gave a push that utilised all her waning strength. She suddenly realised that it was not only a lack of use that made the door hard to open, but the fact that it rubbed against the ground. Her efforts had finally caused it to clear that obstruction and made the door suddenly jerk open. She fruitlessly tried to maintain her balance, but fell to the ground. For an instant, she hung at the edge of the small rocky walkway. She frantically tried to gain a hold that would stop her from falling into the cold, fierce waters of the loch, but failed. With a soft cry, she plunged into the cold waters. She fought to regain the surface, but her clothing pulled her down. Fear gripped her when she discovered that she might lack the strength to save herself, having seriously depleted it in trying to open the door. She struggled against the paralysing effects of terror as fiercely as she fought to remove the clothes that worked to hold her beneath the water. The fear began to win as she failed to remove her clothes in time. For a moment she tasted sheer terror, then blacked out.
"Aimil!"
Leith cried, staring in horror at the black waters that had swallowed her. He hurried to tug off his heavy boots, only to find a sword thrust toward him from out of the dark. Stunned though he was, he recognised the large form that dove cleanly into the water after Aimil. Another man suddenly appeared at his side, and together they tensely waited for Parlan to reappear. Parlan fought a gnawing panic as he dove after Aimil. She had been fully and warmly dressed, which would act as an anchor. So too there was little light beneath the water to aid him in his frantic search. When he located her, her limpness frightened him. He fleetingly noted that she had tried to lessen the weight that pulled her down, but suspected that she had lacked the strength. 4 hands reached out to aid him when he broke the surface of the water, but he ordered Ian and Leith to a wider spot where they would not be so dangerously hindered by the lack of room. Once he got Aimil up on the bank, he worked to free her of the water she had swallowed. He joined Leith in softly thanking God when Aimil spewed out the cold water and spluttered briefly awake. Curtly refusing any assistance, he carried her to Elf King, then into Dew Glen, where he intended her to stay. Chapter 12. It was a moment before Catherine noticed the bundle that Parlan carried. She halted abruptly in her advance toward him to glare at the limp, dripping Aimil. Briefly, hope flared that the girl was dead, but that was killed when the girl groaned. After Parlan turned Aimil over to old Meg's care and ordered Leith escorted to his chambers, Catherine followed him into the hall, watching him hungrily as he changed into dry clothes, even as she plotted another way to be rid of Aimil.
"I told you to watch them carefully, Malcolm,"
Parlan growled. Malcolm took the rebuke as his due. He could have placed extra guards upon the Mengues, but had not. Even a long-forgotten doorway would not have aided them had he done so. It was an oversight, and he acknowledged it.
"How did you come across them?"
he asked Parlan. "That horse sniffed her out. He forced me to that point. 'Tis weel that he did. Fool lass could have drowned." Parlan downed almost a full tankard of ale that was served to him.
"Where did that door come from? Did none ken it was there?" "I think not. The stables have been there since your father's time. Come the morn I want it sealed. Now I will go speak to that fool lad."
After glancing at an avidly listening Catherine, Malcolm suggested softly so that she could not overhear,
"You didn't tell the lad your plans at all. I ken he trusts ye, but he daren't. Nay, not when the ransom is still collected and ye still bed his sister as ye will.
Parlan ran a hand through his damp hair.
You're right, Malcolm. I will say what is needed. Tomorrow. I am too weary to do it right this night.
How promises the weather on the morrow? He asked Angus, a man renowned for his forecasting skill.
Bodes well. Sun, clear skies and warmth. A rare summer's day.
Good. Maggie, you will see that food is readied. I dine in the sun tomorrow at noon with Aimil. He winked at Malcolm.
I ken just the spot. The Banshee's Well copse. Now, to speak to Leith.
Catherine did not care to think on what such special arrangements could mean. She crept out of the hall and sought out one of her men-at-arms. Ordering him to leave with 2 horses, giving the excuse of readying matters for her journey to Stirling, she told him to wait for her just beyond sight of Dew Glen. He had barely cleared the gate when she was at the door Leith and Aimil had tried to escape through. Luck was with her, and moments later she was riding toward one who would certainly aid her in her quest of ridding Dew Glen of Aimil Mengue.
Who?
Muttered Rory when Catherine was announced.
Catherine Dunmore,
growled Geordie.
She says she has a bargain to set before ye.
Show her in then.
I have little time,
Catherine began immediately upon entering the room.
I must be back at Dew Glen before the morn.
Then tell me what you wish. I canna think what bargain we can strike, however.
I can give ye Aimil Mengue.
Catherine nodded with satisfaction when Rory tensed with interest, and she quickly told him of the plan she had devised.
And what do you gain?
Parlan. I want him, alive, she hastened to add. A bargain?
A bargain? Where will they be, and when?
I mean it,
she said, after they had made their final plans and she prepared to go.
I want Parlan alive. Do as you will with that girl, but leave Parlan to me.
Of course. My word upon it.
A smile eased over Rory's face after Catherine left, and he turned to Geordie.
10 of our best marksmen are to be ready to ride on the morrow. I will get my bride back, and I will see the Black Parlan dead.
Leith tried very hard not to feel like an errant child as he faced Parlan. He was, however, uncomfortably aware of the fact that he had been allowed to stay at Dew Glen on Parlan's good graces. His attempt to escape with Aimil was akin to an insult to that hospitality. Leith hoped he would not be sent from Dew Glen as a result.
How fares Aimil?
He asked quickly, thinking to divert Parlan.
Fine. She sleeps. She will most likely sleep through the night.
Inwardly, Leith winced. That was a circumstance that would not improve Parlan's mood at all. He watched the man warily.
How did you find the door?
Parlan demanded.
I was kicking a ball around and it went back there. I then explored its suitability as an escape route. It didn't prove too suitable, did it? Aimil was nearly drowned.
Aye, Leith rasped. I ken it, and the guilt lies heavy on me, for I pressed her into leaving.
I told ye I wasn't taking all the ransom.
Ye did, yet ye still let it be gathered.
Because I have naught on that hellhound Rory yet.
If I give ye your sister back, she will be wed to the man, and if this ransom game ends, I have no rights to hold her.
She is my only captive, and all hold I have flees when the ransom is paid.
The ransom my father sweats to gather for ye.
It will only break him to gather it. In truth, he will learn something. He will learn who his true friends are.
Leith suspected that there was a great deal of truth to that, so did not bother to argue, but went directly to the next point of contention.
And as my father learns who his friends are, ye continue to bed my sister as ye will.
She and I made a bargain.
Aye, months ago. That cursed horse has been ransomed 10 times over.
'Tis a fine mount.
Dinna play with me, MacGuin. I have been more than patient, but I cannae sit by any longer and let ye make a whore of my sister. 'Tis no longer a matter of using a hostage. It has gone far beyond that.
Aye, it has.
Then ye mean to put her from your bed?
Nay, I mean to wed her, if she will agree.
He smiled faintly at Leith's surprise, which the younger man made no effort to hide. On the morrow, if the weather is fine and if she doesn't sicken from her swim, I will take her for a wee ride and talk to her.
What of Rory? God's teeth, what of my father?
I care not. They will only be able to do very much about it after a priest has done the vows. Mayhaps 'twill even drive Rory to act. 'Twill depend upon how badly he wants Aimil. Mayhaps it will only be enough to bring him to sword point with me, though by God's bones I wish it would be. I have long ached to come to sword point with him.
As have many another, but Rory guards himself very weel. Enough of him, I care not for the swine. There is still my father to consider. He cannae up and wed his daughter with nary a word to him. 'Tisn't done.
Then I shall break with tradition. Heed me, Leith. Aimil stays in my bed. Does she stay there wed or unwed?
Wed, curse ye.
Leith spoke rather mildly, for he knew Parlan was the one Aimil wanted.
'Twill brew a mighty storm, though.
I have faced down one or twa in my time. I will speak to you again after I have had my say with your sister. Parlan left before Leith could think of any further objections. He hoped Leith would continue to be persuaded. It would not make an auspicious beginning to his marriage if he had to lock the younger man up until the priest had finished wedding him and Aimil, he mused. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Arsted suddenly stopped in front of him. Parlan met his brother's nervous gaze with coolness. Anger over what Arsted had done to Aimil still lingered. He was not sure he was quite ready to forgive, if that was what Arsted sought.
I have come to apologise for what I did to your woman.
'Tisn't really me you must apologise to.
Aye, 'tis. Weel, and the last too. See, she told me she was yours, but I paid her no heed. I shouldn't have tried to take what is yours. That wasnae right, and I ken it.
Nay, it wasnae right, but 'tisn't the real wrong ye did. 'Tisn't right to reach for another man's lass, but if she proves willing, weel, so is the game played. She wasnae willing though, Arsted. There is your wrong. Ye didnae heed her nay. Ye hit her.
She bit clean through my lip,
Arsted said in his defence, but it lacked strength, and he knew it. So ye cuffed her one. I still wouldn't have been pleased, but that I could have understood. 'Tis a man's nature to strike out at what strikes him. But ye hit her again, and meant to keep on hitting her. That was your other wrong, Arsted. Being a man, and one who can fight weel with sword and fist, if you are sober, ye are stronger than a lass. 'Tisn't right to turn that against her. 'Tisn't right to take what a lass doesn't want to give. I ken many think me a soft fool for such beliefs, but I dinna think it has weakened me. Nay, nor has my bed been emptied too often because I choose to wait for a willing lass. You cannae just grab as ye will. Woo it, seduce it, or pay for it, but dinna beat it out of a wench. He stared at Arsted, but his brother was neither speaking nor returning his gaze. Parlan began to wonder if any of what he had said had been heeded. It was a gain of sorts that Arsted had even attempted to apologise, but Parlan knew it meant nothing if Arsted did not really mean it, nor had learned anything from the whole business. His hopes lifted when Arsted finally looked at him, for shame was clearly written upon his face. For the moment at least, Arsted understood that he had been wrong.
I dinna ken what possesses me at times.
Drink, laddie. 'Tis a devil no man can let get a hold upon him. There is a brutal side to a man. 'Tis what lets us pick up a sword and hie to battle. I even enjoy it. What a man has to learn is when to let the beast free and when to rein him in. No man can do it when drink clouds his mind. Ye must learn to control the drink and not let it rule ye.
Aye, I ken it. Might I speak to Aimil now?
Nay, not now. The fool lass nearly drowned herself. She needs to rest. On the morrow. He started to move toward his chambers.
Parlan?
Stopping to glance back at Arsted, Parlan asked, There is more you have to say?
Aye. Do you mean to wed Aimil Mengue? I have heard talk of it.
Then you have heard right. Aye, I mean to speak to her of it on the morrow. I shouldn't have hesitated as long as I did. If I had spoken up when first I had decided on it, I wouldn't have been fishing her out of the loch, for she wouldn't have tried to run.
Or at least, he mused with an inner grimace as his confidence wavered, I dinna think so. Do ye object? He asked coolly, when Arsted frowned.
Nay, though I will say that I am a wee bit surprised. I never thought of ye as a man to don the yoke of marriage.
With Aimil, I dinna feel as if 'twould be donning a yoke, and that, mayhaps, is the best reason to wed her.
Aye, mayhaps. For your sake I hope it never feels so. The why, nor even the wisdom of it, isn't why I mention it.
He nervously cleared his throat and ran a hand through his hair.
I have been with Catherine, or shall we say, she has been with me.
Take warning, Arsted. She is a sly wench, and she seeks a husband, but would make a man a very poor wife.
I ken that she seeks a husband, but she wants the laird, not the heir. She seeks ye, Parlan.
Aye, she has made that clear enough, though she thinks not. I have made it clear that I am not interested in aught she has to offer. Dinna fash yourself. I ken the games her sort plays, and they will nae work with me.
That much I am sure of. I wouldn't waste the time of either of us by speaking on it if that was all I suspected. Aye, she plots, but it isn't against ye, I think. She plots against Aimil.
How so?
She didn't really say, and I fear I paid little heed until, well, later. She distracted me.
She is skilled at that.
Aye, very skilled. Still, I did sense that she plots against Aimil. She wishes Aimil gone, but I thought ye should ken it.
'Tis good to ken it. I thank ye for speaking on it. I will be certain to look more closely, to keep an eye upon the slut. I begin to think 'tis far past time for the wench to be gone. She takes sore advantage of our hospitality. If there is more you want from her, best ye gain it now, Arsted. I will seek my chambers now, for 'twas a long ride home. Aye, and the swim I took wearied me some.
I hope Aimil fares weel. Good sleep, Parlan.
And to ye, Arsted.
With a slight frown, Parlan watched Arsted walk away. There seemed to be a change in his brother, but Parlan dared not let himself hope. He had done so in the past and tasted disappointment too often. It would take a while before his wariness disappeared. Striding into his chambers, he found old Meg dozing in a chair by his bed. It pleased him to see that the woman had personally taken over Aimil's care. Gently he roused the woman, smiling faintly over her sleepy grumbling as she woke and stood up.
How fares the lass?
He stood by the bed and studied the restlessly sleeping Aimil.
Do you think she will sicken at all?
Nay, she be too hale a wee lass to be felled by a wee cold swim. There be no hint of fever.
Her sleep is an uneasy one.
Nae doubt the lass be troubled with the memory of them dark waters.
Has she roused at all yet?
Enough to grumble that she didn't need to be tended like some wee bairn. I paid her temper no heed.
Parlan laughed softly as he escorted old Meg to the door.
She would no doubt have been very surprised had ye done elsewise. Get your rest, Meg. I pray I will nae have need of ye again this night.
I dinna think ye will, laddie. Good sleep to ye.
After the woman left, he got ready for bed. He kept a close watch upon a continually restless Aimil as he undressed and washed. It did seem that her sleep was troubled, and he hoped she had been badly frightened. A good scare was often the mother of caution, and he felt it would not hurt if Aimil had a little more of that. He would find it comforting if she did. It still pinched at him that she had tried to leave him, even if Leith had had to prod her. He had thought her more than content in his bed. While he knew that she desired him, he found himself wondering if the passion they shared was as strong in her as it was in him. While he craved it, she might simply enjoy it. All the reasons Leith had given for trying to escape were very sound and easily understood, but they were not strengthening his confidence as he wished they would. Cursing as he snuffed the candles, he told himself not to be a fool. Her trying to escape was perfectly understandable, and no real indication of how she felt. It had been a matter of choosing honour and duty over a man who offered her nothing more than passion. By remaining silent about his plans, he had given her no choice. To stay when escape was possible was to be marked as his whore, and Aimil had far too much pride to allow that to happen. Carefully, he eased into bed. He ached to make love to her, but knew there would be none of that. Even if she woke, she would still be suffering from the effects of her near drowning. Recalling how he had felt when the same had occurred to him in his youth, he knew that she would be feeling little inclined even to try for a taste of passion, and he did not want her unless she could share his pleasure. He could wait until the morrow, when she would be recovered and more responsive as well as more receptive. When he gently tugged her into his arms and she nestled near him, he decided that the morrow was going to seem very slow in coming. As Parlan was about to give in to the tempting pull of sleep, Aimil began to thrush about. He quickly got a firm grip on her to still her flailing arms. From her movements, he guessed that she was reliving her near drowning in her dreams. As he held her, he called to her, trying to pull her from her nightmare. He decided that he did not like to see her so afraid, even in her dreams. Aimil fought the pull of the waters. She desperately needed air, but dared not breathe, knowing that the cold, dark waters would fill her if she did. Something held her firmly, and she fought its grip, but nothing she did seemed to break it. Then, breaking through the choking terror she felt, was a deep, soothing voice. She saw Parlan and reached for him, certain he would save her. Slowly, she felt herself pulled from the depths. With a gasping cry, she opened her eyes and met Parlan's gaze. For a moment she felt swamped with confusion. She was not wet, and neither was he. Although her throat was sore and her chest hurt, she felt no need to spew out any water. Then she realised that she was warm, dry, and in Parlan's bed. An instant later she recalled all that had happened, the nearly tragic end to her attempt to leave the man who now held her.
"'Twas but a dream."
"Aye, lass." He eased his hold on her.
"I thought I was drowning."
"He nearly did."
"Aye, I remember that now. Wheesht, I didn't feel very well."
"Nay, I suspicion ye dinna, but 'twill pass quick enough." She sensed a sternness in him, and eyed him warily. What surprise she felt over his presence faded quickly, as she faintly recalled him crouched over her, while her body violently rejected all the water she had swallowed. It occurred to her that he must have been the one to pull her from the water. Although he did not look very receptive to gratitude, she knew she ought to thank him. He had obviously saved her life, and probably at no small risk to his own, something that made her feel uncomfortably guilty.
"I owe ye my life."
"Aye, you do."
"Well, I thank ye for it."
"If it means aught to you, mayhaps you shouldn't risk it so carelessly." There was anger in his voice, and her initial reaction of chagrin quickly changed to annoyance. She decided that he had no right to get cross with her. If not for him, she would not even be at Dew Glen. If not for him, she would still be a maid, and not concerned with people thinking her a whore. He was the one with all the grand plans that did not seem to be working, so that it began to look as if he could not be trusted. And if his plans were working, he was not telling her and Leith about it, which was nearly as bad.
"'Tis all your fault."
"My fault?" Taken aback, he was torn between amusement over her belligerence and an urge to shake her.
"Aye, right from the beginning. Well, mayhaps not exactly right from the start, for 'twas Arstead who made the raid and caught us, but you didn't send us home. Then you speak of all these plans that seem clever, yet naught happens save that my father still pays."
"Dinna you trust me?"
"Aye, I trust you, and Leith does too. But, as he said, there comes a time when you must ask yourself if 'tis wise to sit still and be trusting, if you have been wrong and act upon what you see and not what you feel. We both feel that you can be trusted, but we see naught happening save that my father still struggles to collect the ransom, and I," she said sighing, "and I still share your bed. We both ken that the bargain made for Elf King has long since been fulfilled."
He smoothed away the lines caused by her frown with his fingers. "And ye are no longer happy to share my bed?"
"Aye, but therein is some of the trouble. Canna you see that? As Leith said, my being here is accepted as part of my being a hostage, but when I make no attempt to escape, especially when the chance arises, then I become naught but a whore in all eyes."
She looked at him closely, hoping he would understand, for she had never wanted to deliver any insult.
"I couldn't do that to my family."
"Nay, you couldn't. Well,
Ye have now soothed all that worry, for ye have tried to escape, something all can attest to. Aye, and ye nearly killed yourself in the doing of it.
For a moment he thought about speaking of marriage now, but decided he would stay to his original plan.
So, now ye can stay right where ye are, and I mean to see that ye do.
She thought that sounded arrogant, but was feeling too weary to take him to task about it. With an inner sigh, she also admitted to herself that if he wanted her to stay in his bed, she really had no objections. It was where she really wanted to be. While he gave her only passion when she ached for so much more, there was still more joy than sorrow to be found in the arrangement. Neither did he ever leave her feeling no better than a whore. She was not quite certain of what he felt for her, and continuously feared that his feelings would change, that he would eventually discard her. However, she was sure that she was more than a mere bedmate with whom he sated whatever lust he felt. As long as he allowed her to, she would stay and try for more, try to win his love.
Go to sleep, loving, he ordered gently. You need your rest. Get a lot, and on the morrow you will feel better.
I hope so,
she murmured, and yawned widely.
I can still taste the water of the loch. I still feel as if it fills me.
'Twill fade.
Suddenly recalling that he had been gone for a while and realising that he was making no move to make love to her, she forced her heavy eyelids to open to peer at him.
Isn't there anything you want? You've been gone a wee while.
Aye, I have.
He smiled faintly and lightly kissed her.
And aye, there is something I want, but I can wait until ye are rested.
If you're sure,
she said, even as she closed her eyes again and started to let sleep conquer her.
Seems very tolerant of you, and you're such a greedy rogue.
Aye, 'tis, and you will no doubt pay for it on the morrow.
He smiled when she laughed softly, and then almost immediately fell asleep. Although it had been a nightmare that had made her wake, he had had a lot of his fears about her health eased by that short time of coherency. So too had her words softened the sting her attempt to escape had inflicted. She had not said much more than Leith had, yet seeing it all from her side had aided his understanding. Knowing that she still wished to share his bed, and that in her heart she still trusted him, was going to make what he planned to say on the morrow a little easier. Chapter 13.
Where are we going?
Swinging her up onto Elf King's back, Parlan smiled sweetly at Aimil.
'Tis a surprise, lass. Dinna ye like surprises?
Frowning as she watched him mount his horse, she grumbled,
Not particularly, and even less when I consider who means to spring it on me.
Ye wound me, loving. Come, arena ye a wee bit curious? Let your curiosity lead you.
Curiosity can lead one into a great deal of difficulty,
she intoned a little piously, eyeing him with suspicion. He laughed and spurred his mount forward. After a brief hesitation, Aimil cursed and followed him. His cheerful mood and the air of a mischievous boy that he carried drew her. She was curious. She simply hated to admit it, especially when it made him grin so. Deciding to ignore him, she turned all her attention to riding. It was something she had not been able to indulge in as freely as she had been accustomed to since coming to Dew Glen. She was determined to enjoy the freedom, false though it might be, and the unusually fine weather, a sunny day the like of which came along too rarely. When they finally reined in, Parlan indicating that they were to stop and dismount, Aimil looked around in interest. There was a wild, somewhat desolate beauty to the spot he had chosen. She wondered why he had chosen it, and again found herself wondering what he was up to, why he needed to get her alone. It was then that she realised just how alone they were.
You have left your guard behind?
She asked in surprise, as he drew her toward the blanket he had spread out upon the ground.
Well, I wished to spend some time alone with ye, and I cannae rightly do that with them stomping about, now can I?
She was about to remark upon that when she heard what sounded like a soft wail, the cry of a woman. Giving a gasp, she flung herself into Parlan's arms. Her fright ebbed quickly when she saw that he was grinning.
Didn't you hear that?
She tensed, listening closely.
There it is again. What is it, Parlan?
'Tis the banshee.
Meeting his grin with a stern frown, she drawled,
"Ye jest with me, but look at my face. Even a man of your wit can see that I dinna find it very humorous."
She frowned even more when he chuckled and kissed her downcast mouth. Standing up, he pulled her up after him and started toward a ravine. "Come, my sour-tongued wench, I will show ye." He stopped near a hole about a foot away from the edge of the ravine, holding her back when she would have stepped closer. "Careful, sweeting, it may be unsafe. The hole might have been made because the roof of a cave has collapsed. That moaning is made by the wind. There must be a second hole in the wall of the ravine somewhere. The wind sweeps through, and lo, you hear the wail of the Banshee of Banshee Well. She calls to those foolish enough to walk without heeding where they step."
Aimil shivered as the sound came again. "I ken 'tis naught but the wind, but 'tis a very mournful sound."
"Aye, when I would come here as a lad, I often made up some wild tales to explain it. 'Tis a sound that near begs to be more than just the wind. I had myself lowered into it once and found naught, but felt the wind, and with each stirring of it came that sound. It doesn't sound so ghostly from inside, either."
"Was there a cave there?" she asked, as he drew her back to the blanket.
"There was a small hole and a lot of rubble. Mayhaps I would have found something had I taken the time to clean out the rubble, but I was only after discovering the source of the moaning. I was past the age where caves were of any interest to me."
"Is the hole very deep?"
"Deep enough so that you could break your neck if you took a tumble down it." He began to unpack the basket he had brought along. Her eyes widening as she saw what he set out, she asked,
"You mean for us to dine here?"
"Aye, 'tis a fine way to spend a beautiful day. I have even brought us some wine. We shall drink and eat and loll about in the sun like idle royalty. Have you never dined in the sun?"
She shook her head, knowing he did not refer to the sometimes rough and rushed meals taken while travelling.
"Then this shall be something new for you. Come, enjoy."
She did, and as they ate and drank, her enjoyment grew. Parlan was in high spirits and kept her laughing with his teasing and nonsense. It was not until they had finished the food that she began to suspect there was more to the trip than food and sun. She half lay in his arms, sipping wine, and recognised the look that was slowly altering his expression. "I begin to think ye have been sly again, Parlan MacGuin," she drawled, but made no move to leave his hold.
"Sly, am I?"
He took her cup and tossed it aside, then pushed her onto her back.
"I thought I was being most clear about what I want."
He began to unlace the jerkin she wore.
"You needed but one look to guess it."
She attempted to stop him from removing her jerkin, but even she recognised it as a half-hearted resistance. "We are outside, and the sun is shining."
"Aye, and I think you will look beautiful in the sun's light."
"You cannae mean to do it here?"
"You do favour saying that, sweeting. Aye, and I do favour showing you that we can."
He halted her other protests with kisses. When Aimil grasped at sanity long enough to recall that they were outside beneath a very bright sun, she was already naked. Parlan crouched over her, staring at her with eyes black with passion, and quickly shed his own clothes. Despite the fact that she ached for him, she felt the heat of modesty stain her cheeks.
"I was right, dearling."
Once free of his clothes, he eased himself on top of her.
"You do look fine lying naked in the sun."
"'Tis a scandal," she whispered, and arched toward him when his mouth found her breast.
"Och, lass, it does a body good to have a touch of scandal in his life."
She was too consumed by the desire he awakened in her to form a coherent sentence. All thought and concern about where she was faded as the passion they shared became her world. Shock briefly broke her free of desire's grip when his mouth moved that small distance from her inner thigh to touch the silken curls adorning her womanhood. Her embarrassed protest was short-lived as his hoarse love words and kisses drove her beyond thought. He ignored her cries for him when she neared her crest. She had barely recovered from her intense release when he employed all his skill to renew her desire. Although he wanted to enjoy the way she was so wild and free when caught in passion's grip, he finally had to answer his own need.
He entered her, his passion too strong to control, but she met his fierceness equally and tirelessly. When he felt her inner tremors begin, he thrust more deeply and cried out as his own release tore through him. Collapsing upon her and holding her close, he savoured the way her trembling body greedily accepted his seed. Aimil lay very still, listening to the man sprawled half atop her breathe. She was certain they had both fallen asleep after their wild love-making, but not certain as to how long they might have slept. Looking at the sun would give her some idea of time, but that meant she would have to open her eyes, and she did not really want to face the man she sensed was awake and watching her. With wakefulness had come the recollection of their unrestrained love-making in the bright sunlight, and she was feeling somewhat embarrassed. Knowing she was still naked did not help ease it. Parlan smiled as he saw her eyelids flicker. He suspected that her reluctance to let him know that she was awake was due to embarrassment. It was growing late, however, and he could not allow her the luxury of hiding for much longer. There was another reason he hesitated, and that was because he thought her glorious lying beneath the sun, none of her beauty hidden from his sight. Once he forced her to move, she would quickly put her clothes back on. "Aimil," he finally called softly. "I ken ye are awake."
"Nay, I am fast asleep."
"Keeping your eyes shut doesn't change the fact that I can see all your charms." She wondered if she could hit him as she swung toward the sound of his voice, then decided that it was not worth the effort, for he would undoubtedly block her blow with ease.
"Aye, but I canna see you seeing it."
"How sensible of ye." He easily caught her by the wrist when she blindly swung one small fist at him, then tugged her into his arms. "Are ye embarrassed, loving?"
"Nay, why should I be embarrassed?"
She wondered if he knew how stupid a question that was.
"I am only rolling about outside with my arse bared to the sun like some hedgerow whore. Why should I find that embarrassing?"
"Well, if I now tossed you a wee coin, patted that lovely arse and strolled off, then you might have a right to feel like some hedgerow whore, but you have naught to fash yourself about, unless of course you think 'tis true that the sun can burn tender skin." He laughed when she suddenly covered her backside with her hands.
"Ye are a wretched, wretched man, Parlan MacGuin," she grumbled, as she pushed free of his arms and began to dress quickly. "Ye have no care for a lass's sensibilities. Just because ye are accustomed to rolling about here, there, and God kens where."
"Actually," he interrupted, even as he dressed with a little more leisure, "while I cannae say for certain that I have never been with a lass out in the air, I cannae recall having such a sweet time of it, or planning it so carefully."
"Ye plan to seduce me out here where all can see?"
"Well, I didnae notice many folk hereabouts, but aye, I did." When she finished dressing, he reached out to grasp her by the hand. "Lass, dinna taint a free and beautiful moment with regrets and worries. You found pleasure. Where is the harm?"
"You dinna understand. 'Tisn't where we did it, but, well, the way we carried on."
She sighed as words failed her. "Ah." He kissed her palm. "Look at me, Aimil. Come look at me, for I want to be sure you listen to me." Although she blushed, she finally met his gaze.
"I ken ye dinna treat me like a whore, but I canna help but feel that I act one at times."
"Nay, dearling, you never do. Wheesht, lass, ye enjoy it, and 'tis a rare whore who does. She seeks coin, not pleasure, and she doesn't often get to choose her man, but must lie down with the one who has the coin. Neither do you lie down for any man like Catherine does, to feed vanity, or a hunger that must have many men and often to be satisfied. Nor do you do it to make gain in some manner, again like Catherine, who is always plotting to catch a rich husband between her greedy thighs. Those are the things that make a woman a whore. As far as how we have acted here, 'twas but our giving into our passion which runs hot and fine, and only for each other. Neither am I given to strange ways or fancies. If I enjoy it and ye enjoy it, who can say 'tis wrong?"
"None, really, if 'twas even their business to do so."
She smiled crookedly.
"'Tis just all so new."
"Well, I hope it always will be in some ways." He smiled when she looked confused, then he sat up straighter. "Now, there is one other thing we must talk on." He hesitated, frowning at his hand which lay palm down upon the ground.
Parlan?
Hush a moment, lass. His sudden tension began to make her nervous. Then she too tensed, feeling something, certain she had heard something, yet unable to name it. When it became recognisable, she stared at Parlan with growing horror. "Get on your mount." Parlan leapt to his feet, then yanked her up. Aimil needed little prodding. Horsemen were riding their way, and fast. She only felt that meant trouble. To her dismay, their alertness to the danger had come too late. They were barely ready to mount when the horseman came into view. Her fear grew in leaps and bounds when she recognised Rory.
"Kill him! Kill the Black Parlan!"
The frantic scream chilled Aimil, but she had no time to think about it. Parlan grabbed her hand and raced for the wood, giving up on trying to flee on their mounts, who had become panicked over the sudden intrusion of armed men. She heard Parlan grunt, then curse, as they entered the thick wood, but she gave little thought to it until they stopped. Parlan tugged her down beside him as he sprawled behind a fallen tree, thickly surrounded by brush. Looking to him for some further instruction, she saw that an arrow had pierced his leg.
"Nay."
He stopped her when she reached to extract the arrow.
"'Twill bleed too freely, and we haven't the time to tend it. We must elude that swine for an hour or so, mayhaps less."
Someone will come.
Aye, I had to make a bargain with my men. My time without them hanging about was limited. Mayhaps we can circle back to the horses. That did prove to be a possibility, but Aimil was not certain they could accomplish it. It seemed that they crept through the wood for hours, while a ranting, cursing Rory and his sullen men searched for them. With each passing moment and each step taken, Parlan grew visibly weaker. She felt sure he could not hold out much longer, and if he became too weak or unconscious, Rory would have them. It was not really necessary to listen to the threats echoing through the wood to know that Rory would not take Parlan prisoner, that the man intended nothing less than murder. Rory was clearly after revenge for wrongs he felt had been done him. By the time they reached the place where they had dined and loved such a short time ago, Aimil had to support Parlan. Her fear was replaced by concern for him. He needed his wound tended to, and quickly. So too was she certain that, although she loathed the idea of falling into Rory's hands, her life was not in danger. It was, therefore, more important to get Parlan out of Rory's reach.
"Leave me, lass,"
Parlan rasped when they came into sight of where they had left the horses to find that a nervous elf king alone remained.
"Nay, I have little desire to aid Rory in murdering ye."
"And I have little desire to see that hellhound get his hands upon ye. Leave me here and flee while ye can."
She ignored him and called softly to Elf King. The fact that Parlan had no strength to enforce his command added to her concern for him. It made it all too clear that his condition was worsening. When Elf King reached them, she helped a complaining Parlan onto the horse's back.
"The reins, lass. I can't reach them."
"I will get them in a moment. Are you secure?"
"Aye."
Hearing Rory's men, she smiled faintly. Parlan was going to be furious, but she had no choice. His life was at risk. She only wished her time with Parlan did not need to end, but she doubted that he would try to fetch her back once she was gone.
"Elf King, go home."
She slapped her horse on his rear flank, and Elf King bolted.
"Home, Elf King! Ride!"
"Aimil!"
Ignoring Parlan's angry bellow, she turned to face Rory and his men, who were closing in on her. She knew that if she could give Elf King a few moments' lead, there would be no catching him. To keep Rory and his men occupied for that few moments, she let them see her, then bolted. Her way back into the cover of the wood was quickly blocked. For a moment she kept the mounted men in a confused knot as they tried to follow her nimble, elusive moves. Then several men dismounted to chase her. She was not really surprised when she was neatly tackled an instant later. She was roughly pulled to her feet and dragged before Rory. The look in his eyes made her heartily wish she had found a way to go with Parlan.
"Ye dress like a whore."
Rory studied her lad's attire with scorn.
"Ye ken their style of dress weel, do ye?"
Aimil wished she felt as calm as she sounded, then bit back a cry when he backhanded her, causing her teeth to score the inside of her mouth, drawing blood.
"Where is your lover, that whore's son, the Black Parlan?"
"On Elf King, and halfway to Do Glen by now. Out of your reach."
He knew she was right, that he had lost part of the prize he had sought.
You will pay dearly for that, ye slut.
With a detachment that seemed odd to her, she watched his fist come at her. Not surprised by his brutality, the blow to her jaw caused pain to explode in her head. As she slipped into unconsciousness, she prayed that Parlan was able to stay on Elf King, that he would reach Dew Glen and safety. Parlan heartily swore at the mount he clung to, but there was no stopping or turning the animal. The reins swung out of his reach, nearly impossible to get a hold of, even if he had not been weakened by his wound. He was enraged by Aimil's trick, yet understood why she had done it. Most of his anger came from the knowledge that he had failed in protecting her from Rory. Left with no choice, he clung to Elf King and resigned himself to being taken back to Dew Glen. He could only hope that there would still be time to snatch Aimil from Rory before the man reached the security of his keep. Parlan tried not to think about what Rory would do to her, but the knowledge refused to be ignored, tormenting him as he rode. When Elf King finally reached Dew Glen, Parlan was barely conscious. As he was lifted from Elf King's back, he noticed that his men were readying themselves to ride out. Espying his horse, he realised that his riderless mount had alerted his men to the trouble. He then found himself confronted by Leith.
"Where is my sister?" "Rory holds her. Ride quickly. Mayhaps luck will be with us and we can intercept them."
He started to move toward Raven, only to have Malcolm and Lachan restrain him.
"You must get that wound seen to."
Lachan urged him toward the keep.
"The men can ride without you this once."
The truth of that was ascertained even as Parlan was pulled toward the keep. With Leith at the fore, Parlan saw his men ride out. He ached to be with them, but knew that Lachan was right, that he had to have his wound tended. In his present state he would have been a hindrance, and speed was vital if his men were to catch up with Rory and rescue Aimil. For now he would have to swallow his pride and let others do what was necessary. He could only pray that they would be successful. It did not take long for Parlan to realise that his wound was far more serious than he had thought. The removal of the arrow was an agony, but he grimly clung to consciousness. What worried him, and the ones nursing him, was how difficult it was to stop the bleeding. It was not its effect upon his own well-being that worried him the most, but how it would affect his ability to try and rescue Aimil if his men failed to stop Rory.
"What happened?"
Revived a little by a strong drink after old Meg had stitched and tightly bound his thigh, Parlan told Lachan all he could recall. Parlan realised that he had noticed less than he usually did in such a situation. In the past, even the smallest detail of a battle or an attack had not escaped his attention. He realised that he had been too concerned with trying to save Aimil from Rory for Parlan to exercise his usual alertness. It troubled him, because he feared he may have missed some important detail.
"There is no way he could have kenned where you would be. 'Twasn't a habit of yours to go there, nay, nor Aimil's. That occurred to me. I fear we have a traitor in our midst. Someone told him where we would be and when. For Rory to find us, that low traitor must have crept to Rory last night. I want the whoreson found." "He will be, Parlan."
Lachan was not sure it would be easy to find the traitor, for the confusion caused by Leith's and Aimil's attempt to escape would have provided a very good diversion, ensuring that few noticed any mysterious comings and goings. At that moment, Katarine burst into the room. Arsted, a little stiff from his healing lash wounds, followed at a more discreet pace. Katarine put on a show of great distress until Parlan crossly told her to shut her mouth and stop pestering him. Hiding her anger, she stood quietly while Parlan told Arsted what had happened. She bitterly cursed Rory Ferguson, for it was clear that the man had never meant to honour his part of the bargain, had intended Parlan's murder from the start. When mention was made of a traitor, she felt an alarm of fear, but pushed it aside. Her man-at-arms would never betray her, and the only other one who knew of her betrayal was Rory, who, if he ever came face to face with Parlan, would undoubtedly be dead before he could expose her. She relaxed as she decided that she had little to fear. What she needed to concentrate upon was ingratiating herself with Parlan, by helping to tend his wounds, to nurse him until he healed. By then, she was certain she would have him snared. When Leith entered the room, Parlan did not have to hear the younger man say that he had failed. He could read it in the man's face. With a raging roar, Parlan struggled to his feet. He did not need old Meg's furious babble to tell him that had been a mistake. The pain that ripped through him and the sudden rush of warmth pouring down his leg told him that all he had succeeded in doing was opening his wound, which would only delay him more. He cursed everybody and everything as he was pushed back down upon his bed. The restitching and rebandaging of his leg severely strained his hold on consciousness. When old Meg handed him something to drink, he groggily did so, only to realise too late what she had given him. With a foul oath, he threw the goblet across the room.
"The old Corby! I didn't want to sleep!"
Not in the least quailed by his anger, old Meg retorted sharply,
"You may not want it, you young fool, but 'tis what you need." "I need to go after Aimil." "You need to give that great hole in your leg time to close. You have just seen what happens when you move." "I didn't have time."
Frustration and despair gnawed at Parlan as he felt the potion old Meg had given him start to cloud his mind, pulling him toward a sleep he did not want.
"I must free Aimil from that hellhound." "He will nae kill her, Parlan." "Nay, he will nae, Leith."
Parlan's eyes closed as blackness began to overcome him.
"Nay, I dinna think he will kill her, but I ken weel that he will soon have the poor lass wishing that he would."
Chapter 14. Groaning softly, Aimil made the final struggle toward consciousness with reluctance. Her whole body ached. It took a few moments to discern that one pain amongst the many was greater than the others. Muttering a curse, she gingerly touched her throbbing jaw. After another few minutes, she recalled why her jaw hurt, and a sudden panic forced her that last step into awareness. Her eyes wide, she glanced around fearfully, and, with a sigh of relief, saw that she was alone. Realizing her thoughts were clouded by her discomfort, she slowly sat up, fighting dizziness as she did so. Carefully, she eased herself off the crude bed. With slow steps, she walked to a basin and pitcher that stood upon a rough table. After washing her face in the cold water, she leaned wearily against the wall and dabbed herself dry with the coarse cloth left by the bowl. Looking around the ill-lit room, she felt the small hope of all that had happened being a nightmare falter and die. She recalled the room from the last brief stay at Rory's earlier in the year. Glancing up at the cobweb-strewn ceiling, she decided that she recognised them as well. If there were any maids about, they were clearly not made to do any cleaning, she mused. Considering the extreme care Rory took with his personal appearance, she was surprised that he would tolerate living amongst such filth. Espying a decanter of wine and a goblet on a scarred table by the bed, she quickly moved toward it. A drink of wine would help her to think, she mused, and wash the dryness of a lingering fear from her mouth. She took a hearty swallow and nearly gagged. After the wine at Dew Glen, what she drank now tasted little better than vinegar. Rory clearly spent very little money on wine either. Or, she thought crossly, it was purposely chosen to make her sick. She decided that Rory did not know her very well at all if he thought a little sour wine could accomplish that. Sitting on the bed, she sipped from the goblet and tried to think of what to do next. A few moments passed before she decided that she was not going to talk herself out of trying to escape. She did not want to stay near Rory any longer than she was forced to. Neither did she think she could calmly wait for her father to arrive, for he would either hand her back to Rory or lock her up firmly until the wedding. The only way she would see Parlan again was if she escaped. It would be dangerous, but it was the only choice that gave her any chance of having what she wanted, and that was to be with Parlan. Moving to look out of the window, she glanced down and cursed softly. She had forgotten how high up the room was from the ground, but she suspected that Rory had chosen this room for that reason. Even though she searched, she was not surprised to find that there was nothing in the room that would make an adequate rope. The bedclothes were not only too few, but too worn and frayed to be safe. The door proved to be securely bolted from the outside. Aimil frowned, because she could not remember noticing that the last time she had been at Rory's. It was as if he had been prepared to hold her prisoner, which meant that Rory's appearance at the copse had been planned. There was very little chance that he had accidentally come upon her and Parlan in a remote corner of MacGuin land. Someone had told Rory where and when to find her and Parlan. She wondered if that traitor had intended Parlan's death, or her capture, or both. If she knew that, she would know better who the traitor was. The reasons for the betrayal would point the way to the betrayer. The first person she thought of was Catherine, but she knew some of her readiness to suspect the woman was because she loathed Catherine and would like nothing better than to have a good reason to have the wretch banned from Dew Glen. She also preferred it to be Catherine rather than the other suspect who came to mind, Arsted. It would devastate Parlan to discover that his own brother had betrayed him. Aimil was not sure she would have the heart to tell Parlan if the traitor did prove to be Arsted. Her troubled thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Rory entered the room. Standing firmly between her and the door, she decided yet again that his physical beauty lacked a certain quality that made him moving to look at. It occurred to her that it could be the coldness in his eyes that stole the beauty from his face. She wondered if Rory ever smiled, then was not sure she wanted to know what might make him smile.
"And when does my father arrive?"
"He will nae arrive, for I have nae sent for him."
"Nay? Well, I suggest you set about doing it."
"Nay, I think not."
"You cannae hold me here without at least telling my father where I am."
Aimil did not like the way he studied her.
"But I can. Ye are my betrothed, my bride."
"Aye, but not yet your wife."
"That matters not. Your father gave me rights over ye when he agreed to that betrothal."
"You should at least tell him that he needn't keep collecting the ransom."
She was suddenly desperate to let her father know where she was, even if it meant facing his indifference and confinement to her chambers until the wedding.
"I will in time. I winna let him pay that poor son MacGuin. I have uses for your dowry, and any wish it depleted."
Inwardly she cursed. She should have known about his need for her dowry. Everything she had seen and the few times she had been at his keep told her that he suffered from a lack of coin. It also explained why he had been so firm about staying betrothed to her, despite knowing that she shared the Black Parlan's bed. She then wondered if she could make a bargain with him. If his only interest was in her dowry, she would give him as much as she could get her hands on.
"Has my father given you my dowry yet?"
"Nay, he won't even let me borrow on it. I cannae touch it till we wed."
That was clearly a sore point with him, and she felt her hopes for a mutually satisfying bargain rise.
"Mayhaps I can get you the coin."
"And how would you do that, my pretty, aside from wedding me whereupon I get it anyway?"
"I can get it, and then you would have the coin you need, but wouldn't you need to marry me?"
"Mayhaps I wish to wed ye."
"Why should ye? We dinna suit, never have. If 'tis the coin ye need, then I will get it for ye. There isna any need for us to wed."
"Ye would leave unhonoured my dead uncle's last wish, when your father swore to honour."
She suddenly realised that he toyed with her. He was interested in hearing her bargain, but only to be amused by how desperately she would try to get him to agree with it. It was hard to control her fury, but she fought to, for she knew that raging at him would gain her nothing. She did not doubt that he would find that amusing too.
"What game do ye play?"
she asked, with a calm she did not feel.
"Ye dinna wish to wed me, yet hold to the betrothal."
"But I do wish to wed ye."
He stepped closer to her and stroked her cheek with his knuckles. His touch made her stomach knot, but she hid it. So too did she resist the impulse to pull away. It was a fairly innocent gesture, and she had no real reason to resist it. She suspected that to do so would make him very angry. Nevertheless, it troubled her to have him so close, to have that cold, emotionless gaze fixed so steadily upon her face. What she had to do was convince him that he did not want to marry her. She also had to convince him that she had no wish and no intention of wedding him without insulting him and provoking his anger. Recognising that her own temper was only loosely reined, she decided that it was going to be very difficult to do either.
"'Tis not necessary to tie yourself to a lass you dinna really want for a promise made to a dead man."
"Did I not just say that I wished to wed ye?"
He stroked her neck.
"But why? I ken weel that there is much about me that ye dinna like."
"Because ye are a lovely whore, just like your mother."
She slapped his hand away.
"My mother was no whore."
"Aye, she was. She wasted her beauty upon that fool Lachlan. I could have given her youth and an equal beauty. We would have been a pairing to make the world sick with envy.
And what do ye ken of my mother?
Enough. You're just like her. Aye, just like her. You too could have had me, but ye turned to that whoreson, MacGuin. Turned to him and made me look the fool.
Each step he took nearer to her, she retreated in kind. There was something fearfully unsettling about the way he talked. Aimil sensed that he did not really see her, or at least see her as Aimil Mengue. What really troubled her was all this talk about her mother. She had not realised that Rory had even known the woman.
I was a captive, a prisoner for ransom.
Ye were Parlan MacGuin's lover, his whore. All these months ye have wallowed in the mud with him.
His hand darted forward and he grasped her tightly by the throat.
Ye have soiled yourself, cast away whatever honour ye had between his sheets.
Desperately, Aimil tried to ease his grip, a grip so tight it was cutting off her air. She tried to pry his fingers loose, but they were like bands of steel. He seemed oblivious to the way her long nails scored his skin. Aimil suddenly realised that she was the captive of a madman. In thinking he would not kill her, she had made a serious error in judgment.
Here now, ye didn't want to kill the lass.
The breath-robbing grip on her throat was suddenly eased, and Aimil fell to her knees. As she massaged her bruised neck and gasped for air, she looked to see who had saved her. Her brief hope that it might be someone she could make an appeal to quickly died. She recognised the burly, sour-faced man calming Rory. Geordie would help no one save for Rory, and perhaps himself. She could only think that Geordie had decided that killing her now was not good for Rory. The man did not act out of mercy. Seeing that Geordie had left the door open, she glanced at the two men. They seemed too engrossed in their whispers to notice her. Cautiously, careful not to make a sound, she edged toward the door. Suddenly, Geordie moved with a speed that was awe-inspiring. He slammed the door and latched it securely. Then he looked down at her with an expression that, in any other man, would be seen as pity. But Aimil doubted that Geordie suffered from that weakness. He had been Rory's faithful hound for too long.
Y'arna going anywhere, lass. You will set right here till Master Rory says otherwise.
Then you will be a party to my murder.
Oh, he isn't going to murder ye. Not yet, leastwise. You need to be alive for the wedding.
Then let us not waste time. He may as well kill me now, for I will never wed him.
Shouldn't be so sure, Mistress Mengue. Our Rory has a way with the lasses, a way to turn them to his hand, you might say. I would be very surprised if he can't change your way of thinking.
Before she could reply, she was painfully yanked to her feet. As she watched Rory's fist hurtle toward her face, she saw his expression. Now she knew what made him smile, and she had been right. It was not something she had really wanted to know. Rory Ferguson found joy in inflicting pain. His blow sent her flying back against the bed. Although groggy and one eye blinded by the pain of his blow, she managed to elude him when he grabbed for her again. While Geordie did nothing to help her, she was relieved that he was not going to assist Rory either. Twice more she eluded Rory before he landed another punch that sent her reeling. She knew she was no match for Rory, but she refused to give up. However, when she tried to gain hold of something to use as a weapon, Geordie was there to stop her. Finally, she grew too weak to break free, then tried to evade Rory. He delivered a blow that sent her slamming into the wall. As blackness overtook her, she wondered if Geordie had misjudged matters, for if Rory kept at her, she was sure she would never survive the night. Rory stood over her supine body and watched as Geordie checked her over.
Dead? Nay, she be a strong lass. You best temper your handsome, though, if you mean to wed her before you kill her. I have learned that lesson, Geordie. You'd any need to keep carping on it. Get those cursed clothes off her and tie her to the bedpost.
Even as he did as he was ordered, Geordie said,
Mayhaps you ought to let her recover a wee bit. She needs her spirit broken, Geordie, and swiftly. I must have her wed to me before she is rescued or her kin comes after her.
He watched closely as Geordie undressed the unconscious Aimil.
She is as fine a piece as her cursed mother ever was. We shall have us a fine time with her. Now,
Geordie lashed her hands to the bedposts.
Nay, Let her fash herself over it. She will suspect it, and the wondering about when it might happen will sorely torment her. First, she must be punished for letting the black Parlan between her thighs. Fetch my whip, the wee one. As you say, I cannae let her die on me yet. There is a wedding she must attend. Move quickly. I want it in my hand before she wakes.
Aimil cursed as she awoke. The pain she felt reminded her where she was and what was happening to her. The last thing she wanted was to return to consciousness. There was some measure of safety in unconsciousness only because, if Rory continued to abuse her, she would be unaware. Awake, she would know all too well the pain he dealt her. A coolness on her body made her frown, then gasp in shock. One horrified glance at her body confirmed her suspicion that she was naked. When she instinctively moved to try and cover her nakedness with her hands, she received another shock. She looked up at her hands in stunned disbelief to see that her wrists were securely bound to the bedpost at the foot of the bed. A brief frantic struggle to free her wrists was abruptly stopped when she heard a soft chuckle. At that moment, Rory moved to stand before her.
I wouldn't waste what strength you have left, my sweet whore. Geordie ties a fine secure knot.
She forced herself not to look at the small whip he idly slapped against his leg.
You will surely die for this, Rory Ferguson.
Shall I? And who shall be your avenger? Your dear father? He can't even bear to look at ye. The gallant Leith, mayhaps. He is still a child, and if your father doesn't stop him from taking up a sword against me, I shall cut him down with ease. Your lover, that whoreson the Black Parlan, mayhaps? I think not. He is most likely dead.
Nay, 'twasn't a fatal wound.
She tried not to let his words weaken her, refused to listen to the part of her that agreed with him.
Come, my pretty slut. He had an arrow pierce his thigh. Even a child such as ye has seen enough of war to ken the danger of such a wound. They bleed so freely, and oft-times naught can stem the flow. He shrugged. And if he lives, what matter? Why should he trouble himself with ye? He has whores a-plenty to choose from. He is careful with the lives of his men, and will nae risk them simply to return some lowland slut to his bed. Nay, no matter how good ye were, and ye were good, were ye not? Aye, ye must have been for the Black Parlan to keep ye in his bed for so long. Ye shall have to show me all he taught ye, but not yet. Nay, not just yet. As your betrothed and master in the eyes of the law, I have decided to punish ye for your whorish ways.
He struck so swiftly that she was barely able to stifle her cry. She braced herself for the second bite of the lash, but it did not come. Instead, he stood staring at her back. The way he held the whip, caressed it lovingly, chilled her.
Ah, so like your mother, he murmured, touching the mark upon her back. So like Kirsty. Her skin turned livid at the merest violent touch as weel. It took so very little to bring forth the colours of pain. She too had to be punished for her whorish ways, but I punished her too virulently. She died. Howbeit, I do learn from my errors. You will live for a very long time.
His murmured words, the talk of violence and death sounding like idle chatter, made her blood run cold, but also confused her.
My mother died from a sickness caught on childbed.
Aye, so your father said. He was too weak, too soft of heart to tell you the truth. I believe 'tis past time that ye kenned it. Aye, 'twill aid ye to understand what ye must do, to see the wisdom of bending to my will.
You will never be my master, Rory Ferguson.
Just as stubborn and foolish as Kirsty, but ye will learn. She died defying me, but ye will live long enough to bend. She too scorned me. She too refused to wed me, and I was too young to see what I had to do in time to stop her from wedding another.
He grasped her painfully by the chin and brought his face close to hers.
I waited years for ye to finish growing, to finish becoming like your mother, as I kenned ye would from the moment ye came squalling into this world. I have waited years to correct the mistakes I made with Kirsty.
Although I have lost the chance to spill your virgin's blood, I can still make you crawl to me. I will have you begging my forgiveness for spreading your thighs for Parlan MacGuin.
Nay, I will spread my legs for every pox-ridden beggar in Scotland before I would do that.
She spat in his face. That enraged him, and soon she almost regretted her defiance. It took Geordie's interference to bring him back under control. From the curses and furious words Rory had spat at her, she realised she was acting so much like her mother that he was becoming confused, his twisted mind blending the past with the present. So too did she finally believe that he had murdered her mother, that her father had lied to them all. What she wished she knew was whether her father knew who was guilty, if he had knowingly promised her to the man whose hands were stained with her mother's blood. She was sure, however, that she did not want to hear any more about how Rory had killed her mother. While a small part of her demanded the truth, a greater part of herself knew that the truth might well be far more than she could bear. Rory, though, seemed intent upon confession. She suspected that he, knowing how hearing the tale would torment her, was using it as yet another means of inflicting pain, one as expedient and successful as his whip. It simply left no marks upon her body.
Ah, Geordie, she tries to drive me past reason just as Kirsty did.
Again he grasped her by the chin and forced her to look at him, but he did not draw near enough for her to be able to spit upon him again.
You think to escape me by dying, but you will nae. Nay, you will nae die until I am ready to let ye. I did too much too quickly with Kirsty. I shall pace myself with ye. First the punishment, then the possession. I think you should hear about how I possessed your mother, my sweet whore. 'Twill do you good to ken what lies ahead. Mayhaps 'twill make you see the wisdom of giving up this defiance, this contrariness all the sooner. The first thing you must do is to agree to our marriage. I would rather become the bride of Satan himself and spend my wedding night amongst hell's tormented souls.
Aimil began to think that she would make that wish come true if she agreed to wed Rory. If he was not the devil himself, he was surely one of Satan's closest minions. With each stroke of the lash, Rory revealed another sickening detail of the murder of her mother. Inwardly, she wept bitter tears. Nothing her mother could have ever done had warranted such a horrible fate. Aimil began to think that even Satan would balk at accepting such an evil, twisted soul as Rory's. She struggled against letting her pain, fear and grief weaken her spirit. Thinking about how she must live to tell the truth about Rory helped. Someone had to see that he paid dearly for the vicious murder of her mother, and she was the only one, besides Geordie, who knew of his guilt, the only one who could see that he was brought to justice. That thought alone kept her spirit strong. Finally, Geordie stopped Rory. Geordie was, Aimil realised, the only rein upon Rory's madness. Without Geordie, Rory's evil would undoubtedly have come to light a long time ago. She deemed him as guilty as Rory, his calloused hands as soaked in blood as his master's. By helping Rory to hide his sickness, Geordie had undoubtedly ensured more deaths than she cared to think upon. As she waited for the merciful oblivion of unconsciousness, she listened to the two men talk, their voices distorted as they came to her through ears ringing with pain.
She will need to rest some before you set upon her again, or you will be killing this one too quickly as well. And that I must never do. I will have from her what I couldn't gain from her mother. I have waited too long for it to lose it now.
Rory grasped Aimil by the chin and shook her head until she opened her eyes a bit to glare at him.
Aye, ye curse me just as she did. She damned me as she lay there dying. She told me that if I hurt ye, the devil would rise up and drag me into hell. Well, where is he? He will come for you yet, Rory Ferguson. Though I am thinking even he will find ye too foul.
She closed her eyes again, refusing to look into his soulless eyes.
I didn't think 'twas wise to tell her about her mother. What if she tells someone?
She will nae.
How can you be so certain of that?
Because soon she will nae have the strength nor the will to betray me. I will break this lass. Soon, aye soon, she will crawl to me and think only of what she can do to please me.
And then what will you do to her?
As Aimil finally sank into blackness,
She heard Rory softly reply, "I will let her die, and with her will go the truth about Kirsty Mengue's death." Chapter 15. Aimil woke to more pain than she thought any body should have to bear. If this was to be her treatment at Rory's hands, she knew she would not last long. That he had not yet raped her seemed small consolation. One more hurt would hardly have mattered. Through her swollen eyes, she saw the door open. If Rory tried to beat her any more, she knew he would kill her. Panic seized her, but she was unable to move her battered body. Instead of Rory, it was a buxom young maid, and Aimil's terror receded. For now, at least, she would have a respite from that madman's attentions.
"Who are ye?"
she rasped, as the young woman set a bowl of water down on the table near the bed.
"Maggie. He did ye well, didn't he? I am here to try and mend ye, so that he may have at me again."
She grit her teeth against a scream when the girl began to wash her back.
"Aye, he wants you to last a while yet."
Noticing the faintly discoloured skin around Maggie's eyes, Aimil said,
"He has had it ye as well. There isna a wench here that hasna been done. He is a madman, a bastard."
Hearing the hate in Maggie's voice, Aimil sensed a possible ally and asked,
"Help me. I can give you a potion that will take you out of his hands." "Nay, I didn't mean that."
Aimil was shocked that the girl would offer something so cowardly and sinful.
"Help me escape. I will be slain the instant 'tis found that ye are gone. Then come with me. Black Parlan or my family will take ye in gladly if ye aid me."
She saw that the young woman was pondering the move, knew that such an offer would be a sore temptation for the girl.
"He will kill me if I stay here. 'Tis my life I am asking of ye. My life ye will save. No doubt he will kill me soon as well. His sort of loving does that. I could be saving my own life too. Will ye help me then?" "Aye, I be willing, since ye offer what I have always lacked, a place to go. But I dinna ken how." "If I can get into the bailey, can ye get us out without us being spotted?" "That isna any trouble. 'Tis the getting out of this room that will be difficult." "Nay, it will nae. Just get me a sturdy rope to reach the court below this window." "You mean to go out the windy? Ye are daft,"
Maggie gasped, her hazel eyes wide. Although she was unable to change Maggie's attitude concerning the sanity of such a venture, Aimil was finally able to get the girl to fetch what was needed. Aimil tried not to think of how weak she was now. Knowing what faced her if she stayed had to be enough to give her the strength to escape. If she was to die, she would much rather do it in an attempt to save herself than in cowering beneath the blows of a madman. As she rested, trying to recoup the strength the beating had stolen from her, she thought on Maggie. The girl was young and very attractive, with her chestnut curls and large hazel eyes. It was no surprise that Rory had taken notice of her. All Aimil could hope was that the girl was as sincere as she was pretty, that her hatred of Rory was real. A betrayal now would cost Aimil dearly. When Maggie crept back into the room with a set of clothes and a rope concealed under her voluminous skirts, Aimil felt almost guilty about her lack of trust. The girl watched in amazed admiration as Aimil dressed in lad's clothing without a blink and then secured the rope. It was quite possible, Aimil mused, that the girl was thinking that all the gentry were at least slightly mad.
"Where is Rory?"
Aimil asked as she tested the knot she had made.
"Drinking in the hall. He will nae be moving this night."
"That is one thing in our favour then. 'Twill be a long while before he knows that we are gone." She straddled the window ledge. "Well, off you go. I will meet you below in but a moment." When Maggie frowned, she smiled reassuringly.
"I have done this often. Dinna fash yourself. If I do fall, better to die quickly this way than slowly by Rory's hand and giving him pleasure by doing so."
That made great sense to Maggie, despite her continued opinion that to lower oneself out of a window so high from the ground was madness.
"Shall I steal us a horse? I canna ride, but ye canna ye?" "Aye,
If you can, that would do us weel indeed, but dinna risk much for it, dinna chance discovery.
After Maggie left, Aimil sent up a brief prayer that the girl would be successful in stealing a mount. Her pain sapped her strength. She knew they would both have a better chance of succeeding in their escape if she rode than if she tried to walk. The climb down the wall was sheer agony. It seemed as if every muscle she used caused a fiery pain in her back. Her body trembled with the effort to remain conscious, her skin clammy with the sweat her efforts squeezed from her. She hardly gave a thought to the chances of being caught in her descent. All of her concentration was on reaching the ground. When she reached it, she collapsed there for a long while, afraid that what strength she had was now used up. Her body shook and felt about as solid as water.
Are you all right, mistress?
Hissed Maggie from where she lurked in the shadows.
Did you fall? I got us a horse.
Nay, I didn't fall. Aimil struggled to her feet, using the wall she had just descended as support.
I but collapsed with weakness for a wee while. You must help me onto the horse.
Maggie's strong arms proved more than adequate for that chore. She then led the horse out a side entrance in the outer wall. It was not until they reached the trees to the east of the Ferguson Tower House that Maggie mounted with a great lack of skill and grace. By then Aimil had recovered enough to lend a hand and then take control of the reins.
We are riding to the Highlands,
ventured Maggie, after a short while of riding.
I go to the Black Parlan. Thinking on it, I realised that Rory would seek me at my kin's first. 'Tis closer. They be a fearsome lot, I hear.
A fear prompted by dark rumour could be heard in Maggie's voice.
No more than any other, Maggie. On the border as we are more akin to them than to lowland folk. The Black Parlan roasts wee babes and picks his teeth with their wee bones,
Maggie whispered tremulously. Aimil giggled weakly.
Poor Parlan. Nay, Maggie, he doesn't. The man can look fearsome as the devil, but he has a gentleness in him. His men are beaten if they abuse a woman.
She heard Maggie gasp softly in disbelief.
He doesn't hold with the brutal handling of the weaker, such as children and women. Trust me, I have been as close to the man as any, and you will find no cruelty at Dew Glen. Now, heed me weel. I will tell ye how to handle the horse. I am very weak, and you may yet need to take the reins before we reach Dew Glen. We didn't want to lose after having come so far because I faint, and ye cannae prod the horse onwards.
To Aimil's relief, Maggie revealed a natural aptitude for horse riding that with training could become an admirable skill. So too was the horse a gentle, easily ruled beast. Maggie could manage nothing too intricate, but she could get them to Dew Glen if the need arose. It took a great weight from Aimil's abused shoulders. The need for Maggie to take over came far sooner than Aimil would have liked. By the time the sun rose, Aimil's eyes had swollen shut, her head swam with exhaustion, and her stomach churned. At Maggie's urging, they dismounted for a while. Aimil promptly emptied her stomach, then her bladder, and then passed out. She awoke to a cool cloth across her eyes, and to the sure knowledge that many hours had passed, hours they had not had to lose. Groaning, she sat up slowly, finding that she still could not see.
You should have tossed me over the saddle and kept riding, Maggie,
she said weakly, but with no real censure in her voice.
You needed to rest, mistress. I had hoped that your eyes would get better, but they haven't. They are still swelled tight shut. Aye, using them all the night has finished what Rory started. I can see but a slight line of light, and that hurts. Where is the sun? Straight overhead, mistress. Is it far yet that we must travel? 'Twill be dark before we near the place if we ride without ceasing at a walk as we have been. Rory will ken that I have slipped away by now. Mayhaps. 'Twill depend on how urgent the one who discovers your escape feels it is. The laird isn't one you like to wake, nay, especially not with news you ken weel he doesn't want to hear. Let us pray that the one who discovers us gone is a thorough coward then. We must ride east. Help me onto the horse.
You had best stay before me on the beast. 'Twill be easier to catch you if you feel weak again.
Even getting up on the back of the horse drained Aimil, but she fought it. It was a relief, however, to feel Maggie's strong young body behind her, her arms reaching around so that she could take the reins and acting as a secure cage. Falling from the horse would surely finish her, Aimil mused.
I would give my father's fortune to ken who betrayed us,
Aimil muttered as they started out.
'Twas a woman, Maggie replied. I saw her, aye, and heard her tell Rory how to find ye. Who was it? What was her name?
Aimil had a very good idea who it was, but fearing jealousy tempered her view, wanted it confirmed.
I didn't hear the name, but I can tell you of her looks. She was lovely with rich brown hair. Said she wanted you out of the Black Parlan's bed so that she could crawl back into it. She was staying at Dew Glen. Felt that once he were gone, she could have the man. Catherine. It could be no other. Nae doubt the bitch is nursing Parlan's wounds so that she can then nurse something else.
Catherine decided that she was not receiving the gratitude that she felt she deserved for her tender ministrations to the Black Parlan's leg. Between the Black Parlan's rage at being wounded and having lost Aimil and old Meg's constant interference, Catherine was very near to losing her facade of gentle, patient nurse. Only the thought of what Aimil would be suffering at the hands of Rory Ferguson kept Catherine in a good humour. She felt certain that Rory would put the girl firmly in her place if he did not kill her first. After savouring that vision for a moment, she turned her attention back to a foul-tempered Parlan. Twice Parlan had risen from his bed, only to set the wound in his leg to bleeding freely again. Common sense, and the threat of being bound and drugged, finally held him to his bed. It was hell to lie there, knowing what might be happening to Aimil, and he made life miserable for all those around him, his sense of helpless fury causing him to lash out at all who ventured near.
Railing at friend and kin will nae help the lass at all,
snapped old Meg, as she dressed his wound, after curtly ordering Catherine from the room so that she and Parlan were alone. Parlan sighed.
I am sorry, Meg. 'Tis just that I ken weel how the bastard can hurt her, but I am stuck here abed, helpless.
Send your men out. Malcolm and Lachin can plot and plan near as weel as ye. Aye, ye can plot as weel. Your head and mouth work just fine.
I should go. 'Tis I that gain if she returns.
That doesnae matter to your men.
They will gladly take up sword against a Ferguson, nae matter what the cause. You're right, as always. I must swallow my pride and let others fight for me. Fetch me Lachin. Aye, and Leith if the lad still lingers here. 'Tis past time to fetch Aimil back.
A force left Dew Glen riding hard for Ferguson land but a few hours later, aiming to arrive under the cover of nightfall. Volunteers for the venture had been so numerous that some had to be turned away. Leith rode between Malcolm and Lachin, smiling grimly as he wondered what his father would think about his joining a MacGuin raid. He found he cared little about that. Aimil was far more important to him than his father's approval. He only hoped that they had not waited too long. Maggie sat staring sadly at the girl upon the ground. She was surprised that they had gotten as far as they had. For a while after Aimil had fallen unconscious, Maggie had continued to ride. Aimil's dead weight had become too much, however, forcing her to stop. She had dressed Aimil's injuries, then sat down to wait for the girl to wake. There was nothing else she could do. She could not go home, did not even want to. Neither could she move on, leaving Aimil behind. Her future, if there was one, was tied to the girl lying at her side. When she heard the horses, Maggie's first thought was to run away. Then she realised that the hoofbeats headed toward Ferguson land. Keeping to the shadowy cover of the trees, she moved closer to the path they rode. When she recognised the colours the men wore as those of the MacGuin clan, she leapt from her cover, waving her arms and shouting without thought of danger to herself. There was a moment's hectic confusion, as the force of hard-riding men reined to an abrupt halt. Then Malcolm dismounted, bellowing,
"What are ye about, ye fool lass? We nearly raced over ye. Have ye nae an ounce of sense in your wee head?"
"You're from Dew Glen. You're MacGuin men?"
she asked urgently.
Aye, replied Larkin. Who are ye?
Maggie Robinson. You needn't ride any further. I have what ye seek, I be thinking. Aimil Mengue.
Where?
Leith was dismounted and at her side in an instant.
Through here.
Maggie adroitly avoided the men as she led them to Aimil, Rory's attentions having left her terrified of a man's touch.
Oh, my sweet God,
groaned Leith, as he fell to his knees by Aimil's side, followed by Malcolm and Larkin.
Did he rape her as well?
Nay, I dinna ken why unless he meant to fash her by making her wait for it to happen. He is a madman.
Och, the poor wee lassie,
Malcolm moaned, his light brown eyes awash with tears.
Dinna touch her back,
Maggie warned when Malcolm moved to pick Aimil up.
She be sore beaten there.
As a way to carry Aimil with the least pain to her was sorted out, Maggie told how they had escaped Rory. She never mentioned Aimil's promise of a place, but was given the same promise by the men who fretted over the unconscious girl. With those assurances warming her, Maggie remounted her horse with equanimity, politely refusing all offers to ride with one of the men. Some of the MacGuin men stayed behind as the rest began the return to Dew Glen. Those who remained would check to see if any Fergusons trailed the women, and, if they did, that they got no further. The trip back to Dew Glen was taken easily, in deference to Aimil's injuries. None wanted to cause her any more pain than they knew she must already be suffering. They ached to avenge her, but knew it was more important to get her to the care and safety of Dew Glen. So too did they know that Parlan would wish the pleasure of seeking vengeance.
Malcolm, that lass is falling behind again. See if you canna get her to ride with one of us, said Larkin after a while.
Aimil, waking to find herself in Leith's arms, heard the order and said,
She will nae. She canna bear the touch of a man.
Aye, I could see the fading bruises.
Malcolm's square face darkened with anger.
Ferguson's had it, the poor lass.
He started to turn back toward the faltering Maggie.
I will take her reins. 'Twill be enough to keep her with us. How do you feel, Aimil?
Leith asked, each look at her battered face increasing his hatred of Rory Ferguson.
Like the very devil,
she sighed.
I wouldn't have made it as far as I did without Maggie's aid. We must find a place for her.
We will, Maidal. Never fear of that. I ken by looking at ye that I owe her your life.
How fares Parlan?
Weel, replied Larkin. Now that we have threatened him into staying in bed, he sore ached to ride with us.
A little smile touched her bruised mouth. She could just picture Parlan tied to his bed by his wound and making life a misery for all. As the blackness overtook her again, she recalled that there was something she needed to tell Leith, but it would have to wait. Parlan's roar could easily be heard even before the raiding party had entered the tower house. He had heard the men returning far earlier than they should have and was anxious to know why. Catherine's pleas for him to lie still earned her only curses. She wished she had obeyed her desire to leave when the men entered, with Malcolm carefully carrying the girl Catherine had thought dead. Maggie espied Catherine trying to slip out of the room.
"'Tis her! 'Tis the one who told Rory where to find Mistress Aimil."
Catherine fled, and Larkin moved to pursue her, but Parlan stayed him.
"She will nae show her lying face about here again, or anywhere else we go to. She will nae dare. She will be in fear for what remains of her natural life. So too will her treachery become weel known, thus closing many a door to her. 'Tis enough. Tell me what happened."
Maggie was urged to retell her story, as old Meg tended to Aimil, who was placed beside Parlan in his huge bed at his insistence. His dark gaze never left Aimil as Maggie spoke. The extent of the beating Aimil had endured became evident as old Meg stripped her. Even though he was filled with a blind rage against Rory Ferguson, Parlan felt like joining young Leith in weeping over his sister's injuries.
Poor, poor wee lassie,"
old Meg crooned, then fixed her keen gaze upon Parlan.
"Could have been worse. She could have lost the bairn."
"What?"
Parlan's question was but a soft croak in the silence of the room.
"The bairn, ye great gowk. Ye certainly have been working at one hard enough. 'Tis weel past time, too.
Aimil carries my child. His stunned gaze was fixed upon Aimil's slim waist, the covers drawn up only to her hips.
Aye, 'tis time ye stopped tossing good seed to the four winds. I ken what ye planted at the very first took root, or near to. She will be rounding before long now. 'Tis setting there good and tight. Ferguson couldn't shake this fruit from the tree for all he tried to.
Why did she tell me not?
Parlan's unsteady hand brushed the hair from Aimil's bruised face.
I dinna think she kenned it,
spoke up Maggie.
She was sick a time or twa, and I guessed it, but she thought 'twas from the beating. I noted a thing or twa while I tended to her as weel. Nay, I be fair certain that she doesna ken it.
He must wed her now, said Leith. Ransom be damned. Aye, I must wed her. Recall that I had set my mind to it before Rory took her.
Leith nodded, and Parlan's big hands suddenly clenched into fists.
I wish to God that I could kill that bastard Ferguson more than once. By faith, he will beg for death before I finish with him.
Aimil heard that familiar, if muted roar through the receding haze of unconsciousness, and was comforted by it, despite how the voice trembled with fury.
Parlan?
He caught the small hand that reached out to him.
Aye, little one. You're safe at Dew Glen now, tucked up in my bed again.
'Twas Catherine, Parlan. She betrayed ye.
Aye, we ken that now. She will never give us any further trouble. The bitch will keep herself weel out of sight.
She nodded, wishing that she could see him.
Are ye still angry about the trick I played on ye? He would have killed ye.
Aye, he would have for all he promised Catherine he wouldn't. Nay, I am not angry, though 'tis furious I was at the time.
She managed a little smile.
I didn't think he would try to kill me, so it seemed the thing to do at the time.
Aye, I should have told ye about him, but I didn't want to frighten ye, and I thought ye safe here.
He looked at Lachan and Malcolm.
I can hear the other men returning. See if there was any incident. Old Meg, show Maggie to her room.
Old Meg grumbled as she ushered Maggie out of the room.
Sitting in that lewd bed, barking out orders like some king. Is Leith still here?
Right here, Aimil.
Leith immediately turned from leaving and returned to her side.
I must speak to Papa.
She shivered as she recalled the tales Rory had related as he had beaten her.
My Leith, growled Parlan. Fetch your father. Best he sees how the man he chose to wed Aimil treats a lass.
He shook his head.
Here is the proof we sought of the man's madness, though I wish to God it hadn't come into our hands this way.
Leith was gone before Aimil could say any more. He was anxious to show his father that the dark whispered tales about Rory Ferguson were not rumours. There would be no wedding now. Even Parlan MacGuin could not send his daughter to such a man.
Aimil, did he rape you?
Parlan asked, realising that no one had mentioned that, and he feared the worst.
Nay, Parlan. He kenned that, for all my brave talk, I feared that, and he planned to torture me by nae letting me ken when he would do it.
It wouldn't have mattered to me, save that it would be one more hurt to make him pay for.
He lightly traced her bruised cheek.
He will pay for each and every bruise he put on ye. I swear to it.
He isn't one to fight fair, Parlan. You mustn't think he will face you square like an honourable man.
Och, I ken that weel enough. Fear not for me, little one. I have fought snakes like Rory Ferguson before. I ken their ways weel.
Dinna go,
she cried when he tried to draw his hand from her grasp.
Now, where would I be going with a great hole in my leg?
He teased gently.
You rest, Aimil. 'Tis the surest cure.
I cannae seem to do aught else,
she murmured, even as blackness yet again embraced her. While she slept, he studied her closely. It seemed a miracle that she was still alive, let alone had been able to get free of her prison. Carefully, so as not to touch any of her wounds, he ran his fingers over her waist, tracing the side of the area that held his growing seed. So too was it a miracle that all she had been through had not robbed them of that precious gift. Their child clung to life with all the stubbornness his or her parents had. If Rory had known of the child, or had held Aimil any longer, Parlan was sure the child would have been lost.
"Is it right for her to sleep so often, Meg?"
he asked, when the old woman returned with a cold meal for both of them.
"'Tis a natural sleep,"
she reported, after a careful look at Aimil.
"'Tis the wee lass's way of healing. The bairn could have a wee bit to do with it."
"You mean 'tis hurt in some way? I thought you said the bairn was fine."
Parlan wondered how he could panic so over a creature he had not even known existed until only a few hours ago. Old Meg rolled her eyes in disgust.
"Keep still. 'Tis natural for a woman to sleep a fair bit at the start."
She set a plate of bread and meat before him and pushed a tankard of ale into his hand.
"Eat up, laddie. I think you will need your strength."
"'Tisn't a matter of jest," he grumbled. "Do you think she will be all right? Such a wee lass to be beaten so badly."
"Aye, she will be fine, and bear ye a bonny bairn. The lass is a wee one, but there is steel in her bone and sinew. This has lain her low for now, and there will be a scar or twa upon her fair back, but she will be hale before too long. That be when you will have a great deal of trouble."
Parlan chuckled.
"Aye, keeping her from carrying on as ever. And what do you think of my choice of wife?"
"As if you care what this old woman thinks. Aye, but I will tell ye despite that. She be a good lass, and she will nae cower before your every scowl. Ye couldn't abide a weak woman. More important, she has the approval of your people. They have all asked after the lass, fashioned themselves over her."
That left Parlan feeling quite content. He did not let his clan rule his life to the extent where they could choose his wife, but their approval of Aimil meant a lot. It would, if nothing else, make life much easier for her. She would have no trouble finding a place for herself at Dew Glen. Lying beside her, lightly holding her hand, Parlan contemplated the step he planned to take. With marriage and fatherhood staring him in the face, he was surprised to feel no qualms. He was, in fact, quite content. It seemed natural to picture the future with Aimil in each scene. Aimil stirred restlessly, reliving the recent horror of being Rory's captive in her dreams and calling out fretfully,
"Parlan! Parlan! Where are ye?"
He spent several moments easing her fright with murmured words of reassurance that finally penetrated to her sleeping mind, then, glaring at the ceiling, hissed,
"You will pay for putting the darkness in her dreams, Rory Ferguson. I swear it. You will pay dearly."
Chapter 16. A grin broke out upon Larkin's face as he entered Parlan's chambers. The two invalids were playing dice, and Parlan's grumbling told him that Aimil's good luck at the game was holding true. He then recalled what he was there to announce, and frowned slightly.
"Highland Mengue is in the hall, and ready to see Aimil."
Parlan saw Aimil shiver, as the shadow he had seen several times before passed over her face again. He had wondered what troubled her, but with uncharacteristic patience had held off asking her about it. That it would be revealed in time had been enough to restrain him.
"We'll send the man up. You best disarm him."
Parlan propped himself up on his pillow to await the visitor.
"You aren't intending to stay here, are ye?"
Aimil gasped as a chuckling Larkin left, and Parlan gave no indication that he would also leave or even get dressed.
"'Tis my bed, and do you forget that I am sorely wounded? My leg, ye recall."
"As if I could forget that tree stump. Parlan, you cannae stay here. What will my father think?"
"That we are twa invalids sharing a bed so as to ease the work of our nurses."
She thought his innocent look far too overdone.
"You ken very well what he will think when he sees us abed together, and naked."
"Aye, he might think that, especially—"
He lifted the covers and peered beneath them.
"If he catches a glimpse of this poor fellow, what's a mere shadow of his former mighty self."
Aimil could not resist a peek, and rolled her eyes.
"Some shadow? 'Tis plain to see that your wound hasn't dimmed your appetite."
"I begin to think that my appetite for ye will never be dimmed."
Her gaze flew to his and widened slightly, for there was no twinkle in his eyes. His obsidian eyes were warm and serious. As she was about to inquire just how serious he was, a choking sound reached her ears. She looked toward the door, and her eyes grew even wider, but with horror, as her gaze locked with her father's. Seeing how his face was turning a choleric red, she buried her face in the pillow with a soft moan. It was cowardly, but she could not help herself.
"I ken now why I was disarmed,"
Lachlan bellowed, his hands curling into fists.
"Ye bastard! Ye swore ye wouldnae harm her."
"I haven't, have I, Aimil?" Parlan asked, his voice soft as he ran his hand through her hair.
"Then ye deal in a rough wooing, ye bastard,"
Lachlan snarled as he neared the bed.
Papa!
Aimil gasped, forgetting her cowardice and looking at her father, suddenly realising that his fury had not been due to her place in Parlan's bed, but her wounds.
These marks weren't made by Parlan.
Without thought, her hand sought Parlan's in a gesture meant to soothe the sting of her father's assumptions.
"'Twas Rory Ferguson who left me so."
Lachlan's expression changed with alarming speed from anger to a fearful disbelief. He moved to Aimil's side of the bed. Leith, who had arrived with him, and Larkin hastily produced a chair. Lachlan sat down heavily, suddenly showing his age.
"Ye dinna mean it, lass,"
he rasped, but his knowledge of her honesty weighted his words with doubt.
"I do. 'Twas Rory, not Parlan. Parlan has never hurt me, never raised a hand against me, even when he was in a fury spurred by my tongue, which often runs too free and with a sharp edge."
She swallowed nervously.
"Papa, how did Mama die?"
Tensing at her soft question, Lachlan replied,
"Birthing Shane, as I told ye."
His reaction made her fear that all Rory had told her was true.
"Is that true? Or a tale to ease our pain? For the truth would have been too great a horror for a child to bear."
"What have ye heard, lassie? And who has told ye the tale?"
"Did you not tell him what happened, Leith?"
"Nay, Aimil. It never occurred to me that he would think your wounds were delivered by Parlan. I thought to speak before he saw ye."
"I will tell that part, sweeting," Parlan said, his anger over Lachlan's assumption gone, as he realised the man had made it due to a lack of information. "Save your strength for the telling of what has been troubling ye. I ken it will cost ye dearly to tell all that has made your dreams so dark and frightening." In a voice that revealed his simmering fury, Parlan told of the treachery that had resulted in Aimil's capture by Rory. Parlan left out nothing, including her rescue of him, and then herself with Maggie's aid. By the time he had finished, it was clear that Lachlan shared his rage. Parlan mused that it would take Rory Ferguson a great deal of running to escape death.
"What is it that ye must tell me, lass?"
Lachlan asked, in a voice hoarse with anger at Rory.
"Rory Ferguson told me a tale of my mother's death that doesn't match yours,"
she answered quietly. Rising slowly, Lachlan went to the window, turning his back to her and clenching his fists at his side.
"Tell me. Do you remember it all?"
"I cannae forget. He told me as he beat me. With each stroke, he released another sickening detail. She was murdered."
"Aye,"
Lachlan murmured.
"Go on, lass. Tell it all. Dinna think to spare me."
"He said I would die in the same way, but 'twould take longer, for he kenned how to make the pain last now. I would survive long enough to give him the vengeance he felt his right, his revenge for her spurning of him."
Lachlan nodded heavily.
"'Tis right so far. She did spurn him. I always felt I had wronged the man by taking her from him. That was foolish, for he was 5 years younger than she, barely grown. 'Twas a lad's first love. She didn't return it."
"He seems to think she would have. He said he found her alone that day. She refused his offer of love, told him she loved only ye. He said he meant to change her mind, to show her how much more a man he was than ye."
Aimil began to shiver, the tale Rory had tortured her with spilling from her lips uncontrollably. By the end of her tale, she was so choked with tears she found speech almost impossible.
She never stopped calling for you, Papa. He told Mamma that he would finish avenging himself upon me, for she was dying. He said she damned him with her dying breath, told him that if he hurt me, the devil would rise up and drag him into hell. He said he left her there, in the wood, dead and no longer beautiful.
Parlan held her face against his shoulder, for she began to weep. His gaze rested upon Lachlan, whose hands gripped the window frame and whose head was bent. He was sure that the man wept as well. Remembering the nightmare Aimil had suffered, Parlan wished he had heeded it more closely.
Papa, Leith rasped, is that the true tale? Did our mother die that way, and not of a sickness of the birthing bed?
Aye,
Lachlan answered in a choked voice, his back still to them.
I couldnae tell ye. You were all so young. 'Twas a tale that would have badly frightened a child. I never suspected Rory. He wept like a bairn at her burying. We never found the one who did it. He searched with us, didn't he?
He gave a shaky, harsh laugh.
Her slaughterer rode amongst us. Her killer was to wed her child come the summer, Leith cried out. You were to hand her over to him like a sacrificial lamb. I didn't ken he had killed Kirsty.
Lachlan finally turned to face his son.
God forgive me my blindness. I didn't ken that it was Rory. But you were aware of all that has been said about the man. Many a man has a rumour spread about him, an evil word or twa said. I had no proof, son. 'Twas a marriage contracted at cradle-side. My old friend, a man that was as a brother to me, asked for the match. Even as a bairn, Aimil bid fair to look as her mother did. He thought 'twould soothe the hurt Rory had felt when Kirsty had chosen me. She did look like Kirsty, he continued softly, his gaze fixing upon Aimil, even to her nature. When she walked in that night, all gowned and budding, looking the woman she was becoming, I couldnae bear to look upon her. She was Kirsty reborn, and this time Rory would have her.
So you have ignored her, Parlan said, as he felt Aimil stiffen in his arms.
Aye, 'twas easiest. I ken she didn't care for Rory, even then. She could have turned me against my word so very easily. I also thought 'twould make it easier to give her up. 'Twould not be like losing Kirsty all over again.
He looked at Parlan, his eyes narrowing as his mind began to take in the fact that his daughters shared the man's bed, and both appeared to be naked.
When this rogue got his hands on her, I found myself hoping that Rory would break the betrothal. Many another man would have. I wouldn't break my word over rumours, but they did haunt me. But he wouldn't withdraw,
Parlan said, his voice cold.
Nay, he said only that someone would pay if she were no longer a maid. I ken now that he meant for Aimil to pay.
He reached out his hand to touch Aimil's hair lightly, hair exactly like that of the wife he had loved so dearly and had lost.
How much did he make ye pay?
He didn't rape me, Papa,
she replied, looking at him with her mother's eyes.
He wanted me to fear and fash myself over when he would.
Looking at her delicate features, bruised and swollen by Rory Ferguson, Lachlan saw his wife as he had found her that day. The image still churned his stomach and tore at his soul. He felt like weeping, knowing that he had nearly given the man another Kirsty to kill.
I will clear all trace of the man from the face of this earth. Me alone, Mengue. I have a debt or twa to extract from the bastard myself,
Parlan growled.
My cousin's life for one. This,
he nodded at Aimil,
for another. I am to ride against my wife's murderer with my daughter's debaucher at my side.
Aimil stiffened, her swollen eye widening.
He didn't debauch me.
Nay, ye lie naked at his side, lassie.
She blushed deeply, even as she puzzled over her father's apparent lack of anger.
I came here willingly.
'Twas him or Rory.
Well, in a way, Papa. Actually, 'twas me or Elf King. 'Twas a bargain.
She prayed her father would not question it.
That cursed horse, Lachlan drawled. I kenned 'twas a mistake to give him to ye, but I sought to ease the guilt I felt over the way I treated ye.
Parlan's eyes narrowed. He began to grow very suspicious of Lachlan Mengue. The man should be ablaze with righteous anger. Some demand or sword rattling should occur under the circumstances. Instead, Lachlan looked calm and considering.
I think I have been playing your game and not my own, he said quietly. Mayhaps our games merely collided.
Lachlan made no attempt to deny Parlan's suspicions. You were that confident?
I was wed to one like her. Aye, that confident. Was I wrong to be so?
Nay, ye have won the game. Parlan could not help but return the man's grin.
Do you wish to finish playing? Aye, allow an old man his fun.
Confusion was a mild word for what she felt, Aimil decided, as she looked from Parlan to her father and back again. Even Leith and Larkin knew what was going on, judging by the grins on their faces. That it was something to do with her that caused their amusement was all Aimil was sure of, and it irritated her. They were playing some male game and leaving her out of it. She scowled at them, even as she continued to struggle at guessing what was going on.
So, ye gave him your innocence in exchange for your horse?
Aye, Papa. She tried to search his gaze for a clue to what game he was playing, but there was only amusement to be read there, which was so unexpected that it left her even more confused.
I think ye have paid more than the beast is worth.
Again she blushed furiously and stared at him helplessly, unable to think of any reply. The ones that did come to mind would tell Parlan far more than she wanted him to know. She had the sinking feeling that her father knew the state of her heart.
Elf King's a very fine mount,
she said, and grimaced when her father smiled.
I think the debt is now MacGuin's.
Aye, Mengue, it is, and I mean to pay it in full. 'Twill only be by a priest.
My thoughts exactly. Handfast isn't firm enough.
Papa,
Aimil gasped, realising that they spoke of marriage.
Ye cannae make the man wed me. I will nae stand for it.
Callously, if gently, Parlan pressed her face into the pillow so that she could not speak.
How soon can we find a priest? As soon as it takes to bring him from my keep, where he has suffered my hospitality for the last month,
replied Lachlan. Ready for the wedding that was to take place between Aimil and Rory? Asked Parlan idly, not believing it for a moment.
Of course,
Lachlan replied smoothly, and started toward the door. I ask a boon for the sacrifice I make. Parlan grinned at Aimil's clearly outraged, if muffled, squeal.
And what is that?
That ye hold seeking revenge against Rory Ferguson until I can ride at your side.
Agreed. Coming, Leith?
The old rogue, Parlan murmured with admiration, after Lachlan and Leith had left. Released from the silencing folds of the pillow, Aimil snapped,
You didn't let me have my say.
Nay, 'tis a matter between men, lassie. Now that your father has seen what a beast parades as Rory Ferguson, ye are left no maid, and with no husband. Ye came to my bed a virgin, and he calls upon my sense of honour to see things set right. She consigned his honour to a dark and uncomfortable place. When he simply chuckled and kissed her forehead, she cursed and turned her face into the pillow. To talk a man like Parlan out of what he saw as an honourable thing to do was impossible, but she struggled to think of a way to do it. She wanted to be his wife, but not for honour's sake. It was his heart she ached for, his love, not simply his good name. Come, Larkin, help me up. I must test this leg. I will only take my vows before a priest whilst on my back. Startled out of her sulk by her concern for him, she cried,
You will open the wound, you great ox.
Gritting his teeth as Larkin helped him stand, he said, I will nae push it that far, sweeting. Walk me to my dressing room, Larkin. Even if I must be in bed when I marry, I will be dressed fine. I will send old Meg to ye, lass. Ye two will be done up as fine as possible. He frowned and glanced at her back. There must be something ye can don that will nae hurt your back. By the time he reached the chair in his dressing chambers, Parlan was awash with sweat, but his wounds stayed closed. That showed him that, despite his weakness, he was on the mend. He collapsed into his chair and made quick work of the drink Lagan passed to him. When he saw Lagan frowning, he raised his brows in query.
"Some sweet words might have soothed her,"
Lagan offered quietly. "When I give her sweet words, 'twill only be simply to soothe the lass. Let me see what clothes I possess." Picking out the best of Parlan's attire and laying it on the bed, Lagan mused,
"She wants a husband who cares for her."
"You think I dinna?" "Aye, the black and silver will do very nicely. I will have it freshened."
"Aye, I think you do, and mayhaps she suspects that you do, but a woman needs words. She daren't guess at what her man feels. Can you not give her a few?"
Parlan shrugged. "I will only tell her sweet lies. When I speak love words, 'twill be because I feel them. I dinna now." Recalling the man's frenzy when he thought Aimil lost to him, Lagan asked,
"Are you certain of that?"
"Nay, but when or if the words ever leave my lips, I will be. For now 'tis enough that I like and trust her."
"I wonder what Rory will do when he kens that you have wed Aimil."
"If he is wise, he has found a great hole, crawled into it, and pulled the earth over him.
'Twill do him no good, though. As soon as I am weel, I will dig the adder out of his nest. He isna sane, Parlan. You ken as well as I that his sort willna act as you think they will."
"Aye, you can never tell how a mad dog will jump. A watch must be kept on Aimil at all times. She is never to be left alone."
"'Tis wise. His madness is strongest there. 'Tis a strange thing. I wonder if his madness started with Lachlan's wife."
"Nay, 'twas simply unearthed. That he sees Aimil as her mother is the danger. She must never fall into his hands. She will never escape him a second time, and with her would go our child. That she carries my child could make it worse if he kens it."
"Dinna fash yourself. She will be watched. The lass willna be able to turn round for the guard that will be set on her."
Aimil noticed her increased guard even before the priest arrived, but, for the moment, had too many other concerns to be worried about it. She too wanted to be dressed and on her feet when she was wed. That she would be wed despite any objections she might have grew quickly evident. The marriage was going to be performed, no matter what she said or wanted. She could not even get anyone who mattered to heed her objections. Lagan, her brother, and her father all kept their distance. So did Parlan. Though he was still weak from his wound, he managed to disappear with remarkable speed any time she even thought of bringing up her objections. Her strange, continual exhaustion helped every one of them in their avoidance of her. The priest arrived and was made comfortable, but the wedding did not come about immediately. Parlan wanted all the paraphernalia that went with the chief's wedding, or as much of it as could be organised at such short notice. Dew Glen became a hive of activity as a grand feast was prepared, and word was sent to any who might take offence if not invited. So too was the wedding delayed so that the bride and groom could heal enough to endure the festivities. Aimil watched her bruises fade and felt her back heal more each day. What she could not understand was why she continued to suffer from sickness and tiredness. The sickness came and went swiftly, but it worried her, and she finally mentioned it to old Meg.
"'Tis often the way of a woman who is with bairn,"
the old woman replied tartly, shaking her head over Aimil's apparent ignorance. Aimil hated to do so, but she knew she was revealing that she was far more ignorant than old Meg hinted at as she asked,
"What is that to do with me?" "I told ye she didn't ken it,"
muttered Maggie, who sat working on Aimil's wedding dress, one with a loose bodice that would not irritate Aimil's rapidly healing back, yet look as fashionable and lovely as possible.
"Told ye all that from the very start." "Do ye mean to say that great gowk hasna told ye?"
squawked old Meg, her thin arms flailing like bony wings.
"Told me what?"
asked Aimil in a weak voice, for she was beginning to suspect exactly what ailed her.
"What all of Dew Glen kens, and then some. That ye carry the laird's bairn. Ye carry the heir we have all waited for."
"I am with child,"
Aimil repeated, her voice flat. "That is why he rushes to wed me. 'Tisn't all his honour, but his need of an heir."
"You're a foolish lass. The laird kens weel how to keep from seeding a woman. He has nary a bastard that I ken of for all his wanton ways."
Old Meg shook her grizzled head.
"What do you fuss yourself about? Why does any man take a wife? To get a child? 'Tis the way of the world, lass. You cannae change it. Be glad you have got yourself such a braw laddie with a brave heart and a full purse."
"I wouldn't care if his purse held naught and he was weak and sickly," Aimil snapped. "I want to be loved." Old Meg shook her head again.
"You're foolish. Few wives find themselves loved. Be thankful for what you have. 'Tis a great deal."
She knew the old woman was right, but it did not make Aimil feel all that much better. Her heart and soul had been put into Parlan's large hands, and she wanted a little return for all she had given. Honour, strength and wealth were indeed fine attributes in a husband, and Parlan had many other fine qualities as well, but she craved his love. It seemed the worst of calamities to be wed to a man she loved as much as life itself, but who did not return her love. A lifetime of unrequited love seemed little to be happy about. Even a stern scolding about not indulging in useless self-pity did not really change her feelings about that.
"Aimil,"
Maggie ventured carefully after old Meg left the room.
"do you wish to run away?"
Briefly, Aimil contemplated such a move, then shook her head.
"Nay, where would I go? I must wed Parlan." "He isn't as fearsome as I had thought he would be, for all he is so dark. Aye, even his eyes, like black pools. He seems a good man."
"Oh, aye, he is, Maggie. 'Tis just that I love him, but he doesn't love me. It could be a very large problem. Could give me a lot of pain."
"Mayhaps not."
Maggie's gaze fell to Aimil's stomach.
"He will feel the bairn soon. I long for a bairn, but it will never be."
"Maggie, it doesn't hurt," Aimil said gently. "The loving, I mean. With a good, kind and gentle man, it can be very fine indeed. A man like Malcolm." A blush suffused Maggie's face. Malcolm had been very attentive to her, and she had felt some lessening of her fears. Despite that, she still feared love-making, its possible good points overshadowed by Rory's brutal handling. He had left her badly scarred in her mind.
"I didn't think I could bear it. I see Rory whenever Malcolm tries to kiss me. See him behind my eyelids."
"Then leave your eyes open and the candle lit. Dinna let Malcolm's image ever leave your sight. Even once with him will cure your fears. I am very sure of that. That is, if you have a mind to, and 'tis marriage Malcolm offers."
"Aye, 'tis wedding me he wants, but I feared to fail him as a wife."
Maggie's eyes were wide as she reviewed Aimil's advice, and her hopes rose.
"May I go now?"
Aimil nodded, and Maggie raced from the room in the hope of finding Malcolm before her courage failed her.
"Well, that may be one problem sorted out, but 'tis little done for me."
Aimil sighed as she struggled to sit up.
"Here, sweeting, let me help you,"
said a deep voice that had lately been absent from the room. Parlan came to her bedside. Aimil stared at her husband-to-be as he helped her, his gaze studying the loosely fitting shift she wore.
"You could have told me I was carrying your bairn. That is why you want to be wed, isn't it? Because I might be carrying the heir to Dew Glen."
"Aye,"
Parlan agreed, and lightly kissed her sulking mouth.
"Ye are carrying my heir. 'Tis a good reason to wed ye."
She wondered how such a simple statement could hurt so much, but fought to hide it.
"Is it true that you have no bairns?"
He saw something flicker in her eyes, but could not read it, and decided that Lachan was wrong, that Aimil was a practical girl and did not need sweet words.
"None that I ken."
"If you were always so careful, why weren't you with me?"
"Because I didn't want to be. I wanted the full pleasure of ye. I trust ye. Aye, and like ye. I didn't care if my seed took root."
She sighed inwardly. That was apparently all she was going to get. It did please her, but she still wanted more. Telling herself she was being quite foolish did not ease the wanting. She told herself that she would be wise to accept what he said as enough, and set her mind to being happy. Chapter 17. In a gesture she admitted to herself was childish, Aimil stuck her tongue out at Parlan's departing figure. She then met old Meg's stern frown with a sweet smile. Even though no one else seemed to agree, she felt she had a right to be annoyed about the way she was being rushed into the marriage. Little heed was given to her objections, of which she honestly admitted there were one or two, or fears, of which she regretfully admitted there were far too many. With a sigh she got out of bed and let old Meg assist her in bathing and washing her hair. She decided it was probably petty of her to be so irritated by Parlan's calm confidence. Parlan cursed as he glared at the scar on his leg. It seemed twice as livid and unsightly as it had the day before. He took a walk around the room and swore some more. The stiffness in his leg made him limp. He had sorely wanted to be at his best when he stood with Aimil before the priest, but that was clearly not to be. Cursing was not going to change that, but he decided, as he limped around the room, that it soothed his disappointment to indulge in a few hearty rounds of it. A soft sound distracted him from his annoyance. He looked up to see that Arsted had quietly entered the room. Arsted had only made a few fleeting visits since the time he had delivered his warning about Catherine, something Parlan still cursed himself for not acting upon immediately. The expression on his brother's face told Parlan that this visit was not going to be a fleeting one. "Such cursing!" Arsted moved closer to Parlan. "Doubts about the step you take? Mayhaps ye should wait." "Nay, I have no doubts. I but curse this scarred and still useless leg. 'Tis a poor thing to show a bride." "I dinna think the lass will mind, but if it troubles ye so, wait some more. It should be better before long." "Aye, it should, but I willna wait any longer. Her sweet little belly already starts to round. Last eve I felt the bairn move. I mean to set the name MacGuin on that bairn as quickly as possible." "The bairn isna due for several months yet." "I ken it. I also ken how swiftly life can be ended, snuffed out in a winking like some tallow candle. What happened with Rory reminded me of that. I repeat, I will set the name MacGuin on that bairn as soon as can be. I have hesitated long enough." He sat down on his bed and frowned at Arsted. "Is that why ye are here? Have you come to try and talk me out of wedding her?" "Nay, 'tis your choice. If you wish to wed the lass, do so. She seems a good lass." "Aye, she is, and 'tis my wish to wed her. So, why are ye here? I ken that something weighs heavily upon ye. Have out with it." "'Tisna easy." Arsted nervously paced. "I finally took heed of what ye said, that eve of Rory's attack." Parlan nodded. "Oh, I listened when ye spoke and heeded for the moment, as I have always done. Then I walked away and set aside your words. Something else I have always done. They wouldn't leave me be this time. They kept preying upon my mind, forcing me to think and think again. I found it an uncomfortable process, this thinking. I have done little of it in my time. Then I saw what Rory Ferguson had done to Aimil, heard what he had done to the lass's mother, and it frightened me." "'Tis not to fash yourself over. It frightened me." "You dinna understand. I saw myself in him, saw what I could become." "Nay, laddie, ye are but misguided. Rory Ferguson is mad, totally mad, and thoroughly evil." "Aye, but when did he turn so? When did he stop but slapping a lass now and again and take to beating them, enjoying the pain he could inflict? When did he stop taking unwilling lasses because he let his lust rule him, and begin to enjoy their unwillingness, their shame and their hurt? I take unwilling lasses, let my lust rule me, and use my strength against them. When does that stop being the act of a drunk, besotted, unthinking lad, and become the sickness that infects Rory Ferguson?" Parlan frowned. He wanted to ease the fear he read in his brother's face, but could not find the right words. While he did not believe that the evil which tainted Rory could have the humble beginning Arsted described, neither could he ignore the logic of Arsted's words. He simply did not know enough about such madness to give Arsted the firm denial to his fears that he sought. However, neither could he believe that his brother held the seed of such evil.
I dinna ken what turned Ferguson into the filth he has become, or when he turned so. I cannae believe that ye could become like him. Ye do no more than many other men, yet there are few Rory Fergusons about. As I have said, there is a brutal side to every man. 'Tis but something they must learn to control. The beast in Rory cannae be controlled. It just grows stronger. Rory cannae change what he is. The rot is too strong. I dinna really think ye are so afflicted. Ye can change.
Seeing that the fear in Arsted's expression was only mildly lessened, Parlan desperately sought out some other tact.
Here now, Arsted, ye haven't coldly murdered some innocent, have ye?
Nay. There was a hint of outrage in Arsted's voice.
Aye, and you have no thought to do so. Rory has. He was younger than ye when he murdered Kirsty Mengue. I wouldn't be surprised to find that there were other deaths or near ones before that. I ken weel there were others after that. His kin, or his man Geordie, kept the truth weel hid. I would wager there were other signs of his madness, things to indicate the seed of it, and more as the seed flowered. Aye, ye have been a woe at times, but there has never been any real meanness in ye.
But ye said that to ignore a lass's nays and to strike a woman is wrong.
Aye, wrong, and I heavily disapprove. But as I said, ye do no more than many another man. 'Tis legal for a man to beat his wife, yet I think one who does try to rule his woman with his fist is nae much of a man. There is no honour in beating one who cannae really stop ye, though they might try. And I dinna see it as my right to take a woman as I please, or where I please. So too have I seen what rape and brutality can do to a lass, and 'tis nae right. You only find a lot that agree with me, though.
Nay, but I begin to. I have...
He took a deep breath and faced Parlan squarely.
Weel, I have recognised the folly of wallowing in drink and the stews. There is naught there for me but the pox or death. I dinna want to say I have had some sense beaten into me, but, in a way, I have. I couldnae drink, ye ken, and being without it made me think a lot on what I have been doing.
'Tis glad I am to hear this, though I dinna quite understand why you say you couldnae drink. There is plenty about.
Aye, but it wasn't brought anywhere near my chambers. Malcolm and Lachan, aye, even Leith, felt it better if I suffered a clear head for a wee while. I wasn't too pleased at first, but I ken they intended only good. I sorely wanted to drown in it too when I began to think too clearly and too much, when I began to see what a useless fool I have been acting.
He shrugged and attempted a smile.
I but came to say that I mean to change. 'Twill take some time, I ken, if only to gain some respect from the people here. I ken that I lost whatever I had by my own actions, so I must win it back on my own.
Deeply moved, and feeling hopeful for the first time in far too long, Parlan heartily embraced his brother. You ken that I am willing to help in any way that I can.
Aye, but I also ken that this is mostly my own fight.
Weel, Arsted said, smiling faintly as Parlan released him.
That is that chore done. Now I have but one more to do.
Grimacing, he jested weakly.
Best I see to it whilst I still feel ready to be humble and to confess to fault and errors.
Parlan grinned briefly, then asked, What is it?
I must yet seek Aimil's forgiveness.
Aimil sighed and stared into the flames of the fire. She found it tedious to sit alone, waiting for the heat of the fire to dry her newly washed hair. When a rap came at the door of her chambers, she eagerly bade the visitor enter, only to frown slightly when she saw that it was Arsted. There had been whispers of a change in him, but she was not sure she wished to be alone with the young man. Although, for Parlan's sake, she had tried to dismiss it, she could not forget that he had intended, at one point, to beat and to rape her. To have him near when she was alone and wearing only a robe unsettled her.
I am quite sober, he murmured as he approached her, and I swear I will nae touch ye.
Determined to give him a chance, since he was Parlan's only close kin,
She indicated the other stool before the fire.
Sit down.
Somewhat stiffly, he did so.
I have come to ask forgiveness for my attack upon ye.
Ye were drunk. Very fou, in truth.
Aye, but I can't hide behind that any longer. I will confess that it took me some time to see what I had done as wrong. To me, you were naught but some captive, and I could do as I wished. Beyond that, you were also just a lass. I believed the ones who called Parlan a soft-hearted fool for his beliefs about how women should be treated. Few think as he does. Well, now I see the right of his thinking. A lass has a right to say nay, and 'tis not but a weakness in a man to use his greater strength over the weaker to bend them to his will. 'Tis a strong man who kens when not to use his fists.
Then ye have learned a great deal, and ye have my forgiveness. I give it fully and easily.
Ye say that because 'tis what ye think will please Parlan.
In part, aye. What I did because you are Parlan's only brother, his nearest kin, was to let you speak to me at all. 'Tis for Parlan that you even got inside the door. The rest is my own doing. I wasnae but mouthing words for Parlan's ears, but from the heart.
Then I thank ye, from the heart. 'Tis a comfort to ken that I will only be starting this change in my ways with what little kin I do have set against me. I think 'twill be quite hard enough as it is.
Change is never easy. You have seen your weaknesses and your errors. That is the hardest step to take. Have you spoken to Parlan?
Aye, and it proved a two-edged sword. I was pleased to make him happy, yet to see how happy simply speaking of changing made him caused me to see how unhappy I have made him in the past. I was keenly aware of how I had failed him.
Well, he is happy now, and that is what matters most. You cannae brood too long upon the past. 'Tis the future ye must look to. To think too long on what you could have done or should have done will take time better used to see what you must do now.
Before he could make any reply, a rap came at the chamber door. When Aimil bid the person to enter, she had to bite back a smile. Giselle entered with a big smile on her face, only to stop and glare at Arsted, who smiled crookedly.
Ye told her.
Aye, Arsted, I did, and now I will tell her that all is forgiven.
She looked sternly at Giselle.
And I am to fall into step with that.
Giselle moved to stand next to Aimil.
Aye, 'twould be nice. No, very weel then. A most grudging forgiveness, but sincere for all that.
She met Giselle's glare with a smile. Arsted laughed softly as he stood to leave.
The time for the wedding must draw near. I will go to see if I can be of any help.
You forgive very easily, Giselle said, as soon as Arsted was gone. I didn't think I would do so.
He means to change, and now sees that he acted wrongly. I couldn't reward that by refusing to understand and to forgive. If naught else, I couldn't bear to be the one to hinder his changing. If he returned to the alehouses and whorehouses to wallow in that filth, I would always wonder if 'twas my inability to forgive that caused him to stumble. Right now, he needs the strength friendship can give.
Aye, you're right in that. Come now, 'tis time to dress for your wedding. She took Aimil by the hand and urged her to her feet.
Ah, so the time does indeed draw near.
You didn't look as happy as I thought you would be. Didn't you wish to wed Parlan?
I do, but I do not. There shines a contrary nature, eh?
She tried to smile, but felt sure it was a miserable effort.
A troubled nature, to be certain.
Come, you can tell me all that frets ye as I help ye dress, and I shall tell you what a foolish wee lass ye are.
I think I've been told that quite enough, thank ye kindly.
Aimil shed her robe. Clearly you haven't been listening, or you wouldn't be so dowy when you're soon to get what I ken weel ye want.
Does my back look very unsightly?
Nay, it doesn't, as I am certain ye ken weel. Dinna try to divert me. Talk, child, 'tis the best way. Aimil knew that was true. She simply was not sure of how to explain all that troubled her. As Giselle helped her dress, she struggled to find the right words that would make Giselle understand her worries and fears.
I do want to be Parlan's wife. 'Tis something I've wanted for a very long time. 'Tis just that I wished him to ask me for reasons other than what sets in my womb. He weds me because I carry his heir. To get an heir is the reason most men wed. If 'twas allowed, I wouldn't be surprised if most of them waited to stand before a priest until their seed took root in some woman's belly. Most likely that is true, but 'tis not why I wish to be stood before a priest. Did Parlan say 'twas naught but the bairn that he was wedding you for? Well, nay. What did he say? He said I was the first to carry his bairn, that he was always careful in the past to keep his seed from taking root. He said he didn't want to take such care with me, that he liked and trusted me. No lover's vows those. Mayhaps not in your eyes, but 'tis no small thing for a man to feel so for a woman. Some wives never gain as much. I ken it. It doesn't stop me from wanting more, though. I am friend and lover to him, and weel I ken the value of that. Though I curse myself for a greedy, ungrateful wretch, I still want more. You want him to love ye as ye love him, and that is a lot, isn't it, Aimil? Gisel gently bade Aimil to sit down and began to brush out her hair. I never said so. Nay, not plainly, but it shone through each word whenever you spoke of Parlan. I kenned it from the first. Do you think Parlan has seen it? Aimil was dismayed by the thought that her feelings could be so easily read. Most likely not. Men can be very blind about such things. Och, listen to me. So can women. Look at me. I ken now that Ian has loved me from the start, but I never heeded it. I see only now, after all the years we have been together, what he has shown me so clearly in all he did. I had to discover my own love for him before I saw his love for me, before he even dared speak it aloud. Shaking her head, Gisel continued. When I first realised you had fallen in love with the man, I was sore worried for ye. There were some very dark things said about him, and he looked dark and fierce enough for them to be true. I soon realised that he had been sorely slandered by rumour, but I still worried over ye, for he is, well, as Ian says, such a great lad. She smiled faintly when Aimil laughed. It took a while before I saw that ye aren't troubled or afeard, that ye can manage what seems to be a great deal of man. Aye, manage him, but can I hold him? Can I keep his hunger sated so that he doesn't answer the lure of others? Has he been unfaithful to ye? Finished with Aimil's hair, Gisel sat down to face her sister. I think not. Nay, I ken he hasn't been. He didn't even tumble Catherine, though she did all in her power to draw him to her bed. He did travel to the Dunmore Keep, but even in that short while he was out of my sight, I didn't feel he turned elsewhere. Then why do you fash yourself over it? He has been faithful when he wasn't bound by an oath or vow to be. Aye, but the passion between us is still hot and new. What happens when that wanes, as it will do, if only in some ways? 'Tis love that keeps one person trying to stay faithful to another. He hasn't given me any words to make me even think he loves me. Ah, Gisel, I love him so much that at times it frightens me. I daren't even think of him with another. I fear it would tear me to pieces if he began to seek his pleasures elsewhere, if he decided that my being his lover, his friend, and the mother of his bairns was not enough to satisfy all his needs. Worse, I fear I would tear us apart in my pain. Taking Aimil's hand in hers, Gisel sought words to soothe her sister's worries. Aye, he could turn to other women, but then what he already feels for you could turn to love. Look again at what happened in my marriage. Ian loved me, but I didn't love him at all. For 5 long years he was patient, quietly loved me, and has gained what he sought. I now love him back, and dearly so. I am loath to admit it, but I was not even a good friend and lover to him, though he tried to be to me. Could not the same happen with ye and Parlan? Ye already have a firm place for yourself here, already are so important to him, though I do understand why it isn't quite enough. He trusts ye, likes ye, and soon you will share a child. Build upon that, child. Give him all your love, and the chances are very good that you can draw the same from him. You have already gained a lot."
Staring at their joined hands, Aimil thought upon all Giselle had said. There was a great deal of sense to it. While it might be easier for a good, kind man like Ian McVern to make Giselle love him than for her to make a man like Parlan love her, that did not mean that it was impossible. She certainly had a greater chance of doing so than any other woman in his life had ever had.
"Aye, I see the sense of what you say. I must cease using time and strength to bemoan what I dinna have, and use it to try and gain what I want. Aye, to gain what I need."
After briefly hugging Aimil, Giselle stood and tugged Aimil to her feet.
"And be patient. Dinna lose heart." "I will try very hard not to, but 'tis a thing far easier to speak of than to do."
"True enough, but I think you can do most anything you set your mind to. Come now, there is a wedding to attend." Parlan scowled toward the door of the hall. "Where is the lass?" Doing a poor job of hiding a smile, Lagan shook his head. "Takes a lass time to ready herself for her wedding." "Well, if she isn't here soon, I will go and fetch her down. The priest grows impatient," Parlan added a little pompously. "Och, aye, 'tis why he sits there sipping his mead and quietly talking to Lachlan. A sure sign of displeasure." After glaring at Leith, Malcolm and Arstead, who snickered, Parlan frowned at Lachlan. "I will concede that I grow a wee bit restless." "Quite. Just a wee bit. He can sore try a man's good humour, Lachlan Dunmore." He swore softly when Lachlan just laughed. Parlan was about to complain that it should not take any woman so long to don a gown when Aimil finally entered the hall. He caught his breath at the sight of her. Her gown was loose and flowing, not only to keep anything from aggravating her nearly healed wounds, but because he and old Meg were firm believers that no tight clothing should restrict the growth of his child in Aimil's womb. The rich blue of her gown made her eyes seem even bluer. What truly caught his admiration was her long bright hair, its thick length glistening and festooned with blue and gold ribbons. He had never seen her look lovelier. "Ah, Parlan, ye rogue, ye are gaining a fair wee lass." "Aye, Lachlan, that I am." Parlan immediately strode toward Aimil. Aimil was a little taken aback by her first sight of Parlan. She had never seen him dressed in such finery, in clothes worthy of an appearance at the king's court. The black and silver seemed to heighten the imposing cast of his dark looks. She felt in awe of him, and decided it was not a feeling she was particularly fond of. It certainly shook what little confidence she had. How could she expect to hold such a man? She was but a small lowland lass, with a short temper and a sharp tongue. At the moment, Parlan looked every inch the fierce Highland laird, a man to make women far prettier than her pursue him. He looked a man no woman could hold for long. Inwardly, she sighed as he took her by the hand and raised her fingers to his lips. "You're lovely beyond words, Aimil Mengue." He was puzzled by the hint of sadness in her eyes. "Can ye nae add to it with a wee smile?" She tried, but suspected that it was a poor weak one that finally shaped her mouth.
"I am a wee bit nervous, 'tis all, Parlan."
He did not really believe that was all of it, but did not press her. It was neither the time nor the place. So too was there an urgency within him to get the vows said and done, to claim her and the child she carried as his. There would be plenty of time later to sort out her various moods and understand what lay behind them, he decided. With a smile he hoped would soothe her, he tugged her toward the priest, who was now ready to perform the marriage service. As he knelt before the priest, holding her faintly trembling hand in his, Parlan searched his heart one last time for any doubts or regrets about the step he was about to take. It did not really surprise him to find none, for he had expected that, having found none since the moment he had decided to take her as his wife. There was a concern or two, even a few things that could be termed fears, but he pushed them aside. He did not really understand them, but knew that they made no difference to what he did now. Instinct told him that they would be somewhat eased once Aimil was legally his. "Mine," he thought with a sense of pride and possession that nearly made him smile. It was not something he had ever felt toward a woman before. With Aimil, however, it was important that he tie her to him in any and every way he could. It troubled him deeply that she did not seem to feel the same way, as was indicated by the way she was hesitating to repeat the vows that would finalize their marriage. Looking at her, he tried desperately, yet fruitlessly, to read in her expression the reason that she faltered. Although she parted her lips to begin repeating the vows that would make her legally Parlan's, a sudden rush of doubt stilled her tongue. What lay ahead could be the answer to all her dreams, or a long, painful nightmare. She loved him beyond what was probably sensible, but there was no guarantee that he would ever return that love. To spend a lifetime caught in the painful hold of unrequited love seemed more than anyone should be forced to bear. Glancing at him, she felt common sense return. There really was no choice for her. If she humiliated him now by suddenly refusing to wed him, she would undoubtedly lose all chance of gaining his love. So too there was the child. He had a right to his child, as much right as she did, and she was certain that it was not a right he would relinquish. Even if she did not wed him, she would still be tied to him through the child. Far better to take her chances, she decided. Taking a deep breath, she repeated the vows that made her forever his, something her heart had done months ago. Chapter 18.
Are ye happy, child?
Aimil looked up at her father and smiled. It gladdened her heart considerably to be on good terms with her father again, but she suffered from a touch of wariness, even disbelief. At any moment she expected to see him turn away from her, as he had in the past. Knowing how that could hurt her, she found herself trying to keep a distance between them. She could only hope that with time and a lessening of her wariness, her distrust would vanish. The last thing she wished to do was spoil the renewal of her relationship with him.
Aye, Papa. He is a good man.
She thought that sounded a little trite, but could not think of anything else to say.
Of course ye are happy. Your voice fairly trembles with joy.
Grimacing, Aimil admitted to herself that it had been foolish of her to think she could divert him by mouthing platitudes.
I am happy. He is the man I want. Aye, there are a few pebbles in our path, but they can be cleared away.
That is the way to think on it. Ye are the one he wanted too, lass.
Aye, because of the bairn.
Wheesht fool, lass. Do ye think a man like the Black Parlan would be made to wed a lass simply because his seed had set root in her? He would stand firm and tell me to do as I will, and will ye ken it.
But honour demands.
Not when ye are but a captive. Aye, if ye were the daughter of some ally he had seduced, but nay, not for a captive.
She was still thinking on her father's words when Giselle and Maggie took her up to Parlan's chambers. His words had made a greater impression upon her than nearly anything anyone else had said. Her father saw it as only another man could have, and had succinctly explained that elusive concept to her. The more she looked at it, the more she wondered why she had not seen it before. She began to suspect that she had purposely avoided any logic that might inspire hope, possibly a fruitless hope. Whether Parlan wanted the child or not, and she was sure he did, he would not tie himself to her for life because the child rested in her womb. In her case, honour only demanded that he give her back alive when the ransom was paid. If she happened to have lost her chastity while captive and her belly swelled with his child, most would shrug. They would see it as one of the costs of being caught, perhaps even as part of the ransom. Parlan really had done what he had wanted to. Still mulling that over, she somewhat absently said good night to her sister, and it was a moment before she realised that Maggie was lingering.
Is there something wrong, Maggie? Nay, everything couldn't be finer.
Maggie smiled almost radiantly.
I have been trying to talk to you since yestermorn.
She blushed faintly.
I heeded all you said about how to go on with Malcolm. I heeded it and acted upon it. And it worked, aye? Well, that is a foolish question, for 'tis clear to see that it did by your face. Aye, it worked, though leaving the candles lit and keeping my eyes open caused my poor man a blush or twa.
She giggled along with Aimil.
I will nae have to do it again. I found I didn't really need to do it the first time, for I never thought it was any but my Malcolm loving me. Howbeit, the lit candle took the fear from me, so that I had the courage to try for the first time. I am so glad for ye, Maggie.
She kissed the maid's cheek.
Aye, and for Malcolm. He is a good man. When are you to be wed, then? The priest said he would wed us before he left Dew Glen. I wish to thank ye, my lady. Thank ye with all my heart. Thank me? Whatever for? 'Twas Malcolm's doing. Aye, once I was set in his arms, but 'twas ye that set me there, gave me the heart to try. Weel, I think ye would have found it on your own in time, but ye are very welcome.
Maggie smiled and hurried toward the door.
I will leave you be, then. 'Tis certain I am that your man will be here soon.
Aimil was certain of that too. As soon as Maggie left, Aimil nervously went to check on her appearance in the mirror. It seemed far too long since Parlan had held her. She had sensed his growing hunger as they were healing from their wounds, but he had abstained from satisfying it, even to moving her to a separate room. He had clearly felt that now that they were to be wed, now that she was no longer his hostage, and now that her family came and went from Dew Glen as they pleased, it was time to act with a little discretion. It was probably for the best, but she had not liked it much, and not simply because, as she had healed, she had begun to feel as eager for a taste of the passion they shared as he seemed to be. Rory had scarred her with a fear she could not seem to shake. It haunted her dreams, bringing nightmares. Although Parlan had often appeared at her bedside to ease those fears when she had come awake shaking and cold, he had been absent enough for her to know how much she needed him there, needed to be able to reach out and touch him to assure herself that she was safe, that Rory was only a chimera in her mind. Although she cursed her weakness, she could not deny it, and reluctantly accepted the fact that it would be a while before she would be free of it, that time was needed for her body, mind and heart to forget those hours of terror and pain. Slipping into bed, she propped up the pillows, then leaned against them to wait for Parlan. Because they had been lovers for so long and she was carrying his child, there would be no bedding ceremony. She was not at all regretful, recalling how coarse and embarrassing it could get from her sister's weddings. All she had to do was wait for Parlan to arrive so that they could begin the arrangement that Rory's attack had so brutally interrupted. Suddenly yawning, she hoped Parlan did not linger in the hall too long with ale and friends, or he would find his new bride sound asleep. Parlan took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and entered his chambers. He did not understand why he felt so uncertain, even nervous. Aimil was not a woman new to his bed, nor a virgin bride that he had to move cautiously and tenderly around. Nevertheless, he could not dislodge the feeling that he was taking a very important first step. Catching her yawning, he had to smile, especially when she looked so guilty. "I can see I am eagerly awaited."
Sorry, it has been a long day, and I do seem to weary more easily.
She watched him undress, and idly mused that she might find it easier to feel confident about him if he was not such a handsome rogue.
"'Tis the bairn, I am told."
"You dinna feel ill or unduly weak?" He briefly washed up, mostly out of habit, for he had bathed before the wedding.
Nay, there is naught that feels wrong. I just tire with more ease than I have ever done. I need to rest more often, but I ken weel that is surely for the best."
Seeing that he was already aroused as he walked to the bed and slid in beside her, she murmured,
"Mayhaps I should rest now."
Tugging her into his arms, he met her impish smile with a fraudulent scowl. "You shouldn't do that."
"Nay, you have something that might interest me enough to keep me awake."
Hastily removing her nightgown, he held her silken body close and sighed with pleasured relief over the return of something that had been gone too long, something he had missed far more than he could have imagined. "I think I may have a thing or twa to hold your interest for a wee while." He cupped her shapely derriere in his hands and pressed her closer. Feeling a familiar, delightful warmth curl through her loins, she murmured her appreciation.
I think you just might at that, my lord.
When he kissed her, she slid her arms around his neck and revelled in it. This time he would not be cutting the kiss short, leaving them both wanting more. Even as she began to succumb to her hunger for him, she was a little unsettled by the strength of it. She was not sure it was good or even wise to want him so much. That worry was soon drowned in a flood of passion, however, as his hands began to move over her in a way that revealed his own hunger. After being so long deprived, they needed little to bring them to the point where the joining of their bodies was a necessity. Aimil was fleetingly surprised that he seemed as lacking in control as she was. She cried out with relief when he entered her, and equalled his ferocity as he lifted them both to desire's apex. As she began to slip down from the heights his lovemaking sent her to, she clung to him, unwilling to end the unity too soon. Sensing him staring at her, she opened her eyes and smiled lazily.
Well, you were right. That did hold my interest for a wee while.
She met his grin with her own. Ye are an impertinent wretch. He withdrew from her slightly. I was a wee bit rough, too long without a taste of the sweetness of ye. I haven't hurt ye, have I? His hand covered her abdomen.
Nay, think of all we did before I even kenned I was with child. The bairn still grows and thrives. Aye, think of all Rory did to me, yet as old Meg says, he couldn't shake this fruit from the tree. You cannae hurt the bairn with a wee bit of love-making. I think you see it as rougher than it truly is. I didn't feel as if it was very rough at all.
She smiled crookedly.
So you needn't fear that the reason for this fine wedding has been banished.
Ah, I kenned that something was gnawing at ye. He gently brushed a few wisps of hair from her face.
There is not gnawing at me, as you put it.
She did not exactly wish to get into a discussion about feelings. Aye, there is, and there has been. You hesitated before you would say the vows.
Well, 'tis a big step to be wedded. You cannae tell me ye had no pause, didn't hesitate a wee bit.
I didn't. He smiled when she frowned and watched him through narrowed eyes. Nay, truly, I didn't. I have been thinking on wedding ye from the very first time I held ye in this bed.
You never said a word to me about it.
She felt a spasm of doubt, yet knew that Parlan was not a man to say something simply because he thought it might please her to hear it, to give her lies to ease a worry he only sensed she had. Of course I said naught to ye. I was but pondering it. My pondering might have led me to decide I didn't want ye for a wife. Then I would have had to tell ye that. Much better to say naught until I was certain. Although she was not sure she liked the idea that for all the time they had been together he'd been more or less testing her, she could easily understand why he had done such a thing. A marriage was forever, and the woman he chose would be the one to bear his children, his heirs. Such a weighty matter should be well thought on. Handfast marriages were little more than a test of the suitability and fruitfulness of a match. Nevertheless, she mused a little sourly, he had taken his sweet time in deciding whether she suited him. That did seem insulting. You find that less than flattering, do ye? 'Twas never my intent to deliver any insult.
I ken it. I can see the sense of being certain about such an important thing.
Aye, but...
I didn't say but.
'Twas there to hear in your voice, sweeting. But... Although he had no intention of telling her anything he did not feel, he was determined to ease the uncertainties he knew she felt.
Oh, God's toenails! Did you have to take so long in deciding?
She hoped her question reflected only hurt pride. He forcibly restrained a laugh, knowing that would only add to her injured pride, mild as it seemed. I didn't take as long as you might think, dearling. Nay, truly, I didn't. Smiling at the doubt he could read in her expression, he lightly kissed her pouting mouth. I was but slow in telling ye. I realised I best hurry and speak before I went to the Dunmores.
And returned to find I was set to escape.
She realised that had undoubtedly added to that air of wounded pride she had felt in him that night. Well, set to drown, leastwise.
It was a good plan. It just went a wee bit awry.
Oh, aye, just a wee bit. Then he divert me. He grinned when she shot him a look of mild annoyance.
That fine feast I said before you the day Rory attacked had a purpose.
Aye, seducing me. Ye accomplished that.
Weel, I will nae deny that I had thought to have me some of that as weel. I had planned the moment to ask ye to wed me.
She felt sorely disappointed that that opportunity had been lost, even though she knew it would not have given her the words of love she craved.
Oh, and that cursed Rory ruined it.
Aye, but I did speak once you were returned to Dew Glen.
True enough, but 'twas in such a manner that I was left to think that 'twas naught but the bairn that prompted ye.
Come now, I did tell you there was more to it than that.
Aye, in a way, but...
She put her arms about his neck and kissed him.
But kenning that ye had planned to ask me to be your wife before either of us kenned that there was a bairn soothes the sting even more. I didn't want to become a bride because ye felt a duty to wed me, or because honour demanded it. Aye, or because your seed decided to take root in me.
She smiled faintly.
I didn't want ye to do something ye didn't truly wish to do, for I kenned the trouble that could bring.
I am not a man to do what he doesn't really wish to, Maytal.
Aye, so Papa said.
Did he now?
Aye, and the way he said it eased some of my worries, though 'tis a greater comfort to hear ye say it.
Alas, I cannae deny that I sorely want the bairn, but 'tis a feeling stirred in most part because 'tis ye that helped create him. I want the bairn because he is part of ye. Lass, I hold 8 years. For more than half of those I have kenned the pleasures of the flesh. Aye, I have had more women than I should have. 'Tis nae a boast, for I ken that 'tis not to be very proud of, but 'tis a fact. Not once, with any of them, did I think of children. Aye, my only thought was, where, lad, you dinna wish your seed to root here. I have been as careful as a man can be, and near as any man can be sure. I ken that I have no bastards. Now with ye, I never once gave a thought to being weary, not since the first moment we made love. I didn't see the need of it, didn't want to take care. It didn't worry me when I kenned there was a chance you could get with child. In truth, the few times I gave it any thought, I felt naught but pleasure. 'Twas a pleasing thought. Aye, I want this bairn, but it didn't force me to wed ye. Nay, it but gave me the means to set you before a priest, even if you didn't feel like being set there. If anyone was forced to wed, 'twas ye, Aimil, never me. Ye were the one who was given no choice nor chance.
She was touched by his words. It was not what she ached to hear, but it did ease some of the sting she had felt over the way the marriage had been arranged. So too did it ease some of her fears. Since he had really wanted to wed her, there was a very good chance that he was nearly as willing and as ready as she was to make the marriage a good one, firm and happy.
You cannae truly say I was forced. Aye, ye and my father decided it, but ye didn't hear me put up too much of a wail.
Nay, true enough. Why didna ye, Aimil?
The very last thing she wanted to tell him was exactly why she had gone along with his and her father's dictates with little protest.
'Cause I didn't really have any complaint. I have been happy here. You ken it. I was never too happy with the idea of leaving, and not just because Rory awaited me, for I didn't ken what Rory was. I wanted to stay. Now I can.
He felt somewhat disappointed, yet could not really say why. Love was what he sought from her, yet he knew that it was unfair to demand it of her when he was not willing to give it, at least not yet. He told himself he was being contrary as he held her close. She had admitted to being happy at Dew Glen and happy to stay. That should be enough. It was something that even being deeply in love did not necessarily promise. His hand returned to rest upon her slightly swollen stomach. It was still a little difficult to believe that he would soon be a father. He also found the waiting trying. He wanted to know if he would have a son or a daughter. He wanted to know if the child would be fair like Aimil or dark as he was. He wanted to hold his child, a feeling that intensified a great deal when he felt the flutter of movement within.
'Twill be very difficult to wait.
Aye, though...
She smiled a little.
I think 'twill be a little harder for me than for any others, for I shall have to tote the wee one around as I wait. Aye, and the wee one will make me a lot less wee.
He will grow round and beautiful. He smiled at her disgusted look.
A lady who is round isn't beautiful. Nay, nor when she waddles like some fat duck.
Ah, you plan to waddle, do ye?
Nay, I dinna plan to, but I ken that I will. My sister's dead, and so is any woman far gone with child that I have ever seen. Aye, I will waddle, and if you laugh I will strike you.
I shall keep that warning in mind.
Aye, best that you do.
For a while they lay quietly in each other's arms, idly caressing each other, and enjoying the closeness they had both sorely missed. Parlan knew Aimil shared those feelings by the way she touched him, and sighed with something more than passion when he touched her. No matter how puzzled he might get over what else she might feel or think, he knew he could trust in her passion. That was always honest and open, given forth without hesitation or any attempt at subterfuge. He knew that a lot of husbands would pay a king's ransom to find that in their wives. One small problem pricked at his current contentment, however. Aimil had said nothing about Arsted. Neither had Arsted said a word about his meeting with Aimil. Although Parlan knew there had been no time to enter into such a conversation, he could not relinquish the fear that things had not gone well between the two. He knew Aimil had a right to be angry, especially since any memory of the time Arsted had attacked her still caused him a twinge of fury. But he wanted his wife and his brother to get along, to be friends. It was especially important now that Arsted seemed sincere in his wish to change, and there was the chance of a better relationship between them. Although he was not sure he wanted to hear that their meeting had gone terribly wrong, Parlan finally gave in to his need to know.
Aimil, Arsted said he was going to talk with you today.
Oh aye, he did, just before the wedding.
When she said no more about it, he became impatient, despite the fact that her soft, gentle caresses were heating his blood.
So, what happened between the pair of you? He still lives is all I ken at the moment.
Wondering why he was so interested in the subject now, when her interests were somewhere else entirely, she looked at him with a mixture of puzzlement and mild annoyance.
He apologised for what he had done to me and asked my forgiveness. I gave it.
Just like that?
He could not believe that what could have been a real problem had been solved so easily.
Aye, what did you think had happened?
I wasn't sure. Neither of you said a word, so I began to think.
He shrugged.
You were quick to forgive.
Nay, not truly. Well, after Rory, what Arsted had done seemed little or naught. Then, too, Arsted didn't accomplish what he had intended. He was then shamed by a public lashing. What truly, or mostly, prompted my forgiveness was that he kenned he had done wrong, was shamed by his actions. He wasn't mouthing words he didn't feel to make us all happy.
He says he intends to change.
Aye, so he told me. Dinna you think he can?
She trailed her fingers up his inner thigh and felt him tremble slightly.
I daren't. He has disappointed me far too often. I will help him all I can, though, not just sit back to see if he falters. Aimil, are you listening to me?
Oh, aye. I cling to your every word.
Since her small, clever hand was stroking him in a way that made thinking very difficult, Parlan rather doubted the veracity of her claim. His grin faded into a soft groan of enjoyment as her tongue gently lathed his nipples. He decided that there were a lot better things to do on one's wedding night than talk. Closing his eyes, he revelled in the way she could make him feel, and knew that she shared that feeling, a thought that both comforted and stirred him. He grimaced when her caresses moved over the rough scar on his leg, the pinch of his vanity causing him to be concerned over how she saw it.
Nay, come away from that ugliness, dearling. I had hoped that 'twould be faded more before now.
Although she moved so that she was held tightly in his arms and could kiss his cheek, she had to smile. She heard his concern about his scar in his voice. It amused her to think that a man like Parlan should be troubled about his appearance.
A wee scar doesn't trouble me.
'Tis hardly a wee scar.
Wheesht, wee enough when it sits upon a man as strong and fine of line as ye are, Parlan MacGuin.
Unsettled by her flattery, he muttered,
Fine of line. You speak of me as you would your stallion.
You mean the horse you married me for?
Married you for Elf King, did I?
Aye, you can admit the truth. I ken how well you like to ride him.
Aye, I do. But there is something I fancy more than riding Elf King.
Oh? And what is that?
Gently pushing her onto her back, he growled, "Riding Elf King's lady."
You are a crude man, husband.
Be quiet and kiss me, wife.
Aimil decided that it was a very good time to practice a little wifely obedience. Chapter 19.
Must I go?
Parlan looked at Aimil, who wore only a shift and was sprawled upon her stomach on their bed.
You would send me off alone?
Looking at the crestfallen face he made, she giggled.
Poor wee laddie.
She grimaced and sat up as her child moved within her, making lying upon her stomach very uncomfortable.
You truly wish me to come along?
Placing a hand over her rounding stomach, she delighted in the feel of her child's life, and idly wondered how unattractively noticeable the changes in her shape were.
I wouldn't ask you otherwise. Why are ye reluctant to go?
He moved to stand by the bed as he finished donning his doublet.
Well, I would prefer to be looking my best when I meet your closest allies.
Biting back a smile, he bent down and kissed her, then started out of the room.
You look bonny enough to turn any man's head. Get your clothes on, lass, and I will send Maggie to help you with the packing. We must leave Dew Glen before the noon of the day arrives.
Sighing, she got off the bed. He did not understand, and she doubted that she could make him. While she was delighted to be carrying his child, the way it was swiftly changing the shape of her body did not please her at all. She often felt awkward, even misshapen, and knew that the feeling would only grow stronger as she grew rounder. Although he showed no lessening of his passion for her, she was not feeling her prettiest, nor too capable of inspiring and holding on to his passion. That, she mused, was not the feeling she wished to hold when she came face to face with his past. She knew there would be women at the Dunmore Keep who had shared Parlan's bed in the past. There was also a good chance that at least one of those women would be sure to remind her of that fact, and even intend to repeat it, despite the presence of a wife. Even at her most confident, Aimil knew she would find that difficult to deal with. She did not want to face it when her waistline was little more than a memory. Giving a soft, self-derisive laugh, she admitted that, waste or no waste, a part of her also wished to go. Worse, it was for the same reason she did not want to go. His former lovers were there, and she did not want him to go without her. The presence of his wife, rounding with child or not, would help push aside most temptation. And that, she decided wryly, as Maggie entered, was why she would be riding at Parlan's side when he left Dew Glen.
Do you need a rest, sweeting?
Parlan asked when they had been riding for an hour.
Nay, I am fine. 'Tis a good brisk day for riding, and I feel little discomfort when on Elf King's back.
She patted her mount's neck.
I thought mayhaps that ye would be riding him.
Nay, not this time. Ye look grand on the beast. When I rode into the Dunmores that last time, I thought on how it would look if ye rode in on Elf King and I upon Raven. 'Twill be a fine show.
Although she laughed, she saw the truth of his words when they rode into the Dunmore Bailey a few hours later. The admiration on so many faces was embarrassing to endure. Aimil noticed that Parlan had little trouble with it and had to smile. He did like to put on a fine show, as he called it. After being led to their chambers, she joined Parlan in washing away some of the dust of the journey. The way the maids who brought them their heated water ignored her and greedily eyed a half-naked Parlan annoyed her. Parlan seemed oblivious to it, and she tried very hard to follow his example. It was not easy, however, and she found it even less so as the evening wore on. Even Lord Dunmore's fulsome daughter, Janet, seemed more flirtatious and inviting than was appropriate. When they retired for the night, she held Parlan close and knew there was a hint of desperation in her love-making. That he sensed it as well was proven by his quizzical glances, but he asked nothing, and she offered no hints. She did not want him to know that she battled with a gut-twisting jealousy, for he had done nothing to deserve the poison such emotion could arouse. She held him tightly and prayed that she could continue to control her jealousy. By the next afternoon, she was beginning to think that an impossible task. Needing some time alone, she wandered out to the stables. As she brushed down Elf King, she began to calm the emotions that knotted her stomach, only to glance up and see Janet sauntering toward her. Aimil mused ruefully that peace would clearly not be something she could enjoy until they were back at Duglen. Wherever she turned at the Dunmores, there seemed to be someone only too eager to remind her that her husband was once a man of healthy appetites who had never hesitated to satisfy them.
I cannae believe that the Black Parlan would wed some lowland wench. And there, Aimil thought crossly, is another source of annoyance, something else that gnaws at my temper, threatening to break my weak control over it. There were several of the Dunmore clan who held only contempt for anyone not of the Highlands, and they made little or no attempt to hide it. Janet added to that with her constant throwing of lures at Parlan. She was twice the annoyance, Aimil mused, as she got ready to answer the woman's slurs, yet tried to prevent any trouble. Ah, well, life has always been strewn with surprises.
Judging by the look upon Janet's face, Aimil decided that she had kept her voice as calm and amiable as she had hoped to, that she had succeeded in keeping her seething anger out of her voice.
How very amusing.
Janet moved closer to Elf King's stall.
I would never have thought Parlan a man to be caught by a bairn. The bairn didn't catch him. Nay, 'tis why he wed ye. You somehow tricked him into letting his seed take root. I never would have thought some lowland slut to be that canny as to get Parlan to err as he never has before. That, of course, is assuming that it was an error. Of course it was. A MacGuin would never taint his line with the blood of some lowlander.
It was very hard, but Aimil continued to try to control her temper over Janet's continuous slurs. Her pride was rebelling against taking such blows. She knew many an insult about Highlanders with which to battle Janet's cuts, but she refused to use them. Not only did she find that sort of thing distasteful, but she could not bring herself to insult what was also Parlan's heritage. She certainly did not want him to hear that she had, and she knew that Janet would not hesitate to tell him. She also wished that she would not be pushed to trading insults with the woman. It lacked a certain amount of dignity and maturity, both of which she wanted to maintain in this confrontation with one of Parlan's past lovers.
Taint? Nay, rather strengthen. It can never hurt to bring in fresh blood. If ye hadn't come along, it would have been Dunmore blood, my blood, that would have run in his heir's veins. Ye are certain of that, are ye? Aye, very certain. Even if my father hadn't spoken of it so often, I had the heat of Parlan's love words against my skin to tell me. A man doesn't speak to a woman as he did to me whilst we pleasured each other, unless he intends more than a night's pleasure.
Aimil sternly told herself not to listen, but her mind drew pictures of Janet and Parlan together, locked in an intimate embrace. It cut her badly, fueling her jealousy to a fever pitch. The only thing that kept her from flying at the woman was a loathing of letting Janet know how jealous she was. She suspected that jealousy was what Janet wanted to provoke in her, although for what reasons beyond self-satisfaction, Aimil was not sure.
Probably to make me appear a shrew to Parlan,
Aimil thought crossly.
Or even to turn him from my bed, whereupon she will so graciously offer him hers.
Aimil felt strongly inclined to hit the woman.
Any woman is a fool to believe what a man says when he is but trying to part her thighs. 'Twas more than that, Janet hissed. Was it?
Aimil looked at the woman coldly.
Then why is it that I am wed to the Black Parlan, and not ye?
Deciding that retreat was her wisest option, Aimil started out of the stable, but Janet grabbed her by the arm. The woman yanked her back, then slapped her across the face. Aimil decided that that was not something she would silently endure or walk away from. Moving swiftly, she got a good grip upon Janet, dragged the cursing woman toward the muck pile, and tossed her in. Ignoring Janet's screams and curses, Aimil then strode out of the stable and headed straight for her chambers. She did not want to be around when Janet's state became more widely known, which she was certain it would be as soon as Janet pulled herself from the mire. Parlan gaped along with everyone else in the hall when a muck-covered Janet staggered in. An overpowering stench of the stables preceded the clearly enraged woman as she approached the table. Even before the woman spoke, Parlan began to suspect that Aimil was involved. He had sensed that Janet was testing Aimil's patience, but he had hoped that Aimil would prove to have more control, would understand the importance of keeping things amiable.
"God's teeth, lass," grumbled Lord Dunmore. "Why are ye in such a state?"
"She did this to me, the lowland slut."
"Where, lass?"
Lord Dunmore cast a wary glance at Parlan.
"'Tis Lord MacGuin's wife ye speak of."
"I didn't care who she wed. She had no right to do this to me."
Parlan held his temper as she ranted on. He hoped that Lord Dunmore would calm her down and get her to leave quickly, as he was so evidently trying to do. Then something Janet said drew his full attention.
"Ye hit my wife."
He spoke softly but coldly as he slowly rose to his feet in the suddenly quiet hall. Paling slightly, Janet strove to defend her actions.
"She insulted me."
"She is with child. Ye dinna strike a woman with child. She could have fallen or been hurt in other ways. And if she did insult ye, 'tis but fair payment for all the ones ye have flung at her head since we arrived."
He bowed slightly to Lord Dunmore.
"If you will excuse me, my lord, I must see how my wife fares."
He strode out of the hall. Lord Dunmore glared at his daughter.
"Ye fool, lass. If you weren't so covered in muck, I would slap you."
"For hitting some lowland slut."
"For hitting the Black Parlan's woman. 'Tis clear that he prizes the lass, aye, and I prize the alliance too much to risk it for your folly. He will stay to your chambers until he leaves, and best ye pray that he doesn't decide to pay this back with far more than one cold smile."
Aimil sighed when Parlan entered their chambers. She knew it was him by the sound of his footsteps, but she did not move from where she lay on her back on the bed. Neither did she open her eyes, even when he grasped her gently by the chin. She was feeling very weary of conflict and did not wish to face the anger he must surely feel.
"So she did strike you."
Parlan lightly touched her bruised cheek with his fingertips. Surprised, she finally looked at him.
"'Tis bruising."
"Aye, as always. So too did Janet let slip that she had struck you. How do you feel?"
"It barely stings. I am certain that the bruise looks worse than it is."
"Nay, I didn't mean your cheek, though 'tis glad I am that ye suffer little from it."
He gently placed his hand over her abdomen.
"You didn't stumble or grow too upset, did you?"
Realising that his concern was for the child, she felt a bit hurt.
"Nay, 'tis fine. Your ear rests secure."
"Good, for any trouble with the bear now could surely harm ye."
"It wouldn't do the bairn much good either."
"Nay, and 'twould sore grieve me if aught happened to him. But 'tis ye I feared for. You should have just turned away from her."
He sat down beside her on the bed.
"I did, but she pulled me back. Have I caused a great deal of trouble?"
She was not sorry for what she had done to Janet, felt the woman deserved that, and more, but did not wish to be the cause of difficulties between Parlan and his closest allies.
"Nothing worth fashing yourself over."
He kissed her, then sprawled at her side.
"You didn't need to leave your business, did ye?"
"Well, nay, and I had just as soon wait until the stench of the muck heap has left the hall."
He grinned when she grimaced. Before she could stop herself, she murmured,
"You were betrothed to Janet."
"What?"
He sat up straight and stared at her in surprise.
"What did you say?"
"Nothing,"
she mumbled weakly, surprised by his violent reaction and hoping vainly that she could act as if the question had never been asked.
"Mayhaps the hall smells better now."
"Aimil, did Janet tell you that she and I were betrothed?"
"Did I say that?"
He leaned over her, one hand palmed down on either side of her head.
"Aye, nearly. Did she say that?"
Parlan had known that Janet was pinching at Aimil, but he admitted to himself that he had given little thought to the possible content of the woman's words. Although he knew, to his increasing regret, that there were women in the keep who could rightfully claim to have known him very well indeed, he felt he had made Aimil understand that the women he had bedded in the past meant nothing to him, and, if reassurance was needed, he could give it again. He did not, however, want any woman filling Aimil's head with lies about promises never made or feelings never felt. Aimil grimaced as she met his stare. She knew he would press her until she told him everything. She was not sure why it was of any importance to him, why he did not simply say no and leave the matter at that, but he clearly was not going to. Reluctantly, she decided that she might as well tell him the whole of it, and save them both a great deal of annoyance.
She said that if I hadn't come along, your heir would have carried Dunmore blood, that her father spoke of such a match, and...
She took a deep breath and watched him closely as she finished.
That ye said as much yourself.
Her eyes widened at the curse he spat. And no doubt I whispered these sweet words into her fair ears during some embrace.
Against her skin, she said. Heated love words against her skin, to quote her more exactly.
Aimil found the words bitter. And that is when you came to blows? He kissed her bruised cheek.
Nay, I swear, Parlan, I sorely tried to rein in my temper. I swallowed her insults about me and about Lowlanders. I even swallowed the insults about why ye married me at all. I ken ye were no monk before we wed, so I was willing to ignore all talk of what ye had done in the past, and with whom, but when she struck me...
Aimil shrugged.
I couldn't stand still for that, no matter how strongly I reminded myself that you wanted no trouble nor upset.
And ye were within your rights, dearling. She had no call to strike ye, none at all.
Well, I ken that my tongue can be sharp, though I did try to temper my words.
She sighed.
I was fair pressed to control my temper too. There isn't any denying it, which is why I was leaving. I ken that I would hear of lasses ye had bedded, but I wasn't ready to hear that there had been more than that with any of them.
There was nae, especially not with Janet Dunmore. Neither was there any heated words of love. I have never even glimpsed Janet Dunmore's skin, though she has always been eager to show it to me. I have never bedded the fool woman, not once.
Not even once?
She had never doubted that Parlan had bedded Janet, just what feelings had been or had not been involved in the act. Nay, if naught else, I kenned weel that Lord Dunmore would cry for marriage if he discovered it.
And Janet would be sure that he did.
Aye, before we had caught our breath. Aimil. He caught her face between his hands and kissed her gently. I was never her lover, and I never spoke love words to the silly woman. I have never been betrothed or even near it with any lass. I kenned that Lord Dunmore would have liked such a mating, but I never hinted that I would agree to it. Now, if ye hadn't come along, I may well have ended wedded to the lass, for a man has to wed sometime. I never even hinted that much to her. I kenned she was pinching at ye, but felt it wouldn't help to meddle. I wish I had now, for I didn't want ye worried with these lies. They were lies, Aimil. I swear to that. I am also very sorry that I didn't realise what sort of insults she would fling at your head. She sighed and shook her head.
I hadn't realised that the Highlanders hated the Lowlanders so much.
Not all of us, lass. There are some of us with the wisdom to like or to hate a man according to what sets in his heart, not by the place he calls home. He smiled crookedly and winked. Though 'tis a trial to be so fair toward a Sassenach. His smile grew wider when she laughed softly. Then he kissed her again before nimbly getting off the bed. Enough of that, lass. I have work to do. Before she could gasp out her outraged reply, he was gone. She shook her head, half smiling over his nonsense, then decided to rest until they all had to gather in the hall for a meal. It annoyed her that the incident with Janet should be enough to make her feel so weary, but she decided it was best for the child to heed her body's urgings to rest. So too would a good rest make it a little easier to face Janet later. To Aimil's surprise, Janet never appeared for the meal. Since she was sure she had not really hurt the woman, Aimil found it difficult to understand Janet's absence. To her added consternation, Lord Dunmore kept glancing toward her bruised cheek and scowling. Aimil suspected that the powder and paint she had applied had not hidden the bruising as well as she had hoped. She decided it might be best to avoid the man, only to be confronted by him as she started to retire for the night, leaving the men to discuss past glories and the hopes for more in the future.
"Milady, I wish you to accept my most humble apologies."
Lord Dunmore took her hand in his and raised it briefly to his lips. A little confused, Aimil asked softly,
"For what, my lord?"
"For my daughter's actions this afternoon. 'Twas inexcusable."
"Oh, weel, 'twas but a wee squabble, my lord. Dinna fash yourself."
"Ye are too generous."
It took her a few more minutes to convince him that she was neither hurt nor deeply offended. As she finally made her way to her chambers, she shook her head. Lord Dunmore clearly wished the alliance to remain firm as much as Parlan did. Even his plainly cherished daughter took second place to it. Upon entering her chambers, she found no maid, nor had the fire been tended to. It did not really surprise her, for such small discourtesies had become common.
"Dunmore might be the laird," she mused as she lit a candle, "but he doesnae rule as completely as he might think he does."
She was certain that he would not approve of the lack of courtesy, but she was not going to tell him. Aimil felt sure that such tale-bearing would in the end only add to her problems. She was tending to the fire when Parlan strode in. Glancing briefly at him, she continued to work, but cursed to herself. She had hoped to be done before he came. The look upon his face as he strode toward her to take over the chore of the fire told her that he was as furious as she had expected him to be. It was going to take a lot to calm him down.
"Where are the cursed maids? You shouldn't be doing this work. Did you dismiss them?"
"Aye."
She had answered too quickly, and she knew it, so was not surprised when he turned to eye her suspiciously.
"They were never here, were they?"
Sighing, she shook her head, seeing no point in lying to him. The laxity and often the absence of any assistance to her was something she had been expecting him to notice. She was surprised, in fact, that it had taken him so long.
"I will speak to Lord Dunmore in the morning."
"I wish ye wouldnae, Parlan."
She shed her robe and climbed into bed, watching as he washed up.
"They break the rules of common courtesy, loving. I cannae believe Dunmore would order it so."
"Oh nay, I dinna think he has aught to do with it. I doubt he even kens what games are played."
"And the ones who play them should be punished,"
he said flatly, as he finished undressing.
"If only because they could be making a lot of trouble for their laird. 'Tis also that they shirk the work given them, and that shouldn't be tolerated."
"Nay, it shouldnae."
When he slid into bed beside her, she quickly cuddled up to him when he reached for her.
"Canna ye ignore it?"
"Why, lass? You cannae like coming into an unreadied bedchamber. Aye, ye can do for yourself, but ye shouldnae have to. Dunmore has more than enough lasses to see to your needs. Aye, and since ye are with child, they should tend ye even more vigilantly."
"You're right in all ye say, but I beg ye, Parlan, leave it be. They must think that they have good reason for what they do."
"There is no reason, no pardon, for treating a guest of their laird so discourteously."
"Nay, 'tis true enough."
She sighed, wondering how she could explain her feelings to him.
"But some of the women might resent me, for I keep you from seeking them out this visit."
"You kept me from seeking them out the last time too,"
he murmured. That delighted her, but she pushed on with her explanation.
"So, Parlan, there could well be jealousy at work here. 'Twill work itself out in time like the festering splinter it can be. As you said, no promises were made, so they will soon cease to pout and turn their interests elsewhere. Or so I hope," she added silently. "Then there is the fact that I am a lowlander."
She placed a finger over his lips to silence him when he began to protest.
"Nay, dinna say it. I ken that many a man can be fair, but the ill feeling is there. There is no ignoring it. No doubt there has been a Dunmore man or twa who has died at the hands of a lowlander, and the circumstances wouldnae matter much to one who had lost a loved one." What I am trying to say is that 'tis best that you leave it be, that you let me sort it out upon my own. Bearing tales to the laird will do little else but harden what ill feeling there is. I must push it aside without aid, prove myself if you will.
You're my wife, the mistress of Du Glen. That should be enough to settle this matter, to end all troubles.
Not when it may be the very reason the troubles began. Parlan, abide with me in this. I must settle it myself, win or lose upon my own merit, or for however long I abide in this land, I will only be welcome.
For now I will let you have your way.
He held her close and nuzzled her neck, flicking his tongue over the soft skin at the base of her throat.
And what do you mean by, however long I abide in this land?
Well, I didn't want to speak too firmly of the uncertain future.
Where you will abide isn't uncertain. 'Tis with me, forever.
As she succumbed to the passion of his kiss, she decided not to quibble, since it was what she hoped for anyway. Chapter 20. Sighing heavily, Aimil tossed aside her needlework petulantly. She was tired of sitting, tired of doing little or nothing. Glancing at her well-rounded figure with a hint of disgust, she reluctantly admitted that she was perhaps a little hindered in what she could do. To her dismay, she did waddle when she walked, but Parlan valiantly managed not to laugh, something he found difficult when he had to help her get out of bed in the mornings. Still, she thought crossly, as she struggled to stand up, there had to be something she could do that would satisfy the sudden extreme restlessness that had lately afflicted her. Plying her needle was certainly not enough. Suddenly she knew what she wanted to do, and, she mused as she started out of the hall, without Parlan about, she just might be able to accomplish it. Partway to the stables, she had to fight the impulse to giggle. She had been trying to be secretive, to slip away unseen. The whole idea was ludicrous, and she suddenly saw it that way. She was far too pregnant to move about stealthily. Everyone was keeping a close watch upon her as well, far too close for her to elude it completely. She was the laird's wife, carrying his first child, which was now past due, and Rory was still alive, had even been spotted a time or two, far too close to her for anyone's comfort. Finally, chuckling over how she could have ever thought she could sneak about Du Glen, she stepped into the stables and moved toward Elf King.
What do you think you're doing?
Gasping and pressing a hand over her rapidly beating heart, Aimil whirled around.
Arstead, didn't he frighten me so? I didn't mean to.
He eyed her very protuberant belly warily as he stepped closer.
Do you feel all right?
Aye, I willna have the bairn here and now, though if you scare me so again, 'twouldn't surprise me if I did.
Then I shall be very careful not to frighten ye again. Now answer me. What are you doing?
I intend to go for a wee ride.
Are you mad?
Aye, with boredom.
Now, Aimil, I ken how you must feel.
Nay, you dinna. You could never ken. 'Tis as if I am a prisoner again. Nay, 'tis worse. I had more freedom when all I carried was ransom value. I cannae abide sitting still, doing needlework, and just waiting for another moment. I must do something.
Fine, but that doesn't mean going for a ride.
Aye, it does.
You could hurt yourself or the bairn.
Aye, and just mayhaps I will shake this wee one into recalling that a bairn is supposed to come out sometime.
Exactly, and he could decide to do so whilst you're out there somewhere, nowhere near the women ready to aid you.
The way he was standing before her, his arms crossed and looking down at her as if she was some errant child, reminded her a great deal of Parlan at his most overbearing. It annoyed her just as much. However, she hid her annoyance, for she knew that unlike Parlan, Arstead could be persuaded to change his mind. The younger MacGuin was susceptible to subtle pleading.
Arstead,
she lay a hand upon his arm.
A wee ride, a gentle wee one, cannae hurt the bairn. I have been riding all my life. 'Twill nae hurt me to do something I have been doing all my life. Aye, and whilst I carried the bairn, right up until I grew too round to mount with ease. Ye can help me mount.
I can do it. I just need a wee bit of help.
If you need help to get into the saddle, then you shouldn't be riding.
Nonsense. There are a lot of ladies that will even try to mount a horse without aid, yet they are never told not to go riding.
They aren't big and round with Parlan MacGuin's heir. I am certain Parlan has told you to do no more riding.
Well, you are wrong in that. He hasn't ordered me at all. Never said I couldn't go riding.
She decided that was not really a lie, for Parlan had never told her not to, even if he had made it clear that he was about to when she had ceased her rides all on her own.
I stopped because I was beginning to feel very silly and awkward atop Elf King, looking as I do.
Then why do you suddenly need to ride now?
Because I can't abide another moment of doing naught,
she snapped, then sighed, honestly sorry to be so short-tempered with him.
Sorry. 'Tis just hard to be so very big and so very restless. The twa didn't go together weel at all.
She smiled hopefully at Arstead.
Can you help me with the saddle?
Aye, I can, he grumbled, even as he did so. Though I ken weel I will be sorely regretting this. I should make you wait until Parlan returns.
Parlan will not be back until 'tis far too late for me to go riding.
I ken it. I just pray he comes back late enough for me to have got you back safe from this folly.
You aren't heeding what is said at all, Parlan.
Lachan exchanged a grin with Leith before nudging Parlan. Parlan grimaced as he silently acknowledged the truth of that. He had come to a meeting of the Mengues and their allies, not only to assure the lot of them that he considered his marriage to Aimil Mengue a treaty of sorts with all of them, but to hear whatever news had been gathered on the elusive Rory Ferguson. While he felt sure he had done the former, his intention to listen was sadly wavering. He could not keep his mind on the business at hand. His mind wished to busy itself thinking of Aimil and the child she carried.
I didn't like leaving Aimil when she is so near to her time. She has been near her time for almost a month. I begin to think the bairn plans to wait until he can walk out.
Chuckling over Lachan's remark, Parlan nodded in amused agreement.
Aimil is puzzled over that as well. Here, heed what old Simon Broth is saying, hissed Leith, urgency tightening his voice.
I tell ye, I am certain it was him, that her son Rory. I didn't mean to bring you pain, Lachlan, old friend, by stirring up the painful memories of the past, but the last they found was murdered in the same manner your wife was. Who else could it have been? The killing held his mark. 'Twas clear for even an old man like me to see.
Do they ken who the lass was?
Nay, Leith. None had seen her before, not until she arrived a few weeks past,
Simon Broth answered. They must have had some knowledge of her.
Parlan knew that few people ignored a stranger in their midst.
Some information that might lead us to ken who she was, or someone who did ken.
Do you think it is important?
Simon asked. It could be.
Well, 'tis said she was a fair and fulsome brown-haired lass, 20 years of age or older. They couldn't say exactly. What little she had to do with the plain folk, even the ones at the inn where she stayed, didn't make them feel she was the friendly sort. Haughty and shrewish, they said, though she did favour the innkeeper's son, who be a braw, handsome laddie.
That could be any of 1,000 lasses. Was there naught else? Not upon the body to give any clue?
Oh, aye. I meant to show it before I had finished my tale.
Simon dug a ring from a pocket in his pourpoint and held it up for all to see.
I didn't hold much hope for it to help. I couldn't place it, and I ken most all about here who would wear such as this.
Lachan, Parlan whispered, his gaze fixed upon the ring he suddenly recognised.
Aye, I fear so.
Lachan rose and slowly moved to take the ring from Simon.
She wasn't from about here, old man. That is why you couldn't recognise her, or this. She was Catherine Dunmore, a cousin of mine. What was done with the body?
'Twas buried proper. Any in the village can tell her kin where to find her. What was the lass doing round here, with him?
After betraying Aimil and Parlan to Rory, she had no place to go, and no one else to go to. Did none see anything or hear anything where she was murdered?
Larkin was not surprised to find Parlan and Leith flanking him, for the village where Catherine had been murdered was very near the border of the Highlands and the Lowlands, placing Rory uncomfortably close to Dew Glen.
Little of worth. They do feel it was the man who came to visit her from time to time, but they couldn't say what he looked like, for he and the short one, as they called his constant companion, slipped about like shadows, never letting any get a good look at them. The lass was bound to the bed and gagged, so she wasn't able to alert any to the danger she was in. The inn was quite raucous that night as weel. They ken when the man came, but none saw him leave. She was found in the morning. As I said, the manner of her death tells me she died by that hoor son's hand, Simon insisted.
Aye, it tells me that as weel. Where she died tells me that Rory draws too near to Aimil. I'm returning to Dew Glen now. Do you come with me, Larkin?
I ache to, Parlan,
but duty commands me to ride and tell Catherine's kin of her death.
Aye, I understand.
He briefly clasped Larkin by the shoulder. My condolences.
Well, I dinna grieve for her, even though she was kin. 'Tis the manner of her death that troubles me. Nay, Catherine wasn't one to leave many grieving for her passing, but she didn't deserve what must have been a hard, long death.
Nay, no one does, save for the ones who deal in such. You will be returning to Dew Glen?
Aye, as soon as I have accomplished my sad chore.
I will come with you now. Glancing at Leith, Parlan nodded. That little surprises me. He looked at Lachlan, who was already standing up. Ye as weel? Do ye doubt my ability to keep Aimil safe?
Nay, lad, and weel ye ken it if ye but think a moment, so smooth down those ruffled feathers. I didn't mean to go along for that reason. Ye've been searching about your lands, and I have been searching about mine, because we didn't ken where that adder had slipped away to. Now we have an idea. Until that changes, 'twould serve better if we searched together.
Aye, very wise. Let us hurry then, before that sheepdung named Geordie talks a moment's sense into the madman he serves, and all hint of Rory fades again. Parlan turned sharply and left the hall of Lachlan's keep, the others hurrying to follow. They were halfway to Dew Glen, moving slowly for a change as they tried to pace their mounts, when Leith moved next to Parlan and struggled to find the words to ease the increasing worry he could see in the man's face.
Aimil is weel guarded. Aye.
Lachlan moved up on Parlan's other side.
The man canna get to her within the walls of Dew Glen.
Nay, not if she stays there. Parlan could not find the words to explain the fear that had begun to grip him and continued to grow.
Well, where would the fool lass go? She must be very large with child by now.
Aye, father, very large. Leith smiled faintly. I saw her but days ago, and she needs a hand to but rise from her seat.
Very true.
Parlan too fleetingly smiled, but his grim mood returned quickly. Another lass would be kept still by such a thing. They wouldn't even think on going far when the bairn weighs upon them so heavily. I canna be certain Aimil would act so.
Nay, and I canna tell ye she would either.
Lachlan grimaced.
She has never been as other lasses. A bairn coming wouldn't change that.
Nay, it wouldn't. She has been growing restless of late, and it now has me worried. I canna say what it is, but I feel that something has gone wrong. That feeling gnaws at me now, and grows stronger each moment that passes.
Well then, we best gain some speed.
Even as Lachlan spoke, he gently urged his mount to a swifter pace. Doing the same, Parlan muttered, She isn't sitting quietly in the keep, and she'll beat the wench, I swear it.
I will hold her steady so that you can,
Lachlan offered. I think we shall find her in childbed. She is past due, and that may be all that eats at you. I hope you prove right, Leith. Though I have my own worries about the birthing, I would far prefer that than to find her outside Dew Glen, and mayhaps within Rory's foul reach. Aimil took a deep breath and smiled at a frowning Arsted. They had paused for a moment so that she could enjoy the feeling of being outside of the walls for the first time in many days. It was far more wonderful to be in the glorious weather than to acknowledge it while standing behind thick stone walls. Arsted, however, was proving a less than enjoyable companion, for he made no secret of his continuing disapproval of the ride.
Come, Arstead, can you not enjoy such a fine day? They are a pleasure that is too rare.
I would enjoy it more if I kenned that you were safe back in Dew Glen, with your feet back on the ground.
I am nearly as safe as that on Elf King's back.
She patted her mount's strong neck.
He would never harm me in any way.
True, you have spoiled that beast to your hand. Still, 'tis not that which truly troubles me.
He frowned darkly as he looked around.
I have a bad feeling about our being out here. Parlan wouldn't like it.
That was true, but Aimil had no intention of admitting it.
We are taking it most carefully. In truth, we go along as if we ride old weary nags instead of the fine swift mounts we have. What harm in that? If Parlan decides he must rage about it, I shall take all the blame. After all, I did talk you into it against your better judgment.
Aye, you did, and I didn't ken why I let you do it.
He shook his head.
'Tis because ye are sweet.
Am I? Or am I but stupid? Aimil, 'tis undoubtedly mad to let a woman so far gone with child go for a ride, but you forget that Rory Ferguson is yet to be found and brought to justice.
I am not about to forget such a thing. Surely he wouldn't come so close to Dew Glen and Parlan's sword.
Who can say? The man isn't right in the mind. 'Twould seem foolhardy indeed to come so close to a place where so many ached to kill him, but it was foolhardy for him to take ye and do as he did. He couldn't have hidden ye there and carried on so for very long. Then, too, a man who suffers madness can be very clever.
Ah, but Geordie, Rory's man is clever. He wouldn't let Rory come near here.
'Twould be fine if that is how it goes, but
Arstead shrugged.
in such cases, who can tell? Geordie may seem to lead Rory at times, but that doesn't mean that Rory isn't the master still.
Aimil shivered and could not stop herself from looking all around her. She told herself her fear was nonsense, pure nonsense. Rory had always been very careful about keeping himself safe, and coming so close to Dew Glen was not. Despite that reassurance, she felt a chill ripple up her spine. She could not stop herself from thinking about how totally helpless she was in her present state, nor about how any threat to her was also a threat to her child. Her hand instinctively went to her abdomen as she thought on that. No matter how sternly she told herself not to let her fears rule, nor to let Arstead's dour words upset her, she felt as if Rory did indeed lurk nearby, as if he watched her. The fear she could not dismiss annoyed her, and she glared at Arstead. Arstead eyed her warily. They were slowly working toward being friends, but he could not yet claim to know her well. He wondered if Parlan really knew her, or ever would. Never had he met a woman who seemed to so delight in acting contrary. He had hoped to evoke a little common sense in her by voicing his honest concerns, but she seemed to be annoyed.
You were trying to frighten me, weren't you, Arstead MacGuin?
She scowled when a fleeting look of guilt crossed his face, confirming her suspicions.
I was but trying to stir a wee bit of common sense in you.
Your idea of common sense?
It should be yours as well. I wasn't feeding you lies. I spoke of my honest worries I hold about all of this.
She sighed, reined in her annoyance, and nodded.
Fair enough. I rather wish you hadn't, though.
Well, I didn't really mean to frighten you badly. Do you feel all right?
He warily eyed her bulging stomach.
You didn't scare the bairn out of me if that is what you fear.
She could not restrain a laugh when he flashed.
Arstead, a bairn doesn't come out with such speed. Nay, especially not a first one. Even had you scared me into labour, 'twould be hours before Parlan's heir arrived. Dinna fash yourself over it so.
Well, you're a wee bit late.
Aye, mayhaps, but being late doesn't mean the bairn will come any faster when it does decide to leave me.
I think I would still feel more at ease if you were back at Dew Glen, nearer to your bed and the women to help you.
I begin to think I would too. Try as I may, I can't ignore your warnings about Rory. The taste of fear he left me with is still too strong. Your words have made me feel that eyes watch us from every bush and tree.
He grimaced and reached out to squeeze her hand briefly.
I am sorry. That really wasn't my intent.
I ken it. Your intent has succeeded. We will return to Duglen in a moment.
Why hesitate?
Because when I return to Duglen, I ken weel it will be a long time before I can leave again. As you say, the bairn is late. He will bring me to my bed very soon, and I shall be tied to it for a while. Aye, and then to him and his hunger. For just a moment longer I wish to sit here, breathing the fine crisp air and seeing no walls about me.
She smiled crookedly.
You can busy yourself looking to find all those eyes I now think are peering at us.
Aimil, I didn't think he is that close.
Now, dinna back down. 'Tis only wise to be cautious. I let myself forget that for a moment. That is something I cannae do. Nay, I cannae relax my guard until Rory Ferguson is dead.
Rory glared at the pair in the clearing.
'Twill be a long time before that happens, my pretty slut. Look at her, Geordie. Do you see her?
Hate poured through Rory's veins with a heat as strong as any passion he had ever tasted. Aimil Mengue sat there proud and beautifully clothed as if she were some fine lady, but he knew better. She was no better than a base whore. His gaze fell to her bulging abdomen, and his hands clenched so tightly they hurt. As Kirsty had done, Aimil had allowed her body to take and to nurture the seed of another. Worse than Kirsty, however, Aimil had let one of the MacGuins he so loathed to possess her and to round her lithe shape with child. With Kirsty, he had gained only the satisfaction of avenging her scorn with her death. In killing Aimil, he could accomplish so much more. He could avenge her scorning of him, repay them all for the ruin they had brought him, hurt Parlan MacGuin by depriving him of the clearest memory of Kirsty the man had ever had, and bring the great black Parlan to his knees, for in one stroke he could deprive the man of his wife and his heir. From where he lay at Rory's side, Geordie peered through the bracken.
Aye, I see her. Now can we leave this place? When she is so close, I need but reach out and take her. Dinna be a fool. I begin to think a fool is just what I am. 'Tisn't wise our being so nigh to Duglen without even a horse to flee on. The land crawls with men aching to spit us on their swords. Aye, and now there will be more since ye killed that Dunmore wench. She deserved to die. She was naught but a whore who never let a moment pass wherein she didn't complain or whine. I doubt there is any who will miss the ill-tempered slattern. True, but even if every Dunmore alive hated the wench, she was kin, and they will demand blood for blood. Let them demand. They will not catch me. None has in all these months. Do ye expect me to crawl away like some whipped cur? I have lost everything. I am hunted and haunted at every turning. Someone must pay for that. Aye, but there isn't any need to set yourself in their hands. Look, 'tis Aimil MacGuin himself who rides with the lass. Do you think he will let you take the lass without a fight? She is his laird's, his brother's wife, and she carries the heir to Duglen. If he even catches a scent of ye, he will seek ye out, howling for your blood. Let him seek. Let him howl. He is not but a drunken boy. I needn't fear him. 'Tis said he changes. Aye, for the better, growing stronger and more like the black Parlan every day. He looks very sober now. Ye fret as badly as any old woman, Geordie. Look at the slut. She sits there with her belly swollen by that her son's bastard and smiles at his brother. 'Twouldn't surprise me to learn that she services them both. Just like her mother. Kirsty turned from me to another. Let that fool Lachlan fill her belly with his spawn over and over. Well, she paid for her slighting of me. Now I shall make her daughter pay as well, and 'twill be a double victory for me. I will take the Black Parlan's woman and his child in one stroke. Aye, if the Black Parlan doesn't arrive to take ye in one stroke.
Geordie heartily wished that he had deserted Rory Ferguson years ago. The man was too mad to heed sense or to be controlled now. Rory would lead them both to the slaughter. But it was far too late for Geordie to turn away now, and he knew it. He may not have struck the death blow to the women and some men that Rory had murdered, but he had aided the man so that his own hands were as blood-stained as Rory's. The men now hunting them knew that and would not allow him to escape. His fate was irretrievably tied to Rory's. Geordie simply wished the man was not so set on making that fate a swift, bloody death.
Let that son come. Aye, let him come. He shan't find me to cut down. Nay, if the Black Parlan comes here, he will find only corpses, only grief and blood. God will not deny me my rightful vengeance upon that son and the bride that scorned me.
Rory unsheathed his sword and left his hiding place, his gaze fixed upon the couple in the clearing. Thinking to himself that God had long ago denied Rory, Geordie reluctantly followed the man. He really had no wish to kill Aimil, for he dreaded the thought of how firmly that would set the Black Parlan upon their trail. The man would never relinquish the hunt. Nevertheless, he made no attempt to stop Rory, nor stop himself. He was no longer sure that he knew how. Aimil stretched and then smiled at Arsted. He was trying very hard to be patient with her. His eagerness to quit the place and hie back to Dew Glen was evident in every line of his body. She decided it was probably past time for her to consider his point of view and position with more sympathy. He had given her brief taste of freedom, and so it was only fair that she returned to him his peace of mind. She smiled, acknowledging that she was not acting selflessly. She was very weary of sitting on Elf King. It was no longer comfortable, for her body was too awkwardly shaped. So too was she still unable to shake the feeling that they were being watched. Pleasant as the place was, she could no longer feel safe in it.
"All right, Arsted. I am done with freedom. We may return now."
She smiled when he breathed an audible sigh of relief.
"Are you sure? We could linger another moment or twa if you wish."
"Nay, there is naught here for me now."
"Ah, but there is where ye are wrong, my pretty slut. Death is here for ye now. Aye, death is here."
Chapter 21. Aimil sat as if frozen and stared at the ragged, dirty man before her. Despite the loss of his finery, she had no trouble recognising Rory. His was a face that would never leave her nightmares. He was the cause of the fear that had never left her since the day he had taken her from Parlan and revealed the monster that lay beneath his beauty. His words seemed neither fanciful nor mad to her. In her eyes, he was death in all its horror and pain.
"Get behind me, Aimil,"
hissed Arsted, as he drew his sword and prepared himself to face the rather poor odds of 2 against 1. Shaking free of her fear, she moved to obey Arsted. They could flee, she thought. They had horses. Then she realised that Geordie lurked to the rear of them. Arsted stood his ground for fear that Geordie would block the horses, startle them, and probably unseat her. If she were not so large with child, they would have no fear of such things. Her condition stole their chance of bolting for freedom. Even as she thought that they ought to try it anyway, Geordie moved with a speed that was astounding, and, with only a few moves, had knocked Arsted from his horse, wounding him and forcing the younger man to fight for his life.
"So quickly does your gallant knight fall."
Rory lunged to grab for Elf King's reins. Cursing, Aimil kicked at him, but her foot barely grazed his face. Then she found herself clinging for dear life to Elf King. The horse, sensing the danger to her, reared and struck out at Rory. The man dodged the first strike, but the second caught him on the side of the face. As he screamed and tried to scramble out of reach of Elf King's deadly hooves, the horse struck him again. Aimil felt sickened by the sound of hooves striking flesh. Each time Elf King came down before rearing again, Aimil felt the jarring throughout her body. She knew that Elf King was accomplishing what Arsted had feared from many another source. Her labour had begun. She made no attempt to halt the horse's attack, however. It was undoubtedly keeping her child, and Arsted alive. She finally dared a glance Arsted's way. Geordie was deserting the battle to race to Rory's side. Arsted sank to his knees, clutching his side, which bled far too freely for Aimil's liking. She had to get him away before Geordie could renew his attack. The wound might not be fatal, but the weakening from the loss of blood made Arsted easy prey. Since his horse had fled, she had to stop Elf King's attack at the safest moment to allow Arsted to mount. She could only pray that Arsted would be strong enough.
Look at my face! Look what the devil's spawn did to my face!
Despite a voice that warned her not to, Aimil looked. As she glanced Rory's way, he removed his hand from his face to show Geordie the results of Elf King's attack. Even though she wondered how a stomach gripped by contractions could do so, hers heaved, sickened by the sight of Rory's ruined face. Elf King had not struck Rory squarely. The horse's hooves had dragged along the side of Rory's face, taking the skin with them. Nothing could restore Rory's face to its former beauty. If the wound healed without infection, the scar would be large and ragged. Despite her loathing of the man, Aimil found no joy in the sight. Since Geordie was busy trying to calm Rory and to tend to the wound as well as avoid Elf King, Aimil decided the time was right to flee.
Arsted, can you mount?
She kept her gaze fixed upon the enemy as she fought to quiet Elf King.
I think so, though God's tears, I feel close to death.
Arsted struggled to his feet.
You will be far closer than you wish to be if you didn't mount, and quickly. Their attention will again turn our way very soon.
Keeping a watch on Geordie and Rory, she felt Arsted falter twice in trying to pull himself up behind her. Although Elf King was steady, the horse was still agitated and could flare up at any moment. Nevertheless, she knew she had to chance it when Arsted faltered a third time. Releasing one arm from its firm grip around Elf King, she grasped Arsted by the arm when he made his next attempt to mount. To her relief, Elf King did not rear, and the extra pull she exerted upon Arsted was enough to get him up behind her. She then cautiously retrieved the reins she had dropped when Elf King had begun to rear, and she had held tightly to his neck.
Here is the chance to kill that filth, yet I must tuck tail and run. Ye could do none of us any good dead, Arsted. Hold tightly. I cannae catch ye or lift ye if you fall.
As soon as she felt him grip her tightly, she spurred Elf King into a gallop. The frustrated cries and curses of Geordie and Rory were like music to her ears. It meant she had gotten away from them. Now all she had to concern herself with was getting to Do Glen before she had the child or Arsted fell off Elf King. She mused a little wryly that would undoubtedly prove enough concern to last her for a lifetime. Then some of Rory's screaming rage reached her ears, and she thought of nothing save escaping the madman, of reaching the safety of Do Glen.
Ye have lost the chance,
Geordie finally screamed at the raging Rory.
Let us leave here before ye lose your life too.
It was another moment before Rory gained enough control to speak in a normal voice.
Are ye telling me to give up? I am asking ye to flee now, before she has a chance to tell anyone where ye are. 'Tisn't the same at all.
Geordie sensed that Rory's madness had reached the point where even his life was at risk.
You will nae have another chance if ye linger here, for there is sure to be someone along soon, and they will nae let ye live. Aye, you're right. I must never risk my chance to seek vengeance.
He lightly touched the wound on his face that Geordie had awkwardly bandaged.
Here is but another crime to add to the ones that slut must pay for. And she will,
Geordie soothed. But as he silently urged Rory on, he felt it would be a very long time, if ever, before Aimil left Do Glen so lightly guarded, and he knew that the hunt for Rory would now become even more determined, especially if Arsted died from his wound. It was a long while before Aimil felt safe enough to slow Elf King's pace. Arsted rested so heavily against her back that it worried her. Her contractions, too, were growing stronger. She feared she had erred in telling Arsted that even a baby startled into birth did not come very speedily. Her child felt very determined to be set free.
Arsted, how fare ye?
She felt him stir and sighed with relief.
Can you hold on until we reach Do Glen?
By my teeth, if I must.
He frowned as, beneath his hands which rested upon her belly, he sensed something.
How do ye fare? Has the bairn been hurt? I didn't mean to be indelicate, but your belly feels strange.
It seems the bairn's memory has been shaken.
Eh?
He has recalled that he cannae always abide in there.
Now? The bairn comes now?
Aye, now.
Jesu, what do we do now?
Go on.
But you must be feeling very uncomfortable.
Aye, I am, but I have no choice, do I?
She was not surprised when he gave no reply, but was rather disappointed that he could offer no other choices.
Doesn't this hurt the bairn?
Nay, Arstead. He will only come for a while yet, though it would be fitting for a child of mine and Parlan's to be born in the saddle. Dinna you think so?
I may think it fitting, but I dinna want to see it. Does it pain ye much?
She almost smiled over the hesitant question. He sounded shy and decidedly nervous. It had never ceased to amaze her that men who so vigorously went about the business of creating children knew so little about childbirth, what to do, what should be done, almost anything else. His ignorance was simply another reason to get back to Dew Glen as quickly as possible. Aimil did not want to ask Arstead to deliver her child, and she was confident that he did not want that either.
Aye, it hurts, but not as bad as it will. Nay as much as your wound, I wager.
Oh, that isn't so bad. I have tied my shirt about my waist and the bleeding has eased.
It was not only the pain-ridden tone to his hoarse voice that suggested he lied. He still rested too heavily against her, and his breathing was irregular. While the suggestion that she was close to birthing her child had roused him some, Aimil suspected that he was perilously close to unconsciousness. He was fighting that blackness, however. She only hoped that he continued to win the battle against it until they reached Dew Glen. If he fainted and fell from Elf King, she would have to leave him, for she could never move him, and that was not something she really wished to do. Rory and Geordie may not have fled, and could find the helpless Arstead. Gritting her teeth, she kept Elf King at a steady pace. Even his smooth gait was a torture, however. She could not give in to the pain, stop and concern herself with the birthing of her child. It was tempting, but she fought that temptation, using the spectre of Rory to drive her onward.
Would you like to stop?
Despite his own pain and weakness, Arstead was aware of Aimil's increasing difficulties.
If I stop, Arstead, I shall never continue until the child is born. I fear to stop, for neither of us ken much about birthing a bairn. Neither can we be sure that Rory has run for his life. We thought 'twould be foolish for him to come so near to Dew Glen, yet he did. We cannae think that he will now become wise. I dinna think I have to tell you how it would be if he caught us off Elf King, me giving birth.
She gasped as a fierce contraction ripped through her.
Nay, there would be no chance for us. No chance at all. 'Tis just that ye seem to be growing worse.
I am, but we are also drawing nearer to Dew Glen. Dinna fast yourself. I have hours to go yet.
If ye say so.
He laughed weakly, the sound drained by his pain.
Parlan will come home to find himself a father.
Parlan knew he was not going to like what he found at Dew Glen the moment he rode through its gates. The people gathered in the bailey looked too guilty and fretful for his liking. Even Malcolm was hesitant to respond when Parlan dismounted and signalled to him. He felt his worry for Aimil become a hard knot in his stomach. A glance at Leith and Lachlan did nothing to ease his concern. They too looked worried. Malcolm's feeble attempts at a cheerful greeting made Parlan scowl.
"Where is Aimil? You cannae expect a lass so heavy with bairn to rush out to greet ye." "Malcolm, dinna trouble yourself with playing that game. It will nae work. Where is my wife? I want the truth." "Well, you will nae like it." "That much I have discerned for myself." "She isna here." "Aye, so where is she?" "I fear no one is too sure. She isn't alone. Arsted is with her,
Malcolm hurried to say, when Parlan's anger reflected in his face.
No one would ever let her go off on her own. She isn't within Du Glen. Nay.
Malcolm cringed slightly as Parlan hissed out a stream of vicious curses.
She is out riding with Arsted. Out riding?
Parlan's bellow made several men nearby jump nervously.
The fool lass is overdue upon her childbed and she goes out riding. How could you let her do such a fool thing? How could Arsted? Is there not an ounce of wit left within the walls of Du Glen? Calm yourself, laddie.
Lachlan placed a hand on Parlan's arm.
I am as worried as ye are, but be fair. Ye ken as well as I do that Aimil can be very clever in getting her way. Why should they watch for such a thing? As ye said, the lass is overdue to take her childbed. No one would ever think she would get upon Elf King and go for a ride now.
With much effort, Parlan reined in his fury.
Has anyone gone to look for that pair of fools? Nay, we decided to give them another hour to return. Even if the lass has had some difficulties, Arsted would soon come for help. If he was able to. Malcolm, tisn't he just that she has gone riding when she should be carefully awaiting the birth? Aye, I can even understand what might have driven her to such a rash act. She has been kept much fettered. We have strong proof that Rory and his hellhound Geordie are lurking near. Catherine Dunmore has been found. Dead? Quite dead. He did to Catherine as he did to my cousin and Lachlan's wife. Aye, and as he tried to do to Aimil. That is why I am back so soon. Old Simon Broth was the one called when Catherine was found. I left as soon as the man told the tale.
Malcolm grasped him by the arm when Parlan made to remount.
'Tis still wisest to wait. No one even kens which way the pair rode when they left here. He is right. Lachlan, Parlan protested, even as he stopped trying to mount. Aye, he is. When ye dinna ken whether they be south, east, north or west, ye can do naught more than run about blind. We only ken that Rory lurks at the border. Give it a wee bit more time. They could yet return on their own and safely.
Although he hated doing it, Parlan had to agree with Lachlan. It would be a fool's errand to charge out to search when no one even knew where to begin looking, an errand that should not be made use of unless all else had failed. Cursing, he turned from his mount toward the gates and stared blindly out at the empty landscape.
I will wait 1 more hour. That is what we thought to do, murmured Malcolm. Then will be too long she and Arsted have been gone, considering that she isn't really fit for a long ride. She isn't really fit for a short one either.
He strode to the gates and halted inside of them.
I could use some ale to wash the dust from my throat, Malcolm. I mean to wait here until she returns, so that I may beat her, or until the search begins.
As Malcolm hurried to fetch some drink and the others dispersed, Leith moved to Parlan's side.
She isn't a helpless lass. Nay, not for the most part, but she is now, and ye ken it as well as I do. She can't even rise from her bed in the morn without aid, she has grown so full. Arsted is all that would stand between her and Rory if the man set upon them. Arsted isn't without skill. Nay, in truth he has a fine skill with a sword and his fists. Aye, I meant him no slur. I mean that he would be 1 against 2, and with a helpless Aimil to protect as he could. Those aren't odds I feel good about. For all they are but murdering cowards, Geordie and Rory possess a fine skill too. And Rory wouldn't hesitate to harm Aimil just because she is large with child, Leith said softly, voicing their fears. Nay, God's beard. He could easily see it as but another reason to do her harm. Come, let us not weary ourselves thinking of all the worst that can happen. Aye, there is a chance that Rory could have come upon the pair, but there is also a very good chance that she and Arsted will soon come riding back, safe and untouched. Aye, and then all I need concern myself with is which one shall I beat first.
His words were harsh and cold, but when he looked back out over the empty land, the lines on his face were those of worry, not fury. And he prayed that he would soon see his errant wife riding toward him unharmed and concerned only that he had caught her in her foolish act.
Arstead!
Aimil cried hoarsely, relief momentarily diverting her from her discomfort.
I see Douglen. We are nearly there.
When he did not reply, she grew worried.
Arstead?
Aye, little mother. I am still amongst the living. 'Tis good to hear that we are so close, for I fear I cannae hold on to ye very much longer. 'Twould be very fine indeed if to this success we could add Parlan's not finding out about this folly.
Easily recognising the tall figure that stood at the gate watching them, Aimil sighed.
I fear our luck isna that good.
Nay, even if the wound I suffer could be kept a secret, we must tell him how close Rory has come.
Very true, but I wasna meaning that. I fear 'tisna only Rory lurking at Douglen. Parlan has returned early.
Rousing himself to look over Aimil's shoulder, Arstead groaned.
And here he comes, looking as black as he ever has.
Ye could always give in to that feint ye have fought so weel until now.
And leave ye to face his wrath alone.
If 'tis too bad, I have my own retreat I can make. By the time I bring his child into the world, he should have calmed some.
The alarm Parlan had felt upon seeing the pair return upon only Elf King had turned mostly to anger by the time he reached their side.
How could you be so thoughtless, so foolish? What has happened?
Even as he bellowed at her, his gaze swept over her as he carefully searched her for some sign of injury, and despite her paleness, found none.
I begin to think you witless.
Exhausted and in increasing pain, Aimil felt very inclined to bellow right back at Parlan. Arstead diverted her, however. Although she had made the suggestion in jest and knew Arstead had not seen it as serious, she knew he was about to faint. She clung very tightly to Elf King so that she would not be dragged out of the saddle when Arstead finally fell.
I think you best catch Arstead. He has stayed conscious as long as he was able.
Startled, Parlan moved quickly to catch the falling Arstead. Leith helped him carry the unconscious young man back into Douglen. Parlan silently cursed himself for not seeing what Arstead's condition was because he had been too concerned for Aimil. Aimil followed them into Douglen on Elf King. Her father quickly moved to help her dismount so that she could go after Parlan, who was already inside of the keep, shouting orders that would swiftly bring all Arstead might need. A look upon her father's face told Aimil that he knew what ailed her, but she curtly shook her head. A shrug was his only reply, but she knew he meant he would not say anything for the moment. She needed to see that Arstead was fine before she gave in to her own needs, for she felt responsible for his wound. She entered Arstead's chambers, faintly aware of her father closely following her. Parlan and old Meg, with Leith and Malcolm aiding as they could, were already busy caring for Arstead. Aimil stood to the side, out of the way. Her hope that she would also be out of mind was quickly shattered by Parlan. In the one look he shot her way, Aimil saw how angry he was. She had not really anticipated such fury, but she supposed she should have. So too did she reluctantly admit that he had some right to that anger. In one innocent bid for a moment's freedom in the sun, she had put 3 lives at risk, one not even really begun. She suspected it was risking the child's life which angered him the most. That tweaked at her only slightly, for she could easily understand it. It was a substantial part of the annoyance she felt with herself. Parlan fought desperately to control his anger. He knew it was bred by his fear for Aimil more than by anything she had done. She looked pale and weary, not able to deal with his ire at the moment. Knowing that she had undoubtedly already been through enough, and that, in her condition, she should not be pushed too far or too hard, he was determined not to unleash that anger on her. Despite his efforts, it came through in his voice, making it clipped and cold.
What happened? And no evasions?
The chill in his voice only hurt her fleetingly, and she realised she was simply too burdened with other worries and too weary to get upset by the fact that he seemed to hate her.
You will get no evasions nor half-truths, for this is too important. 'Twas Rory.
Aye, I ken it.
'Tis why you came back early.
Aye, 'twas said he was on the border, and I feared he would be mad enough to come near Douglen. I had but hoped that you wouldn't be foolish enough to place yourself within his grasp.
He winced, for that was argumentative, and he did not wish to carry on like that, especially not when he needed information. Aimil knew she was poorly when she did not immediately bristle in response to that prod.
Quite.
She hurriedly described where she and Arsted had been attacked, and Parlan immediately sent Malcolm to begin a search.
He was mildly wounded, Malcolm, if that is of any help to ye,
she called after him, and he acknowledged her comment with little hesitation in carrying out his orders from Parlan.
I would think the man would be far away by now, but then I would never have thought he would come so close to here.
Nay, neither would I, but he wants ye.
Aye, he does, and I fear I may have given him yet another reason to hunt me.
The bairn! Parlan felt sure that the sight of a very pregnant Aimil must have enraged Rory.
Well, I canna say how he feels about that, though I do ken that it wouldn't have stopped him from doing whatever he wished to. Nay, 'tis his face. Elf King has destroyed Rory's fine face.
Elf King has? Nodding, Aimil hesitated a moment before replying, for old Meg was stitching Arsted's wound, and Parlan had to hold his brother, for, although still unconscious, Arsted could still move dangerously in reaction to the pain old Meg had to inflict. Aimil also relaxed at the way old Meg kept glancing her way. The woman had clearly guessed her condition, but, as with her father, had decided to let her be the one to speak. Aimil decided that was going to be soon, if only because she was passing the point where she could suffer in silence, could hide the forces tearing through her body.
It seems Elf King doesn't appreciate my being attacked, or mayhaps 'tis Rory Ferguson he doesn't like. He attacked the man. One of his strikes tore the flesh from the side of Rory's face. 'Twill never heal right. He will be horribly scarred. The left side. It may aid ye in finding him. Although I would have thought a man like Rory would have been easily noticed anywhere he went. Oh, he is also looking poorly. Dirty and ragged, I mean. None of his fine elegance left for him.
A man running for his life can't afford the time nor the coin to make himself pretty.
Nay, I suppose not.
Seeing that the tending of Arsted was finished, she asked,
How does he fare?
He has lost a lot of blood, replied old Meg, but I ken that the laddie will heal.
Thank God. I thought his wound didn't look a mortal one, but 'twas only a fleeting look I got before he was mounted behind me and we were racing for Dew Glen. Well, I will seek my bed now.
'Tis about time,
muttered Lachlan. I needed to ken how Arsted fared. I couldn't bear to think my idea had cost him too dearly.
Your folly, you mean,
Parlan growled as he strode over to her, already plotting the stern lecture he would give her. She almost felt sorry that she was going to deprive him of the argument he so clearly intended.
Not now, Parlan.
He was startled by her tart response, then grew angry.
What do you mean, not now? We are going to talk, lass, and now.
I'm afraid this really has to wait, Parlan.
She grit her teeth as a contraction tore through her.
Until after I have the bairn.
Chapter 22. What is taking so long? Arsted, awake and sitting up in his bed, nearly grinned as he watched his brother pace the room. Never had he seen Parlan in such a state. If he did not sympathise, did not have a few worries himself concerning how Aimil fared, he knew he would find Parlan's agitation a source of amusement. It was also interesting to watch his brother, for Parlan was yet again revealing that Aimil meant more to him than perhaps even he realised.
Bairns take a while to enter the world.
And when did ye become so knowledgeable about bairns and the having of them?
Quite recently, actually. I feared Aimil would have the bairn in the saddle that would appear with the first pain. Aimil told me what little I do ken now.
She was in labour when she was riding?
Well, whilst returning to Dew Glen. Didn't she tell ye?
Nay, I've had little time to speak to her since then.
Oh, well, 'twas Elf King's rearing whilst attacking Rory. She wasn't thrown, but 'twas the rough ride that, as she said, jolted the bairn into recalling that he must come out sometime. She was labouring the whole way back to Dew Glen, poor lass.
Parlan resumed his pacing, sipping at the ale Malcolm had brought him earlier. He felt like drinking far more heavily, but did not wish to be drunk when his child finally arrived, and considering the time it was taking, that would have been assured. It was a decision he almost regretted making, however, for he felt that a good wallow in drink might ease the fear that gnawed at him. So tempting was the thought of it that he had finally left the company of Leith and Lachlan, who were indulging heavily as they waited. They were drowning their concerns for Aimil, as he heartily wished he could.
Mayhaps I should return to her side. At least then I would ken what is happening. Aye, and you would get under foot again, which is why old Meg told you to leave. She also said you fret too much, and that isnae good for the lass. She has her own fears to battle without ye looming over her and adding to them.
True enough. 'Tis the pain she is in. I keep wishing to put an end to it. Parlan sprawled on a bench by the window.
Only the bairn's birth can put an end to it, and will ye ken it? Come, she is in good hands, and her pain will soon end.
Aye, I ken it. 'Tis that I have never took much notice of the whole matter, of childbirth, or, he added softly, giving voice to some of his fears, the dangers it holds. Suddenly I can recall too many women who never rose from their childbeds. Aimil is such a wee, delicate lass, and she has grown so large with this bairn. It seemed too much for her to carry, yet alone birth.
Aye, a wee lass and delicate looking, but nae delicate. Dinna sit there thinking only of that, for it feeds your fear for her. Think instead on how she suffered at Rory's hands yet escaped, and returned here all the while carrying the bairn. Think instead on how she rode back here, bringing me along, and was in labour yet wasnae harmed by it. Aye, think on the spirit and strength I ken weel were the reasons ye wed her. 'Tisnae a wee, faint-hearted lass birthing your bairn now.
Nay, 'tisnae. You're right. I must keep that in mind. Howbeit, I wish there was another way to beget children. Aimil panted and wondered why God could not have found another way for a woman to become a mother. Putting the bairn into her womb was exceedingly enjoyable, but it seemed unfair that she should do all the suffering in payment for that pleasure, for Parlan had quite enjoyed himself as well. She knew the church had a vast list of reasons for her suffering, but she had never believed them, and, she thought crossly, as another contraction gripped, if they were true, it was still unfair.
I think I am glad now that ye made Parlan leave, old Meg. I ken weel that I must look very poorly.
Aye, y'are nae very bonny at the moment. Y'are near to done. It will nae be long.
It seems like years.
She glanced at Maggie, who gently bathed her face, and who was now gently rounded with Malcolm's child.
Mayhaps ye shouldn't be here. Ye cannae like seeing it take so long.
I have seen many a birth, and y'arnae really taking so long. Aye, and 'tis going weel. I hope mine does as weel.
If ye say so.
Aimil's doubt was clear to hear in her voice.
I still say it feels like years.
Weel, 'tis a big bairn, I am thinking.
Old Meg nodded vigorously.
Aye, 'tis a fine braw son ye will give my laddie.
Mayhaps 'twill be a fine braw daughter.
Aimil managed a faint smile when Maggie giggled.
Nay, the MacGuins always have a son first. Aye, for as far back as any can tell ye. Ye will have a son, lass.
Something told Aimil she would too, but she was suddenly too busy to say so. Her child had finally decided to make his final push for the freedom of her body, and her body worked furiously to grant him that wish. For most of her labour she had made little sound, pride making her determined not to scream and wail as some women did, but when her child finally broke free of her body, she could not restrain a scream that left her throat sore, and which she suspected they had heard in Aberdeen.
Aimil!
Parlan leapt to his feet and stared fearfully at the door. Even Ashted was alarmed.
And she has been so very quiet till now.
Aye, she has. Something must be wrong,
Parlan said, even as he bolted from Ashted's chambers, leaving his brother to curse his inability to follow. When Parlan reached his chambers, he found the door barred. As he pounded on it to demand entry, Leith and Lachlan joined him. The wail of an infant made Parlan hesitate a moment as emotion assailed him, but he quickly renewed his pounding on the door. His sole concern at the moment was to know how Aimil fared.
"Be still, ye great fool!"
Old Meg yelled as she worked to clean off the baby.
I will open the door in a moment.
I want to see Aimil, now.
In a minute, Parlan.
Aimil struggled to help Maggie all she could as the woman cleaned her. The testiness in Aimil's voice caused Parlan to sag against the wall in relief. Her voice had been hoarse and heavy with weariness, but he felt sure that no woman on the brink of death could sound so naturally cross. The way Leith and Lachlan were smiling told him that they felt the same. He was not pleased to be kept waiting, however.
He sounds a healthy lad, Leith finally said. A fine strong voice. A lad? God's beard, I didn't ask what the bairn was.
Old Meg opened the door at that moment.
You have a son, a braw laddie to be your heir.
Parlan suddenly felt hesitant as he entered the room. Something had happened that would change his whole life. Becoming a husband had not seemed so great a change after months of having Aimil at his side. Now he was a father, and he knew that was going to seem a far greater step to take. There would be someone expecting him to teach, to lead, and to train. Parlan suddenly felt unsure of himself, unsure that he could do all that was needed to raise a son and do it right. He forced his attention to Aimil. She looked very small, wan and tired. Yet as he drew nearer to her, he realised that beneath the exhaustion shone joy and excitement. He bent to kiss her lightly.
You're all right.
Aye, just tired. Look at your son, Parlan. You said a son was what you would get, and, though it galls me to say it, you were right.
A shaky laugh escaped him before he was caught up in looking at his son, held in Aimil's arms with an ease he envied. He especially envied it when a chuckling Leith urged him to hold the infant for a moment, Lachlan seconding the notion. Aimil offered no escape, for she quickly ceased suckling the child and held him out to be taken. Gingerly, obeying Aimil's soft instructions, Parlan took his new son in his hands. With one hand beneath the infant's tiny head and another cupping the equally small bottom, Parlan stared at his child. He was oblivious to Leith and Lachlan poking and peering at the baby, commenting upon how well formed the child was. All he knew was that he held his son, his first child. Emotion choked Parlan, and his first thought after picking the child up was that he wished everyone would leave.
He is so small. Such a wee thing,
he managed to say at last, but made no move to relinquish the child.
We?
Aimil was finding it hard to fight her weariness.
Well, mayhaps he seems so to a great brute like ye. He didn't feel so wee a few moments ago.
She smiled faintly when Maggie gasped and blushed, but felt no embarrassment about speaking so bluntly before Parlan, her brother and her father.
He is a braw laddie,
Old Meg declared.
I have seen a lot of bairns, and I ken weel that he be both very strong and a good size for a bairn. Aye, even his colour is good, equal to that of a bairn days older.
Aye, I thought he looked fair for a newborn, agreed Lachlan. Some can be so red, so shrivelled, they are naught but ugly, and the father is left to wonder what he has bred.
You must take him and show him to the clan. They have long awaited this moment.
Looking to Aimil for her opinion of Old Meg's suggestion, Parlan found her lying very still, her eyes closed.
What ails her?
Naught, ye great gowk.
Old Meg ignored the glare he sent her for that disrespectful mode of address and gently tucked the covers more securely around Aimil.
She is but asleep. Having a bairn is a wearying business. Aye, and the lass likes a good sleep.
Parlan laughed as much with relief as over the blithe way Old Meg uttered such an understatement.
Oh aye, she does that.
Realising that he was not going to get to visit with Aimil, to talk to her for a while yet, Parlan went to show his son to his clan. He went first to Arsted to ease the worry he knew he had left his brother suffering. Then he went to the hall where a great many had gathered, having heard in the usual, if sometimes apparently miraculous way such news of import was spread, of the laird's child. Unwrapping the baby with the help of a maid, Parlan held his son up. This not only let his people see that he did indeed have a son, but that there were no apparent deformities that could possibly impede the child taking his place as laird.
He then loudly proclaimed the child his son and heir, a statement the ones gathered showed no hesitation in agreeing to, with several loud cheers. Wrapping his son back up in his swaddling, Parlan handed him to the maid, instructing her to take him back to Old Meg when the celebration of the long-awaited heir began in earnest. For a while Parlan drank with them, accepting praise and congratulations. He could not completely join in, however, as his heart and mind were with Aimil. She was the one with whom he wished to share the joy of the birth. Finally, he gave in to that desire and left the hall, smiling faintly when he saw that his absence would do little to stem the celebration. When he reached his chambers, he thanked Old Meg and Maggie, then sent them on their way. He had the feeling that Old Meg was training Maggie to take her place eventually. No other woman had shown much skill or interest in the arts of healing, and Parlan was glad that someone had finally been found. It would be a great loss when Old Meg died, but Parlan felt sure that he could now cease worrying that the loss would be even greater, that all of Old Meg's knowledge and skill would die with her. Sitting on a bench by the window, he observed his sleeping son and wife. He had been doubly blessed, for it seemed certain that both had survived the dangers of birth. So too had Rory Ferguson failed to harm them. Parlan did not care to think of all he could have lost if Rory had been able to get a hold of Aimil. He prepared himself for what could be a long wait, but found that he had a lot of patience for once. Watching his small family sleep filled him with contentment. So too did he have a great need to talk to Aimil, and not only about the child they shared. He had to convince Aimil to understand that until Rory Ferguson was dead, she and the child would have to be closely watched, more closely than they had been, and that meant that there would be some restrictions she might not like. The difficulty there might be in doing so was the only thing he did not look forward to when Aimil finally woke up. Aimil winced as she slowly struggled out of a deep sleep. For a moment she was confused, not sure why she felt so battered. Then she remembered. Her hand went to her belly, and she looked around for her son. As she located the baby's cradle, the child sleeping peacefully within, she saw Parlan step from the shadows near the cradle. "Awake at last," he murmured, as he sat on the edge of the bed.
"Have I been asleep long?"
"Long enough."
When he kissed her, and she felt a flicker of desire, she nearly smiled. Nothing could have shown her more completely how much she needed him. The last thing she should feel while still aching from childbirth was desire, even the faint taste of which his kiss had inspired. She decided it was better to laugh at her weakness than to bemoan it.
"Have you finally decided upon a name for our son?"
Aimil asked.
"Aye, Leolf. I decided it might suit him far more than the others we had talked on."
"Aye, 'tis a fine name, a strong one,"
she agreed.
"Aye, and ye have made me a proud man, sweeting. He is a bonny, braw laddie."
"He isn't all of my making,"
she protested softly, but felt warmed by his words.
"I ken it, but ye had the hardest part."
"I think he will look most like his father."
She smiled at Parlan.
"Already he has a thick head of raven hair."
"Poor laddie,"
he jested, but was pleased by the thought that something of himself would be seen in the boy.
"Poor lasses in a few years, when he reaches an age to be interested in them. I shall be begging forgiveness for birthing a rogue."
He laughed softly, then grew serious, taking one of her hands in his.
"We have to talk, Aimil, about Rory Ferguson."
She grimaced, but knew she had to confront the matter, and Parlan. He did not look as angry as he had earlier, but she sensed his intensity. There would no doubt be some demands made of her that she would not like, but she decided she would make no complaint. She, Arsted, and her child could have died. Aimil needed no other reminder of the danger that still threatened.
"Aimil, I am no longer angry about the ride you took. My anger was spurred by my fears for ye. You see, I kenned that Rory might be near. Simon Broth was the one who had word of him, though none had truly espied the man. There was a murder."
"Oh, Parlan, did he kill another poor lass?"
She shuddered as she thought on the way Rory did his killing.
"Well, poor lass isn't the way to describe the one he murdered, but no one should die so, with such pain and fear as she must have suffered. 'Twas no better than torture." He has murdered Catherine Dunmore. Lachan has travelled to tell her kin.
Are you certain?
Although she never liked the woman, she had to agree with Parlan that Rory's way of killing was a horror no woman deserved.
Aye, there was a ring. Lachan kens that it was hers. 'Tis no surprise that she was with him, either.
So too did the descriptions of the woman match Catherine's.
Nay, I have no doubts that 'twas her, nor did Lachan.
Although part of us shrank from the knowledge, Aimil had to ask,
As was done to my mother.
Ah, sweeting.
He sighed and nodded, kissing her palm then her cheek, when she shuddered with revulsion and horror.
Even though she put me into that beast's hands and near got ye killed, I would never have wished such a fate upon her.
I ken it, lass. Therein lies the difference between ye and her. She wouldn't have cared how ye were treated. She erred in staying near Rory. Didn't ye see the danger in it? Appalled though we are, she set her own fate. You must not fret over it.
Aye, ye are right, and I am getting cursed sick of saying that.
She smiled weakly when he laughed.
And now I must say what I ken weel ye dinna wish to hear, but ye will heed this, Aimil. Heed it and obey it. I ken why ye had to take that ride, ken weel how the walls of even a place ye favour can close in about ye, choking ye. You're just going to have to grit your pretty teeth and endure, lass. There will be no more rides with only one man to watch over ye. If you must travel somewhere, 'twill be with an escort of a half-dozen or more strong, well-armed men. You will be watched at all times. I must see that there is no way for Rory to reach ye, no way at all. And if that means ye are kept close, that I must make a prisoner of ye again, then so be it.
Ye dinna make me a prisoner, Parlan. Rory does. His hate and madness lock me inside these walls, not ye.
So you mean to obey me, eh?
Although he knew she had common sense, he had not expected her to comply so easily.
Aye. When he attacked me today, I kenned that he would not hesitate to kill the child I carried. Because the bairn is no longer within me, willna make any difference. The bairn and I will be close until he is weaned. If I am in danger, then the chance grows that the bairn is too. In truth, I fear Rory simply kenning a bairn exists.
Nay, I cannae like it either. He was enraged that ye shared my bed. I think he would hate any bairn we had made together.
He would. He also hates me, more so now than he ever did. He frightens me more than I can say. I have no wish to face him. I ken too weel what he wishes to do to me. I was a fool today not to think of him before I set out.
Not a fool. 'Twas not wrong to think yourself more or less safe. So many swords are searching him out that in the midst of the enemy 'twas the last place to expect him. Howbeit, that shows us that he can and will get close if we are not exceedingly vigilant.
He has made us prisoners.
She sighed, then looked at him with narrowed eyes.
Or has he? You dinna intend to just sit behind these walls, do ye?
Aimil, the man must be found.
And ye must do the searching.
Mayhaps I could stay here and send others, yet not be cried a coward, but I will nae do that.
Nay, I didn't think so.
Aimil, Rory must be found and killed. He is a threat to all of us. What matters to me is that he is a threat to ye and our child. I mean to hunt him in every corner of this land. Aye, and elsewhere if the Hoor son slips free of Scotland's boundaries. It must be done, for until he rots in hell as he deserves, ye and the bairn are nae safe. 'Tis my duty as your husband, my duty as a father, aye, as a man.
She wrapped her arms around him, tugged him closer, and laid her head against his chest.
You will be very careful.
Aye, sweeting, more careful than I have ever been in my life.
Kissing the top of her head, he glanced at his sleeping son.
I have more of a reason to be careful now.
He smiled down at her when she glanced up at him.
A wee wife that gives me bonny braw sons, and a son I wish to see as a man, to see what mistakes I have made with him.
His words hurt, even as they flattered. He was clearly pleased to have her as his wife,
but she ached to be more than the wife who gave him strong sons. It was, however, a beginning. She was not foolish enough to scoff at the bond the tiny infant had created between her and Parlan. What she needed to do was make it stronger and all-encompassing.
You only make mistakes.
She gave him no resistance when he silently and gently urged her to lie back down. He smiled faintly when she yawned, then grew serious as he looked at his son.
"My will, 'tis something I wager cannae be avoided. Ah, Aimil, though I rejoice in the gift ye have given me, I tremble when I think of the responsibility that comes with it."
Although she felt weary and wanted to rest, she brought his hand to her mouth and kissed his palm.
"'Tis a heavy one, but I dinna fear that ye cannae carry it. Aye, ye will carry it weel with few stumbles."
"Such trust ye have in me."
"I have seen ye with Arsted."
"Ah, ye mean the brother I had beaten."
"As ye had to."
"I was angry."
"But 'tisnae the only thing that prodded ye, and 'twas an honest fury, one that had cause. Do you think he would be as he is now if he didn't ken that? You couldn't treat him different from all the rest. That would have hurt him more than the lash. Ye have never deserted him. That is what has stayed in his heart. In all his follies he kenned ye were there for him if the need arose. That is how you raise a child. Love your son, Parlan. Let him ken it. Aye, he will falter, and you will have to punish him, be it with strength or word. Teach him honour and right from wrong. 'Tis all any can do for a child. If he still turns out bad," she shrugged, "'tis God's will, and no fault of yours. I have never seen a child who is loved and kenned it turn bad, however. Nay, not when 'tis a love tempered with guidance and strength."
"Such wisdom from a lass who has but borne her first child."
She coloured slightly with pleasure at his sincere words.
"I may be wrong."
"I think not. Such sensible advice could never be wrong. If followed, I cannae see how one could err. I dinna believe in bad seeds either, for I have seen good come from rot. Aye, and I ken that 'twas because they found the guidance and love they needed elsewhere."
"Ye raised Arsted, Parlan, and though he faltered some, he is a good man, and tries to be better. Find strength in that."
She tried and failed to smother a yawn.
"Ye dinna think Rory is a bad seed? I cannae believe my father could befriend a man who could raise such a monster. Yet my father loved Rory's father as a brother."
"Rory isna a child turned bad. He is ill. We ken naught of how he was raised. A man who is a good friend for another man needn't be a good father. Aye, and there is other kin to consider, others that could have turned Rory, even his mother. Even so, with a madness such as Rory's, it could have been there at birth, a deformity no eye could see. Thank God men like Rory are the exception to the rule."
Seeing her yawn again, he smiled and lightly kissed her.
"Rest, dearling."
"'Tis an order I shall have no trouble obeying,"
she murmured, even as her eyes drifted closed. He sat for a long time, holding her hand and watching her sleep. The contentment he felt made him smile, for it seemed to be fed by such simple things. A pretty wife and a son were fine things, but not so difficult to gain. There was far more to it than that, and he knew it. Soon he would have to give more careful thought to it all. For the moment, however, there was little time for soul-searching. Aimil and his son were in danger. What was of the greatest importance at the moment was to find Rory Ferguson and kill him. Until that was done, whatever happiness and contentment he or Aimil could find would only be fleeting. Chapter 23. Even as the door to his chambers was still swinging open, Parlan was on his feet, his sword in his hand. A small part of him acknowledged that it was highly unlikely that any attacker could reach his chambers with no other warning sounded, but weeks of fruitlessly searching for Rory had left him tense. He noted fleetingly that his wife slept peacefully on.
"Here now, Parlan, 'tis Arsted. No need for that."
Setting his sword aside, Parlan lit a candle.
"Surprising a man can get ye killed.
What is it? 'Tisn't yet dawn. Well, I didn't think ye would wish to wait for this news. He frowned at Aimil. Shouldn't we go elsewhere to talk so that we didn't wake her? There is little that will wake her yet. The bairn was fretful most of the night, and she is exhausted. When Aimil is tired, she can sleep through a battle of thousands raged around her. What news? We may have found Rory. Parlan immediately began to get dressed. Where? But 'twa hours' ride from here. So close. Aye, but if this is the whoreson, ye needn't worry. He is dead. 'Tis a corpse we must go to view. Although keenly disappointed that he was not about to come to sword point with Rory, Parlan also felt hopeful. He ached to take revenge against the man, but more than that, he ached for an end to the constant watchfulness and fear. It would be a shame if Rory had died by any other than his hand, but it would also be a cause for celebration. Tell me about it. A fire it was, in a small house outside of a wee village. From what little the folk say about the twa men who were there, it sounds like Rory and his faithful dog Geordie. They have both died. Lachan and I feel certain 'tis them, but ye ought to have a look. Aye, and Leith, for he kens the man better. 'Tis why he lingered here after his father left. Rouse him, and I will join ye in the hall. The sun was beginning to rise when they set out for the village. With each new detail Lachan and Arsted supplied, Parlan's hopes were raised, yet he tried to rein them in. That Rory's threat could be ended so conveniently seemed too good to be true. Parlan had expected it to cost him far more than an early morning ride to view a corpse. An acrid smell tainted the air as they reined in before the ruined cottage. 2 blanket-shrouded shapes were on the ground, and 3 of Parlan's men lingered nearby, coming alert when he arrived. Since the house was little more than ashes, Parlan was not sure the bodies would be recognisable. Arsted and Lachan had said the corpses were burnt, but only now did Parlan see that there was a chance that they were burned beyond any hope of recognition. Hesitantly, he started toward the bodies. I ken I willna enjoy this, muttered Leith, as he fell into step beside Parlan. They willna be a pretty sight. Nay, they willna. Nevertheless, we have to be certain 'tis the pair we search for. Aye, you didn't want to ease your guard before you are very certain indeed. That could be a deadly folly. Leith took a deep breath and reached for the blanket. I have always detested fires and their consequences. When Leith pulled the blanket back, he paled and gagged softly, something Parlan sympathised with. He had been right. There was not much left that was recognisable. Steadying himself, he helped Leith closely examine each body, then joined the younger man in making a hasty retreat from the scene. When they were several yards away, Parlan silently offered Leith a drink from the wineskin he had snatched from his saddle. After taking a long drink, Leith handed the wineskin back to Parlan. Well, you can't tell much by looking at them, save that one was tall and slim and one was short and burly. What little remains of the clothing and hair indicate that the tall one was fair and dressed fine. I have made my judgment on what few belongings survived the fire with them. The ring? Aye, 'tis Rory's. So was the dagger and the sword. Rory often displayed them, for he was proud of them. And the other man is Geordie. Parlan rinsed his mouth with wine to wash the acrid taste of smoke and death from it, and then took another long drink. Aye, strange, but I feel no doubt about that. Without Rory he wouldn't be a danger. Rory would always be, kenning that ye are weary, 'tis all. Aye, a lot weighs upon my word. I can't think of any way a man would get Rory's possessions and be with Geordie as weel. It must be Rory. 'Twould seem so, Parlan agreed. So your worries are at an end? You seem little pleased. I am pleased, yet at the moment I am both angry and regretful. That whoreson has slipped beyond my reach again, and this time to a place where none can hunt him down. He smiled crookedly. I have no wish to ride into hell before my time is due. You wish to send Rory there by your own hand. 'Tis very easy to understand. Father shares that wish. I ken he will share your torn feelings about this. Glad the swine is dead, but very sorry 'twasn't by his hand. This lacks the satisfaction revenge craves. Aye, mayhaps that is why I am slow to accept the ending. I didn't see it, or cause it. So ye suspect it. When Parlan nodded, Leith sighed. Cut down by sword or fire, dead is dead. Do we bury them? He finally turned to look back at the bodies. 'Twould be fitting and just to leave them for the carrion, but I have near done so why begin now? Aye, we bury them. Although he cursed himself for a fool, knowing Rory would never have honoured his remains if the situations had been reversed, Parlan saw to the burials. He could not leave a body, any body, for the carrion. The thought turned his stomach. In a way, he also hoped that the act of burying the pair would make him accept their deaths, which he still had some difficulty doing. "'Twas a waste of our time and sweat, but 'tis done," Ashted said, as he shared the water Parlan had drawn from the well and joined his brother Leith and Lachin in washing off. "I wouldn't be surprised to see the ground spit them out." Parlan laughed softly. "Aye, neither would I. Mark the graves, Wallace," he called to one of his men. "Why trouble with it? There can't be any who will care where they rest. Well, except mayhaps to spit upon the bones." "There are those who wish that peer dead, yet aren't here to see it. Mark graves might do as weel, Arstead." "Aimil." "Mayhaps, Har. My word on it might be enough. Then again, the man bred a deep fear in her, one that haunts her dreams." "My word might not be enough to still that." "Sometimes the sight of a grave is needed to make one really believe in a death, especially in one like this, one that she needs to ken is true. Poor lass hasn't liked wishing for Rory's death, but she also kenned that 'twas the only way we would be freed of the threat of him. Aye, and I think my father may need to see it." "True, Leith. His need to see Rory Ferguson dead might even have been greater than mine. Do you travel now to tell him?" "Aye, I shall leave from here. Tell Aimil I shall visit again soon," Leith called, as he strode toward his horse. "I never thought we would be kin and friends with Lowlanders." Ashted shook his head as he watched Leith ride off. "Well, there hasn't been much blood spilt between our clans." Parlan walked toward his mount, and the others fell into step with him. "That eases the way. Being so near to the border of the Highlands, I think ones such as the Mengues are more akin to us than the true Lowlanders. There is much that they do that follows our way. You can see that in the way that Leith goes to and fro so easily." "Aye, but I begin to think that Leith Mengue is a man who can fit any boot he slips on." "I think you might be right in that, Arstead, and 'tis a gift that could serve him very weel one day." Parlan mounted and sat staring back at the burned-out cottage as the others did the same. "Second thoughts, or a few doubts, mayhaps?" "Nay, just wondering over the ease of it, Lachin. Well, best we hie on back to Duglen. Aimil has surely roused by now, and she'll wonder where I slipped away to with nary a word to anyone." By the time Parlan rode into Duglen, the relief, even the joy over the ending of Rory's threat to him and his family, had conquered all his regrets and doubts. He jovially greeted each person he met as he took his mount to the stables. On his way to the keep, he met old Meg, who greeted his happiness with a severe frown.
"And what have ye been up to, me fine rogue, creeping off before dawn like some thief, eh?"
He kissed her cheek.
"I had to go view a body. A corpse I have long hoped to see."
"The hellhound is dead."
"Aye, very dead. How is Aimil?"
"Gnashing her teeth. Best ye hie on up to your chambers. She is suckling that greedy son of yours, but I doubt that has stopped her from watching for ye. If ye dinna get up there quick, she will be down here to greet ye with the bairn still dangling from her breast."
Aimil heard the increased activity in Duglen and tensed. Idly patting her nursing child's back, she listened more closely, trying to hear something that would tell her it was Parlan's return that had stirred things up. She had just decided to go and see for herself, detaching her son, who immediately began to wail with fury, when Parlan strode into the room.
"Where did ye slip away to?"
Staring at his screaming son in mild astonishment, Parlan replied,
"Eh? I canna hear ye over the din. What ails him?"
"He wasn't done, but I stopped him, for I meant to come to see if ye had returned."
She frowned at her son, whom she held at a distance.
Sitting on the bed, Parlan gently pushed the baby back toward Aimil.
I beg of you, let him have his fill before he deafens us all.
She put the child back to her breast, and after a few convulsive sobs, he quieted down. As she was about to question Parlan again, something about the way Leolf nursed distracted her. Curiously, she looked down at her son and saw that he was not nestled against her breast in the usual way. His small hands clung tightly to her bodice, and his eyes, the colour matching hers to a shade, were open. His gaze was fixed upon her face, and his brows, so like Parlan's, met in a V over his tiny nose. Diverted, she tried to loosen the grip of one of his small hands, only to have him grunt, frown even more, and cling more tightly. It was clear that he did not intend to be moved again until he was finished.
"Your son looks very much like ye at this moment, Parlan."
Leaning over to look at Leolf, Parlan drawled,
I have never looked so discontented when savouring that sweetness.
He bent forward to kiss the curve of her breast, only to jerk back with an oath when a small fist struck his nose. Aimil tried not to laugh. She looked at Parlan, who scowled and rubbed his nose. Then she looked at Leolf, who scowled in exactly the same way as he clung tenaciously to her bodice. Despite her best efforts not to, she began to giggle. When that only deepened the scowls on her husband's and son's dark faces, she laughed harder.
"Wheesht, ye are equally bad-tempered."
Lying on his side next to her, he glanced at his son. The child's gaze followed him, and the fierce expression remained on the tiny face. Slowly, Parlan started to grin. Along with amusement, he felt pride. Even though so young, the boy already showed spirit. He laughed softly.
"'Tis a good thing he is still a wee bairn, or I might be in a lot of trouble."
"Aye, you might at that."
Aimil's eyes narrowed as she looked at him.
"You might be anyway. Why did you creep away without a word?"
"Ah, back to that, are we?"
"Aye, back to that. 'Tis that ye left no word, not with anyone. You were simply gone."
"Och, lass, I didn't mean to worry ye. Arsted burst in shortly before dawn. He will enter more carefully now."
"Nearly skewered him, did ye?"
She was well aware of his increased watchfulness, of how his sword was ever at his hand as they slept.
"If he hadn't stopped inside the door, aye, I might have. 'Tis not something I care to think on."
"Nay, of course not. I didn't even hear him."
"This ill-tempered child had exhausted ye with his fretting half the night away."
She grimaced and nodded, knowing that it would take far more than a sudden rude intrusion into their chambers to wake her when she was exhausted.
"What did he want that couldn't he wait till a more reasonable hour?"
She tensed as she realised the only thing it could have been, since Duglen had neither been raided nor attacked.
"'Twas Rory."
He took her hand in his.
"Aye, sweeting, but ye have naught to fear. He cannae hurt ye any longer, nay, never again."
"Ye have slain him."
"I fear it wasna I who had that pleasure. Arsted had heard of twa men that sounded much akin to Rory and Geordie at a village but 2 hours' ride from here. He tracked them down, only to find that they had perished in a fire. He sought me out, thinking I could better vouch that 'twas truly Rory Ferguson and his faithful hound, Geordie."
"And it was them?"
"Aye, though 'twas Leith who determined it. I could do no more than agree that the shapes matched those of the ones I sought. Leith was certain 'twas Geordie, and he recognised Rory by a few of his belongings that weren't destroyed in the fire. He has gone to tell your father, and I ken that the man will be sore grieved that he wasn't the one to end Rory's murdering life."
"He will, but I cannae help but think that 'tis the best way. Father isna a cruel man, yet if he reached Rory, I think he would have acted very cruelly. There was so much anger in him, so much hate. When it left him, he would have suffered. I fear he would have seen himself as little better than Rory, and, aye, if he had gained hold of the man, I think my father would have gone a little mad."
"'Twould be easy to understand."
"For we who didn't do it, but mayhaps not so easy for the one who did. He would have to face the beast within himself, and that cannae be easy. Nay, 'tis best this way, though my father may be some time in seeing that."
"Aye, it took me a wee while to see it. I felt as if something had been stolen from me, as if he had escaped me.
I am just as glad that no one had to face him. He was a snake.
She smiled faintly at Leolf, who was finally done, and held him at her shoulder, rubbing his back to release any air he may have swallowed.
I fear he would play some loathsome trick that would cost one of ye your life. Fair fighting wasn't Rory Ferguson's way. A man can't always watch his back or all the shadows.
Mayhaps not. We will never ken now. The man is dead.
Are you very sure of that, Parlan?
As sure as any can be. Do you have some doubt of it, dearling?
He reached out to stroke her cheek.
I had a few myself, but they have faded away.
As mine will, no doubt. 'Tis that the end came so abruptly, so unexpectedly. I'd never thought it would be this way.
Nay, nor did I. It was a surprise, and I did fear the way of it would leave you still afraid, still uncertain.
A wee bit, but I shall get over it.
The baby was falling asleep, so she reclined more on the bed, settling Leolf more comfortably against her chest. She suspected that being a mother made her less able to shrug off her fears, to accept an end to the danger. There was so much more at risk if it proved to be a false safety. The child might not become a victim, but she dreaded the thought of being parted from him. She wanted to see him grow into a man. Lying there quietly, the baby sleeping on her chest and Parlan stroking her hair, she felt drowsy and content. At times like this, it was nearly impossible to recall all her fears and worries. It seemed that nothing would intrude to shatter her peace, but she knew that was foolish. Rory had done so before. What she had to do now was believe that he could not do it again.
Are you sure he is dead, Parlan?
She hated herself for the fear that prompted her repeating of the question, for needing the reassurance.
Aye, loving.
He kissed her forehead, smiling faintly when her eyes closed.
We will celebrate on the morrow. 'Twill be a fine day.
She smiled, but did not open her eyes.
Angus says so, does he?
Aye, he promises son to bask in.
It seems wrong somehow to celebrate a man's death.
If it troubles ye, we can find something else to celebrate. Well, if old Meg says what I wish her to, that is. Tomorrow makes near to 2 months since this wee rogue was born.
Knowing what he referred to, she forced herself not to blush and not to look at him.
My, he is growing apace, isn't he?
Aye, and you will be running apace if old Meg says you are healed from the birth.
Mean to chase me, do ye?
Until we fall, preferably with ye on your back, but I am nae too particular after near to 3 months.
Near to 3 months of what?
Of naught, and therein lies the trouble. I thought she paid the highest price for bearing our son, but I begin to wonder.
She lazily opened one eye to peek at him.
Regrets?
Gently touching the thick raven curls decorating his son's small head, Parlan said quietly,
Nary a one, but I do have an itch that screams to be scratched.
And you mean to do some scratching on the morrow?
Aye, a lot of it, so... He kissed her cheek. You best get some rest, lass. You will be sore pressed to keep pace with me.
She doubted that, for she was as hungry for some love-making as he was, but she was not inclined to tell him. He would discover it quickly enough on his own. Once old Meg deemed her healed from the birth, Aimil knew she would probably be running after him. The image that invoked made her smile and lingered in her mind as she finally gave in to sleep. As soon as he was certain that she was asleep, Parlan gently took the baby from her lax hold, causing a murmur of protest from both of them. Smiling faintly, he put the child back into his cradle. For a moment he crouched there, watching his tiny son sleep and feeling unabashedly proud. It was going to be easy to love the boy, as easy as it was to love his mother. Startled, Parlan rose and went to stand by the bed to look down upon a sleeping Aimil. He did love her. It was the only explanation there was for so many of the things he had done and felt. He wondered when it had happened, then decided that it did not really matter. Reaching out to take a lock of her hair between his fingers, he then wondered when and if he should tell her. She still spoke no words of love to him, yet some instinct told him that she cared, could quite possibly love him. There was the possibility that she did not speak because he had not. Aimil had more than her share of pride. So too did he admitted with a crooked smile, and it was making him reluctant to be the first to bare his soul, to take the chance of revealing how he felt when it might not be returned. Shaking his head over the uncertainty she could stir in him, he left the room and met Larkin in the hall.
"I thought you would be resting after such a long night." "Aye, I am weary, but I need to fill my belly first." "That is where I head to."
Parlan started on his way. Falling into step beside Parlan, Larkin asked,
"How did Aimil take the news?"
"With a touch of doubt, as we all did, but she means to be rid of it. It cannae be easy to dismiss the fear that devil bred in her heart."
"And yours?"
Larkin murmured.
"I didn't fear him."
Parlan bristled, hearing the insult of cowardice in Larkin's words.
"I was ready to fight that hellhound." "You mishear me. I didn't speak of the fear that makes a man run from a fight, but of your fear for Aimil and your child. 'Twas that fear that has driven you so hard these last weeks, and that fear was stirred and heightened by something I begin to think you will never see."
"Is that so? Mayhaps I am not as blind as you think, old friend. Tell me, do you still think Aimil would like to hear a few sweet words?" He smiled over his friend's obvious surprise.
"Even more important, do you think she will give a few back?" "If you can't tell that for yourself, mayhaps ye are blind. Aye, she must be thinking the sweet words will never come. I should be sure to speak them in the right place at the right time, or the shock might kill her."
Parlan ignored Larkin's sarcasm.
"I have an idea for both.
Aye, and mayhaps 'twill serve to ease her fears. The last time we were there, Rory set upon us. This time we can have our time alone in peace, and I mean to make the most of it."
"Are you sure you ought to act so free so soon? Mayhaps you ought to wait to, be sure."
"If I followed that advice, I would never feel safe nor free.
Nay, Rory is dead, and I mean to act accordingly."
Wildflowers drifted down to scatter over the fresh mounds of dirt. Their soft colours gentled the stark barren look of the burial rises. The wind gently tugged at the full cloak of the figure who stood before the graves. A sigh broke the quiet.
"Well, old friend, how is hell? At least I ken that you willna be lonely. We ken many who have settled there. I will join you there eventually. Ah, old friend, I hope you understand. I had to do it. They were too close, yapping at my heels until I couldn't do aught but hide, and I need to do more. I must have the freedom to move, or I will never get the revenge my soul craves. You do understand, dinna ye, Geordie, my friend? Your sacrifice willna be wasted. If I cannae survive to kill Aimil and the man she plays the whore for, I will drag them down into hell with me. You willna be alone for long, Geordie."
Chapter 24.
"Dig him up."
Leith stared at his father in shock. Such a request was the last thing he had expected when he'd brought his father to view Rory's and Geordie's graves. Neither could he understand why his father requested such a gruesome thing. There seemed no reason for it.
"You cannae mean it. I told you he was dead. What purpose can be served by digging up his corpse? Do you fash yourself over some fear of desecrating the dead? This dead was desecrated before he was set into the ground. Dig him up." "But why? I looked at him and 'twas a sickening sight, but I recognised his things. Why do you do this?" "To be sure. Ye saw a ring, a dagger, and a sword. I wish to see more."
He signalled to the two men with him.
"Dig him up. There isn't any need to hesitate as I argue with my son."
He looked back at Leith as the men began to dig.
"Who put the flowers on the grave?"
Staring at the withering blooms his father held out to him, Leith shook his head.
"I ken of no one who would. Dung, mayhaps. Flowers, nay." "Another part of a puzzle." "What puzzle, save for these flowers?"
Leith tossed them aside and scowled at the graves.
Mayhaps the only puzzle is that he was taken before we who had a right to vengeance could extract it.
Well, digging him up to stare at his corpse will me ease that.
Nay, but 'twill ease my mind of worrying that it isna his corpse.
Lachlan sighed, his gaze fixed upon the men digging.
When you first told me of his death, I was angry. I felt something had been stolen from me. Then the anger began to ease, and I began to think.
When his father said no more for several moments, Leith finally swore softly in exasperation.
Began to think what?
Ah, that 'twas all so neat. Too neat. Aye, we hadn't caught him yet, but he was cornered. He couldn't move freely, couldn't even try to get near his quarry. We ken how badly he wished to reach Aimil. I began to think he may have found a way.
Suddenly understanding what his father meant, Leith swore.
He made it look as if he was dead. I was wrong.
Mayhaps not, and I wouldn't lash myself with guilt if ye are. Ye saw what ye were meant to see, Rory and Geordie dead.
Odd. Though I had a doubt or twa about Rory, I had none at all that it was Geordie I saw. I would still swear to it.
It could well be Geordie. 'Twas no doubt part of why you believed you saw Rory. Do you really think a man like Rory would hesitate to kill what might have been his only friend if it served his purpose?
Nay, not for a moment. He would do it without regret.
Well, if I am right, he may have a regret or twa. There are the flowers, and they were mostly upon the grave ye said was Geordie's.
Leith absently nodded. His attention was upon the shrouded body the men pulled from the grave. Despite his father's advice about not feeling guilty, Leith knew he would if he proved to be wrong. He knew he would also be afraid that his error could prove very costly. With tension knotting his insides, Leith stood by as his father carefully examined the body. He knew Lachlan needed time to be certain, but his impatience grew. If he had been wrong, time was not something they had too much of. When his father stood, signalled the men to reinter the body, yet said nothing, Leith gave up being patient.
Is it him?
Nay.
That one soft word struck Leith to the heart.
Sweet God, I was wrong.
Dinna take it to heart. I too would have thought it him. He chose weel. Aye, and there is damage to the face from what little I could see amongst the ravages and wounds caused by fire. Nay, this was very nearly perfect.
But not perfect, and I missed the error that her son made. What is it?
I ken something about Rory that ye didna. Something I learned of years ago. He has a mark. 'Twas there at birth.
I never noticed one upon him.
You wouldn't unless you had seen him naked and looked very closely. The body beneath the charred clothes wasn't so ruined as the rest. Rory had a mole, a small dark one, below the curve of his left buttock. 'Twas hidden by the bend of his body most times, even when he was a bairn. I never would have kenned the mark was there, save that his father showed me. He feared 'twas the mark of the devil.
He had a right to worry on it.
Nay, not over a wee spot upon the skin. Such a simple, innocent mar couldn't cut to the soul to rot it as Rory's soul is rotted.
I told Parlan that it was Rory.
You said he doubted.
He did then, but he felt it foolish, meant to cease doubting.
Then we best hie to do Glen. He may believe it by now and act as if there is naught to fear. That is just what Rory wants.
As she reined to a halt beside Parlan, Aimil looked around and then shook her head.
Here again?
'Tis a fine place. He dismounted, then helped her to do the same.
I have always favoured it, finding peace here. I mean to do so again.
As he spread a blanket upon the ground, he glanced her way.
Mayhaps after a peaceful day here, you will lose a few of your doubts.
Cautiously, she approached the blanket and sat down. She told herself it was foolish to still fret and fear, but she could not stop herself. The last time she had come to this place with Parlan, their time together had ended with Rory attacking them, badly wounding Parlan, and taking her away to suffer a time she wished never to suffer again. Despite the beauty of the day and the place, the memories of that time remained clear. Glancing at the food Parlan set out, she then surreptitiously studied him. He looked very cheerful, and there was an eager, hungry look in his eyes. Old Meg had neatly evaded her, but Aimil felt increasingly sure that the woman had declared her healed from the birth. She did wonder why he played the game of secrecy, then decided not to complain. There could be a great deal of enjoyment in relaxing and letting him play his game, for she was sure that it would lead to something they both wanted. She also knew she would enjoy every step as he led her along. When she took a quick look at herself, she sighed. She was not dressed as fine as she would have liked for such an occasion. The plain outfit, given to her for she had had no gowns, was clean and comfortable, but not beautiful so as to enchant Parlan, something which she would really like to do just once. He did not seem to mind, but she did wish that she could show him that she could be as elegant and as finely bedecked as any lady he had ever known. Biting into a chunk of bread with more force than necessary, she thought crossly that that would be easier if he had not known quite so many ladies. Parlan finally noticed that his wife was looking less than pleased with the arrangements he had made.
"Something troubling ye, dearling?"
"Is this the celebration ye spoke of?"
"Aye, meagre as it is."
"Well, I wish ye had warned me. I would have done myself up a lot finer."
"You look as beautiful as any man needs."
He gently let her hair down.
"Why do you put it up? 'Tis a crime to chain it, hide it."
"I am a wedded lass now, a mother. 'Twould be unseemly to leave it loose like a maiden."
"Even if your husband commands it."
He enjoyed the feel of her thick silken hair in his hands, combing his fingers through it.
"Are ye going to command it then?"
She nearly laughed at how such a simple action as he was performing had her breathless and eager.
"I think I might. Unbound and glorious when I am near, but bound and kept from tempting others when I am away."
He brushed his lips over her cheeks and lightly teased her mouth with his, but found that he lacked the patience for such play. Having her near, and knowing that he could make love to her, had his blood running so hot it made him feel feverish. He kissed her hungrily, and the hunger he sensed in her return kiss severed what little control he had. It had been too long since he had loved her. Pushing her down onto the blanket, he quickly began to loosen her clothing. Need controlled him, a need only she could fulfill. When he finally freed her breasts, he pressed his face against their fullness and vainly tried to slow himself down. Over the sound of his own harsh breathing, he could hear hers and realised that she suffered as he did, making all his efforts at control useless.
"I thought ye were going to chase me."
Aimil finished baring his chest and smoothed her hands over its strong expanse.
"Haven't I yet? I feel as if I have run miles."
He cupped her breast in his hand and gently suckled the hard tip, relishing the flavour his child so often demanded. When she cried out softly and arched against him, he shuddered. He felt dangerously close to release already.
"Old Meg said I was healed from the birthing, did she?"
Since he was already pushing up her skirts and somewhat roughly tugging off her braids, she decided that that was probably a foolish question. Placing his hand between her thighs and feeling her warmth, he needed a moment before he could speak.
"Aye, what do you say?"
Starting to unlace his hose, she whispered,
"I say hurry. If you wish it, I could also say please."
She smoothed her hands over his taut backside, pushing the loosened hose down as she did so.
"Just say aye."
"Aye, Parlan, aye,"
she cried out in surprise and relief as he plunged into her. Wrapping her limbs around him, she held him tightly. His heated breath came fast against her neck as he blindly carried them to the heights of passion. It was fast, fierce, and a little rough, but as her release seized her in its blinding grip, she decided that it was also glorious. Even as she cried out, arching to draw him deeper within her, she heard him say her name, felt him clutch her hips and hold her closer as he sought to bury himself as deeply as possible within her eager body. Holding her close and making no move to break the intimacy of their embrace, Parlan savoured the lingering effects of the pleasure only she could give him. She could have been as ugly as sin, he mused, and he still would have kept her close for the pleasure she gave him, to revel in the passion they shared.
I simply would have kept a candle snuffed more often,
he thought, and laughed softly. Not ceasing her languid caress, Aimil looked at him curiously as he propped himself up on his elbows to look at her.
And what so amuses ye?
She decided she must have grown more confident of him, for she felt only curiosity about his laughter.
I had intended a seduction, but I think that was more of a ravishment.
Well, I have no objection to being ravished now and again.
She smiled faintly and kissed his nose.
You shouldn't make your poor husband suffer so many long weeks without a wee taste of you.
I didn't make ye suffer. 'Twas your son. But I thank ye for suffering.
Slightly easing from their embrace, he gently brushed a few stray wisps of hair from her face.
Why thank me?
Other men would have turned elsewhere when their needs were so long denied.
Now that wouldn't have been quite fair, seeing as ye too were being denied of something ye favoured too. Oof!
He caught the small fist that had punched him in the side and kissed it.
Besides, lass, why should I seek out something common when I kenned that waiting a while would give me the best?
The best?
She whispered the words, his seriousness making her nervous.
Aye, the very best. I think I have told you that before. Do you doubt me?
Well, what begins as the best could become common after a while. The fire wanes, and the newness of it all fades.
True, and I ken that will happen to us in some ways, but it cannae stop it being the best. Time and familiarity cannae change that. 'Tisn't a thing I like to keep reminding ye of, but I have had enough women to ken a thing or twa about this. I was no innocent as ye are.
Mayhaps I should taste me another man or twa, so I can judge with such surety.
Well, best you choose a man you care naught about, for he will be dead before the sweetness of ye has left his tongue.
She nearly gaped at him. Though he spoke quietly and without any apparent ire, the very coolness of his voice and the look in his eyes told her he was completely serious. Her testy remark had been an empty threat, but Parlan's was chillingly real. She sought a way to ease the sudden tension between them, not only troubled by it, but disliking it.
You mean I cannae leave a trail of broken hearts behind me?
Fighting to quiet the sudden fierce jealousy that seized him, and not doing too well, he tried to smile, but could tell by the look upon her face that it probably resembled a baring of teeth.
Not unless you wish to leave a trail of bodies behind ye as weel.
You are proving to be a very possessive husband.
Even though she found that pleasing, she was unsettled by the ferocity of it. He traced the delicate lines of her face with his fingers and brushed a kiss over her lips.
Aye, I am. I kenned that when I was so eager to have the priest deliver our vows. I wanted you marked as mine, only mine. I didn't plan to let any man change that. Och, weel, plans are made for changing.
Before Aimil could accept that she had heard another voice, Parlan leapt to his feet. One hand hastily, if very loosely, tied his breeches, as the other hand grabbed his sword. She did not think she had ever seen anyone move so fast. Without thinking, she sprang to her feet and darted behind Parlan. She stared at Rory in disbelief and horror. Not only the realization that he was not dead shocked her, but his face. A gruesome sight. The whole left side was little more than one great scar. Ragged and filthy, there was nothing left of the Rory Ferguson she had once known. Not even his eyes were the same. His gaze burned with the strength of his madness. She did not understand why he had not struck them down, as they had been oblivious to all around them. Rory had never wanted to face Parlan on equal terms before, yet by announcing himself, he had ensured that he would. In the grip of his madness and hate, he suddenly seemed to want to do battle. She was not sure that boded well for Parlan and her, even though Parlan looked ready and eager to fight. Parlan felt like screaming out his rage. He had been caught off guard. Telling himself that he could not know that a man declared dead would suddenly appear to threaten him and Aimil again did not lessen his fury. The first advantage, that of surprise, had gone to Rory. Parlan was determined that he would give the man no other. He then almost laughed. One purpose for returning to the spot near the Banshee's well was to try to erase the bad memory Aimil had of the place. Instead, that memory seemed intent upon reliving itself. This time, however, Parlan was determined not to let Rory get his hands on Aimil.
"Get out of here, Aimil!"
She turned to obey, even as she thought that she could not leave Parlan alone with Rory. For a moment she considered riding for help and wished she had brought Elf King. It was then that she realised that she was staring at empty space where the horses should have been.
The horses are gone.
She wondered why she should feel so disappointed and afraid when she had never intended to flee anyway.
Aye, you were so busy you didn't notice that the beasts, wandered away.
The soft giggle that escaped Rory chilled Aimil. Pressed against his back, she felt Parlan shiver. In the flat, small sound, one could clearly hear Rory's madness. She knew that Parlan also heard it, and tasted the fear such madness could inspire.
"Let her go, Rory."
Parlan was not surprised when the man laughed, but he had seen no harm in trying for Aimil's release.
"And they say I am mad."
"They also say ye are dead. Did the devil spit ye up from hell then because he couldn't stomach ye?"
"You mean to goad me, but 'twill nae work. That was a clever ploy, wasn't it? It worked just as I thought it would."
"What poor innocent soul did you murder to play out your game?"
Parlan demanded.
"Some fool from the local tavern. A few coins and the hint of more, and he followed me like some faithful puppy."
"And died for his error in faith, just as Geordie did."
"Geordie's blood stains your hands. 'Tis your fault I had to kill him,"
Rory snarled. That broke Aimil's stunned silence.
You can't blame us for that murder. You took his life with your own hands.
"Because of ye!"
he screamed, then forcibly restrained himself.
"I couldn't move, couldn't act, because ye hunted me. I had to put an end to that. 'Twas the only way. Ye had to think me dead. Geordie understands. He kens that I must have my vengeance, that ye must pay for all ye have done, both of ye. Ye were to be mine, Aimil, but ye chose this Highland rogue instead. Aye, rutting him without a care or shame, so like your mother. Then ye had that devil of a horse ruin my face. There is so much ye must pay for, my pretty whore."
"I would be wary of what ye say, Rory, or I may need to cut your tongue from your mouth before I kill you,"
Parlan challenged him.
"Such boasting! Killing ye will be no more trouble for me than swatting some bothersome fly."
Where, Parlan?
Aimil lightly touched his taut arm.
He means to dull your skill by blinding ye with fury.
"I cannot."
He spoke softly through gritted teeth as he tried to speak to her without Rory hearing, as well as fight the anger the man stirred in him.
"Ye are to flee the moment the battle begins, and I hold his attention."
"Nay, I won't leave you."
"Ye will flee, woman. Curse ye, how can I fight my best if I must worry about ye? Run to Glen and get help."
By the time I could reach Glen, even if I were a swift runner, you would be thrice dead. Aye, he could have buried you and brought the Pope himself from Rome to pray over your grave.
"So be it, but at least ye will still be alive."
"Mayhaps living without ye isnae something I can view with any ease,"
she said softly. Despite their desperate situation, he felt his heart give an odd skip at her words. It was the first time she had put any hint of her feelings into words. He mused a little crossly that she had chosen the worst possible time for doing it. He wanted to hold her close, to make love to her, and to drag even more such declarations from her. Instead, he faced a man who could attack at any moment, and who meant to see him and Aimil dead. When they were both safe again, he would find a way to make her pay some penance for her ill timing.
"Then do it for the bairn. He deserves better than to be left an orphan."
That tender statement cut her to the heart. For a moment, seeing Parlan in such danger, she had forgotten their son and his needs. She had to think of their child. Although she knew Leolf would be well cared for and loved, no one could replace his true parents.
"Aye, our son. He needs us both, Parlan."
"I intend for him to have us both for many a year yet to come. Ye will run, Aimil, for my peace of mind, if naught else."
She made no reply, and he took that to mean that she would obey him. He turned his full attention upon Rory. Rory did have skill, and if madness had finally given him courage, the man could prove a formidable opponent. Parlan was confident of his own skill, but did not give in to a false cockiness. Skill did not always determine the outcome of a fight. He also knew that if Rory proved to be his equal, even the smallest of errors could prove fatal.
Come, Parlan MacGuin, are you ready to meet your fate?
Do you think you're man enough to deal it out to me?
As easily as I did to your foolish cousin. What was her name? Margaret? Aye, that was it. A weak, puling lass.
That nearly broke Parlan's control. He could see poor Mona's body in his mind's eye, knew that Aimil's mother and Catherine had undoubtedly looked the same, and ached to put an end to the life of the man standing before him. A soft word from Aimil stopped him when he would have charged at Rory, a mistake that would have cost him and Aimil dearly. He wished he knew Rory well enough to force the man into acting foolishly, but his knowledge concerned Rory's crimes, and he doubted that the man could be angered by mentioning them.
If she was puling, 'twas most like for the lack of a man.
Aimil saw Rory flush and knew she had found his weak spot.
That is why she was going to leave you, wasn't it? She had discovered that your skill as a lover didn't match your beauty. Fine to look at, but boring to bed.
She was startled by the swiftness and ferocity of his response. For a moment she feared Parlan had also been caught off guard, but he met Rory's attack without hesitation. Parlan's only other move, besides joining in the battle with apparent eagerness, was to push her away. He then turned over even that fragment of his attention to the fight. Aimil knew that Parlan assumed she would now obey his order to flee. She had more or less agreed to. It was something she realised she could not do, not even when she thought of their child. She did run, however, but only to the edge of the clearing to hide there, out of sight, yet able to watch. Parlan would be soothed by the thought that she was safe, or soon would be, and she would be able to stay close in case he should need her. To flee, and not to know how he fared until it was all over, was not something she could do. If Parlan should lose, a thought she dreaded, and she had fled, she knew she would then spend her whole life tormented by the thought that she could have helped him, might have been able to do something that would have saved him. Although it was an agony to watch him fighting for his life, she stayed, her fists pressed to her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Parlan fought coolly, with a strained detachment he was finding harder to maintain. Rory was good, very good. Parlan wondered if the madness the man suffered honed his skills. There certainly seemed to be more strength in Rory than any man should possess. For the first time since his youth, Parlan was not sure that he would win.
Why do you struggle so against the inevitable? You will die, Parlan MacGuin, and then I shall go after Aimil.
She has fled you, Rory. You only get your filthy hands upon the lass.
Parlan hissed a curse when Rory's sword nicked his side.
The lass will be easy enough to catch. She is on foot, and I ken where there is a horse.
Fear for Aimil gnawed at him, but Parlan fought it. It could steal his skill, and he needed all he had. Although he had inflicted as many small wounds upon Rory as Rory had upon him, Rory seemed far less troubled by them. Parlan could feel himself losing strength as he bled. Rory's smile told Parlan that the man had guessed at his growing weakness. A new fear suddenly seized him as he felt the ground crumbling beneath his heels. So intent had he been on the battle, he had let himself be driven to the very edge of the Banshee's well. Even as he struggled to elude that new danger, Rory laughed and then lunged. Knowing he would not be able to parry the sword headed straight for his vitals, Parlan sidestepped. The ground gave way beneath his feet, and he fell into the hole, barely managing to latch onto the less than firm earth around the edge. Cursing viciously, he tried to pull himself up before Rory could act, but knew it was fruitless, even before Rory laughed again. He cried out as Rory's foot caught him full in the face, sending Parlan plummeting down the hole. As he fell, Parlan thought he heard Aimil cry out, then knew only blackness. Chapter 25.
Parlan! Nay!
Aimil thought of nothing save that Parlan had plunged to his death. She bolted from her hiding place and raced to the Banshee's well, even though a part of her mind kept screaming that there was nothing she could do. The sensible side of her urged her to flee to Du Glen, but she was not feeling very sensible after watching Parlan swallowed up by the earth. Her headlong flight toward the hole was abruptly stopped by Rory. He grabbed her by the arm and yanked her to a halt. The pain of nearly having her arm wrenched from its socket, as well as being flung to the ground, dimmed the hysteria by which she had been seized. Now she could see her error very clearly. She had put herself into Rory's hands, and Parlan had died trying to save her from this very fate. Thinking of Parlan's death, her fear turned to fury. The loathing she felt for the man laughing at her seemed a living thing inside her. A small part of her feared that she could easily turn as mad as Rory, but she was too furious to care about that.
"Her son," she hissed as she got to her feet. "You will rot in hell for this."
"Oh? And do you mean to send me there, my fair slut?"
He struck her across the face. Stumbling backward, Aimil fought against screaming. The warm, salty taste in her mouth told her she had cut it, but she simply spit the blood out. This time she had plenty of room to move in, and there was no Geordie to stop her from grasping some weapon. Rory would not find it so easy to brutalise her this time, and if she was lucky, she might even strike a blow or two for Parlan. Parlan stared up at the small circle of light. It took him a few moments to recall where he was and how he had gotten there. Then he recalled the scream he had heard as Rory had kicked him into the hole, a sound that told him that Aimil had not run away as he had told her to. That could easily mean that Rory now held her. If that madman got his hands on Aimil, she was as good as dead. That thought was enough to make Parlan try to struggle to his feet, something his body was loath to do. As he had fought dizziness and pain, he had heard Aimil's cry as he had fallen. There had been such a heart-rending agony in that cry that he had almost responded to it. He then knew that he could not shake it from his mind because it told him something that was very important to him. Aimil did care for him, quite possibly loved him. No woman could produce such a sound unless she did. Deciding that it was a poor time to ponder such things, he grit his teeth and started to make his way out of the hole. Although the rocky sides of the hole were not smooth, they were not rough enough either to make for an easy climb. A place to grip onto was hard to find. Parlan cursed his slow progress and his pain as he inched his way back to the surface.
"If Aimil and I live through this," he thought furiously, "I will most assuredly beat her for her gross disobedience."
His hands were quickly skinned and oozing blood, which made his climb even more difficult. As he got nearer to the top, he heard Aimil fighting Rory, and that gave him the strength to force himself onward. He only prayed that he reached the top in time to save her from any and all of the cruelty Rory wished to inflict upon her. Aimil bit down hard on Rory's hand, which tried to shackle her wrists. With a bellowed oath, he released her to clutch at his hand. She quickly scrambled to her feet and backed away from where he had tried to pin her to the ground. She sensed that the Banshee's well was but a step or two behind her. In one quick move she could enter that pit and join Parlan in death, but she could not do it. In that first frantic moment after watching him die, she could easily have hurled herself after him, but her will to survive had reasserted itself. Despite the grief that ate away at her, yet had not been given any release, she could not repress the need to try to stay alive.
"Ye will pay dearly for that, my pretty whore."
"You are forever trying to make others pay for what you bring upon yourself."
"Bring upon myself?"
He touched his mutilated cheek.
"Do you think I would bring such as this upon myself? Ye did this to me, ye and that hell-born stallion of yours."
His voice rose with every word until he screamed at her.
"Nay, ye attacked us and got all ye deserved. Now the outside of ye is as loathsome as the inside. Now all can see your ugliness."
She was not surprised by his attack when he bellowed with rage and lunged at her. What she had hoped for did not happen, however. When she neatly eluded him, he was able to halt himself before he plummeted down the hole. He turned on her far more quickly than she had planned for as well. Her attempt to escape his second lunge failed, and she was badly winded when he tackled her to the ground. Before she could regain it and the strength to fight him, he had her pinned beneath him. Did you really think you could escape me again, Kirsty?
A shiver ran down Aimil's spine. She had known that Rory had seen her mother in her, that his twisted mind had seen a chance to avenge her mother's imagined slights upon him. It was chilling, however, to know that he no longer even saw her, that he saw only Kirsty Mengue, a woman he had brutally murdered years ago. Rory's madness was truly complete now. It also made Aimil angry that he thought she was Kirsty, whom he intended to abuse, then kill. Somehow it seemed almost an insult and unfair that he no longer even knew whom he was going to murder. She wanted him to know who fought him and whose blood was on his already blood-soaked hands, but knew that was impossible. There was no reasoning with a madman.
"You will nae find this murder such an easy one, Rory Ferguson."
She struggled to shake him off her, but he resisted her efforts with apparent ease, which caused her to feel a dangerous sense of resignation.
"Ye brought this upon yourself."
He began to undo her clothing.
"Ye turned from my love."
"Ye dinna ken what love is. Ye ken only hate and pain."
Her squirming to thwart his efforts to strip her was briefly halted when he struck her hard across the face with an indifference that was chilling.
"Oh, but I do ken what love is. I love ye, Kirsty. I could have made it so beautiful between us, but ye wouldn't let me. Ye gave all I craved to Lachlan, parted your sweet thighs for him when ye wouldn't even part your lips for me. That must be punished. It must be."
"You cannae punish someone for going where their heart commands."
"Your heart should have chosen me. Me. I could have given ye everything. We could have been the envy of the world. Nowhere would there have been a pair as fair to the eyes as we. Instead, you chose that fool who never treated ye as you should have been treated. He took you nowhere, simply kept you in that heap of stone and filled your belly with bairns. Ye should have been laughing, gay and admired at courts over the world, not sweating upon a childbed for that fool."
He roughly bared her breasts.
"These were made to be admired by a lover, not tugged at by greedy bairns."
When his hand moved over her breasts, she gagged. It seemed her rape was inevitable. Unless he made some error soon that she could take advantage of, there was no way she saw of breaking free of him and evading that abuse. Although she hated it, she resigned herself to it, waiting for that moment when his release would weaken him. If she could keep her mind clear, despite the horror he would inflict, she might make good use of that weakness. Suddenly she realised that he had stopped, even though his hand still rested upon her breast. He sat upon her and stared at something behind her head, something she could not see no matter how hard she tried to turn round. Whatever it was, she thought, it horrified Rory. His face was the colour of parchment, his mouth was agape, and his eyes were open so wide they bulged. Parlan found the added strength to pull himself up and out when he saw Rory on top of Aimil. The sight of Rory's hand touching her breast enraged Parlan, and this time he made no effort to fight that. He needed the strength it gave him. Rory had nearly defeated him when he had been at his full strength, but now he was battered, bruised and bleeding. Rage might lend him a fleeting, if false strength that would not last long, but he would take what he could get. It puzzled him that Rory made no move to stop him. He stared at Parlan in horror, but said and did nothing. Watching him carefully for the attack he was sure would come, Parlan collected his sword, which lay where he had dropped it when he had fallen. "Mayhaps the mad fool thinks I am a ghost," he mused, and liked the idea of proving to Rory that he was very much alive. "Release her, Rory, and prepare to die." "The devil," Rory whispered as he scrambled off Aimil and away from Parlan. "'Tis the devil himself." Aimil paid little heed to Rory. She rolled out of his reach and quickly stood up to stare at Parlan. The sight of him battered but still alive made her weak with emotion. It took all her strength to stop herself from running to him and clinging to him, touching him to assure herself that he really was standing there.
"Ye are alive! Sweet God, Parlan, I had thought ye dead."
"Wheesht, lass, a wee tumble canna send me to my maker. Now,
Get out of the way as he should have done before. He scowled at Rory. What ails this fool? You can't run this time, Rory Ferguson. Turning at last to look at Rory, Aimil frowned. He was trembling, visibly shaking as if he had lost all control over his body. Then she heard the words he muttered as he backed away, his hands held out as if to ward off something. The devil! 'Tis the devil come out of hell!
The devil will rise up from hell and pull you down with him,
Aimil murmured, repeating her mother's curse.
What is that? Parlan demanded.
He thinks ye are the devil come to drag him into hell. 'Tis what my mother's dying curse was, that the devil would rise up out of the earth and drag him down into hell. Ye rose up out of the earth, Parlan. In his madness, he thinks the curse has come true.
Well, I surely mean to send him to hell.
He grimaced as he stared at the quivering man.
Though I find it hard to strike at a man who is drooling like some brainless fool and has soiled his braes in his fear.
Think of the blood that fair drips from his hands, and it may come easier.
He nodded slowly and advanced upon Rory. As if some higher power had relayed to Rory Parlan's reluctance to kill him, Rory began to shake free of terror's grip. Instead of surrendering meekly and whimpering to the devil he had thought had come for him, Rory decided to fight. Even as Parlan struck him, Rory found the strength and the will to raise his sword and deflect the blow. While Aimil felt pleased that Parlan would not have to cut Rory down cold-bloodedly, she hated to see Rory fight back. Parlan was hurt. She saw it in the way he moved and by the ominous dark stains upon his clothing. She clasped her hands tightly and prayed harder than she ever had before. While she could not bring herself to pray outright for a man's death, even Rory's, she did pray strenuously for Parlan to win, to live. She moved out of the way, even ready to flee if the need arose. This time she would obey Parlan, although she continued to pray that she would not have to. She knew now, however, that even though she would grieve until the day she died if Parlan was taken from her, her need to live was so strong that she could not willingly join him in death, nor did she think he would even want her to. In fact, she knew he would be furious if he thought she had even contemplated such a thing. When a frantically battling Rory managed to add to Parlan's wounds with a dangerous slash to Parlan's side, Aimil nearly screamed. Watching Parlan fight for his life, she decided, was the surest way to drive herself mad. She saw every swing of Rory's sword as a mortal threat, even though she knew Parlan was a very skilled fighter. Then she tensed, her gaze fixed intently upon Rory. He was very close to the edge of the gorge. If he fell down there, he would have no chance of survival. Parlan was pressing him hard, and she began to think that Rory's fall was inevitable.
Your murdering days are over, Rory Ferguson. You will nae send another lass into the grave. Nay, I will nae let her curse come true. I will come to hell in my own sweet time. The sweet time is now, Rory. If I die doing it, you will pay for all the horror ye have done. I gave none of them any less than what they asked for. Whores, the lot of them. Even the lowest of whores doesn't deserve what ye do to a lass. The ghosts of those ye have slaughtered cry out for vengeance. Let them cry, Satan. I will nae be taken before I am ready. No one can choose their time, Rory, especially not filth like you.
Parlan saw how close to the edge Rory was. For a brief moment he hesitated in pushing the man any further. A part of him strongly objected to the battle ending that way, wanting to end Rory's life himself. Good sense prevailed, and Parlan regretfully knew that he was not sure he could fight any longer. He was stiff and sore from his fall, and had several wounds that bled and weakened him. No matter how it occurred, the battle had to be ended as quickly as possible. Sighing, Parlan lunged, forcing Rory back that final step. Rory hovered on the brink of the ravine for an instant, his arms waving frantically as he sought to regain his balance. With a scream of denial, he fell, his cry abruptly cut off as his body smashed upon the rocks below. Aimil immediately rushed toward Parlan. He looked unsteady, and she feared he might follow Rory into the ravine. Upon reaching him, she tugged him back from the edge. He began to collapse, and when she tried to help him stay upright, she was pulled down with him until they both knelt upon the ground. She was frightened by the weakness he displayed.
Parlan!
Is he dead? I was unable to see.
He fought to regain some strength, but realised that, for now, he had none left. Although she did not want to, she cautiously moved to the edge of the ravine and looked down. Her stomach was turned by what she saw, despite the knowledge that the threat to her and those she loved was now ended. Rory lay upon the rocks below, his body broken, twisted grotesquely, his blood staining the stones. Hastily, she moved back to Parlan's side.
Aye, quite dead, broken beyond repair. How is it that your fall didn't do much the same to ye?
There were no rocks at the bottom.
He smiled crookedly.
I near to broke more than I care to think on, though.
Are you sure you haven't broken anything?
Nay, not fully sure. I may have cracked a rib or twa. 'Tis not. But let me catch my breath, and we will head back to Dew Glen.
On foot? You will never make it.
Before he could argue, she left him. He gave in to the need to lie down as he watched her collect up a few things to tend to his wounds. After a few moments of thought, he decided she was right. He would not be able to walk to Dew Glen. He was fairly sure he would not have been able to ride either, even if they could find their mounts. What he was not really sure of was what to do next. The moment Aimil returned and started to do what little she could to tend to his wounds, he stopped puzzling over the problem. Pain combined with curiosity about what wounds he had suffered diverted him. He soon saw that he was a lot worse off than he had thought. It had indeed been mostly his fear for Aimil, his need to try and save her, that had been all that had carried him on.
You will have to go back to Dew Glen and get help, Aimil.
He watched her closely as she knelt by his side. Tossing aside the scrap of cloth she had used to bathe his wounds and sitting back on her heels, she grimaced. She had been afraid that he would say that. Leaving him here alone was the last thing she wanted to do, but she could see no other course open to her. He needed more help than she could give him. So too there was no way to get him back to Dew Glen without aid, or at least a mount, both of which were at Dew Glen.
I hate to leave you here alone.
The weather is fine, and the dark is hours away, sweeting. I think 'tis the least dangerous course for me.
She hated to admit it, but she nodded.
I certainly can't carry ye back to Dew Glen.
Nay, and I fear you would have to but a few steps down the road.
He reached out to touch her cheek, the bruises Rory had inflicted becoming livid.
Are ye sure ye are able? He didn't hurt ye more than I can see, or ye have told me.
Nay, he but slapped me about. Was rough. He rose up like some avenging angel before he had a chance to do his worst.
I feel it was a fine show. A shame I couldn't see it myself. Go on, dearling. Hie to Dew Glen, but dinna push yourself too hard. I will be safe enough here.
He patted the sword she had placed at his side. Bending forward, she kissed him, then got to her feet. There were not that many dangers about, especially now that Rory was dead, yet it worried her to leave him alone when he was so weak. The unexpected could always happen, and, for now, Parlan could put up little defence against anything. After tending his wounds, she was surprised he had faced Rory that final time and won. The only way to end her worry was to get help as fast as she could. As she started out for Dew Glen, she prayed that someone had been given reason enough to come and look for her and Parlan.
Not dead? Are you sure?
Lachlan stared at Lachlan in horror.
But Parlan buried the man.
Malcolm and Arsted, who flanked him, nodded agreement.
Someone was buried, but it wasn't Rory Ferguson. I couldn't believe 'twould end so simply, so bloodlessly. I had them dig up the body.
He smiled grimly at the shocked surprise of the three younger men.
There was enough left for me to be certain that it wasn't Rory. Aye, 'twas Geordie, but not Rory. He has played us a fine trick, even killed the only friend he has ever had to make it work. We hunted him too well. He had to shake us off his heels. And he did.
Arsted cursed viciously.
Parlan set aside his doubts as foolishness.
So I had feared. Where is he? Where is my daughter?
Lachlan asked worriedly. They have travelled to a secluded spot to be alone for a wee while, the same spot where Rory found them before.
Then I suggest we ride there as swiftly as we can. He could well find them there again, and since a man usually has but one reason to get his woman alone, they may be less than alert.
In but moments, Larkin, Arsted and Malcolm were riding out of Duglen with Lachlan, Leith and their men. Arsted found some grim amusement in riding with men he had raided so often in the past. He also felt a deep fear for Parlan and Aimil. In bettering his relationship with Parlan and coming to know Aimil, he had gained a sense of family he had no wish to lose. Aimil heard the approach of several mounts and nearly panicked, so strained were her nerves. She realised that they came from the direction of Duglen, but decided some caution would be wise. Seeking cover behind a tree, she watched as they drew into view and felt weak with relief when she recognised them. The instant they had passed, she darted out of her hiding place and called to them, almost able to smile when they reined in and turned back with a little confusion and a lot of swearing.
He found you,
Lachlan stated flatly as he saw his daughter's bruises.
Aye, but I am not too sorely hurt. Parlan remains back at the Banshee's Well, for he didn't fare as weel.
Arsted helped her mount behind him, a little astounded at the depth of the relief he felt, and suspecting that he was a little bit in love with his brother's tiny wife.
He lives. He won.
Aye, he won. Rory lies dead and shattered at the bottom of the ravine. Parlan needs tending to, though.
Then we best hie to the big fool and fetch him back to old Meg's less than tender mercies,
Larkin said, even as they all spurred their mounts into a gallop. Parlan half sat up with surprise when the horseman came into view. His grip on his sword was instantly released when he recognised Larkin in the lead. He not only wondered how help had arrived so soon, but why Aimil had brought back so many men.
"You must have flown to Duglen, lass,"
he said with a weak smile when she hurried to his side.
Nay, I have never been that swift. I met them hieing here. It seems my father insisted upon viewing what we all thought was Rory, and he kenned that it wasna.
She glanced at the men peering into the ravine.
He is dead for certain this time.
"Aye, lass,"
her father replied. Then he looked at Parlan.
"If you can wait but a moment, Leith will go down to be sure." "I can wait for that and the burying. Aye, buried with a lot of rock piled atop his bones so he cannae rise again."
Shivering at the mere thought of a resurrection of such evil, Aimil moved so that Parlan could rest his head in her lap.
Are you certain, Parlan? You are looking somewhat wan.
She placed her hand upon his forehead, but could detect no hint of fever.
"I am but weary, dearling. A good rest and I will be much improved. Aye, and that rest will come easier when I have seen Rory Ferguson set deep in the ground, closer to the reach of the devil whom he will reside with now."
She did not try to argue with him, but was relieved when the men worked quickly to bring Rory's body up and bury it. Parlan's weakness troubled her greatly. He could have hurt himself more in the fall he had suffered than he knew, and she was not skilled enough in the art of healing to judge the extent of his injuries she knew might easily be fatal in the end. Her fears were not eased until they had Parlan back at Duglen. In truth, the journey had only added to them, for Parlan had needed help to stay in the saddle and was parchment white by the time they put him into old Meg's capable hands. However, Aimil fought to hide her fear from Parlan as she lent old Meg a hand. Not until she got a moment alone with the woman in the hall outside of Parlan's chambers did Aimil give voice to her fear.
"Will he die?"
"I dinna think so, lass. I could find naught wrong with him that I couldna fix. I will speak true, though. I am no judge of whether he has done his innards a real hurt. We can only wait and pray."
Chapter 26.
"What are you doing out of bed, you great fool?"
Aimil stared at her husband with a mixture of amazement and amusement. It had been nearly a month since they had fought Rory and finally beaten him. Parlan had taken a long time to recover. She did not think he ought to be up and prancing about the room. Her eyes narrowed as she decided that prancing was the only way to describe it.
Preparing to take a wee trip, loving.
He walked over and kissed her on the nose.
A wee trip? Are you daft? You were near to death not a month back.
Well, not that near.
He decided that she was adorable when she was trying to be stern.
And when did you start getting out of bed and stomping about?
As soon as my nursemaids weren't hanging about me night and day.
He turned her toward the door and patted her backside.
Go ready yourself. You're coming with me.
He smiled at her when she turned round to glare at him.
I didn't think you ought to go anywhere, with or without me. You're still on the mend.
He tugged her into his arms, lifting her off her feet. Although it strained his control, he gave her a kiss that revealed all the hunger nearly a month without her had brewed in him. When he slowly released her, he was hard-pressed not to pick her up, toss her onto the bed, and make love to her immediately. But he forced himself to smile at her.
There now, sweeting. Was that the kiss of a man still on the mend, or one who is fair mended and past cosseting?
She stared at him dazedly. What she felt inclined to do was to push him back into bed and make love to him, but he seemed set upon doing something else, despite the heat of his kiss. With great effort she pulled herself together and frowned at him.
You have been playing us all for fools then, have ye?
Nay, lass, but I wished to surprise ye. Now, ye go and ready yourself to ride with me, for I plan for us to celebrate my return to good health.
He opened the door and nudged her out.
And ye tell Maggie to bring your things back in here, the bairn too. Since I am healed,
there is no longer a reason to worry that I might have my night's sleep disturbed. That was something she did not mind doing, she decided, as she finally left. She hated sleeping alone, but in the beginning, Parlan had been so easily awakened that she and the baby had left his chambers. He had needed his sleep. Even he had not protested too much at the start. It had bothered her that he had done little complaining as he had grown stronger. To have him order her back into his bed was almost a relief, no matter how high-handed it was. What she was not sure of was whether she should let him have his way in the matter of going out. He had been as battered as any man could be without breaking any bones. Although his wounds had quickly begun to close and had remained free of infection, he had lost a lot of blood, leaving him very weak. He had looked strong and healthy, but she was not sure she could trust in that. Unfortunately, she could not find anyone to talk to about Parlan's health. Arsted, Larkin, Malcolm and old Meg having strangely disappeared, and without an ally, she could not see any chance of changing Parlan's mind. Even Maggie seemed to have found some place to go. It made Aimil very suspicious about Parlan's part in it all. Parlan whistled jauntily as he saddled his and Aimil's horses. For several days he had planned the little trip they were about to make. At any moment he expected her to join him, looking none too pleased, for she would have discovered that there was no one about to gain as an ally to stop him.
How much longer do we have to hide up here?
Glancing up at Arsted and Larkin, who peered down at him from the hayloft, Parlan smiled.
Not much longer, Arsted.
Didn't you see why we have to carry this game so far?
Because if she found any of you, you ken weel that she would soon have you convinced to help her keep me confined, being so near death as I have been.
He grinned when the two younger men made derisive sounds.
You're nae really taking her back to the Banshees well, are ye?
Arsted asked, surprised.
Aye, I am. 'Tis a fine spot, and I will nae let bad memories spoil it. This time we will have no trouble or grief there. With so many MacGuins and Mengues encircling the place, I would be surprised if even Rory's spirit could slip through the net. She will be sore embarrassed if she ever kens that the men are about, even if it is at a respectable distance, Larkin added. Then I best be sure she doesnae find out. Hide, for here she comes, and she has a face near as dark as mine.
Aimil met Parlan's cheerful, welcoming smile with a frown.
I still didn't think this is a good idea, but I couldn't find a soul to agree with me. In truth, I couldn't find a soul at all. I didn't suppose that ye ken why that should be.
'Tis a fine day, lass, I expect many a lad or lassie has slipped free of work to enjoy it.
Aye, near to half of Douglen if my eyes didn't deceive me.
Knowing very well she was being played with, Aimil was torn between amusement and annoyance.
And such lovely eyes they are too.
She rolled her eyes in disgust over that blatant flattery intended to divert her.
You aren't going to explain it all, are ye?
'Twill all be clear in a moment,
he said brightly, as he picked her up and set her upon her horse. Starting to get down, she said,
Now wait a moment. I think I have a right to ken what game is being played here.
Ah, ye intend to be troublesome, do ye? Well, I am prepared for that.
A near screech of annoyance and surprise escaped her when he grasped her by the wrists and gently but firmly secured them with a soft binding. He then blindfolded her. In the midst of her sense of outrage was the feeling that he had intended to do this right from the beginning, unless she had been totally and blissfully accepting.
Are ye mad?
She ground out as he set her back upon her horse.
Not at all, dearling. Best hold on,
he advised cheerfully, as he mounted and took up her reins. Aimil barely got a good grip upon Elf King when Parlan started them on their way. She wished she knew where they were going. In fact, she had a lot of complaints about how he was acting and what he was doing. As they rode, she informed him of each and every one of them and grew increasingly exasperated at the pleasant way he refuted or ignored each of them. When they finally came to a halt and he took her down from her horse, she waited impatiently for him to unbind her so that she could hit him. Warily, Parlan took the binding from her wrists, then slipped the blindfold from her eyes. He knew she was not going to be pleased about where he had brought her. It was necessary to him, however, to erase all the bad memories of the place. He did not want there to be any part of his lands where she did not feel safe, or as safe as anyone could feel in such troubled times.
Well, here we are, love.
Before he had uncovered her eyes, she had heard the now familiar soft wail, and forgetting about her intentions of hitting him, she stared around her in near horror.
Oh nay, Parlan, not here.
Aye, here. He thrust the basket of food into her arms, then collected the blanket.
'Tis a fine spot.
Well, aye, 'tis pretty.
She reluctantly followed him as he went to the same spot they had gone each time before, and spread out the blanket.
'Tis just that I dinna really like it any longer, foolish as that may seem to ye.
Sitting down and tugging her down beside him, he lightly kissed her mouth.
I will only have you fearing a place on my land, our land. I will only have there be a place that holds naught but bad memories and bad feeling. 'Tis true that none can think themselves perfectly safe wherever they go, but I mean to have you feel as much so as possible while ye are upon MacGuin land. There is also the fact that, from the first time I brought you here, I thought it would be a fine spot for our special place, and, being a stubborn man, I didn't mean to let aught change that.
He served her some wine, smiling at her when she sipped from her tankard.
Our special place?
Aye, all couples should have one. A place to go to mark the special moments in their lives, like having a new healthy bairn.
She smiled, her mood improving quickly. Although a part of her remained wary, expecting something to go wrong at any moment, she tried to relax and enjoy the time they had together. Parlan was indeed recovered, and that was most certainly something to celebrate. He was also acting his most charming, and it was nearly impossible to be anything but happy when he did so. After he was finished eating, Parlan cleaned his mouth and hands with a dampened cloth. He then leaned closer to Aimil to do the same for her, kissing each spot he washed clean. Seeing how her breathing grew swift and erratic, and her lovely eyes darkened with passion, increased his ever-present hunger for her. He smiled crookedly as he tossed aside the cloth and pulled her into his arms, for he knew that their first bout of love-making was going to be swift and fierce, their need for each other demanding it. Some time later, Aimil slowly opened her eyes and looked at the man collapsed atop her. Neither of them had managed to shed much of their clothing, their bodies too eager to join for them to be bothered by undressing. She felt deliciously ravished and smiled as she slipped her arms more securely around him. Despite the pleasant feelings that surrounded her, however, She could not stop from glancing around a little warily, looking for a danger her common sense said was not there.
"You're safe, Aimil,"
Parlan murmured as he raised his head and brushed his lips over hers.
"This time we will have no rude interruptions. All will go as I planned."
He eased their embrace, but stayed close to her.
You planned something else, did you?
She tried to take his assurances of safety to heart and ignore her fears.
"Well, aside from a less hasty tussle with ye,"
he grinned when she blushed, "I thought we would have ourselves a wee talk."
A talk? About what?
"Us."
He wondered why a brief look of fear crossed her face. Even though she told herself not to be foolish, she could not suppress a tremor of fear. He looked so serious, and never before had he wished to discuss their relationship. When he had never given her any real hint of his feelings, she could not help but view a talk on them as a couple somewhat ominously. Even telling herself that Parlan would never be so cruel as to make love to her, then tell her that he no longer desired her as a wife, did not stop the taint of fear from possessing her.
"What about us?"
she asked in a whisper.
"Aimil, I wish ye wouldn't look as if I'm about to say something ye have no wish at all to hear."
"I beg your pardon?"
He sighed, feeling his courage and determination waver. She did not look ready or willing to hear him speak his heart. Then he recalled the way she had cried out when she had seen him fall, quite possibly to his death. The emotion he had recognised in that cry gave him the strength to go on with his plan to be honest.
"Dearling, I dinna ken what ye think I mean to say, but it willna be so bad."
He smiled when she briefly looked guilty.
"Dinna ye think 'tis far past time that we talk on us?"
I do."
She wondered if he meant to pull truths from her that she was not sure she was ready to reveal.
"We have gone along for over a year with few words about how we might feel or what we might wish from each other. We talk on near to everything beneath God's sun, but when it comes to speaking of what we feel, 'tis only to talk of the passion we share. That is glorious, loving, but 'tis not all that binds us, and I think 'tis past time for us to look at what does, and what we truly wish to give or to get from each other."
She still looked nervous to him, and he smiled, kissing her gently.
"Come, Aimil, can it be so hard?"
"Aye, it can. I cannae think that there are many who can speak freely of all they hold in their heart. 'Tis not easy to reveal oneself so fully."
"True. I planned that as the second thing I meant to do whilst we were alone here."
"The second?"
"Aye, I've already done the first thing I wished to, what I was sore pressed to do when I kissed you back at Dew Glen."
She smiled and ran her finger along the strong line of his chin.
"I was briefly thinking of pushing you back into bed, but need to rest."
"Ah, so I didn't have to chase ye after all."
"You never have,"
she murmured and grimaced.
"I didn't even fight you at the start, though all I have always learned and believe in told me I should, bargain made or nay. I tumble back for you with the ease of any whoer espying the glint of gold."
"And that troubles ye, does it? Do you think 'tis different for me? Ye can have me any time ye even think ye might want me."
"'Tis not the same for a man. A man is always ready to tussle with a lass."
"Aye, in most ways, but 'tis only lusting that brings that about."
He put her hand in his and kissed her fingers.
"You but crook one of these wee fingers, and I am like a stag in rut. That isn't the usual way. It never has been with me, at least."
It was not such a really big thing, but his admission of sharing her weakness for making love sent her heart soaring. She thought wryly that she was easily pleased. There was so much more she hungered for, yet she found delight in crumbs.
"Should I crook my finger now?"
she whispered.
"Nay, still it for the moment. We aren't done talking, lass, and will ye ken it. All we have talked upon is our passion for each other, and that has always been acknowledged between us. I wish to speak on things we have held within us, kept silent about."
"Who goes first?"
"Now, there is a puzzle, eh? 'Tis often what stills one's tongue. No one wishes to be the first to bare one's soul."
Because then the other need not do the same, but then holds all the power, especially the power to hurt, she added softly.
Aimil, my wife, I would never hurt you on purpose. I swear that. I cannae swear I never would, for a man can be an unthinking creature at times, but I never want to cause ye pain. What hurts ye, hurts me.
He lightly touched her mouth with his finger.
Tell me what you want from me, Aimil. You have never asked a thing of me. I dinna truly ken what you want or need.
Faithfulness. I fear I am a very jealous sort.
I noticed, he murmured, and grinned.
"'Tisn't very funny, Parlan," she sighed. "It isn't a very nice feeling."
I ken it. I suffer the same ailment myself.
Aye?
Aye, it gnaws at my innards whenever ye smile at any man. What troubles me about it is that I sometimes fear what I might do to ye if I thought ye had turned to another.
Recalling that coldness that had been in his voice whenever he responded to her occasional threats to find another man, she realised that he spoke the truth. He did get jealous, fiercely jealous. She knew it was not the best of emotions, but was pleased that he suffered from it.
Why do you think I grew so angry with Arsted that day he assaulted ye? Aye, I dinna hold with such things, but it wasn't his breaking of my rules that spurred that rage. It was because he had struck ye. I saw it even then, kenned it as the source of my fury. It became the reason I sought Rory's death as weel. I forgot most all the evil he had done, only remembered what he had done to ye. As to being faithful, I have been, and I mean to do my best to stay faithful. I have no true interest in the wenches who smile so welcomingly. They cannae give me what I can find in your arms, and none of them are worth spoiling what we have. A man can be a weak creature though, dearling. The right touch, a weak moment. He shrugged. I can but swear that I never intend to break your trust in me.
She caressed his cheek, deeply moved by his words. Each thing he said seemed to indicate that he did care for her. So too did she know that his promise of faithfulness was no small thing. Few men gave it or felt it necessary. Did in truth feel it their right to bed a woman, any woman, as the need took them. His promise, though qualified with an admission of a man's weakness, eased the fears she had never successfully fought.
"And I have no want or need for another. I had such fears," she whispered.
Of what, Aimil?
He knew he was close to pulling some confession of the heart from her, and felt himself tense.
"That I couldn't hold a man such as ye. That I would wake one morn to find that I couldn't give ye all ye needed, and ye had gone elsewhere. I feared to find that I no longer even held your passion." She bit her tongue to stop her confessions. Seeing her reluctance, he decided he could be excused for using underhanded methods. It was past time for them to be honest with each other. He knew that if he got her passion running hot, she would not be able to guard her words so well. So he proceeded to do his best, albeit subtly, to get her into a fever. With a touch of self-derision, he admitted that he wanted at least a strong sign of deep feelings on her part before he bared his soul. He wanted her to go first, fair or not.
Aimil, you worry over naught.
He eased open the bodice of her gown and brushed soft kisses over the swells of her breasts.
I have had no wish for another since I first set eyes upon ye. The first time I held ye, I lost all interest in holding others, an interest that had already begun to wane. There was a need in me that they werenae feeding, lass, and ye touched it. When I left your arms that first night, I thought on keeping ye, but I am a cautious man, and wished to wait to be certain. As Lachan said, being the first man with a lass can stir something in him. I needed to be sure I wasnae seeing what wasnae truly there. It can make a lass be fooled as weel, he murmured.
"Not this lass,"
she sighed with pleasure as his tongue stroked the hardened tips of her breasts.
"My first clear thought was that, since my maidenhead was gone, it didn't matter if ye did it again, and then I hoped ye would."
"'Tis glad I am that I didn't disappoint ye."
Her soft laugh turned to a purr of delight as he drew the tip of one breast into his mouth, drawing upon it slowly as if he relished the taste of her.
"You have never disappointed me, Parlan. I thought you wished to talk."
"We are talking. Did ye ever have hopes that I would come to wish you to stay at my side?"
Finding it difficult to think clearly as he eased off her clothing and kissed each newly exposed patch of skin, she buried her hands deep in his thick hair and nodded.
"Aye, I did, all the time. I never wanted the ransom paid, but—"
She had to catch her breath as his kisses burned the inside of her thighs.
"I feared staying until you grew tired of me and set me aside."
"I have never once thought of setting ye aside."
He rose up onto his knees and hastily shed the last of his clothing. She stared at him, savouring the way the sun's light enhanced the warmth of his dark skin.
"You are beautiful."
"A great brute like me."
He laughed softly as he returned to her welcoming arms. Her answer never came, for he smoothed kisses over her stomach, then took the warmth of his lips lower. A protest was only half made, as searing waves of pleasure made her forget such things as the fact that she was allowing these intimacies in the full light of day. The next coherent thing she was able to say was to cry out for him to join her as her release drew near. A soft moan that was a mixture of delight and frustration escaped her as he entered her ever so slowly, then remained still. She looked up at him in dazed confusion.
"I want ye to love me, Aimil,"
he whispered as he brushed his lips across hers.
"Love me, Aimil."
As he began to move, she sighed with pleasure and clung to him.
"Oh, I do, Parlan. God's beard, I do."
"With your heart, not just your body, sweeting."
"With every part of me. God help me. I love you past thought, past reason."
A part of her cried out in dismay, but she was too caught up in her passion to heed it. Parlan's movements grew fierce, and she succumbed completely to her need for him. It was not until they lay sated in each other's arms that she realised the full extent of the confession she had made, as well as of how he had pulled it from her. Sensing him staring at her, she slowly opened her eyes. He was looking at her with a warmth and tenderness that made her heart skip a beat.
"Ye are a very sneaky man, Parlan MacGuin."
"Aye, I ken it. I wanted ye to go first."
He smiled faintly when her eyes widened.
"Go first,"
she whispered.
"Aye, 'twas unfair, but there it is."
He lightly brushed a few stray wisps of hair from her face.
"I wasna doing weel in spitting out the words, so I thought 'twould help if ye said them first. Y'arna alone, Aimil. The same madness holds me tight in its grip. Aye, I love ye."
He laughed when she hugged him tightly.
"When did you first ken it?"
"I surprised myself with it when you had the bairn, but I ken it was there already. I but put the words to it. And ye?"
She laughed shakily.
"When Katerina arrived that day and kissed you. Leith wasn't surprised, so I ken it was there already. I didn't want to see it, though, for I saw what we shared as being fleeting, doomed to end."
"Nay, 'twill never end, lass. I haven't hesitated so long for naught. I ken weel that we are a pair till our bones are naught but dust. I just wasn't sure ye saw it as I did. Nay, not until I heard ye cry out my name when I went tumbling down that hole. There I was in the midst of a struggle just to keep us alive, and all I could think on was how you must care for me, that no woman could make such a sound unless it was driven out by a heart's pain. I decided it was past time we spoke on such things, far past time."
"I nearly hurled myself after ye,"
she whispered, and hugged him tightly, a hug that was heartily returned.
"Weel, 'tis glad I am that ye didna. I never want you to even think I want you to join me in death. A man doesn't fight as hard as I have done these last months to keep his lass alive, just to have her toss that life away. I want you to live."
She kissed his cheek.
"I fear I discovered quickly that I wanted to live too, for all I kenned that a part of me had died with ye." Holding him close, she asked, "Tell me again, Parlan."
"You need not beg the words of me, sweeting. They will come most freely now." He kissed her. "I love ye. Ye are what makes each day worth waking up to."
"And I love ye. There are no words full or sweet enough to say it."
She smiled faintly.
"You should have guessed it when I let you get your handsome backside on my horse."
"I thought it, but I found that I needed the words."
"I see. Ye had the horse, and now ye wanted his lady," she teased. "What a greedy rogue."
"You can keep your fine stallion, dearling. I have all I will ever want or need. Elf King's fine lady." This concludes Highland Captive by Hannah Howell, narrated by Ruth Urquhart. Copyright 1990-2008 by Hannah Howell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kensington Publishing Corporation and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.